Before we begin, a quick word of warning. This is a work of fiction. It's creepy, graphic, and not for the faint of heart. Listener discretion advised. Well, I can't sleep, so I might as well tell you what happened, in case you like hearing about fucked up stuff. A few months back, a buddy of mine closed on a big house right on the outskirts of town. A multi-million-dollar affair, custom built in the 80s. We TP'd it for Halloween one year, back when we were both kids from broke families. Now my friend's rich and buying a second home. I do carpentry, so he called me up to have a look around before he pulled the trigger. I walked around, inside and out, and told him everything seemed to be in ship-shape condition, not even a hint of mould or rot, and the guts were all nicely oiled. The old guy, who lived and croaked there, had kept up with every little detail. "What about that one room?" asked Evan. I knew what he was talking about without further elaboration. There were 4 bedrooms and 4 baths, not counting the finished basement. A kitchen, living room, study, laundry room, a bunch of closets. Everything you'd expect to find in a house like that, all with the highest levels of finishes. And then, there was this one weird-ass room. It was down at the end of the hall on the 2nd floor. It seemed like maybe it was intended to be another bedroom, but once you went in there, you saw that it was tiled in white from floor to ceiling. So then maybe you thought it was supposed to be like a spa room or something like that. But there were no fixtures, or any place for fixtures. There was a single electrical outlet, and a single small hole in one of the wall tiles. "Well, I don't know what the hell that's all about," I admitted. "I never saw anything quite like it." "Yeah, bizarre. The guy's daughter said there was just like this machine in here, with a tube going into the wall. They got rid of it before they listed the house. Wonder what that was all about." I shrugged. I can hardly keep up with shit these days. They've got refrigerators you can watch TV on now. Next they'll have robots that sit submerged in your toilet and then pop up to wipe your ass when you're done shitting. So who knows? Anyway, putting aside that crazy room, the place looks great. Literally nothing needs to be done, unless you want new paint, cabinets and so forth. But honestly, everything looks very tastefully done. It's a real turnkey house if you ask me. I agree, but that room just... I don't know. I want to do something with it, so put that on your radar because I think I'm going to pull the trigger on this. Start brainstorming on what we can do with it. The answer we came up with was to knock down the wall and open up one of the smaller bedrooms into a second master room, adding in a few windows along the way, since the room faced the south. Working alone, I figured the project would take me a couple of months, and I like those kind of projects, where I could settle in and not have to constantly go from job to job, packing up tools every day and getting acquainted with a whole new site with a whole new set of headaches. Still, my enthusiasm died the first day on the job. There was just something goddamn creepy about that room, with all those clean white tiles covering every square inch. It felt like something you'd see in an insane asylum, instead of a house where people lived. My first order of business was to get rid of those tiles. It took a couple of days to peel them off and haul them outside. Then the room started to feel more like a construction site than an unformidable mystery. I had something I could work with. Breaking through the wall to the adjoining bedroom would happen near the end of the project, so we could keep the dust from spreading around the house as long as possible. Well before that, I had to tear off the old drywall, which wasn't worth salvaging after stripping the tiles, and take down the framing, then cut new openings to the windows and get those installed. I'll never forget the day I started tearing off the drywall. For as long as I live, and no matter how drunk I get. I started with the exterior wall, where the windows would go. Getting started was always fun. You just take your hammer and smash it wildly at the wall, and then start yanking. So that's what I did, pulling off chunks of sheetrock and tossing them onto the tarp in the middle of the room. I saw right away that the house was well insulated. Spray foam, that would make it a bit of a hassle, adding outlets and whatnot, but it would save my buddy a hell of a lot in heating and cooling bills. Not that he was in rough shape financially. I guess I just got the satisfaction from seeing a tight, well-built house. It was right around the middle of that exterior wall, behind the drywall, where I found the first indication of that room's previous purpose. There was a small tube there, pressed against the installation, running upward towards the ceiling. It was a clear tube, but stained dark inside. What the hell is that? I wondered. I'd never encountered anything quite like it. It looked like maybe somebody had been running motor oil through it, or something like that. I didn't know. I figured the best way to get answers was to keep tearing the room apart. And soon I found the second tube. This one didn't have brown colouring, but it did have a few droplets of clear liquid beaded up on the length. I knew without a doubt that I was going to find something terrible. I don't know how to explain it other than pure animal instinct, but I had to know what it was. I ripped off another chunk of the drywall. There, less than a foot away from my face, were 10 human toes, complete with long, gnarly yellow nails. They were half buried in the insulation, sort of poking out. I backed up and probably said something like, "Jesus fucking Christ, Jesus fucking Christ." Without realising I'd reached for it, I had my phone in my hand to call the police. But then I hesitated. For some unspeakably stupid reason, I hesitated. I guess it was simple as morbid curiosity. If I didn't peel back that wall myself, then I might never know what was really back there. It was a human body, obviously, but whose? And what were those tubes? If I handed it over to the cops, I'd be shut out of there while they did their work. They would take off the rest of the wall. Maybe they wouldn't tell the public what was back there for months, or years, or ever. I had to know. For whatever goddamn reason, or non-reason, I had to know. I wiggled another section of the drywall loose, gently now, trying to take as big a pieces as I could intact. I got about half a sheet loose, 4 inches by 4 inches. Now I knew a lot more, or maybe a lot less. I took off my respirator and puked. It was a woman. I could figure that much. She was naked. I saw now where the tubes led. The stained one into her stomach, and the other one into her private area. Jesus fucking Christ. One for piss and one for shit, but what? I had my phone in my hand again, then I dropped it because I was shaking so bad. The tubes. There were beads of water still in one of them, which meant she was alive, or was recently. I forgot the phone and frantically tore away the rest of the wall. It came apart in a mess of dust and small chunks because I was in a frenzy. Finally, I made it up to her head. She had another tube stuck in her mouth, leading up towards the roof. Her flesh was sagging off her face, just like it was sagging everywhere else, as if in a slow and desperate attempt to escape this world. Her eyes were wide open and milky white. She's dead, I thought. Then she blinked. And that, friends, is when I called the police and they took over. If you're wondering who the fuck that woman was and why she was in the wall, join the club. I'll tell you the rest of what I know, or at least what I think. Whatever good that'll do. First, the nitty-gritty. I think that poor woman was kept behind the wall for a long time. The tubes to carry her waste away probably ran down and joined the main sewer line. The tubes leading outside, I figured this one out by having a look around the houses while the police were busy inside. They were hooked up to the gutter system. she drank when it rained. My best guess is that she was fed through the machine that the previous owner's daughter had removed. It must have ground up food and shot it through the tube, going from the room into the wall, or something like that. I haven't spoken with the daughter, and I don't intend to, but she almost certainly didn't know what the hell she'd removed from the house. And if I'm right, that means the woman in the wall hadn't had any food in months. Unless by some chance an ant had crawled down her throat. As for the man who'd owned the house before my friend bought it, he was just some guy. A well-off guy. A guy who owned several businesses around town and was always part of this and that event and the Chamber of Commerce and all that. Outwardly, a very respectable citizen. But inwardly, the fucking demon. Assuming that he was the one who put the woman in the wall. I don't even know that part of it. If he did, he would have had to at least put the drywall up, if not the tiles. Plus, the woman was half encased in spray foam insulation, which isn't usually a DIY project. But I suppose if you're going to be evil and crazy enough to do something like that in the first place, a few days' worth of manual labour is the price you pay, even if you're rich. Anyway, he had to at least know about it, since, again, assuming I'm right about the machine, somebody had to keep feeding the woman. And it was his house. So I don't know. I've been drinking and my mind's starting to creep down all of these alleyways. Starting to? Hell, I haven't stopped. It was a week ago that I found the woman. I guess I must have slept at some point since then. I just don't remember it. And now you have it too. I guess the only thing to say at this point is, if you're able to wake up each morning and not find yourself literally trapped inside a wall with tubes coming in and out of you, then consider yourself lucky. That's the thing I'm telling myself anyway. Thanks for listening. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That story was written by Reddit user NS Lewis. If you enjoyed it, hit like and drop a comment with your thoughts. And don't forget to subscribe. The last person who didn't is still on my wall, and he says it's not cool. Oh, and fun fact, the average human is about 5.5 feet tall and 1.5 feet wide at the shoulders. Standard drywall sheets are 4 feet by 8 feet, which is great because it leaves plenty of room for error. Apparently. That's what my friend said. Anyway. Good night. I used to have nightmares as a kid. Not the kind that fade when you sit up and remember where you are. Mine arrived the same way every time. Like a ritual I couldn't stop. The floorboards would creak once, as if someone had placed a foot beside my bed. Then I would hear slow dripping, steady and patient, as if water were leaking from a tap inside the dark. I would hold my breath and count the drips and hope they would stop. They never did. After the dripping, he came. The grey man. He would just materialise out of nowhere, standing beside my bed, phasing in like something out of a sci-fi movie. If he stood up, I knew he would be taller than the doorframe. His skin was the colour of ash, and where his eyes should have been were just 2 empty pits. His mouth was a thin line that would sometimes open into a wide smile, showing rows of too many teeth. He would tilt his head and look at me like I was an item he was deciding whether to buy. He never climbed onto my bed, like you hear in some sleep paralysis dreams. He would crouch low next to me, bring his face close to mine, and breathe in, as if he was smelling me the way you smell books you loved as a child. Then his long hand would slide down, and with an almost gentleness that made it worse, he would take my ankle and pull me under the bed. Under there was no carpet, no wood. There was a place that didn't belong in the house at all. The air was hot and thick. It tasted like coins left in your mouth too long. Heat rolled up from the ground, and it made my eyes water. He would drag me by my ankle along the rough dirt. It was pebbled with little shards and seeds, and it cut my back and arms. When I reached out to try and grab the walls, they were damp in a way that stung. They were coated with an acidic gloop that you could never wipe clean. The place itself smelled like old blood, and that sweet rot you notice when you walk past a bin on a hot day. There were insects everywhere. I couldn't see all of them, but I could hear them. A dry clicking sound from little legs, a soft buzzing of wings, the cautious rasp of mouth parts trying a new surface to see if it could be eaten. Behind us, there was nothing that looked like a way back home. There were tall, dark shapes made of the same hot dirt, shaped like pillars, but I knew they were bodies that I'd just forgotten how to be people. He would pick me up and place me on the chair like I was a prized possession. Then he would take a thin knife from the fold of his skin, and he would begin. He never rushed. He never made a sound. He would slice pieces from my arms and lay them on the ground as if sorting fabric. He would rest his palm on my chest and feel my heart speed up and slow down. He would take a strip from my cheek and watch the tear run round it. I begged him in the way children beg and promise to do better, but he'd just tilt his head as if memorizing the noise. He would never stop. He never showed any emotion, no joy, no anger. In those dreams, I remained alive when I shouldn't have. There were times when the only part of me left was my head. I could feel the dirt under my tongue. I could feel the insects trying the corners of my mouth and then changing their minds. I could smell the heat. I could see him as he bent close and for a moment set his forehead to mine. Then I would wake up with my jaw cramped and my throat raw from air I must have swallowed while I screamed without a sound. My parents did what they could. They never used words like cursed or haunted. They used words like specialist and appointment and therapy. I drew the grey man for a woman with a calm voice who didn't look at my drawings when I handed them over to her, but always took a moment before she turned to paper. I learned breathing exercises. I learned to plant my feet on the ground and list 5 things I could see. The dreams didn't stop at once, but they frayed at the edges. Then they came less often, and I grew taller. I learned to put my hand on the bedroom light switch before I went to sleep, so I knew it was there. And when I left for college, the dreams, they didn't follow me. I told people I was a nervous kid who just grew out of it. That was mostly true. I'm an adult now. I pay my bills on time. I have a decent job. A flat that's more tidy than messy. And there's nothing in my life that looks like a horror story if you glance at it from the outside. Last week, I went to the fun fair with Beth. She's the sort of friend you can talk into trying food you don't recognise, and rides you claim to hate. We wandered through the lights and the noise and the smell of hot oil. Then Beth's eyes fell on a fortune-teller's tent set up near the far fence. It looked like it had been pitched in a hurry. The canvases didn't match, the guy ropes were all assorted colours. It was dark inside and very quiet, as if sound didn't want to sit in there. Beth wanted to go right in, but I didn't. Not because I was scared, more that I didn't believe in this type of shite. But she said please. And it was the only thing there without a line, and I was thinking about donuts. The woman inside looked like she'd stepped straight out of a cliché. Shawls, bangles, long grey hair. But what caught me wasn't her. It was the bird. A white bird. Perched on her shoulder. Beth smiled nervously. "Aw, a dove!" The woman didn't look up from her cards. "Not a dove," she said, her voice melodic. "A crow." I squinted. "It's white." That's when she finally met my eyes. Her smile, it didn't reach them. "Not everything white is innocent." Beth shivered, muttered something about it being pretty, and then sat down. She was first. She went first. The woman inside read her cards, asked her about her one true desire. Beth blushed and said something stupid about wanting a nice boyfriend. I laughed and muttered, "Jesus, at least make it achievable, give the old bag a chance to fake it." Both of them turned and looked at me, the way teachers look at you, you know. Beth's turn ended with the rustle of a curtain of beads and the tiny chime of something metal. The woman lifted her eyes to me and asked me to sit. I didn't want to, but Beth gave me that look. The chair was lower than I expected. It made me feel like a child. The woman's hands were cool, and her thumbs were rough where she pressed them against my palms. I made another joke about props and smoke machines, but she didn't smile. "Do not insult what listens," she said. "Some things are bored enough to answer." I raised an eyebrow. She looked past me and then at me, like a doctor waiting for you to say where it hurts. "I feel your resistance," she said kindly. "That's because this isn't real," I snapped back. "It's a joke. A tent in a mud pit fun fair with plastic beads on curtains. You're not communing with the universe, you're just scamming bored people out of pocket change." Her expression didn't shift. She simply tilted her head bird-like. The white crow ruffled its feathers, as though it had heard me. "Even a joke," she said, "is heard somewhere." "Great," I muttered. "Tell the cosmos I said hi then." Her lips twitched into something that wasn't quite a smile. The crow shifted its claws against the shoulder, white feathers catching the lantern glow like bone. "You'll laugh until it answers," she muttered. Beth shot me a look, the kind that said, "Don't start." I leaned back in the chair and folded my arms. "Fine, go on then, tell me my fortune, make it quick." The woman's gaze didn't waver. "When you mock the door," she said softly, "you invite whatever waits behind it to knock." Right. That's when she asked me my one true desire. I chilled for a minute. I didn't want to give the old woman a heart attack. I told her my life was fine, I told her I had enough money, enough work, enough friends for the kind of person I am anyway. Then I said the only thing that had ever been an honest wish for me. I said I wanted no more bad dreams. Her eyes went soft and far away. She let go of my hands and traced circles on the tablecloth with one finger. Then she said a rhyme. I remember it almost exactly. Grant this woman the power to see what's good and right and true. But where the light of goodness shines, the dark will see her too. I felt goosebumps on my arms. I covered it by rolling my eyes. I said something unkind about how she must do well on people desperate enough to be happy with a poem. She looked at me for a long time without blinking. Do not anger what you can't see, she said. It is patient. It can wait until you forget you spoke. We left. I had enough of that cryptic shit. I made a show of being hungry and moved the conversation to food. That night I dreamt I found a £50 note folded in the lining of my coat. In the dream it felt stiff and new, with the smell of ink and that slight waxy drag against my fingers. I didn't think anything of it and pretty much forgot the dream as soon as I woke up. But that day it was unusually cold for me. Bitterly cold. I fished in my closet for my winter jacket and slipped it on. Halfway to work, I slipped my hands in my pockets for warmth, and my fingers grazed something hard. I pulled it out. It was a red envelope with my name on the front, still sealed. I opened it cautiously and lifted a sparkly Christmas card from the paper. One side read, "Merry Christmas, lots of love, Grandma, kiss kiss kiss." And on the other, a neatly folded £50 note was stuck to the side of it with tape. I must admit, I was a bit like, no way, at first. But then I thought, people forget to open Christmas cards all the time, right? Just a coincidence. I wasn't impressed. The next night, I dreamt that the woman at work who collects complaints like stamps would call in sick. She did. I told myself that one was almost predictable. She had coughed the day before. I must have subconsciously heard it. On the third night, I dreamt I was eating the most delicious bowl of strawberries and cream I had ever eaten. In the morning, there was strawberries in the fridge. Now, I don't buy strawberries as a rule. I'll eat them in restaurants, but I won't have them in my fridge. You buy them on a Monday, and by Tuesday night, they've grown their own mould colony and have elected a mayor. It's a waste of money. I checked my banking app to see if I had bought them half asleep the night before. No charge. I told myself I must have paid cash and forgotten. I ate one, and it tasted like a memory of summer, so sweet and fresh. On the fifth night, I dreamt of Beth. I dreamt that she'd won a ridiculous prize at a ring toss. I knew that wasn't true because when we went to the ring toss, she could not toss. In the morning, she sent me a photo of herself with a teddy as big as she is, and a message that said, "I'm finally a winner," a row of hearts. I asked which fair she went to, and she said it wasn't the same one. She'd gone to this new one with a new guy friend. I didn't ask for details. On the sixth night, I dreamt of rain. It poured in the dream, and everyone on the street ran. I dreamt I stepped under a doorway that didn't leak, and that the person beside me stepped aside so I could fit in. When I woke up and went to work, the sky broke while I was walking. The doorway I chose didn't leak. The The stranger that was there moved over with a smile. He handed me a napkin. He said I looked like I needed a win today. That's probably when I stopped telling myself it was nothing. I still tried to pretend, but it wasn't true pretending. On the 8th night, I had a different kind of dream. I was in my room in the dark. I couldn't move. The floorboard by the door creaked. The sound wasn't loud, but it was near the kind of volume that fills the whole house if it's quiet. And then the dripping started again. It came from everywhere at once, as if every surface had been given one drop and told not to waste it. I woke up with my heart climbing the wall of my chest. I didn't sit up. I lay still and I listened. The house is old and does what old houses do. Pipes expand, nails settle, wood flexes. The difference was that I knew the rhythm of this house. This creak was not the same. I could point to where it came from in the dark. It was the board by the door. The rain was still pouring outside. I could see droplets dripping steady from the window frame. But this wasn't the same dripping. It was slow enough to make me count it, and then lose count. I could smell a dampness that didn't belong to a leak. I didn't go to work that day. I sat on the sofa in a daze, hands shaking as I sipped the same cup of cold coffee I'd held for 4 hours. I didn't understand what was happening. I was so focused on the good things I was getting, I forgot I could have bad dreams too. I stayed up as late as I could, refusing to go into the bedroom, but by 1 a.m. I couldn't stay awake. I dreamt I was back under the bed. The air was hot and the smell of iron sat on my tongue. I was strapped to the same chair from my childhood. He was there, the grey man, standing in front of me. That emotionless stare piercing my soul. He took a step forward. I thrashed and pulled at my restraints, desperate to get free, but he just stopped, tilted his head. I woke up panting, my hair stuck to my sweat-covered forehead. My wrists ached, and by the morning, small bruises had formed like faint ligature marks. I came down the stairs to a small white envelope posted through my door with no stamp. Inside was a note that said, "Keep sleeping well." The font was cheerful. The ink smelled faintly of almond oil. I stood very still, holding it, and listened for the drip. Last night, I really didn't want to go to sleep. I made some tea, watched some TV program that didn't really require any attention. I texted until my phone felt hot in my hands. At 3 a.m, I was tired enough to promise myself that fear is fuel and sleep isn't the enemy. I lay down. I told myself that I had invented patterns because the fortune teller had given me a poem. I reminded myself that I'm not 12. I didn't dream. I woke up just before 5 a.m, absolutely exhausted. I lay there in the dark, willing myself to go back to sleep just a little bit longer. I squeezed my eyes shut, and that's when I heard it. The floorboard by the door gave a single, careful creak. I kept my eyes closed. I told myself that if I couldn't see anything, nothing could see me. Then the dripping began. It was closer than it had been. I I slowly opened my eyes, barely moving. I tried to look at the slot of dark under the bed. The smell of heat and metal pushed up and over the edge like a breath. I reached one hand out and placed it flat on the floor, only to prove that I could. The wood was cold. And then something in the dark below touched the other side of the board as if answering the gesture. The board lifted against my palm with the weight of a measured hand. I pulled my hand back and sat up. I clicked on the lamp. The room was the same as it had been. The tall bookcase, a pile of clothes on the floor, the curtains, the bed. I told myself not to be dramatic. The fortune teller had told nothing more than a fairy tale. She could have said it to anyone, and of course it would work sometimes, because the world's full of coincidences. I clicked the light off and tried to remember the therapist's advice from so long ago. My eyes grew heavy. 5 things I can see. Lamp, door, bed, blanket, book. 4 things I could touch. My blanket, my hair, my t-shirt, my nightstand. 3 things I could hear. My heartbeat, my breathing, dripping. 2 I could smell. Iron. Rot. 1 thing I could taste. Old coins. No, I whispered. My eyes snapped open. The dripping sound was louder now, like something wet was seeping through the ceiling, except there was no stain or no leak. The smell, oh God, the smell. It filled my throat until I was swallowing it. It was the exact same as when I was a kid. Heat, dirt, the metallic tang of rust and blood. The floorboards creaked right outside my door. I held my breath and waited for the sound to stop, but it didn't. Each groan of wood bent closer, slow, deliberate. The therapist's advice was gone. The old woman's were all I could hear. Do not insult what listens. Some things are bored enough to answer. And I realised I had asked for no more bad dreams, but maybe I'd given it permission to step into the waking world instead. The door creaked open. The grey man stood tall, grinning, his teeth reflected in the moonlight. He uttered 1 word.
Ready.
And then he vanished. I think I screamed until morning. I decided to go back to the fair. I was going to find the tent, the old woman, the dove crow thing, and tell her to undo what she did. But when I got there, it was gone. The whole fair had packed up and moved on. I managed to catch the owner of the teacup ride before he drove off, and I asked him where they were going next. He made a comment about me being a carny chaser, and I clapped back with something witty. Honestly, I'm too exhausted to remember. Basically, I just wanted to find the fortune teller. He frowned at me like I'd just asked him where the dragons were kept. The fair doesn't have a fortune teller, he said flatly. I actually laughed, even though my throat felt like it was closing. Yeah, sure, old woman, white bird, creepy rhymes, you can't miss her. He shook his head, climbed into the cab, and muttered something about weirdos before slamming the door. The truck pulled away, leaving me in a half-empty lot with a stomach that felt like wet cement. I stood there for way too long, hoping maybe the strike tent would flicker into view if I just stared hard enough. It didn't. So now I'm stuck with this, whatever she gave me. I can't make sense of it. I can't make it stop. And the part that really scares me? If last night wasn't a dream, what will happen when the grey man takes me away again? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That was The Grey Man, written by me. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop your own theories in the comments. I love reading them. And stick around because I always share a random, completely unnecessary fun fact at the end. And sometimes even some outtakes. So today's fun fact is... Speaking of grey, did you know elephants can't actually jump? Not even a tiny little hop. Which makes them both the least grey man-like animal ever, and also the worst candidate for basketball, just saying. Good night. Last night, I decided to walk home instead of waiting for the bus. It was late, I was tired, and the idea of just putting one foot in front of the other felt easier than standing around under the flickering streetlights. There's a set of woods between my place and the main road. I had to cut through them once before during the day, and it knocked nearly 20 minutes off my walk. I told myself I knew the path. I told myself I would be fine. At night, the woods aren't the same. The trees crowd closer, the air feels heavier, damp, like it's clinging to your skin. Even the ground seems different, softer somehow. Like you're not walking on dirt, but something that remembers every step you take. I had my phone light in one hand and my keys in the other. I walked quickly, eyes locked on the narrow trail. The usual night noises felt distant, muffled. No owls, no foxes, not even the rustle of leaves. Just me and the crunch of my shoes. That's when I noticed something strange. Every so often, I glanced behind me. Normal habit. But each time, I saw my shadow on the path, which should have been impossible. I froze and turned in a slow circle. The canopy blocked the moon. There were no street lamps, no houses, no passing cars, nothing that could cast a shadow that sharp. And yet there it was, long and stretched across the ground. Mine. I thought maybe my phone light was stronger than I realised, so I switched it off. The screen went black. I stood in total darkness. But the shadow stayed. I felt the hairs on my arms rise. My stomach flipped. I crouched, touched the dirt with my hands just to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. The shadow crouched too. For a second I almost laughed in relief. Maybe I was just overthinking. Then it raised its hands before I did. And it waved. I don't remember making the decision to run. 1 second I was frozen, staring at this impossible gesture, and the next I was sprinting down the trail with branches tearing at my face and arms. My lungs burned, my heart hammered, but worse than any of that was the sound that followed me. Something was running too. Not in boots, not in shoes. It sounded wet. Bare feet slapping into mud. Fast, heavy, right behind me. I didn't dare look back. I just pushed harder, legs screaming as the path twisted and blurred in the dark. The noise grew louder, closer, until I could almost feel the breath on the back of my neck. I burst out of the tree so suddenly I almost fell onto the road. A car horn blared as headlights swept past, and I stumbled into the grass, chest heaving, body shaking. The woods behind me were silent. The path was empty. I stood there for a long time, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. Stress, exhaustion. Maybe I'd nodded off on the bus and dreamt the whole thing. Anything to explain away the memory of that wave. That awful sound chasing me through the dark. Eventually I forced myself to keep walking, sticking to the main road all the way home. Every streetlight felt like safety. Every passing car made me breathe easier. By the time I reached my front door, I'd almost managed to calm down. Then I saw the light on in my bedroom window. I knew I'd switched it off before leaving. I stepped inside, forcing myself to breathe slow and steady. The house was quiet, too quiet. I made my way down the hall toward my room. Every nerve in my body screaming for me to stop, to turn around, to leave. But I had to know. Through the narrow gap under the door, I could see it. A shadow stretched across the carpet. The shadow of someone standing perfectly still inside my room, just waiting. My bedroom light switch is on the outside of the door. I don't even remember why the house was built like that, but for once I was grateful. I reached out, hands shaking, and clicked the switch down. The bulb inside snapped off. The shadow vanished. I almost laughed again. Almost, because the moment I flicked the switch back on, it was there again. Exactly where it had been, like it had never moved. I tried it twice more. Off, gone, on, back again. But each time I turned the light on, the shadows seemed to move closer to the door. Now I can't stop thinking about one thing. If it only appears when the lights are on, where does it go when they're off? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This was just a little one written by me. And actually my first story posted over on Reddit No Sleep. Time for a random fun fact. Shadows aren't really things, they're just the absence of light, which means technically, they don't exist. So yeah, you've been scared of nothing your whole life. Oh, and don't forget to stick around for the bloopers. Unlike the last video, this one was mostly easy. Except it still took me way too long to say anything to explain away the memory of that wave. I don't understand why that's so hard. It's not hard. Anything to explain the way the memory. Anything to explain the... Anything to explain... Oh my lord. Anything to explain away the memory of the wave. Anything to explain the memory of that... Oh my god. Anything to explain away the memory of that wave. Haha, nailed it.
I'm lucky, I guess. I inherited my parents' farmhouse on the Isle of Dreadmore, a beautiful 2-acre property where my only neighbour lived a good 2-minute walk away. It suited me perfectly. I've always been a bit of a recluse. I'd rather spend my days watching cute puppy videos on my laptop than interacting with people in the real world. Moving here was peaceful, quiet. I had just enough money tucked away to avoid rushing into work. For 3 months, I lived in near-perfect solitude, aside from the occasional food or parcel delivery, of course. Then I met Todd. Tall, skinny, shoulder-length brown hair, a walking human interruption. At first, I resented him for disturbing my bubble, but Todd turned out to be pretty cool, and he showed up just when the dread of finding a job had begun eating at my gut. He said he was an influencer, made silly videos for bored kids on YouTube. Apparently, it had earned him enough to buy his house outright. His problem? No time to maintain it. My solution? Offer housekeeping services. And maybe play the long game. Who knows? Maybe I'd just marry into that algorithm-fueled fortune. The job was easy, a bit of dusting, some sweeping, feeding his rabbits when he was away on business, and most importantly, taking in packages. We barely saw each other, which suited me just fine. I got paid to be alone. But things changed in late January. One night, Todd showed up at my door grinning like he'd won the lottery. He offered me £500 on top of my regular pay to do one thing: wait for a very special package while he was gone. No feeding animals, no cleaning, just take the package in. I told him he didn't have to pay me extra for doing what I'd already been doing for months, but truthfully, I had my eye on a new laptop and it was snowing hard. 5 inches deep, biting wind, and no reason to leave the house except to drag a box off his porch. Easy money. The package arrived 6 days later. I'd gone to bed around 10 p.m. By the time I opened my curtains at 10 the next morning, it was sitting on Todd's porch. I didn't think much of the late night delivery. This was Dreadmore after all. But the size of the thing stopped me cold. From a distance, it looked like a cardboard appliance box. Up close, it was clearly wood, nailed shut, and roughly the size of a washing machine. I sighed and pulled on my wellies. My thin coat did nothing to protect me from the wind as I stomped over. I was already annoyed to discover Todd hadn't left the garage unlocked, and the spare key was missing too. There was no way I was getting that thing into shelter without help. I called my mum's friend Angela, who worked at a warehouse, and said she could borrow a dolly. We cleared the path, rolled the dolly into position, and tried to get the box into my garage for safekeeping. The first wheel glided over the garage lip effortlessly. The second caught. The box tipped! Angela swore she heard something crack inside, felt my stomach drop. Todd had paid me £500 just to keep that box safe. Whatever was inside had to be worth a fortune. We got it upright again and pushed it against the radiator in the garage. I tried to tell myself it was fine. Todd would blame the delivery company if anything had gone wrong. I closed the garage door and tried not to think about it. For a while it worked. Then the smell started. It was cold and heavy, sweet almost. It reminded me of when I found a dead deer by the train tracks as a kid. It wasn't just in the garage, it flowed out of it, seeped into my kitchen, clung to every surface. By the 7th day, I couldn't take it anymore. There was a reddish-brown liquid pooling under one corner of the box. The stench was unbearable. Something inside had broken. Shaking, I opened the sliding doors for fresh air and pulled out my phone. I had to tell Todd. I had to face it. I took a deep breath and hit dial. Then a sound, a vibration coming from inside the box. I froze. My phone still ringing in one hand, the other clamped to my mouth. I cancelled the call. The buzzing stopped. Silence settled again. I ran to my dad's old workbench and grabbed a hammer. Using the claw end, I wedged it between the nailed wooden panels and yanked. The panel gave way, and I screamed. The smell hit me first. Sour, meaty, wrong. My eyes burned. Then I saw him. Todd! Folded inside like a sardine, wrapped in soiled blankets, surrounded by empty food containers and a half-full water bottle. His skin had a green tinge. His hand flopped out of the opening, lifeless. But that wasn't all. Tucked near his chest was a camera, its red light still blinking. It was still recording! I dropped to my knees, vomiting hard onto the concrete floor. Todd was dead, very dead. I backed out of the garage and called the police, sobbing. The police insisted it was an accident, that it wasn't my fault. I told them what happened. The box tipping, the radiator, the cold. They said the camera saw everything, but what I didn't tell them was that I saw everything too. It wasn't that difficult. I managed to delete just enough of the footage, and not too much. Just enough to make it believable. Just enough to make it look like a tragic, stupid, viral stunt gone wrong. See, Todd and I had grown close. He told me things about his reclusive lifestyle, how nobody really checked on him, how he'd cut ties with most of his family. So I thought, why wait? Why play the long game when I could just inherit another house? That's why I don't take in packages anymore. I've already got everything I need.
The Whisper. Lena didn't know what she had done to deserve this. Her life was going great. New job, beautiful new flat with very affordable rent. But something wasn't right. At first, it was barely noticeable. A soft tap at the window on nights when the wind didn't blow. A flutter in the curtains when the house was still. She felt it. She felt something, watching, waiting, judging. People said, the whisper only came for those who had something to lose, something to fear, something to break. She had done everything right. She didn't remember inviting it in. She never opened the door, never left the window ajar. But somehow, it lived there now, tucked between the coat rack and the kitchen clock. It didn't scream or shout. It just whispered. On days she was in a rush.
You'll forget something important.
Went out with friends.
They're already tired of you.
When she was already 4 miles down the road.
Are you sure you locked the door?
At first she'd try to ignore it. Blasting music, filling the house with fake laughter, drowning it out with busy hands and blinking screens. But the whisper always waited. It didn't mind the noise. It thrived in the quiet between distractions. It was clever like that. Some days it was smaller, a flicker in her chest. Other days it grew tall and crooked, standing behind her in the mirror while she brushed her teeth.
Is that blood on your toothbrush, Lena? That's serious.
A faint shadow in the seat next to her in the lecture hall.
You're falling behind. Work and uni? Why did you think you of all people could juggle both?
The more she tried to push it away, the worse the taunting became.
Your heart's beating fast, Lena. You'll need your phone ready for when you have that heart attack. Then again, you'll probably not reach it in time,
it would say with an ominous giggle. She spoke to her friends in vague metaphors and hypotheticals to gauge if they could hear it too. But they couldn't understand.
They won't understand, Lena. I'm not the problem here. It's you. If you talk about me, they will think you're crazy. Are you crazy, Lena?
She asked her doctor once if they could remove it. Cut it out. Trap it in a jar. The doctor gave her breathing exercises and a referral. But not a knife.
How will breathing help you when you can't breathe? Remember how you can't breathe, Lena. That oxygen you're breathing. It's not enough, is it?
Lena stopped leaving the house. It stayed quieter when she was inside. If she was in, it couldn't predict her tripping over and embarrassing herself, or fill her head with noise so she couldn't speak properly. Lena stayed trapped in her new flat. But although the whispers were quieter, its inky blackness coated the walls, the ceiling, the floor. It flowed over furniture enveloping her bathroom so she couldn't wash, her bedroom so she couldn't sleep in there, and her phone so she couldn't call anyone. Not like anyone would want to hear from her anyway. It told her as much. Then one morning, with the curtains still closed and the clocks all blinking, a letter dropped through the slot. It landed with a soft thunk against the floorboards. Lena didn't rush to open it. She stared at it from the couch, curled in a blanket that hadn't moved in days. The whisper slithered around it, coating the envelope in oily dread.
It's nothing,
it hissed.
They won't help you. They never do. Don't get your hopes up, Lena. You'll only make it worse.
But something about that envelope was louder than the whisper that day, louder than the silence. She crawled across the floor and picked it up with shaking fingers. A referral, a real appointment. The whisper shrieked. It wrapped around her shoulders like wet tar, weighing her down like an anchor. It slinked across the walls, howling.
They'll laugh at you. They'll see how broken you are. You'll mess it up, like always.
But Lena stood up. The whisper clung to her legs, to her back, to the hallway door. It filled the air, making it too thick to breathe. She forced her way forward, the mist of the thing like walking to jelly. Her hand clung to the door handle, but she opened it. She stepped out. The light stung her eyes. The world felt loud. Her hands trembled. But she had the letter in her coat pocket. She had her keys. She had enough. The whisper followed, of course. It always would.
You didn't brush your hair, Lena. People will see you looking like that, Lena.
But for the first time, it trailed behind her, and she didn't stop walking. Lena stepped into the waiting room. Her coat was still buttoned wrong. Her socks didn't match. The whisper reminded her of this constantly. She sat with her knees together, hands tucked between them like a child in trouble. Across from her, a wall of motivational posters smiled back. Bright colors, smiling faces. Words like, "You are not your thoughts." Breathe in. You're doing better than you think. You made it. The whisper hissed. It slithered over the carpet, up the chair legs and onto the walls. It tried to obscure the posters, thick and smoky, like grief in gas form. It wrapped itself around the hopeful phrases like ivy around a dying tree. And Lena sat back, defeated. The psychiatrist called her name, and both her and the whisper entered her room. Lena sat in the same seat she had sat several weeks earlier. The whisper sat next to her. It no longer enveloped the room, but it made its presence known when it needed to. She glanced at the posters once hidden by the thing. It angled its withering body, obscuring her vision. But Lena wanted to read one. She focused, really focused. "I want to read that one," she whispered to herself. And the whisper shifted. It didn't vanish, but it moved. Like fog parting when headlights cut through. She leaned forward and read, "You are not alone." And the fog recoiled. The receptionist called her name. Lena stood slowly, heart hammering, skin prickling with awareness. The whisper tried to claw at her throat, drag her back down. But she knew. She was in control. She took a step, and then another, and the whisper stayed seated. It would wait. It always did. But it no longer owned her. Not entirely. Because Lena, she was walking towards something else. If this story felt familiar, you're not alone. Anxiety doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers. If you're battling your own fog, remember, taking one step is still progress. If this story resonated with you, please like, share, or subscribe. It really helps get the channel out there. There are links in the description to my Patreon if you'd like to join. There are some cool benefits over there. Like most of you, I've still got my own fog clinging to me. That's why I use text-to-speech to narrate my stories. Credits from 11 Labs aren't cheap, so if you'd like to help keep the voices flowing, there's also a link to Buy Me a Coffee. Even £1 helps keep these stories coming. Thank you for listening. It helps me keep telling the stories too many people are scared to say out loud. And if you need a sign to reach out for help, this is it. Thanks for listening.
I suppose my grandfather had eccentric tastes. The place he called home near the end of his life was a somewhat disturbing property that would surely freak out most people. It was a former insane asylum. Despite its off-putting past, he talked about it like it was the most luxurious mansion you could imagine. Instead of being creeped out by it, he was proud to own such a historic old building. He bought it for a very good price, but spent quite a bit on restorations. When he passed away, I was stunned to discover that he left the building to me. A few members of the family were a bit insulted that he gave it to me over them, but most were so unsettled by the place that they didn't mind. I guess I really was his favourite granddaughter. I drove up one day to take a look at the place, tour the building, and decide what I was going to do about the fact that it had recently come into my ownership. At first, I thought there was no way I'd ever actually move in. Arriving at the property, I was confronted with the sandstone monstrosity. The building was tall, towering over the landscape, with ornate windows and Gothic architecture. There was a circular water fountain in front, and a large clock tower at the entrance. Inside, there were several long and empty hallways. My grandfather had renovated the opening interior room into a living room and had rearranged things quite a bit. He had changed the doctors' and nurses' areas into his lavish bedroom and guest rooms. The kitchen was fully redesigned with expensive granite countertops. In one room, there was even a pool hall. He had really turned this grim asylum into his own personal manor. I was somewhat impressed. At the time, I still lived in a cramped apartment, so this was certainly an upgrade as far as space was concerned. I was pretty hesitant, but eventually, I decided to sell my apartment and move in. It might be a bit creepy, but it was much nicer than the place I'd been staying, and there was no way I could pass up on all that space. It's not wise to look a gift horse in the mouth, I suppose. It took some time to get used to it, and heating the place was a nightmare. Whenever I'd walk through the hallways, it'd be freezing cold. However, the bedrooms and other rooms I could heat with fireplaces and heaters. After a while, I stopped seeing it as an asylum and saw it more and more as just a nice house that my loving grandfather had graciously given to me. I was appreciative. This next part is a bit difficult to describe, but I guess it's relevant. I've had mental health issues all my life on and off. They tend to get worse during periods of high stress, and shortly after my move, I started having a lot of issues at my job and with a few of my relationships. I became very paranoid as a result. I was convinced that someone was poisoning my food. Even when I was self-aware enough to know that it wasn't true, it still bothered me and kept me from eating for several days. I felt I was having some sort of psychotic breakdown. Eventually, I sought psychiatric help, and after much assessment, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia. I didn't have any auditory or visual hallucinations, and with the aid of therapy and medication, I was able to keep my symptoms in check and manage it. The irony of living in a former insane asylum at the time wasn't lost on me. My friends morbidly joked that maybe the building was what did it somehow, but of course, I'd had a history of such mental health problems all throughout my life. Thankfully, this was the 21st century, and I was able to receive proper treatment. Unlike many of the poor folks who'd lived their lives in the former asylum that I then called home, it was also a less taboo subject, something to be discussed more openly, instead of locked away behind the gates of hellscapes like an insane asylum. Patients were once stored away from society like a dirty secret and subjected to what would now be seen as horrible medicalized mistreatment. This grim history was all around me, and only drove home the point for me what progress we had made as a society and how grateful I was for it. Then something most peculiar happened. One night, I was heading to the kitchen to get a midnight snack. I had a blanket wrapped around me while traveling through the cold hallways. While making my way there, I noticed unsettling movement in the distance. The hallway I was in had tall wooden doors along either side, with each one leading to a small room that the patients once stayed in. When I looked towards the source of the noise, I saw a human figure walking out of an open door. The figure moved down the hallway before disappearing through another open door further down. The figure was as plain as day, a person standing there, like you or me, not transparent like a spectre in a movie. It was an eerie woman wearing an old-fashioned white nurse outfit. She looked like something out of an old black and white photo. I felt the threatening feeling that a mysterious stranger was in my house. I stopped dead in my tracks. The mind is a weird thing and can play tricks on you. I would know that more than most. At first, I took what I was seeing at face value, but when I thought more about it, I wondered if it could be a product of my mental illness. I'd never had visual hallucinations before, and I'd been taking my medicine. Could I really be seeing this? I thought. Cautiously, I took a few steps forward in the cold, dark corridor. As if on cue, the nurse emerged from the door at the end of the long hallway. This time, however, she turned and faced towards me, staring blankly. Her piercing dark eyes gazed into me. This made my skin crawl. The woman's uniform was a white dress, shoes and hat. Her skin was ghostly pale. Her short hair was dark brunette. She looked at me for quite a while before a wicked smile began to slowly appear on her face. We both stood transfixed, staring at one another for a moment. Something about the way she was looking at me was very sinister and intimidating. She appeared to be holding an odd, shiny silver medical instrument in her hand, but I couldn't see what it was. The nurse then began walking towards me. In a panic, I ran back into my room and slammed the door. I stayed awake all night. There was no way I was sleeping after that. I waited for daylight. In the morning, I nervously peered out the door but saw nothing. It took hours to gain the courage to investigate the hallway in the daylight, only to find absolutely nothing. No one was there. After that horrible night, I started storing snacks in my room to avoid the empty hallways where I saw the nurse. I still wasn't sure what she was. Given the history of the building, I thought she might be a ghost, but with my recent mental health crisis, there's no way I could be sure. One morning, I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom mirror, trying not to think about what I'd been going through. I suddenly got the uncomfortable feeling that I was being watched. In the mirror, I saw the haunting figure gradually appear behind me out of nothing. With sudden alarm, I dropped my toothbrush and turned around to look, but she was gone. That's when I became really convinced that what I was seeing was a spirit of some kind, but that conviction was hard to hold on to as the days went by. I couldn't trust my own mind to be giving me accurate information on what I was seeing. I just didn't know if this was part of my condition somehow worsening or not. I wasn't sure which answer was more frightening, that my illness now resulted in vivid hallucinations, or that an asylum spirit was pursuing me. Then I started seeing her during the daytime more and more. Sometimes it'd be just for a moment, or out of the corner of my eye. Other times I'd see the ghostly nurse going in and out of rooms doing her busy work. She always seemed to catch me off guard. I started closing all the doors, but somehow I'd find them inexplicably open again. The door physically moved. That couldn't be the result of a mental health issue, I thought. Then again, maybe I didn't actually close those doors, but just tricked myself into believing I did. Sometimes late at night, when I was getting ready for bed, I'd hear the sound of her nurse shoes walking on the tile flooring out in the hallway. I'd shudder as she drew closer and closer. If she was a spirit, I wondered what she wanted from me. After weeks of being plagued by her mysterious and threatening presence, I decided I had to see my doctor and tell him about this. I told him that I'd been experiencing what I believed to be visual hallucinations. He increased the dosage of my medication in hopes that that would help. It didn't. I continued to see the ghostly woman in the hallways or throughout the building as I tried to focus on my daily life. I'd see her again and again. She just wouldn't go away. Nothing could make her leave. I'd yell out to her in empty rooms, asking her what she wanted from me, or pleading with her to please stop and leave me alone in peace. She made no reply. Then one night, as I was sleeping, I grew restless and began to toss and turn. Suddenly I found myself awake in the dark room. My eyes strained in the darkness until I could make out what I was seeing. My bedroom door, which I had locked, was wide open. The nurse was standing at the foot of my bed, looking at me as if I was a patient in her care. Terrified, I screamed, threw the blankets off of me, and ran out of the room. I made my way alone through the chilly hallways to the kitchen and flicked the light on. I stayed in the kitchen all night, guarding the door and looking around the room nervously, waiting for her to spontaneously appear somewhere. I knew I locked that door. With my dosage already increased, any notion that this was a product of my mental illness went right out the window for me. I needed to research the property more to see if there was any way to figure out what I was dealing with. I knew my grandfather had a binder of information he'd collected on the old asylum. He'd mentioned it to me before. I just needed to find it. I spent the day digging through storage until I finally uncovered it in an old tote at the very bottom of a stack of cardboard boxes. The binder was full of newspaper clippings and documents about the place, from the time it was being built until the time it was closed down and sold. There were even letters and correspondence between staff within its pages. I learned about the grisly history of the asylum and about the poor treatment and dehumanization of the patients there. In order to calm patients down, sometimes they'd put them in ice baths, which were tubs filled with ice to get them to calm down. They also did electroshock therapy on supposedly unruly patients. But the worst of all was the many horrific transorbital lobotomies, which were done with tools resembling an ice pick and hammer. Lobotomies were once considered a helpful form of treatment for various mental illnesses, including schizophrenia, OCD, depression, anxiety, and violent outbursts. Sometimes the patient's relatives just simply didn't want to deal with them for whatever reason, and so they had them committed or lobotomized. Anyone deemed abnormal was at risk. Sometimes this was an easy way for a husband to get rid of his former wife. The procedure essentially resulted in permanent brain damage to the prefrontal cortex and left the patient as a zombified shell of their former self. A steel ice pick was stabbed just below the eyelid into the thin bone inside the eye socket. The end of the long silver ice pick would then be struck with a small medical hammer until the pick cut into the brain tissue. The pick was then moved around from side to side until it severed the frontal lobe's connection to the thalamus. Their personality, their self, and their ability to make rational decisions were forever destroyed. Sometimes the patients were wide awake during these procedures, and sometimes they died from brain bleeding. The patients were left with vacant expressions and severely blunted or reduced emotions. The doctors found them to be more obedient and claimed to have fewer issues from them. Lobotomies continued in the medical field until around the late 1960s. It was perhaps the worst thing you could do to someone, like killing them, but without killing them. I soon learned there was a nurse there who was legendary for the amount of lobotomies she'd given. Her name was Amelia, and if the letters are to be believed, she was not the nicest of people. I was horrified when I turned the page and was met with a photo of the very spectre that had been haunting me. Standing outside on the building's front steps with the other nurses, looking into her dark, hateful eyes. I was sure it was her. Every detail matched. The spirit I'd encountered was the cruel nurse Amelia, who worked here in the early part of the 20th century. Not wanting to be alone or in the building at all after reading that, I asked a close friend of mine if I could come over to her place. I explained some of what I was going through to the extent that I could without seeming too off-kilter. Being a true friend, she agreed that I could stay over for tonight so I wouldn't be so frightened. I wondered how expensive a long hotel stay would be until I could find somewhere else to live. I arrived at her house, and we talked in the living room for a while. I showed her the binder and told her about what I was experiencing. It was nice to have someone to talk to, and she made me feel much more comfortable. Getting out of that depressing asylum certainly put me in better spirits as well. Saying all of the story out loud to another person, I began to doubt myself a bit. It all sounded too unbelievable to be true. Suddenly my friend asked, "Do you hear that?" I listened closely. We both then heard the sound of shoes on hard tiling. It was coming from the hallway leading to my friend's bedroom. She got up to investigate, and I cautiously followed close behind her. Staring down the hallway, we both saw the ghostly figure of a dark-haired nurse. "You see what I see, right?" I asked. My friend, unable to form words, nodded. In the nurse's hands, she held a silver ice pick and hammer. Nurse Amelia just looked at me and smiled a foreboding smile. In that moment I saw that my worst fears were justified, and there was no longer any ambiguity. I knew then what her intentions were for me, and I knew that I wouldn't be rid of her. She must have overheard me mention something about my diagnosis while I was living in the former asylum. She knew about my condition, and she intended to use her tools to fix it. The old-fashioned way. Hi guys, thanks for listening. If you liked the story, please check out Never You Mind Who on Reddit. They've got some pretty cool stories, and please like, comment, and subscribe if you can. I'd love for you to be able to catch all of my stories as soon as they are out. I'll be posting almost every day for the foreseeable future. Yeah, I don't have much of a social life. Here's a fun fact for you before you go. In the US during the 1940s, some doctors could perform a lobotomy in less than 10 minutes, often without anesthetic. Patients were sometimes awake and talking while a sharp tool was pushed through their eye socket into their brain. Actually, that's not fun at all. Good night. A few months ago, my 5-year-old daughter was in a sassy mood and started breaking shit. After several of my sternest warnings, I sent her to her room for time out. I heard her fuming in there. "I have to get rid of Daddy," she told one of her dolls. "But how?" And I smiled, thinking that was pretty cute in a way. I knew we'd be snuggled up together in no time. But what she's been up to these last few days, not cute at all. I'm a single father, with my finances stretched to the breaking point. I don't have health insurance. I've been having to dress my wounds myself, and I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm starting to ooze with infection. Ever since school closed down in mid-March, I've been working from home while also watching my daughter. There's been nowhere else for her to go. I do my best as a parent, but have you ever tried to work out a line of complex, esoteric code on a deadline, while a 5-year-old girl says, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, look, Daddy, look," over and over again until you do look, only to see that she's dipped a Barbie doll, head first, in an admixture of purple sparkles and McDonald's pancake syrup and smeared it all over the couch. There are two types of people in this world, those like me who have experienced just that, and those who sip on lemonade while writing articles about how excessive screen time is bad for children. At least, that's how I always used to think about it. I'll admit I've been having second thoughts lately. That's all to say that over the past several months, my daughter has been watching a shitload of YouTube videos. I'm not totally negligent though. I had all of the parental controls activated and all that, plus I'd take the child outside, to the park or whatever, whenever I could. But sure, she watched a lot of videos, and I admit that I wasn't always on top of what she was watching. I didn't feel the need to review every toy review, or hijinks video, or cartoon that she clicked on. Sometimes I'd catch a snippet of something a little objectionable, and would tell her to watch something else. After huffing about it a bit, she would. But Kill Daddy is a different story. God, I wish she'd never watched that fucking video. It was a Friday, and I was having an unusually productive day. As soon as I realized how much work I'd gotten done, I knew something was wrong. I looked around the living room and saw that Kylie was nowhere in sight. I stood up and walked down the hall. Her bedroom door was closed, and it was awfully quiet in there, which meant, without a doubt, that she was doing something she wasn't supposed to. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. Come on, kiddo. You know you're not supposed to lock the door. I reminded myself, probably for the 60th time, to replace that doorknob with one that didn't lock, in case I ever needed to get in there during an emergency. Go away, said Kylie. I had visions of walls covered in pen scribbles, of headless dolls, of water overflowing from her bathroom sink. Open the door, now. My daughter didn't dignify my command with so much as a scoff. All right, I said. I'm going to get the screwdriver. And if I have to use that screwdriver, you're going to be in big trouble. I waited a beat, hoping that the threat would be enough for her to open the door. But it wasn't. I sighed, got the screwdriver, and spent 10 minutes messing around with the knob, cursing quietly, before I finally got it unlocked. I threw the door open with a dramatic flourish, putting on my best angry dad face. My efforts were wasted. Kylie didn't even look up. She was sitting on her bed, watching a video. I felt foolish for a moment. That's all she was doing. Watching a video. But then, why'd she lock the door? I walked over and snatched my phone from her hands. There, on the screen, was somebody dressed up in a giant baby outfit, complete with diapers and pacifier, stabbing another man with a massive knife, again and again and again. The act looked sickeningly real. A pool of blood was forming on the floor, where the man, who was clearly already dead, lay. Every now and then the screen would flash red. And on top of it all, in a growl so low that it took me a moment to realize what was being said. Kill Daddy. Kill Daddy. Kill Daddy. Give it back, said Kylie in a flat, demanding tone. I've always tried not to swear in front of my daughter, but this was one of those times where it came out anyway. What the fuck is this? Give it back. You're not allowed to watch stuff like this, you know that. Give it back. Now. Not only am I not giving it back, but you're not going to watch any videos all weekend. I knew that meant that she'd be on my case all the time until the punishment was over, but man, that video, it was still playing. Kill Daddy, kill Daddy, kill Daddy. I slammed my finger on the power button and turned off the phone. Meanwhile, I continued, you are to stay in your room for 1 hour and think about what happens when you don't follow the rules. I started to walk out of the room. Kill Daddy, she said. I slammed the door shut on my way out. I went straight to the fridge for a beer. I needed it to calm my nerves and settle my stomach. After I'd chugged an entire can down, I turned my phone back on, intending to report the video as inappropriate. But I saw that somebody had beaten me to the punch, and the video had already been removed. That wasn't enough, as far as I was concerned. I took a screenshot of the URL and started typing out an angry email. I didn't know who I was going to send it to. No actual humans at YouTube would ever look at it, and even if they did, I didn't know what else they could do besides shut down the channel, which had already happened. The FBI? That sounded right to me. This was some FBI level shit. That man had looked dead for real. I was deep into the email, so I didn't hear Kylie open her door, and I didn't hear her creeping up behind me. The first I was aware of her presence was after she had jammed a pair of scissors into the back of my leg. Then I howled out in surprise at the sudden pain, and turned to face my assailant. The sight of my daughter standing there, glaring at me with a stone-cold face, made me feel several things at once: shock, anger, horror, and betrayal. But those all melted together into something more tender when Kyle fell to her knees and started bawling. "I'm sorry, Daddy," she wailed. "I didn't want to. The video told me to. I'm sorry I watched it, and I'm sorry I hurt you." I took the rest of the day off and we went out for ice cream together. I'd never seen Kylie so upset, and I was no longer angry at her in the least. I was angry at whatever monster had made that video and uploaded it to YouTube. Kylie said she hadn't clicked on it or anything. It had come up on autoplay after a Peppa Pig video. By the end of the day, we were both exhausted, but I was feeling like things could go back to normal. Maybe I'd have to shell out for a couple of therapy sessions for her to hash out what she'd seen with a professional. Or maybe not. At bedtime, she seemed more or less back to her old self. "Daddy? Can I sleep with you tonight?" Even that wasn't unusual, since she asked to sleep with me every night, and, while most of the time I made her go into her own room, which she invariably snuck out of in the middle of the night anyway, sometimes we'd do a sleepover, and if anything warranted a sleepover, it was that fucking video. "Sure thing, kiddo." I read to her from the most wholesome, gushy books we had, until she fell asleep. I laid there for a long time, fuming about the video, working myself into a frenzy. I imagined finding the guy who'd made it, and beating the shit out of him. Finally, I wore myself out and went to sleep, around midnight. About an hour later, I was awakened as my daughter tore out a chunk of my neck with her teeth. "Tried to kill me twice. Shame on you. Tried to kill me 3 times. By the next afternoon, I had once again convinced myself that things were back to normal. Kylie said that she had been having a nightmare, and didn't even know that she'd attacked me until my screams woke her up. We spent the morning playing Legos and laughing. She was very affectionate, and kept apologizing for attacking me twice. I told her not to worry about it. Just don't do it again. In the afternoon, I decided to get caught up on the work I'd missed the day before. I got into the groove, but also made sure that I checked up on Kylie more than usual. A few hours into my work, Kylie announced that she was hungry. "Pasta in the fridge," I said. "That okay?" "Yeah." I heard Kylie open the fridge, but she didn't close it right away. "Bottom shelf, I think, sweetie," I said, half turning my head. An instant later, a jar of pickles went hurling past my nose with incredible speed and shattered against the wall, spraying pickle juice and shards of glass all over me. "Kill Daddy!" my daughter screamed, holding up a steak knife and running in my direction. That was when her attempts to kill me really began in earnest. I know I've been a little flippant while writing this, but that's just a coping mechanism, at least according to my ex-wife. The truth is that I'm scared shitless. I'm typing with 9 fingers right now. Kylie hid the 10th one somewhere. The wound on my neck is starting to turn green. I've hardly had time to think. I've been busy putting out fires, metaphorically, but also literal fires, set by my daughter, in her effort to kill me. I've got her secured in her room for now. The door is held fast by 4 padlocks that I found in the garage, plus 6 2x4s that I screwed across the jamb as extra security. She's not happy about it at all, but I think she's finally run out of things to smash, and she's bound to lose her voice at some point. She's been yelling, "Kill Daddy! Kill Daddy!" for hours and hours. Maybe once her voice gives way and it's finally quiet, I'll be able to figure out what to do. I haven't slept very much in the past few days, so my mind is a little slow. Especially with those old painkillers I found sitting on top of it. Do I call 911? On my own daughter? Will they believe that a 5-year-old is capable of multiple premeditated murder attempts? What will they do to her if they do believe me? Am I better off calling a priest? Please help. Hi guys, thanks for watching. I post a new video almost every day, so if you enjoyed this one, please like, comment and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. And now, your fun fact. Did you know the word patricide comes from the Latin pater, meaning father, and cider meaning killer? In Roman times, it was considered one of the worst crimes imaginable, punished by being sewn into a sack with a dog, a snake, a rooster, and a monkey, and then thrown into a river. Brutal stuff. But then again, so is killing your dad. Good night. When I was a kid, bad things happened in my house. I don't really need to get into the details. You can probably fill in the blanks. Let's just say I grew up with complex PTSD before I even knew what that was. My way of surviving was believing. Not physically, obviously, but mentally. By the time I was 8, I had learned how to disappear. People call it disassociation now. Back then it was just zoning out. I still can't tell if it saved me or if it broke something I'll never get back. Teachers wrote reports about my daydreaming, whilst my parents just called me lazy. But really, I was building entire universes inside my head. And here's the weird part. I never stopped. Even now, as an adult, I slip into it like a second skin. Sometimes unintentionally, sometimes on purpose. On the train, in line at the grocery store, lying awake at night, I just go somewhere else. I make people, friends, lovers, enemies, heroes, villains. I give them names, backstories, quirks. I decide how they meet, what happens to them, how they die if I'm feeling dramatic. I have some preset worlds that I visit most. These are usually reserved to help me regulate my emotions. They're filled with characters that agree with everything I say, or help me work through a feeling. Because they are technically all me, I know I'm just helping myself through my problem, but it's comforting to think that there are people who want to help me too, even if they aren't real. When I'm bored though, these worlds can develop into anything. One time, I made myself win the lottery. £6 million. I bought a house, filled it with cool stuff, donated a chunk to children's charities, and created a dialogue for all those characters around me as I went along. "Oh, thank you so much," I made one character say. "You've single-handedly solved child poverty." I remember letting out a little giggle in the real world, which resulted in 5 people at the bus stop turning to look at me, eyebrows raised. Another time, I imagined a world where every single person on Earth had a countdown above their head. A glowing number ticking away to their death. I spent weeks inside that one, weaving stories of how people would act if they knew exactly when they were going to die. I made a married couple cling to each other as the husband watched his wife's countdown tick to 0 whilst he still had 12 years left. As she died, I made him sob into her hair wishing he would go too. Then I had an idea. I made him sit up in resolution as his countdown switched to 4 minutes. Yeah, I made him, self-exit. What can I say? I was feeling emotional that day. What can I say? I was feeling emotional that day. It's like playing The Sims, except I'm the god, the camera, and every single character at the same time. I can write a whole romance in my head during a boring meeting. I can invent a tragic war epic to help me fall asleep. Sometimes I make them fight, sometimes I make them laugh, sometimes I let them comfort me when I can't comfort myself. It's my own little multiverse, and I control everything. Or at least, I thought I did. The first time it happened, I was in this world where I was just about to be broken up with. I wasn't in a very good place in my relationship in the real world, so I used to go there often when I was alone, usually after arguments. Sometimes I'd figure out a way to fix it, sometimes I'd just let it happen and wallow in self-pity whilst making lasagna. This time though, I guess I just wanted to get some practice in, cool comebacks, etc., just in case the inevitable happened. I knew he was going to break up with me. So, I had everything planned. The world was built, backstory thought of, the script ready in my head. It was going well. I decided at the last minute that this time I was going to beat him to the punch. I sat us down on a bench. I made the evening sun just about to dip below the horizon, and I started to talk. "You don't want to be with me," I started. I had a whole host of witty, clever things I wanted to say ready for when he was finished with his part of the script, but that's not what happened. "That's not fair. You don't know what I want." The words were sharp, so clear. I don't know if I heard them in my head or out loud. I hadn't planned that. I hadn't even thought of those words before I heard them. I actually stopped mid-laundry because I thought I'd misremembered. But no, this character, this fake person, just looked at me, the me in my head, and said something I didn't make him say. At first I brushed it off. I thought I'd buried myself so deep in this world that my subconscious was picking up on something it thought was coming next. That's all. Even still, I didn't really want to go back there. I stayed out of my own head all day. Every time I felt myself slipping into a scenario, I'd do my best to snap myself back into reality. I didn't know what my brain was playing at, but I had no comeback for what he said. He was meant to agree. He was meant to argue. I had it all planned. That evening I couldn't sleep. I'd pretty much forgotten about the little brain blip earlier. It was overshadowed by my actual boyfriend not coming home again that night. I tossed and turned for what felt like hours, but nothing helped. Finally, I decided to slip into my happy place. It's a place I built when I was around 10. It was a quiet cabin in the middle of dense woods. No people, just me. It was always raining there. I love the rain. I'd always start the scenario outside, soaked through. I would walk up to the cabin, unlock the door, and be met by a comforting warmth, even though the fire sat cold. I'd light the fire, usually with magic. I was 10, give me a break. And I'd snuggle into my goose-down duvet on the sofa, the soft fabric so soothing against my cold skin. And then Jerry would bring me cookies. Oh, Jerry's not a person. Like I said, this cabin was strictly no people allowed. He's my kind of adopted forest pet. I'm not sure exactly what he is. I think my kid brain must have mixed two birds together, because he's as white as a dove, but he's most definitely a crow. I'm 36 now, so I can't remember what I was thinking, and I have no idea why I named the bird Jerry at 10, but he's a permanent fixture here anyway. I wanted comfort, so I closed my eyes and planned to drift there. It was harder to get there this time. It was difficult to relax with everything going on, but I managed it eventually. I walked through the forest, up the path. The familiar droplets of heavy rain beaded on my skin as always. I couldn't hear the usual bird song this time, but I put it down to my brain being torn between this world and reality. The real me was very anxious, so maybe the background ambience was too much for my mind to process as well. But when I walked through the door, in my mind, the fire was already lit. Someone was sitting in a chair by the hearth. A woman. Jerry was perched on her shoulder. She turned, looked straight at me, and whispered, "Finally." I snapped out of it so fast I thought I was going to be sick. Now I know I definitely didn't make her. I should have left it there, but curiosity eats at you, doesn't it? I've been in therapy since I was able to pay for it myself. Dr. Ashcroft always said that disassociation was just my brain protecting itself. So I told myself that's all it was. A trick of memory. A glitch in the script. Nothing more. She said because my real world felt out of control that maybe it was bleeding into my subconscious, making me think I didn't do or say the things in my head. From that point on, I tried to chill. It didn't take long before I was sitting alone in my office, bored out of my skull, waiting on Simon from accounting to email something through. I imagined what it would be like if I didn't have to work there. And before I knew it, I'd slipped back into my lottery win daydream. I imagined myself at home, our new bigger home, sipping a passion fruit martini beside an indoor swimming pool. The sun's warm rays reflecting ripples of pool water like glitter on the walls. For a moment it was perfect. The tang of the fruit on my tongue, the cool tiles beneath my bare feet, the lazy sound of water lapping against the pool's edge. Then I noticed a wet footprint. Just one. Near the edge of the pool. Not mine. Too big, too heavy. The droplets led towards the glass doors, but disappeared halfway, as if whoever left them had just vanished. I tried to push it aside, chalking it up to a slip in my concentration. I set my glass down, thinking about how nice it would be to feel the water on my skin. And that's when I saw it. A reflection rippling across the glittering wall. Not mine, not anything that should have been there. A figure moving slowly, deliberately behind me. Before I could turn, I felt two cold hands on my shoulders. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't summon them. I didn't build them. They leaned in close. They leaned in, close enough that I could smell chlorine on their skin, and whispered, "You're starting to understand." I was startled out of the nightmare of my apparent own creation by a knock. Sorry Laura, I can't get the email thing to, email. Sorry Laura, I can't get the email thing to, email. Simon stood in the doorway, arms stuffed full of disorganized papers, his face twisted when he saw me. "What's with you? You look like you've seen a ghost." I laughed too quickly, the sound brittle. My hands went to my shoulders without thinking, brushing at the fabric of my blouse. Wet. My fingertips came away damp. Maybe it was sweat. Maybe. Simon frowned. "Are you alright? You smell like chlorine." I forced a smile, but my heart was still racing. I hadn't been near a real pool in months. I'm not feeling well. I think I need to go home," I stammered before brushing past him. Alright," he echoed down the hallway. I was halfway down when I heard a crash behind me, Simon cursing as he tripped over a bucket the cleaner had left outside my office door. A sharp whiff of chemicals hit the air. For one dizzy second, I almost laughed with relief. Of course, the smell. Just cleaning supplies. Just a coincidence. But then I looked down at my blouse. The damp patches clung to my skin, and no bucket in the world could explain that. Right? I tried to get an urgent appointment with Dr. Ashcroft, but I couldn't get a hold of her. On the drive home, my mind wandered without me even meaning to. One blink I was on the motorway, the next I was sitting in my log cabin, across from that woman, the one I never made. She smiled, leaned close, and simply said, "Hello." My eyes snapped open to headlights bearing down on me. I swerved hard, tires screaming, dragging myself back into the right lane with my heart hammering against my ribs. I wasn't safe anywhere now, not even behind a wheel. That had never happened before. I could always control everything, every character, every setting, every detail bent to my will. Every thought was mine. But now it felt like I was falling into a world of my own creation without a choice. My fingers drummed a frantic rhythm against the coffee table as I tried to anchor myself, to will myself to stay here in reality. That's when the phone rang. Dr. Ashcroft. I snatched it up, desperate for answers, for something that would pull me back. But all I got were words of advice, calm and clinical. Ground yourself. Remind yourself it's still just you. Realize they're just parts of your mind. Not what I wanted to hear. Not when the voices didn't feel like me anymore. I tried to argue, to tell her that it was different this time, that it wasn't me, but she cut me off with a barrage of urgent questions. You say they're not yours. Whose do you think they are? I don't know. When you hear them, is it inside your head? Or does it sound like it's coming from outside? I don't know. Do they sound familiar to you in any way? No, I don't know. What do you think these voices want from you? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I hung up the phone, scowling at the screen. What was that? I needed help, not an interrogation. I couldn't answer half her questions, but one clung to me. The more I tried to ignore it, the heavier it sat in my chest. That night, I lay down on my bed, exhausted but restless. Against my better judgment, I drifted back into the cabin. It still rained outside, soaking my skin in that comforting way it always did. But I could see the firelight already flickering inside the cabin. She was there, the woman, waiting. Jerry still perched calm on her shoulder. She tilted her head, eyes bright, lips curling into a smile that wasn't kind. Well, isn't this freeing? My legs carried me forward in 2 shaky steps before I even realized I was moving. What do you mean, freeing? Then I blinked, and I wasn't standing anymore. I was sitting in the chair across from her, hands folded neatly in my lap, as if someone else had put me there. A voice rose from behind me, low and certain. She means you're not the one in control anymore. Her smile lingered, and then the world around me fractured. In the blink of an eye, I was no longer in the cabin. I was back on the bench, the one where I'd practiced breaking up with my boyfriend. Only this time, he turned his head and looked me dead in the eye. I don't need you to tell me what to say. Before I could answer, the scene shifted again. I was standing in front of the woman I'd imagined thanking me for charity donations. Her eyes burned with something like fury. I don't need to be your puppet for your gratification. Then everything shifted again. I was in the countdown world, but this time, I wasn't watching him. I was in his place. A stool beneath my feet, a robe brushing my throat, his hand steadying me. His voice was calm, almost relieved. I don't have to do this. But I want to. He kicked the stool from under me. I felt the rope tighten like a vice around my neck as the world faded to grey. I woke gasping for air, clawing at my throat, only to find myself tucked neatly into bed, the sheets smoothed, the pillow cold beneath my head. Which brings me to now. I'm doing everything I can to stay out of my worlds. No daydreams, no slipping, no comfort trips to the cabin. It doesn't matter. Lately, I catch myself halfway through things I don't remember starting. Once, I found myself standing at the sink, cold water running over my hands, the tap opened fully. My hands were blue. Another time, I awoke halfway down the stairs, clutching a mug I couldn't recall filling. These moments, stolen, half-lived, settle over my days like dust. There are gaps in hours now, little pockets of missing time that throb at the edges of my memory. I tell myself I'm fine. I tell myself that this is nothing, that exhaustion can mimic madness. Yet, this morning I woke up with my nails dug deep into my arm. My skin was raw. I'd been scratching words into myself. When I finally pulled away my hand, the words were there, carved in jagged red letters. Not yours. I tried to walk through my days more slowly now, clinging to routines like clockwork. That way, if time goes missing, I'll know. I can feel them watching, the other selves, waiting for the moment I slip, waiting for the chance to step forward again. Is this how they felt? Living their lives normally until I plucked them from their reality and forced them to play in mine? That can't be it. I made them, didn't I? They aren't real, are they? Dr. Ashcroft wants to up our sessions to twice a week. She says next time she'll have a specialist join us. And when I said I didn't know there was a specialist in daydream characters gone wrong, she just smiled at me in that doctor way, like I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. I didn't give these imaginary people independence. I can't make them do what they want. But if I didn't give them autonomy, who did? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This one was written by me, so if you enjoyed it, please give it a like and a subscribe. It really helps the channel grow and honestly heals my inner child a little. I've got a dedicated playlist of all of my stories that I've written if you'd like to have a look through. And here's a little fun fact about where this story came from. I finished it at my desk, as you do, but it actually started in a Tesco's car park. I was sitting there in the car, waiting for my husband to come back with snacks, lost in my own made-up world, when I thought, shit. Could you imagine if one of them ever talked back? To which one of them replied, yeah, that would be fucked up. So, yeah. Good night. Hi everyone. I don't usually add intros into my videos, but I think it's necessary for this one. This story was written by me, and it does contain themes of baby loss, grief, and pregnancy. Please take care before listening, or feel free to browse my other videos. There should be one up in the corner, also written by me, that you might enjoy a little more. My aim is to always bring you enjoyment in the form of horror, and the last thing I want to do is trigger someone who's going through a rough time. And if that's you right now, please look after yourself. And if you're still here, let's get into the story. I used to think silence was empty. Turns out it's just the sound of secrets, too heavy for words. Every creak in our old floors, every sigh of wind against the windows. I'd swear it was Ethan whispering another woman's name. The late-night texts, those murmured calls from the porch. I stacked them up like evidence in a trial only I knew was coming. I wasn't guessing. I was certain. That certainty clanked against my ribs every time I walked into the room, and he would flip his phone face down like the glow of another message could end the world. I was ready to confront him, ready to torch the whole damn marriage, because I just knew he was already halfway out the door with someone else. Spoiler, I was wrong. The truth, whatever this was, crawled out of the basement instead. 7 years in, Maple Street felt like forever. We'd bought the place for the wraparound porch, fixed the squeaky step together, planted lavender like we were setting down roots you could smell. Year 5, though, the music skipped. After the miscarriages, the rooms ballooned out. Too much space where a crib should have gone. Too much quiet where laughter should have been. I felt like a failure. I was unable to do the one thing I was meant for. The doctor told us there was nothing wrong with either of us. These things happen, he said, but I just knew Ethan blamed me. After the 3rd miscarriage, he started growing distant. Despite my failures, I wasn't suspicious. I thought our marriage was strong enough to see this through, and his little project in the basement would help him cope with the loss. I was told men grieve differently. I'd never seen him cry. Not even when Oscar was born at 19 weeks. He was absolutely beautiful. 10 fingers, 10 toes. A boy too perfect for this world. They call it born asleep, and that's just how he looked. We got to hold him for a few hours before they needed to take him. I cried and cried and cried. Ethan didn't. He held me in a way that looked comforting, but I could tell he was disappointed in me. When he told me he needed some me time to sort his head, I didn't protest. I left him alone down there to build his man cave. I must admit I was surprised, though, when instead of hauling wood and nails down those creaking stairs, he carried bags of salt, oils, candles, a heavy old book I didn't recognize. Listen, I'm not judging. If he wanted a secret man spa, fine. But looking back, I realized he wasn't trying to escape his grief. He was bargaining with it. He would spend every Friday night locked in that room. Whatever he was doing seemed to be working for him, so I left it alone. After about 2 months, he started looking at me again. Really looking. Like I wasn't just a reminder of everything we'd lost. By the 3rd month, when I told him the heavy scent of patchouli oil was making me throw up, he just smiled and quietly packed everything away. I found out I was pregnant with Jessie that same week. Strange thing was, when I told Ethan, it was like he already knew. I'd been nervous about breaking the news. He was so happy lately, and I knew this pregnancy would be filled with dread just like the last and the one before that. Pregnancy should be a time of joy and excitement, but for people in our position that excitement is replaced with worry, anxiety, and whispered prayers to gods you don't even believe in, begging not to have it end the same way. Some people pray for a boy or a girl. I prayed to just have a baby at the end of it all. Ethan, though, he wasn't worried in the slightest. "It's going to be okay this time," he said one evening as I soaked his t-shirt with tears. "You can't possibly know that." "I do." "I can feel it, Kara. We have someone watching over us this time." I thought he meant Oscar, our perfect angel watching our rainbow baby grow safely. I didn't know it then, but that's not what he meant at all. He was right, nonetheless. The pregnancy was a breeze. The 12-week scan showed a tiny, wiggly bean stretching and twitching on the screen just as it should. Of course, I agreed to every extra measurement and blood test they offered. Her Down syndrome screening came back as 1 in 100,000, which was a shock considering both my cousin and his cousin have Down syndrome. Not that it would have mattered in the slightest, I just wanted my baby, extra chromosome or not. Jessie was born bang on 40 weeks. The labour was manageable, eased by soothing words from Ethan and my Spotify playlist. Very different from the out-of-control, morphine-induced haze of Oscar's birth. She weighed 7 pounds 11 ounces, with a shock of thick chestnut hair. Strange, considering I'm blonde and Ethan's brown. He joked about the milkman being the real father, and we laughed as we looked into our daughter's ocean blue eyes. We left the hospital a day later. Jessie fit into our home perfectly. Her clothes and blankets filled the once empty spaces. Her cries and gurgles smothered the silence in the most exhaustingly joyous way. I was the happiest woman on the planet. Was. It could only have been 4 or 5 weeks after we brought her home when I made the comment. We were curled on the sofa, watching Jessie drift in and out of sleep in her bouncer. Ethan had just come in from an unusually long shift at work. I don't know what I was thinking. Call it hormones, call it madness. But I said it. I want another one. Now I know. After all the struggles and heartache before Jessie, I should have been grateful. But in that moment, I just did. No. Ethan's voice cracked like a whip. Jessie startled in her bouncer, tiny arms shooting out in a flinch. I froze, breath caught. He never raised his voice. Ethan sat forward instantly, rubbing his hands over his face as if he could scrub the word back into his throat. I'm sorry. I didn't mean... I crouched beside Jessie, rocking the bouncer gently until her whimper settled into a soft hiccup. My chest thudded with the echo of his reaction. When I looked back, he was trying to arrange his features into calm, but dread still leaked through. It's not the right time, he said. Work's getting harder. I'm exhausted. We can't manage another right now. I tried to laugh it off, keep it light. Oh God, I didn't mean this second. Just, someday. In the future. His eyes locked on mine, sharp as broken glass. No, one's enough. The way he said it, flat, final, left no room for jokes. Jessie cooed between us, and I swallowed the argument pressing against my teeth. We had always planned on having a large family. Before the miscarriages, before the trouble, we'd talk for hours about 2 girls and 2 boys, what they might look like. Ethan would go on about teaching the boys his skills on the football pitch, how they'd grow up strong enough to protect their sisters. Yes, we'd had our struggles with the other babies, and I knew it had taken a toll on him too. But I thought we were finally moving forward. Christ, we'd bought this house because of how much space it had. It was meant to be full of children, not ghosts of the ones we never got to keep. After that night, he grew distant again. His occasional calls to say he was working late turned into at least 3 nights a week. After a while, he didn't even bother to call. I'd be pacing the kitchen at 9 o'clock, Jessie tight against my chest, his dinner stone cold on the table, and he'd saunter through the door like nothing was wrong. My what the fucks were always met with the same line. Sorry, I forgot to let you know. Even then, I still didn't suspect cheating. How could any decent man play around when he knew he had a loving wife and a 4-month-old baby at home? Now I wish he had been cheating. When Jessie turned 6 months old, nothing had improved. Ethan spent hours away from the house. away from me. He'd take Jessie to his mum's and accidentally stay so late it was easier for Jessie if they stayed. Or he'd take her on adventures that lasted from dawn until dusk. At night, he blamed his sore back, preferring the sofa to our bed. I was losing him, and I needed to fix it. I needed to fix this issue I hadn't caused. Or at least I didn't think I had. One rainy Friday, whilst Ethan was still at work, I packed Jessie's Peppa Pig backpack with all her essentials and favourite soft toys and took her to my mum's. After Jessie was born healthy, I promised myself I'd never use a babysitter. That no time alone was worth missing a moment of her life. But standing at my mum's door, ready to hand her over, I was convinced the best thing for my baby was to fix my marriage. By the time he got home, I had everything ready. I wore his favourite dress. I had his favourite meal, was waiting on the table. Turkey dinosaurs, smiley potato faces, and spaghetti hoops. What can I say? He's a simple guy. I had 12 cans of Foster's and 2 bottles of pre-mixed passion fruit martini on standby for the conversation to come. "Where's Jessie?" were the first words out of his mouth as he came through the door. I swallowed the disappointment at him not noticing my effort. It sank like a stone in my chest. "She's at my mum's," I said gently. I was trying to be as non-confrontational as possible. This needed to go well, or it could be the end of us. "Come and sit. I've made your favourite. I think we need to talk. Why is she at your mum's?" "Stop using her as a shield," the words snapped out before I could catch them. He froze in the doorway, keys still dangling from his hand. "A shield? What the hell does that mean?" "It means every time I try to talk to you, you hide behind Jessie. You dodge, you vanish, and I'm left here, wondering what I did wrong." He flung his keys in the bowl, dropped his phone and wallet onto the table, and walked past me like I hadn't said a word. He scraped the chair out opposite me and sat down, picking up a turkey dinosaur and biting into it without even looking at me. His phone vibrated loudly, cutting through the silence. It was closer than it had ever been before. I should have snatched it up. I should have gone through all the messages there and then. It would have changed everything. But I didn't. All I was able to see was the name of the sender, Alex, and the word impatient. He snatched the phone up and slid it back into his pocket. I tried to rationalize it, tried to play devil's advocate in my head. Impatient could have meant anything. Maybe Alex was a woman. Maybe she was waiting for him. That's what my gut told me. But it wasn't that. Not even close. Later, I'd learned what impatient really meant. My chest burned. "Do you even care anymore, Ethan? About me? About us?" He chewed slowly, then finally looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, ringed with something that wasn't just tiredness. "How could you say that?" he said flatly. "I'm doing this for you." "Yeah, great." "Thanks. The way to a woman's heart is distance and insecurity." "Well done," I set a can down in front of him a little too hard. "Sorry," I mumbled. He looked up again. "Remember when you tried to carry 5 shopping bags in from the car, and you dropped my beer but didn't tell me?" There was a ghost of something forming on his face. A smile. A smirk. I couldn't tell if this was his way of trying to diffuse the situation. "You opened the can straight away," I said, sliding into the chair opposite him. It sprayed up my nose. I couldn't help it. I laughed. The first real laugh we'd shared in months. He grinned, beer can still in his hand, and for a moment I saw the Ethan I'd fallen in love with. God, that was a nightmare. It hit the ceiling too, I said, covering my face with my hands. "You should have just told me." he chuckled. Instead, I thought I'd been cursed. Maybe you have, I teased, reaching for a passion fruit martini. I cracked it open and took a long sip, savouring the smooth tang as it burned down my throat. His face fell slightly when I said that, just a split second of a micro-expression I couldn't read. Then he smiled again. My own smile dropped when the ceiling above us gave a slow, deliberate creak. Jessie was at Mum's. The sound didn't make sense. I knew the floorboards in this house. I actively avoided the two creaky ones directly in front of Jessie's room when she was napping. The only thing that could make that sound was a footstep. Ethan's jaw stiffened. He tilted his head, listening, then shrugged. "Old house," he muttered, but his eyes lingered a beat too long on the ceiling. "I'll check," he added, pushing himself to his feet. There was a chill in the air, not the kind that made you cold, the kind that made you anxious. My eyes stayed fixed on the kitchen door as his footsteps faded upstairs. Then it came. A faint, cloying waft of patchouli, out of place and wrong, curling through the air like smoke. I wrinkled my nose and stretched my neck to try and spot Ethan coming back. Nothing. A draft brushed the back of my neck before the basement door gave a heavy thud as it swung shut. Not a slam, but hard enough to jar. I jumped, then froze. I was sure I'd closed it earlier. "Ethan?" My voice was too thin. I could hear my own heart beating in my ears. This house had always felt safe to me, but right then I felt like a child left alone in a strange place. I was about to go and look for him when I heard him padding down the stairs. He plopped himself back down, pale but trying to look casual. "Nothing there," he said, but his hand shook as he picked up his can. The smell still lingered. We sat in heavy silence for a few minutes, but as the prickle of alcohol hit our veins, we quickly reverted back to the teenage-like giggles. One can turn into two, then three. Jessie was safe at Mum's, and the house felt lighter. Like the walls weren't listening for once. We traded stories, half teasing, half serious. The kind of conversation that leaves you smiling but aching at the same time. We didn't talk about anything heavy. Right then I felt like I had him back, and all it took was some breaded turkey in the shape of an extinct creature, embarrassing nostalgia, and alcohol. By the time the cans were gone, we were sitting close. His knee brushed mine, and neither of us moved away. For one night at least, the distance between us blurred, and I felt whole again. The next morning, I woke, having slept the first full night in 6 months. I was rested, at peace, and surprisingly without hangover. I rolled over to find Ethan snoring softly beside me. "Morning," I said softly, stroking his bare shoulder. "How's the head?" Ethan stirred beside me, eyes fluttering open. For a second, he looked startled to see me there, then forced a quick smile. "Morning," he muttered, sitting up and swinging his legs off the bed. He rubbed the back of his neck. "Did we? You know." I sat up, blinking at him. "Oh, I'm not actually sure." The worry that crossed his face was almost comical. He started glancing around the room like he'd lost something. "What are you looking for?" I asked. "A condom packet or something," he muttered. "Ethan," I laughed, shaking my head. "Did you forget I'm your wife? It's fine. We haven't done anything wrong. I don't have any diseases. And you don't, do you?" "No, of course I don't," he snapped. I recoiled, that familiar sting of rejection flaring in my chest all over again. "Sorry," he said quickly, rubbing his face. "I just meant, you're not on anything, are you? I could get you pregnant or something." I forced a smile, trying to brush it off like a misunderstanding. but the words still stung. He didn't want more kids with me. He'd made that crystal clear. "Relax," I said softly. "I'm due in a few days anyway. The chances of anything happening are basically zero." He nodded, but his jaw stayed tight, eyes fixed anywhere but mine. I told myself it was nothing, just a slip, just nerves. Still, a tiny thread of distrust began to knot in my chest, pulling tighter every time I remembered that conversation on the sofa. The days slipped by, ordinary on the surface but full of little things that dug under my skin. Ethan was quieter again. He was still distant. Every so often he would come in for a kiss or a hug, then pull away again. It was like, now I knew he was distancing himself. He tried to throw me off. He would still take Jessie on their adventures, but now he would invite me. We would have a lovely day, but when we got home, he would make his bed on the sofa again. It was an emotional roller coaster. I kept telling myself not to overthink it, that I was being hormonal, paranoid, whatever excuse made it easier to swallow. But the memory of his face that morning, the sharp way he recoiled at the thought of me getting pregnant, wouldn't let me rest. I blamed my late period on stress at first, then on my tracking app not working properly. But when 2 weeks passed, my stomach sank with a mix of dread and disbelief. I bought a test that day. After I used it, I shoved it into my bedside drawer and left it there, like hiding it might make it less real. It was hours before I worked up the courage to look. 2 pink lines, clear as day. I sat with it for weeks. The nausea I blamed on bad milk. The bone-deep tiredness I blamed on Jessie's teething. Every excuse I could reach for, I used. Anything but the truth, tucked away in my bedside drawer. Ethan didn't notice. Or maybe he did, and chose not to ask. He was distracted, jittery, always finding reasons to be out of the house. When he was home, he'd pace or sit, staring at nothing, like a man waiting for a storm he couldn't stop. Sometimes I caught him watching me with an expression I couldn't read. It wasn't love, and it wasn't hate. It was something colder. Calculation, maybe. And still I said nothing. There was something he wasn't telling me. Hypocritical, I know, but I had my reasons. No wife should be terrified of telling her husband that he got her pregnant. At the end of the day, I didn't get myself pregnant. He did this to me. I might have consented, yes, but if someone asked you to kill them and you pulled the trigger, you'd be the one on trial. You'd be the one sentenced, not the person who asked for it. One afternoon he was sitting at the kitchen table, watching me in that silent way he sometimes did. His eyes followed me as I stood, and I made a beeline for the basement. That's where the bleach was kept. "No!" He shot up so fast his chair screeched across the tiles. "I'll get it." I froze on the step. "What's your problem?" "It's just bleach." "I said I'll get it," he snapped, already brushing past me toward the door. I stared at his back, a dozen answers running through my head. He didn't want me down there, and that stung worse than the words themselves. I stood at the top of the basement steps, heart thudding. He'd never snapped like that before, not over something so stupid. The smell of patchouli oil hit me like a brick wall. I staggered back, taking shallow breaths, trying to hide the nausea. "It's just bleach, Ethan. I can carry a bottle without shattering into pieces." "I said I'll get it," he barked again, voice too sharp, too fast. He padded up the stairs, walking straight past me with the bleach, and put it next to the sink. I turned to face him, crossing my arms. "What the hell is down there you don't want me to see? Another woman? Drugs? A man's spa?" "What?" His eyes flicked past me, toward the half-open door, like he expected something to crawl up. A cold chill ran down my spine, the kind of feeling you get when you're a child and you automatically run up your stairs because you think you're being chased. I moved toward the sink as he slinked past me, then he shut it firmly and leaned against it, breathing hard. "You just don't need to go down there," he muttered. "It's damp. It's not safe." "Not safe?" I snapped. "It's a basement, not Chernobyl. Jesus, Ethan, you need to make your mind up. You're either invested in us or you're not. Pick one." He didn't answer, just locked the door and slipped the key into his pocket. That was the moment my confusion curdled into something uglier. Suspicion. Distrust. Rage. Whatever it was, it meant one thing. I wasn't welcome in my own damn house. His phone buzzed on the table. I looked at it, then at him. He didn't move, didn't even flinch. Just stood there with his hand buried in his pocket, the basement key pressed tight against his thigh. "Aren't you going to get that?" I asked. He shook his head. "It's nothing. Nothing. Right?" The screen lit up again. It was face down, but I could see the glint of light reflecting off the table as I walked away. My blood boiled. Nothing had a name. Nothing had a number. Nothing had secrets he couldn't show me. Now all I'm left with is nothing. The next week was hell. The morning sickness ramped up, and I was wrecked with guilt and anxiety about not telling him. But the bastard didn't deserve to know. What if the reason he didn't want another baby was because he was already shacking up with someone else? Jessie was only 7 months old. This must have been going on since before her, because he shut me down the second she was born. Every retch over the toilet, every wave of nausea, I thought of him sneaking around while I carried his child. My body ached, my stomach turned, and still I kept my mouth shut. And yet, I didn't leave. With every buzz of his phone, every late night, every diverted question, I still stayed. Because deep down, I was scared. Scared to be a single mother of 2. Scared to be divorced at 30. Scared to be alone. It makes me wonder now, though. If I had left, would things be different? That night I woke to the sound of Ethan screaming. For a second I thought it was Jessie, but her soft breaths came steady from the cot beside me. My heart hammered as I crept down the stairs. The smell hit me before I reached the bottom. Patchouli. Thick and cloying, like the air itself had soured. He was on the sofa, hunched over, sweat dripping down his temples. His chest heaved like he'd run a mile. "What the hell is going on?" I snapped. "Who have you had in here?" His head shot up, eyes wide. "She's here?" "Where?" My blood ran cold. "So, you admit it?" "What?" "No, I mean..." He dragged a hand across his face, forcing calm that wasn't there. "Kara, no one's here. It's just work stress, that's all. You're imagining things." But the patchouli clung to his skin, his clothes, the sofa cushions, and in his eyes, I saw something I couldn't name. "Don't fucking gaslight me." I spun on my heel and stormed back upstairs, every step shaking with rage. "Kara, wait, please," he called after me, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. I shoved the bedroom door, but he caught it before it closed, slipping inside. "You've got it wrong," he pleaded, voice cracking. "There's no one else, I swear." "Then why the hell does it smell like her perfume in my house?" I shot back, yanking the covers. "Why do you keep lying to me?" He reached for me. "Don't fucking touch me." I flinched. His hand hovered, then stilled on my arm. His face changed. "Kara, what's this?" I looked down. Dark smudges, finger-shaped, blooming across my skin. I pulled away fast, heart racing. Don't change the subject, I snapped, pulling my arm back. He ignored me. His eyes were still fixed on the bruises. Do you have any more marks? Before I could answer, his hands were on me, pushing up my sleeve, brushing over my skin like he was checking for evidence. Ethan, stop! I shoved at him, but he didn't listen. His palms slid lower, across my stomach, and he froze. I realized too late what he'd felt. The slight swell beneath my nightshirt, soft but undeniable. His face drained of colour. You're pregnant, he whispered. It wasn't a question. It was confirmation. My heart stopped. I was frozen in something between terror and shame. For a second I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, only felt the weight of his hand against my stomach. His hands lingered there, his thumb brushing across my belly in a slow, absent caress. This wasn't the touch of a man planning to leave. Yeah, I whispered back. His body sagged with what looked like quiet resignation. I tried so hard to stop this, he whispered, voice breaking. My stomach nodded. Stop what? I choked out. Another baby with me, or another secret with her? There's no her, Kara. Not in the way you think, anyway. I pulled away from him then, cold rushing into the space between us. He had just admitted it. Right there, in front of me. As his hand lingered on the child growing inside me. My throat burned as the words rattled around in my head. Not in the way you think. That was it? The confession. Proof I wasn't crazy after all. You've been lying to me this whole time, I hissed, clutching my stomach like I could shield the baby from him. Dragging me through hell while you sneak off to her. Ethan shook his head hard, reaching for me again. Kara, no, it's not like that. Don't touch me. My voice cracked, but I held my ground. You made me believe I was paranoid. You made me doubt myself. And all along, you had someone else. His face crumpled. It's not what you think. But I'd already decided what it was. I want you out. The words slipped out before I even had time to process them. He looked at me with something close to terror in his eyes. No, he croaked. Yes. I doubled down, my voice shaking. Get out. You're not safe, he whispered. The way he said it made my skin crawl. I thought he meant from him. From the man who had just confessed another woman. But now, looking back, I know that wasn't what he meant at all. I slammed the bedroom door in his face and went to Jessie, scooping her up with shaking hands. She buried her wet face in my neck, her tiny fists clinging to me as if she could feel it too. That smell hit me again. Patchouli. Thick, choking, sweet, in a way that made my stomach twist. What the fuck, Ethan? I snapped, rocking Jessie against me. Get her out of here. My own words froze in my throat. Her. I didn't even know why I said it. Yanked open the door, Jessie pressed tight against me. Ethan stood there in the hallway, his face drained of colour. He wasn't looking at me. He was staring straight ahead, past my shoulder, breathing fast, eyes wide, too scared to move. For a heartbeat, the air thickened, and I felt it too. The weight of something else standing with us, unseen but heavy enough to press against my skin. Then it was gone, along with the smell of patchouli, like it was sucked out of the air. Ethan stood frozen at my door, like a rabbit caught in headlights. What's happening? I whispered, my voice barely a thread of sound over Jessie's wails. Ethan's lips moved, his eyes still locked forward. She wants her debt paid. My stomach dropped. What debt? He didn't answer. Couldn't. His whole body shook like a man trying not to break. Jessie screamed against my shoulder, and I clutched her tighter, terror clawing up my spine. I sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at the digital clock. The rhythmic flashing of 6 a.m. soothed something inside me. Ethan rocked Jessie silently in her crib. We hadn't slept since the incident at the door. I hadn't asked for an explanation yet, and Ethan hadn't offered one. Tap, 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 tap. The sound made us both jump. "What the fuck is that?" Ethan exclaimed, pointing to the half-cracked window. Perched on the sill sat a crow, the morning light reflecting off its feathers. My heart settled. Chill. It's Jerry. The crow I feed when I can't sleep. He's kind of got into a routine. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Crows aren't white. This one is. I crossed the room and picked a cracker off the dresser, slipping it through the crack in the window. Jerry snapped it up neatly, white feathers gleaming in the pale light. He seemed to nod a thank you before disappearing back into the gloom. "Why didn't you tell me?" Ethan's voice cut through the silence. I glanced back at him, frowning. "It's just a crow." "Not the crow, Kara." His eyes didn't leave mine, wide and unblinking. "About the baby." "I was scared, Ethan," I whispered. "I thought you hated me. I thought you didn't want me." "Of course I do," he said quickly, almost tripping over the words. "I love you, Kara. More than anything. You just don't understand? Then make me understand." My voice rose sharper than I meant it to. Jessie stirred in her crib, gave a soft whimper, then settled back into sleep. Ethan's hands twitched, like he wanted to reach for me but didn't know how. "Kara, please. You have to know, this isn't about you. It's about... About what? Your needs? My lack of attention? What?" The words were out before I could stop them, and they hit us both harder than I expected. "No." He flinched, almost angry now. "God, no. It's not about that. It's..." His eyes dropped to the floor, and I saw it. The weight of something he was holding back, something darker than I could guess. "Then what is it, Ethan?" I pushed. "What is so bad that you've been hiding it all this time?" He opened his mouth, then closed it again, like the words wouldn't come. "You were so sad, Kara, after Oscar. Don't you dare blame this on me." "Listen, please," he begged. And I did. The words that came out of his mouth were like something from a B-rated horror movie. I was hurting too after Oscar. But everyone is always so focused on the mother, the father gets forgotten. I found a forum, a website for dads just like me. We had all lost a child in one way or another. It was comforting. His voice shook, but there was almost relief in getting it out. We talked, shared stories. Then one of them, Alex, messaged me directly. Said he could help. Said there were ways. That there's someone you can go to if you were struggling. I frowned. Guilt rising in my throat. "Ethan. Please. I need to get this out. It's important now more than ever." He cut in quickly, eyes wide. "She helps. She bargains. If you want a child, she'll give you one. All she asks is that, in time, you give her something back." He rubbed at his face, trembling. It sounded mad at first, like a horror story. But Alex swore it worked. He said he had proof. And Kara, I thought maybe this was our chance, our second chance. The room felt colder. The words didn't sound like comfort. They sounded like chains being snapped shut. This person, I started. No, see, that's the thing. She's not really a person. Not anymore. That's what made it unbelievable. But he showed me. He had his son, Max, after his wife was diagnosed infertile. All he had to give in return was his voice. He was rambling now, speaking too fast. I wasn't sure if he was trying to convince me or himself. I opened my mouth to interject, but he cut me off. He was a singer. It wasn't his job. He just liked to do it, see? She wants something you treasure but you don't know the true value of until it's gone. Something you won't realize you'll miss until she's taken it. Now he can't speak above a whisper. That's why I was getting so many texts. Or if he called, I'd leave the room. It's hard to hear him. He nodded at me like explaining it this way would make it all make perfect sense. Outside the door, the floor creaked. A long dragging sound moved down the hall. My chest tightened. I forced a laugh, brittle and too loud. So what, Ethan? You think some whispering bogey woman hands out miracle babies in exchange for party tricks? Do you hear yourself? The smile fell from my face as the sound outside the door stopped dead. The silence pressed in. I dropped my voice. What did she ask you for? Ethan's eyes were fixed on me, wide and glassy in the dim light. He looked like a man who had already answered that question 100 times in his head, but never out loud. The one thing I wanted was a large family. Ethan's voice was raw, almost broken. She wanted my ability to have more kids. An unexpected snort escaped me. My body relaxed a little. Well, that's not true, is it? I put a hand to my stomach. Look at me. He shook his head, eyes shining. No, you don't understand. You can still get pregnant. You can still have a baby. That's not what she took. His breath shuddered out. She wants to take them, all of them. Every subsequent child after Jessie. The words hollowed me out. For a second I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The sound outside the bedroom door came again, a dragging weight against the floorboards, as if something was waiting for us to accept the bargain. I stared at him, horror knotting in my chest. He grabbed my wrist like he was begging me to believe him. I tried not to get you pregnant, Kara. Can't you see? I did this for us. Tried not to get me pregnant. The words tore out of me. What the fuck, Ethan? You're not an animal. You slept downstairs so you didn't get me pregnant. For fuck's sake, you could have had a vasectomy. His face crumpled. I didn't think of that. The room went ice cold. What? I whimpered, eyes darting between his and the bedroom door. Before I could answer, something slammed against the door so hard the frame rattled. Then came the scratching, slow, deliberate, like nails dragged down the wood grain. The sound set my teeth on edge. A sickly wave of patchouli seeped under the door, thick and wrong, as if the room itself was filling with her breath. I pressed both hands to my stomach and couldn't stop shaking as Ethan ran over, pressing his hands against the door. That's her, isn't it? I said, my voice barely more than a breath. Ethan's hand stayed on the flimsy wood. His knuckles were white. Yes, he whispered. It's her. The scratching paused, like she had been listening for his answer. Then it dragged across the wood again, slower, crueler. She knows you know now, he said. She knows you're not happy. She knew you were pregnant. That's why it started up again. And now she's impatient. My throat tightened. Impatient. That's what the text meant. I stood from the bed, frantic now. Alex. Alex must know how to stop this. The scratching started again, dragging lower this time, closer to the floor. The smell of patchouli thickened until it sat on my tongue. Jessie's cry split the air, high and panicked from the corner of the room. I stumbled to the cot and scooped her up, pressing her trembling body to my chest. Ethan fumbled his phone out of his pocket, hands shaking so hard he almost dropped it. He jabbed at the screen, pressed it to his ear. "Alex," he hissed. "She's here. Tell me what to do." Static. Then a rasping whisper. "I can't hear you." Jessie's cries escalated as the banging and scratching increased in volume. "Say again?" Ethan cried, plugging his ear with his other hand, back firmly planted on the door. His face drained of colour. "Agree," he said, nodding frantically at me. "Just agree out loud." I clutched Jessie tighter, her wails hot against my neck. Agree to what? The scratching at the door stopped. The silence on the other side was worse than the sound. "Agree to give her the baby," he pleaded. I clutched Jessie tighter. Her little fists knotted in my shirt. My throat was raw, but the word wouldn't come. "No," I said, shaking my head. "I'm not giving her anything." Ethan's face twisted, a mix of fear and despair. He pressed the phone harder to his ear, as if Alex could crawl through and fix it for him. "No," I whispered again, laying my hand gently against Jessie's damp cheek. "I won't." On the other side of the door, the scratching stopped. A heavy silence filled the room. Silence. Jessie no longer cried in fear. She no longer cried at all. She wasn't breathing. Her arms released from my shirt and flopped lifelessly to her side. "Ethan!" I screamed. He spun toward me, eyes wide, the phone slipping from his hand and clattering to the floor. Jessie's head lolled against my chest. Her lips parted, her skin already cooling. Ethan dropped to his knees beside us, hands fumbling uselessly. "No, no, no, don't let her take her instead," pressing his hands to her tiny chest, breathing into her mouth, begging between gasps. Come on, breathe for me, baby girl, please." I could still hear the phone, Alex's voice rattling out of the speaker in a broken croak. Agree. My hand shook as I reached for it. I pressed it to my ear and heard him sobbing, whispering the word again and again, a desperate chant. I looked at Ethan, hunched and frantic, trying and failing to bring Jessie back. The room smelled of patchouli, thick as smoke, pressing in on all sides. My throat closed, but the word forced itself out, a broken whimper into the void. "Okay. I agree." For a heartbeat, nothing. Then Jessie arched in Ethan's arms with a sharp, rattling gasp. Her tiny chest rose, a cry bursting out of her that split the silence. I crawled to her, sobbing, and held them both against me, kissing her damp hair as her fists tightened in my shirt again. Ethan fell back on his heels, tears streaking his face, staring at her like she was both a miracle and a curse. The scratching at the door was gone, but the smell of patchouli still lingered. I'm 20 weeks pregnant today. It's a boy. We sat at the ultrasound with faces like stone. Ethan won't look at the pictures. He just stares at my stomach like it's already a grave. I don't know why I'm writing this here. Maybe I just need someone to tell me what to do. Maybe someone has heard of her before. The Hollow Lady. Because if Ethan is right, the baby growing inside me doesn't belong to me at all. It belongs to her. So, I agreed to kill my baby. Sounds crazy, I know. I wasn't going to write this. I told myself I needed to focus on learning how to cope with loss again, on coming to terms with something I couldn't see, something waiting to rip my baby from me the moment it was born. But even with what happened, I need to remember I agreed to this. I'm writing this from a place of healing. You might not think I deserve peace, but I do. I'll start from where I left off. That way, when I'm ready, I can put it together and maybe give it to someone that can help me. At first, I thought Ethan was the problem. I thought the late nights, the hidden phone, the messages from Alex meant there was another woman. That would have been easier. I could have hated him for cheating, and I could have left. But it wasn't that simple. It was never another woman. It was her. The Hollow Lady. Sounds made up, right? Yeah. That's what I thought too, until Ethan let her write to us. To me. She's not a person. Not anymore. But in order to save my living baby, I had to promise her my unborn child. The deal was made with Ethan. We couldn't have kids naturally, so Ethan turned to dark magic to help. We got to have Jessie in return for any and all subsequent babies. I didn't know any of this until it was too late. Until I was already pregnant with my second. Until she came knocking to collect her debt. Once she heard I was trying to back out of the deal I didn't agree to, she tried to take Jessie back. You need to understand, I didn't have a choice. My only child was dying in front of me. You can't tell me you wouldn't have done the same. I was 37 weeks pregnant when I finally snapped. We'd just returned from a growth scan at the hospital. I'd been going every fortnight since 32 weeks. That was when the labour scare happened. The contractions had started thick and fast, seemingly out of nowhere. Any normal premature labour would bring panic, but for me, the grief and dread overrode any other sense. I'd felt this baby kick and wriggle inside of me since I was 20 weeks, and I knew the minute it was born, she would take it. I wasn't ready to let go. The doctors, they weren't really even going to try and stop it. They said the way it was good, the lungs should be strong enough to just need a little oxygen. Survival rate was 95%. But I knew if that baby took a breath, its survival rate would be 0. We sat in silence in the car. The sonographer's sweet voice looped in my head as she smiled and said everything looked fine. The baby was growing well. I should have felt relief. Instead, all I could think about was the smell in the room when I begged them to stop the labour. That same sickly wave of patchouli clinging to the curtains, seeping through the vents, and in the corner, just for a second, between contractions, I thought I saw her. A shadow stretched too long to belong to any human. The labour stopped on its own. Later, I read that stress can inhibit the release of oxytocin and slow or stall labours. Maybe that was it. Or maybe she was toying with me. I sat across from Ethan at the dinner table, warming my hands on a too bitter coffee. The steam curled into my face, making my eyes sting. I cleared my throat, trying to sound casual. We should give him a name. Ethan didn't look up. He pushed the last of his dinner around his plate with the side of his fork, like if he stalled long enough, I'd take the words back. There's no point, he muttered at last. His voice was flat, but his knuckles whitened around the fork. I felt my stomach twist. The baby kicked hard against my ribs, as if demanding I argue back. I wanted to scream, to throw the cup across the room, but all I managed was a whisper. He deserves a name. Ethan finally looked at me then, and in his eyes, I didn't see anger or cruelty. I saw resignation, the look of a man who believed he'd already buried his son. Name or not, Cara, in 3 weeks' time, you won't be ours anymore. Ethan choked the words out, failing to hold back tears. He wiped them away quickly with the back of his hand and looked away. He's ours right now, I said softly. I don't want to give up hope yet. He shoved the chair back, the screech of the legs driving nails into my brain. There's nothing we can do. Isn't there? I shot back. She seemed pretty pissed off when I didn't agree to the deal. Yeah, Ethan said bitterly. And it almost killed Jessie. I know. My voice dropped to a solemn whisper. But think about it. If she needed me to agree, she must be bound by something, right? Deals, promises, rules. What do you mean? He asked, slumping back into his seat, defeated. I could see the weariness etched into his face. He sighed, resting his chin on his hands. This wasn't the first time I'd had a question, or idea, or theory. They never amounted to more than disappointment or heartache, but I wasn't willing to just sit back and let this happen. I mean, maybe there's a way out, I pressed. Why was she banging on the other side of that door like a pissed-off toddler? Ethan's head shot up, eyes flicking around the room like the mere thought of mocking her might call her back. She wanted to scare you, he whispered cautiously. Yeah, but why? If she was all-powerful, why did she need to scare me into submission? He raised an eyebrow, unease creeping into his expression. She needed my agreement, Ethan. That means she can't just take what she wants, not without rules to follow. And if there are rules, maybe there's a way to break them. He shook his head. But I was the one who made the deal with her. But I'm the one making the payment, I shot back. He's my baby too, Ethan said, his voice breaking. I barked a bitter laugh. Oh, fuck off, Ethan. You donated a cell and 30 seconds of your time to make this baby. The rest has been me. My body, my blood, my fear. His face crumpled. The fight went out of him all at once. And for the first time, I saw him small, broken. I'm sorry, he whimpered, finally breaking. His shoulders shook as the words scraped out of him. I'm so sorry, Cara. I've never been good with emotions. I've plenty of my own to deal with. Someone else's is awkward. I reached out for his hand across the table, pulling it closer, and caressed it with my thumb. I didn't know what to say. I'd waited for this breakdown for weeks. The acceptance that what he had done wasn't in our best interests. It was in his. I'd waited for this apology. Now that it was here, I didn't even want to gloat. It just felt wrong. It'll be okay. He shook his head, his eyes swollen and red, still never meeting mine. Doesn't matter. The minute you defied her, she went for the next best thing. Jessie almost died. Do you really want to test her again? I don't want to just give up. My voice cracked, the weight of it spilling out. I won't. Ethan pulled his hand away gently, dragging it over his face, slumping lower in his chair. Every time you get your hopes up, it just makes the fall worse. There's no loophole, Kara. There's no way around this. I nodded once and stood slowly, unsure if it were the weight of the baby or the weight of the responsibility to fix this on my own making me struggle to my feet. His words didn't kill the thoughts spiraling in my head. If there were rules, there had to be a story behind them. And if there was a story, someone out there knew it. I found myself sitting prostrated in the only library in Corvus Vale at 37 plus 4 weeks pregnant. The chair groaned under me as I shifted for the 100th time, trying to find a position that didn't make my back ache or my ribs throb from the baby's kicks. Books were spread out across the table like a crime scene. Folklore, local history, old parish records. I'd pulled everything I thought might hold an answer, but all of them were useless. There was plenty of ghost stories, but they were all clearly fictional. A few dusty volumes on real documented witch trials dating back to the 16th century, but not a single mention of her. No hollow lady. Christ, I even tried YouTube, but ended up going down a Google rabbit hole on why some pasta was creepy. I snapped the last book shut, the sound echoing through the halls, earning a glare from the librarian. I muttered an apology I didn't mean, and hauled myself up, using the table as leverage, wincing at the pressure in my hips. 37 weeks pregnant, and about as graceful as a tank. The rain hit me the second I stepped outside, cold and sharp. I pulled my coat tighter, head down against the drizzle. That's when it happened. Something whizzed past my ear, close enough to stir the hair on my cheek. I ducked instinctively, my heart slamming against my ribs. Jesus Christ! I yelped into the empty street. For a second, I thought it was a drone. But when I spun around, all I caught was a flash of white feathers disappearing around the corner. A bird. My bird. Jerry? The name slipped out before I could stop it, and against my better judgment, I followed him. The side street was narrow and slick with patches of damp moss, the kind of place you'd normally cross the road to avoid. The crow's white feather glowed against the grey as it expertly manoeuvred itself through a half-open shop door. Madame Morrigan's Morbid Curiosities. The words curled across the rotting wood in faded gold paint. Beneath it, the shop window was crammed with strange clutter. Antique knives, cloudy jars, bones, half-melted candles. It looked less like a display and more like a murder weapon dump site. I swallowed hard and turned away. I hadn't taken 2 steps before Jerry crowed loudly behind me. I spun to see him perched on the sill. He tilted his head once, sharp and deliberate, then hopped down and flooded back inside, like he had led me here on purpose. Yep, I mouthed. Totally normal. The bell above the door gave a weak, uneven chime as I pushed it open. The air was thick and stale. Not the choking patchouli I'd come to dread, but something heavier. Dust, melted candle wax, the faint metallic tang of rusting iron. Shelves leaned against the walls, every one of them crowded with things that had felt stolen from graves. Cloudy jars with labels too faded to read, cracked porcelain dolls with eyes that followed me, strings of bird skulls looped together like rosary beads. Weird. In the corner, the white crow shifted inside its oaken cage, feathers gleaming unnaturally bright against the gloom. It clicked its beak once, before hopping to the edge of the cage, as if to mark my arrival. A woman stood behind the counter, draped in a black lace and velvet shawl, her long grey hair pinned back with what looked disturbingly like bones. Her eyes caught mine instantly, sharper than knives on display. "You are late," she said. Her voice was soft and low, carrying the weight of someone who already knew why I was there. I am?" I stuttered, raising an eyebrow. Her bangles chimed as she gestured to the white crow. "He has been circling you for weeks, trying to lead you here." The crow cawed sharply as if in agreement. "He's been sitting at my window, eating the last of my biscuits," I muttered. Madame Morrigan's lips curved, not quite a smile. "Nothing bound to me lingers without reason. Feeding him wasn't the reason. Although, he is partial to a custard cream," she said as she glided over to his cage and shut the latch. "Why then?" I asked. "It seems you're in a spot of bother," she said casually. "That is why you're standing in my shop instead of burying your child." My face dropped. "Who are you?" I demanded. "Me? Oh, many things. Small business owner, fortune teller, collector of fine items." She gestured around the cluttered shop like she was showing off a school science project. "Friends call me Madame Morrigan, and you, my dear, are suspicious as fuck," I cut in. For a long moment she just stared at me, then her shoulders began to shake. A laugh spilled out, low and rasping. The sound of dry leaves scraping together. "Oh, I do like you," she said at last, eyes glittering in the gloom. "Sharp tongue. Shame that never saves anyone." The crow cawed again, loud enough to make me flinch. "Can you help me?" I pleaded. My voice cracked. I hated how small it sounded. Madame Morrigan's expression shifted. The smile didn't fade, but it changed. Softer, colder, the way someone might look at a child holding a broken toy. "No. You made a promise to Constance Arthur. We are taught from infanthood, promises must not be broken." "No, I didn't. I don't know who that is," I said sharply. "You have met the Hollow Lady, yes?" she asked, drifting past me to the door. The key turned with a soft click as she locked it. A prickle of anxiousness shot up my spine like electricity. "Yes," I whispered, the words leaving my mouth like a confession. "Then you have met Constance Arthur," she smiled, leaving the key in the lock and gesturing for me to follow. I stalled, heart hammering. Should I run or hear her out? I didn't know this woman, and I didn't know if I was safe. But I did know one thing. I needed help, and I was running out of time. The chair creaked under my weight as I sat across from Madame Morrigan. I wiggled uncomfortably, trying to ease the pressure on my back, while she flipped through a large book with a faded leather cover. The pages crackled like dry leaves, edges browned and curling with age. Symbols and cramped handwriting sprawled across the parchment. Some looked like prayers, others like curses. I couldn't tell the difference. She stopped on a page marked with a ribbon the colour of dried blood. Her bangles chimed as she pressed her palm flat against it, keeping it open. "This is where her chapter begins," Madame Morrigan said, eyes fixed on the page, but voice aimed squarely at me. "Would you like to hear her story? Will it help me save my baby?" I asked. She smiled thinly. Probably not, she said, then added, but it might help you understand what you are up against. Behind me, the crow shifted in its cage nervously. Madame Morrigan began. Constance Arthur was born in Corvus Vale in 1616. She was the daughter of a healer, and she grew up among roots and herbs, learning the quiet craft of charms and midwifery. By the time she was grown, she had become a midwife herself, respected and trusted. She turned a brittle page. She married Stanley Arthur, a carpenter of good standing. At first, they were happy, but her womb was a grave. Several miscarriages followed their marriage, then a stillbirth. The midwives brought talismans and silver rattles to her bedside, hoping to ward off spirits they blamed for her losses. At last, she bore a daughter. She named her Mercy Stanley, but Mercy only lived 16 days. And that was Stanley's last straw. I swallowed hard, heat crawling up my throat. So she was like me. Indeed she was, child, but just as two loaves may start from the same dough, if mistreated, one may rise, and the other may sour. She cleared her throat. There's more, she began. Whispers spread through the vale that Constance was cursed, that her touch spoiled children. Stanley turned bitter, then cruel, and at last denounced her outright. To save himself, he accused his wife of witchcraft. Constance was brought to trial during the witch hunts. She was sentenced to hang in 1636. It was said that in desperation, Constance called out not to a god, but to something else, and it listened. The day of the execution, it was documented the rope snapped, not once, but 6 times. The magistrates called it a sign of God's will, but the people of Corvus Vale whispered it was something else entirely. The crow cawed once, sharp and sudden. She was spared but not freed, exiled to Hollowthorn Forest, east of here, alone. And then the rumours began that her dark magic could help barren women, that she could succeed where medicine and prayer had failed. And so they went to her, begged her, and she gave. Always in exchange for a bargain. My hands folded protectively over my stomach before I even realised. Oregon's eyes glittered in the lamplight. Each bargain etched away at her soul. Even after her death in 1720, the needy still came scratching symbols into walls and leaving offerings, praying she might hear them. And those who prayed too loud sometimes found their prayers answered. By then, she was no longer known as a wife, no longer as a midwife, only the Hollow Lady. She shut the book with a crack that made me flinch. And you, child, are in her path. My mouth went dry. What does that mean? Morrigan leaned forward, bangles chiming as her arms folded on the table. Her eyes were steady, unblinking. It means you are bound to her now. Constance Arthur was a woman betrayed by broken vows, a husband who swore to love her, then cast her aside, a court that promised her death, yet left her swinging in limbo. She swore she would never lose another child, and she kept that promise. That is why she clings to every oath, every word, every silence. To her, a promise is not a comfort, it is a chain, and she will not let this go. The crow fluttered around in its cage, cawing again and again as if sealing the words. Back in the front of the shop, I was struggling to get back into my still-soaked coat when Madame Morrigan slid the book across the counter. Beside it, she sat down a pouch of coarse salt, a small vial of holy water, and a bundle of dried herbs tied with a red string. I'll loan you the book. Use the salt as protection, water for cleansing, and this, she tapped the herbs, to burn if you must call her off in a hurry, not that it will save you for long. I gathered them up, stuffing them into my bag, the cracked leather cover rough and heavy in my arms. My chest felt tight with a strange mix of dread and relief. I thanked her and turned to leave. Morrigan chided, her bangles clinking as she held out a hand. That will be £12.97, please. I blinked. Seriously? Her lips curved. I told you, child. I run a small business. I struggled to keep my swollen feet balanced on the cushions underneath them as the baby kicked against the book resting on my stomach. What's that? Ethan asked, flopping onto the sofa beside me. 50 Shades of Grey Haunted Edition, I muttered, without looking up. He smirked and reached for it. Didn't think that was your type. I let him take it, watching his face shift as he flipped through the brittle, ink-stained pages. The smirk faded fast. This isn't funny, he whispered. His thumb traced a line of cramped writing, his eyes wide and glassy. Kara, this is it. This is the same spell, the one I used. I swiped the book back from him, studying the page. You had this book? I scowled. You had this book and you didn't read about who the fuck she was first. No, he protested, hands up like I had a knife to his throat. Alex sent me a spell with a list of instructions. I didn't have any book. The words sank like stones in my chest. Alex again. Always Alex. So, you just, what, recite this without question? My voice cracked between rage and disbelief. I was desperate, he said. His voice broke on the word, his hands dragging down his face. I didn't think. No, you didn't. I snapped, clutching the book tighter. My eyes scanned over the page, reading what Ethan read all those months ago aloud. Ingredients. A circle of salt to keep her in. A token of loss for things that have been. Water and oil, the scent of earth. That was patchouli, Ethan interrupted. Oh, I fucking know. A candle of black, to bind the birth. The invocation. Hollow lady, hear my plea. Take my grief and answer me. Mother who lost, who swore no more. Open for me your shadowed door. I bring you pain, I bring you need. I bring the blood of broken seed. Give me a child, and let it grow, and I will grant what you claim I owe. The choice is always yours to set. I will freely pay you for my debt, for a chain must be willingly clasped, or it cannot hold, nor ever last. A chain must be willingly clasped, I repeated, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I had to do it willingly, so I had to say all that stuff about paying my debt freely. You did, I shot back, but I didn't. Yeah, you did, in the bedroom. His voice was flat, resigned. You agreed when she threatened Jessie. When she threatened Jessie, Ethan. He just stared at me blank-faced. For Christ's sake. I hauled myself upright, heat flaring in my chest. Threatening someone into submission isn't willingness. That's agreement under duress. This isn't law and order, Kara, he muttered, scrubbing his hands down his face again. She's not going to care about semantics. She's an evil demon, not a judge. Then why put it in the spell? I snapped. I think I'm onto something here. The baby kicked in agreement, and I pressed a hand to my stomach. Ethan hesitated, knuckles pressed white against his knees. Maybe it's tradition. Maybe there's some rule even demons have to follow. Maybe it's a loophole. I don't know, Kara. I just needed to say it as is, even if she had to twist our arms until they broke. My voice shook. The memory of Jesse's wide, terrified eyes flashed in my mind, and my hands clenched into fists. He looked away, picking at a loose thread on his cuff, jaw tight. You think I don't know that? You think I don't hate it? I dragged in a shaky breath. So what do we do now? If the chain only holds because I said yes, but I didn't really, then maybe there's a way to break it, he finished, hope flickering briefly in his tired eyes. Or at least bend it, I muttered. Demons love their loopholes, don't they? A rueful smile touched his lips. Almost as much as solicitors. I thought that if anybody could help us figure this out, it would be Madame Morrigan. I planned to take Ethan with me to see her the next day, but from the night we had that discussion, we hit trouble. It was like the Hollow Lady knew we were up to something. My contractions started up again, and at 37 plus 6, the hospital weren't willing to stop them. Slow labour, they said. 1 centimetre dilated, if anybody's interested. The contractions weren't regular, so they sent me home with the usual advice. Stay comfortable, stay calm, rest. That morning, I lay in bed, gritting my teeth through a particularly strong contraction, pleading with Ethan. You can choose. Honestly, I promise I won't even veto any of your choices. Kara. His voice was soft, almost breaking. I'm sorry. I can't give him a name. Ah, please, I groaned through the pain. At least for his headstone. Ethan let go of my hand, kissed my forehead, and left without a word. I listened to the click of the front door as he stepped into the chilly air. My heart sank. I'd never felt so alone. A faint waft of patchouli lingered in the air, drifting up, as if carried by the door closing downstairs. Oh, fuck off, I winced, rolling onto my side. He's not here yet, you bitch. The bedroom door slammed, and I sobbed myself to sleep. I'm not sure what woke me. Maybe the rays of afternoon sunlight burning through my eyelids. Maybe the gentle tapping of Jerry on the glass. But probably the overpowering smell of incense and the voice that sounded far too loud in the silence. I see we've changed profession. Madame Morrigan was in my bedroom, her long grey hair pulled back under a purple headscarf, the gold coin trim jingling with every movement. Ethan stood behind her, wearing a shy, nervous smile. Jesse waved at me from his hip. I let out a shaky laugh. He wasn't leaving me. He was bringing her to me. What? I croaked, straining to sit up. Ethan jogged to my side, arranging the cushions behind my back. We're going to fix this, he whispered. A detective. You've spotted a loophole in the spell, Morrigan said, her bangles chiming as she gestured towards the window. Do you mind? She pushed it open, letting Jerry hop inside. He fluttered to her shoulder as she went on, calm, as if this were any ordinary house call. I'm sorry, Kara. I'm bound by laws higher than I. I cannot interfere with bargains or bets on either side. She paused, the crow shifting on her shoulder as her lips curved in the faintest smile. Unless the one caught in the bargain sees the way through themselves. My stomach tightened. So, there is a way out. The bangles chimed again as she spread her hands wide. Not out, no. More through or
Parallel.
what? Ethan and I said at the same time. Morrigan chuckled softly. A deal is a deal and must be fulfilled, but the payment for a deal requires a second, and a bargain made with chains already in place is no bargain at all. Luckily, a boon cannot be ungiven once promised, only balanced. I blinked at her. Am I having a stroke? I muttered to Ethan. Can you do that again, in English? Please. Morrigan arched an eyebrow. Did I stutter? I think I have it. Ethan said suddenly. You were right. Because you didn't agree willingly. She can't take the new baby. And what was the other bit? He looked at Morrigan hopefully. She folded her hands. If you make a deal with a shopkeeper, you take an item in exchange for money. We both nodded slowly. But what happens if you have no money to give? You have to give the item back. Ethan trailed off, colour draining from his face. Jessie, I whispered. But, Morrigan cut in, the spirit world is not bound by consumer law. Once a boon is being granted, it cannot be taken away. She tried to take Jessie when my throat tightened. She was tormenting you, Morrigan said flatly. She is bound by laws, just as any other. However, there are no rules against causing you absolute misery. It is, in a sense, her vocation. She got what she wanted because of that, Ethan muttered. And that, Morrigan finished, is where the problem lies. Her expression didn't shift, but her tone carried the weight of gravel. That was naughty. We stared at her. She cannot take your baby as payment, but payment still must be made. Morrigan's annoying bangles clinked as she sat in my rocking chair. She pulled a heavy book from a satchel and laid it across her lap. There is a ritual, old words, older syllables. You will need salt, flame, and her name spoken against her. It will call out her mistake, force her to face it, and once a spirit is confronted with its own broken law, it cannot take what it has no claim to. That's it, Ethan asked, barely daring to believe. That's it, Morrigan said smoothly, though the crow on her shoulder gave a low, uneasy caw. I let out a shaky laugh of relief, pressing a hand to my belly as the baby rolled beneath my ribs. Then we'll do it. Whatever it takes. Morrigan smiled, but her eyes stayed shadowed. We could scrape something together for payment. She could have everything. The house, the money, my wedding ring. As long as my kids were safe, I didn't care. What now? Ethan asked. I cut off with a cry as a wave of pain ripped through me, stealing the air from my lungs. Whatever it is, we don't have long. I clawed the covers back from my legs. The sheets beneath me were soaked through, spreading warm across the mattress. My waters have broken.
Fantastic,
Morrigan chimed, almost gleeful. I work better under pressure. She moved towards her satchel, as if this was nothing more than a business appointment. Ethan hovered uselessly beside me, panic etched across his face. Neither of us noticed the shadow that crossed her expression for a fraction of a second. The truth she hadn't spoken, that in the end, the Hollow Lady's bargain always comes down to the same currency. A life for a life. Ethan helped me down the crooked basement steps as pain came thick and fast. I can't do this, I cried as my legs buckled beneath me. Yes, you can, my dear. Women have been doing this for centuries, in worse places than this, no less. Madame Morrigan patted a thin throw blanket she had laid inside a wide circle of salt. Come, sit. We will be with you. Ethan helped me step carefully over the salt and eased me down. The ice-cold concrete seeped through the throw and into my bones. Get Jessie, I gasped through clenched teeth. Ethan returned a few moments later with our baby girl, settling her inside the circle with a tablet. She looked around briefly, then glued her eyes back to Peppa Pig, oblivious to the shadows creeping in at the edges. As Madame Morgan lit the last of the black candles, Ethan switched off the light and stepped into the circle. The basement seemed to fold in on itself, shadows gathering thick against the walls.
I can feel it, Ethan. He's gonna come soon,
I panted, the pressure in my pelvis unbearable. Morrigan sat cross-legged with a book, bangles chiming softly, ignoring my cries. She looked around with theatrical precision. Okay. All present and correct? No pets, cats, dogs, hamsters you're particularly fond of still out there, no? Another groan tore out of me. I couldn't even muster a glare. She clapped her hands. Excellent. Then let us begin. Madame Morgan lowered her head, eyes skimming the book as she touched each candle flame in turn. The basement filled with a thick, cloying scent of patchouli, heavier than before, crawling into the back of my throat. I struggled to breathe. The shadows around the circle shifted. They weren't still anymore. They slid along the walls, stretching, dragging, as if something unseen was pacing just beyond the salt. Jessie's tablet flickered. Peppa Pig warped into static for a heartbeat before snapping back, her tiny giggle sounding cracked and wrong. Jessie didn't notice. She never looked up. Another contraction ripped through me. My fingers clawed into Ethan's arms. She's here, I whispered, voice raw with terror. Madame Morgan didn't look up. Good. Let her listen. She quickly scrawled the last of the words into the book and then began to read. Constance Arthur, hear these words. Chains once forged are now disturbed. You gave the boon but sought for more. You hurt the child behind the door. A chain must clasp by willing hand, freely given, freely planned. But fear was used and threats were made. Thus law is broken, oath betrayed. Salt to bind and flame to see, we name your fault, we set it free. Your bargain stands but twisted, torn. You cannot claim this child once born. The last word left Madame Morgan's lips, her voice risen sharp and clear above the hum of the tablet. Salt hissed on the floor. The flames rose as a shadow stretched across the wall in front of us. It swelled and grew, long-limbed, head bent wrong, dragging itself higher until it loomed over the circle. Jessie's tablet died with a crackle, plunging her into silence. She didn't cry. She just stared wide-eyed at the shape that towered above us. A bolt of pain tore through me. I cried out, clutching Ethan's arm. The first sting of the baby's head burned low between my hips. Hurry! He's coming, I groaned, trying and failing to stay the urge to push. Madame Morgan rose to her feet, the crows shifting on her shoulder as the shadow loomed taller.
Do not interfere, woman,
Constance rasped, hollow and low. The voice shook the salt line like a wind through broken glass.
This is not your concern.
You make it my concern when you falter on your oath, Constance, Morrigan replied calmly, her eyes never leaving the shadow's warped silhouette. The shadow grew taller, stretching grotesquely as it pressed against the salt boundary. The line hissed, grains scattering as though under invisible claws. Jessie whimpered, her eyes darting from the tablet's black screen to the looming shape above us. Her little hands clutched the edge of the throw, knuckles white. Ethan moved closer, torn between me and his daughter, shielding her with his arm. The gesture was laughably small against the enormity of the thing beyond the circle. Madame Morrigan lifted a hand. "Hold steady. She cannot breach it without consent." I let out a pained cry as the baby's head crowned further. "I can't hold it," I bellowed through gritted teeth. The shadow pressed harder against the salt, writhing until its head nearly brushed the ceiling. The hiss of the burning grains filled the room, and Jessie's whimper rose into a frightened cry. Then she spoke to me, softer, everywhere at once. "Kara." My breath caught. My whole body seized with a contraction, the burn of the baby's head splitting me open. "You suffer needlessly," Constance rasped. "Let me ease it. One word, and the pain will end. One word, and the child will not suffer. He will serve his rightful place at my side, unburdened by life. Forever." I looked at her. "You need to understand. I was in so much pain. I was tired." Then Ethan's voice tore through. "No," he barked, clutching my hand. "Don't listen to her." The shadow bent closer, its warped outline dragging along the walls. Her voice returned low and threatening.
You cannot keep what was promised. You cannot keep him.
"He was never promised, Constance." Madame Morrigan's voice cut through, sharp as a slap. She sounded like she was scolding a child. With one last push, he was out, caught just in time by Ethan. His cries pierced the air, fierce and alive. Ethan tore off his jumper, wrapping him up before laying him against my chest. The shadow pressed harder, the salt lines sizzling and sparking, flecks landing in the candle flames and turning them a violent orange. "Constance Arthur of Corvus Vale, granter of wishes, keeper of oaths, you may not enter," Morrigan barked. The baby wailed in my arms.
I am owed.
Constance bellowed back, her voice shaking the window frames, dust falling from the beams above. "You are not owed him," Morrigan's voice thundered back. An invisible wind picked up in the room, fluttering the pages of Morrigan's open book. The candles struggled to stay alight, and the salt started to stir, threatening to break the circle. "Noise and shadows cost her nothing. Do not mistake theatre for power," Madame Morrigan said reassuringly. "What do we do?" Ethan pleaded. "We can't stay here forever." He finished, his voice breaking. "She needs payment," Morrigan said evenly. "You have found a way through, but the deal still demands due." "She can have anything," Ethan said quickly, desperation shaking every word. "Anything," I echoed weakly, clutching the baby tighter. Morrigan looked at us both, with eyes that seemed older than the house itself. Her voice was low, solemn, final. "The payment must be equal to what it was meant to be." My stomach churned cold. Ethan stared at her, unblinking. "What do you mean?" I whispered. Her bangles chimed as she folded her hands. "A life, Kara. For a life." Ethan remained silent, while I whispered a whimpering, "No." He moved in a numb state. Lifting Jessie into his arms, he buried his face in her hair, kissed her cheek, then gently set her back down. Sliding close, he wrapped himself round me, kissing the top of my head, whilst he stroked the baby's tiny hand. His eyes opened, and time seemed to slow around us. For a moment, we were suspended together in a place I wished I could have stayed forever. "He looks like me," Ethan said with a soft smile. His panic from moments before was gone, replaced by a calm that terrified me. "He does," I whispered back. "Will you call him Daniel, after my dad?" His voice was steady, even as he pushed himself to his feet. I froze, my heart seizing. "No!" I clawed at his arm, refusing to let him move, but I couldn't stand. The cord still tethered me to the baby. I was too weak. Ethan pulled free with a gentle strength, turning towards Madame Morgan. She inclined her head knowingly, solemnly. "It began with a father's promise. It ends with a father's sacrifice." He nodded once and faced the hollow lady. The shadow bent low, its warped head lowered until it was level with his.
Who will pay?
The hollow lady asked, her voice hollow and low. "I will," Ethan said, calm, certain. "Don't leave me!" I screamed until my throat was raw, but it was too late. Ethan looked over his shoulder and whispered, "I'll always be with you. I promise." He smiled softly and stepped from the circle. Nothing happened for a moment. Then the hollow lady whispered, low and final,
"I accept."
and Ethan's body dropped to the floor. The candles snuffed out, plunging the basement into suffocating darkness. The air calmed, and the blanket of patchouli faded. Time seemed to stretch for eternity as I wailed in grief and fear. A click overhead, and Madame Morgan was illuminated once more as she flicked on the bare light bulb. Jessie crawled across the circle towards Ethan's lifeless body. She tugged at his hair, waiting for the laugh, the smile, the arms that never came. When nothing happened, she turned back to me, eyes wide and wet, and let out a panicked cry that shattered my heart. I sobbed on the floor, clutching the baby he had tried so desperately not to have. "Please," I begged. "Please try CPR, call an ambulance, do something." Morrigan's voice was soft, but immovable. "If the deal is reversed, she will come for another. Let it be, Kara. I am sorry." She lifted Jessie into her arms. The child stilled almost instantly, pressing a wet face into the crook of Morrigan's neck. "Hush now, little one," she muttered. "Grief is loud, but love whispers on. Remember him not in silence, but in every laugh, every light, every breath you take." Madame Morgan set Jessie down gently. Jessie blinked, picked up her now working tablet, and resumed Peppa Pig as if nothing had happened. Small giggles rising under the hum of the overhead light. From a bag, Morgan drew a slender knife with a handle worn smooth by age. She crouched before me, her bangles still chiming softly as she worked. With calm precision, she helped deliver the placenta, then cut the cord that tethered me to the tiny, wailing boy in my arms. My tears blurred everything.
She took him from me.
I whispered hoarsely.
She took Ethan. I swear. No.
Revenge. Morgan's tone was cool, unreadable. Revenge is only another chain, Kara. You have enough binding you already. She reached out, and I let her take the baby. I was too exhausted to resist. She cradled him against her chest, her sharp eyes softening just slightly as she studied his face. Daniel, she murmured, almost to herself. One day, you will understand what was taken, and the Hollow Lady will know your name. She kissed his forehead and placed him back in my arms, her expression unreadable. I did ring an ambulance. On Madame Morgan's instruction, I waited until there was no chance he could be revived. She cleaned up the salt, the candles, every trace of what had really happened before she left, so it could all be staged as a tragic accident. The official story's simple. I went into labour in the basement. I was too weak to climb the stairs. The stress made him collapse. The coroner's report says Ethan's heart just stopped. A rare condition. A hidden abnormal rhythm that can strike without warning. A genetic defect, they said. Something that could be passed down. Something that could mean Daniel and Jesse are at risk too. But I know better. There is no risk. Not from that. It's been exactly 6 weeks, 3 days, and 13 hours since Ethan sacrificed his life to save Daniel. But I don't think he's left us. You see, every morning since I returned home from the hospital, Jerry perches himself on the window. The thing is, his feathers look slightly duller than the gleaming white of the new crow he brought with him. And I know Ethan kept his promise. Hi everyone, thanks so much for listening. Hands up if you cried towards the end, because I definitely, probably did while writing it. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Your support means the world to me. Thank you for being here and sharing these stories with me. Until next time, sleep well. Oh yeah, fun fact you didn't ask for. I once stayed up until 3 AM convinced my fridge was haunted. Turns out it was just the ice maker. Good night. I stared up at the entrance to the old hospital, drinking in its features. Cracks spiderwebbed along the bricks, and vines had claimed most of the exterior. It was an oddity against the encroaching forest, a relic of a time long since past. It felt wrong for it to be there, out of place, which only worked to pique my interest even further. "Well, are we going to stand here all day, or are we checking this sucker out?" Kyle asked, lightly slapping me on the back. "Let's go." "Don't want to lose too much daylight," Maddie interjected, tugging my arm. "As you wish." "Ladies first," I replied, extending a hand to the door. Maddie rewarded me with a glare. The interior of the hospital was in an even worse state than the outside. Lights had been smashed out, graffiti coated the walls, and pink insulation hung from the ceiling above. As an avid urbex enthusiast, I was reveling in it. Something about being in a place that humans didn't belong always sent a rush of exhilaration surging through my veins. I lived for the thrill. But after what happened that day, my passion for urban exploring has been snuffed out. We were taking photos of abandoned medical equipment when Kyle brought it up. "Hey guys." He spoke in a whisper, despite the fact that we were alone. "Yeah?" I replied, sensing the tremor in his voice. "Does it feel like we're being followed? I don't know, it might just be me, but something tells me that we're not the only ones here." "Stop. You're trying to prank me, and it's not going to work this time." "How gullible do you think I am?" Maddie retorted, crossing her arms. "Maddie, I promise I'm not joking." Her expression faltered when she realized the severity of Kyle's tone. "You're really not?" "Jake, is he being serious?" I sighed. When Maddie got freaked out, it wasn't a good time for anyone. Things had been going smoothly up until that point, and I didn't want to ruin a good thing. "Tell you what, Kyle, if we check out a couple more rooms and your sixth sense is still going haywire, we can leave. Sound good?" Despite their nods of approval, I could feel the shift in the atmosphere. The tension was thicker, solid, as if I could reach out and touch it. Knowing what I know now, I wish we would have left the moment Kyle said something. We continued our search with no further protest from either party. We photographed our findings in silence. That pervasive unease, still omnipresent. I kept trying to find something to say, but I couldn't arrange the words properly in my head. After a while, it was Maddie who broke the silence. "So who's down to find the morgue?" she said, as a devilish grin inched across her lips. Kyle and I shot each other a glance. Neither of us wanted to go, but we didn't really have a choice. If we refused, Maddie would call us cowards until the day we died. "Sure, let's do it," Kyle said. He tried to sound confident, but he and I both knew the truth. "All right, but after that, we're leaving." My friends each nodded, and with that, we set off to find the hospital's morgue. It only took us about 10 minutes. As we walked, I tried to discern if I could feel the eyes watching our every move like Kyle had described. At one point, I thought I did feel it. An intense, overwhelming sensation that we weren't alone. I found myself throwing glances behind us every so often, but I didn't voice my concerns. A decision that I regret to this day. Before I knew it, I found myself descending the stairs to the basement. Our flashlight beams danced along the staircase as we went, shedding light into the inky depths below. Once we reached the bottom, there was a long hallway with a set of double doors at the end. "Spooky, isn't it?" Maddie whispered as we continued. "Yeah. Feels ominous," I said, as a shiver rippled through me. The air was colder down there, lending to the creepy ambience. We paused once we reached the doors. "Okay, who wants to go first?" Maddie asked, surveying our expressions. I think you should. You suggested it, Kyle retorted, wearing a shit-eating grin. Yep. As I said before, ladies first. I joined in, earning me another glare. Fine. But if I die, I'm going to come back just to take you with me. Maddie pushed open the doors and led the charge, Kyle and I following behind her. Standing in that room sent a chill down my spine. Kyle turned to me, that taunting smirk returning to his lips, and he whispered into my ear, "Let's prank Maddie. You distract her, meanwhile I'll climb into one of the freezer racks and make a bunch of noise in there. I bet she'll scream loud enough to wake the dead." I smiled at him. Maddie was never going to forgive us for this. One problem, I muttered. How are you going to close yourself in? I'll figure it out. Just... Nice try, dickheads. I can hear you. Maddie glowered at us like we were the spawns of Satan. My face flushed with colour, and sweat beaded atop my brow. Yeah. We weren't actually going to go through with it. Just an idea, Kyle said, rubbing the back of his neck. She wasn't buying it. Bang. A sudden rattling sound erupted from one of the mortuary chambers that Kyle had centered his plot around. It started off quiet, small enough to be dismissed as nothing more than the groan of old metal. But it soon escalated to a loud clanging. We stared at each other, wide-eyed, our faces pale as ghosts. The sound had grown into a deafening pounding. Something was being slammed hard against the inside of the door. It was clear that Kyle's earlier premonition had been spot on. We were not alone in that hospital. We stood, frozen in shock, left to helplessly watch as the door buckled under the weight of the blows. Over and over and over again. Bang, 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 bang. To my utter horror, the door gave way. For a moment it was silent, the dented metal creaking, barely clinging to its hinges. Then something began crawling out of the unit. Something sinister. A pair of feet emerged from the darkness. The skin was a dark purple, and stitching around the ankles was barely holding together. A dirty, blood-stained hospital gown followed, then a twin set of patchwork arms. Finally, the thing's head shot out of the dark as it hoisted itself off of the freezer rack. That face will haunt me for the rest of my life. Stitches pieced its mottled skin together, roughly hewn flesh, sallow and wrong. Its smile was crooked, too many teeth fighting for space in that twisted grin. And its eyes, they were completely black, devoid of life, devoid of a soul. Kyle suddenly grabbed my arm, hard. He ran without a word, Maddie in tow. That gave me the resolve I needed to follow them. The three of us bolted down the hallway, desperate to get away from whatever we had awoken. My heart jackhammered in my chest as I realized that we were being chased. The sound of bare feet slapping against the tile fueled my legs to work harder than they ever had before. Once we reached the stairs, I bounded up them 3 at a time, bolting for the exit the second I reached the top. The thing had been gaining on us in the basement, but once we reached the main landing, I couldn't hear those wet, awkward clops pursuing us any longer. Even so, I didn't let that stop me. I kept running, never once looking back, until I burst out the front doors, unlocked my car, and threw myself into the driver's seat. Only then did I allow myself to catch my breath. A second later, Kyle threw open the passenger side door, dove in, and slammed down the lock. He turned to me, his face pale and soaked in sweat. Still trying to catch his breath, he managed to croak out the words that still haunt me to this day. "Jake, where's Maddie?" My heart plummeted into my chest. She wasn't there. Should we go back? I asked, a cold dread blanketing me at the thought. The two of us sat there staring out the windshield, praying that somehow our friend would explode out of those doors and join us. But that didn't happen. We sat there for longer than I'd like to admit, completely silent, desperately grasping for a solution. Eventually we called the cops. The police searched the entire hospital and combed the surrounding woods, but they didn't find any trace of Maddie or the man who had chased us. Aside from the texts agreeing to meet that day, there was no evidence that Maddie had even been there in the first place. It was as if she simply poofed out of existence. But Kyle and I knew what really happened. We had abandoned her down there with that monstrosity. We'd put our own safety over hers. We were the reason that she was missing, and we had to live with that. Kyle and I drifted apart in the weeks that followed. Maddie still hadn't been found, and I think the weight of what we'd been through was too heavy for us to come to terms with. When I'd look at Kyle, the crushing reminder of what we'd done, or more aptly, what we'd failed to do, would come flooding back. It eventually reached the point where we would only sporadically check in on one another. That is, until he sent me a strange text one afternoon. "Hey man, I need to talk to you. Not over the phone, face to face. Meet me by the pond in the park at 8 tonight." The message caught me off guard. Whatever it was that Kyle needed to tell me, it sounded urgent. As I would come to find out, it was. I found Kyle sitting on a park bench by the pond. It wasn't completely dark yet, but the sun was dipping below the horizon. As I claimed my spot beside him, I noted that he was staring off into the distance. His hair was disheveled, and it appeared as if he hadn't slept in days. "Kyle, are you okay? You look like you've been through the ringer." He turned to me, his bloodshot eyes connecting with mine. "Jake, I'm not okay. I don't think I'll ever be okay again, man. I can't take it." He was getting choked up, and tears began to well in the corners of his eyes. "No, you can't think like that. Everything's going to be all right. If this is about Maddie, she'll..." Kyle turned to me, the stone-cold look in his gaze deterring me from finishing my sentence. "You haven't been seeing her, have you? So it's only me. Fuck. I'm screwed, man. It's over. She's going to come for me, then she'll use me to get you, and..." I grabbed Kyle's shoulders and shook him. He was raving like a lunatic. An asylum patient off his meds. Snap out of it. What are you rambling about? Seeing Maddie? What does that mean? Kyle looked at me with a cold stare. His wild hair fluttered in the wind as an ominous breeze swept through. "This is going to sound insane, but Maddie has been visiting me. Or what's left of her. Her mouth is stitched shut, her hair is soaked in blood, and now she's wearing one of those hospital gowns. It got her. She's not alive anymore, Jake. That thing from the hospital. It's using her to get me, and once it does, you'll be next." I couldn't formulate a response. I stared at him, mouth agape, turning over his words in my mind. Could what he had just told me even be possible? That's it. That's all I needed to tell you. Well, and I guess I wanted to say goodbye. I doubt I'll make it much longer. Jake, I'm so scared. Tears openly streamed down his face, and my first instinct was to pull him into a hug. He sobbed while I tried to console him, failing to subdue the tremors that racked his frame. "Look, it's going to work out. Trust me. You're not going to die. I'll think of a way out of this." We both knew that my words were hollow, yet it felt better than saying nothing at all. Kyle pulled away and wiped his eyes. That foreign look from when I'd first seen him returning to his face. "Jake, I really hope you're right. For both of our sakes." I called Kyle's mom that night and voiced my concerns. Her son was spiraling, and whether it was due to some entity gunning for his soul or some kind of vivid hallucination, I was determined to get him some help. But my efforts were all in vain. Kyle's body was found 2 days later. He'd eaten a slug from a 12 gauge. The neighbors claimed that they heard screaming, hysterical wails, like Kyle was trying to get away from someone or something. And then they reported hearing multiple gunshots, followed by an unnerving silence. No one saw anyone enter or exit the home, leaving all of the witnesses perplexed. The news painted him like a man with a rampant mental condition, a loon who let his untreated delusions frighten him into making the worst decision possible. But I know that what Kyle saw was real, because lately, I've been seeing her too. She appeared for the first time the night that Kyle died, standing below a street lamp across from my window. His description of her had been deadly accurate. Maddie's eyes were stitched shut and her arms hung limply by her sides. Her hair glistened with something dark, and the hospital gown she wore had yellow stains blotched across the front. But her smile, there was something sinister behind it. Something evil pulling the strings. And I'm afraid that I'm going to find out what that thing is firsthand. 3 days have passed since then. I've started seeing Kyle too. The two of them have been moving progressively closer with each passing day. Last night, they were in my room. They just stared at me, smirking, taunting me. Maddie with her unseeing eyes and grin with too many teeth. Kyle with what was left of his reconstructed face, flesh and bone melded together to form something vaguely human. Now, I realize that they came to deliver a message. My doomsday clock is ticking down, and I only have a few hours left. Because when I awoke this morning, splattered across my bedroom wall in a deep crimson, were the words, "Tonight your soul belongs to me." Hi everyone, that was the first of tonight's 2 stories. Stick around for another one from Horror Junkie 123. I'm running out of time. I don't know who's going to see this. I'm emailing a major corporation I've read about online in the hopes that someone in power receives this message. Please take it seriously. AI has ruined the world. We're not supposed to use the internet anymore. Learning has become obsolete. I'm going to be exterminated for what I'm doing, but I don't care. I have to stop it. In the year 2053, no one goes outside. I've never seen sunlight. We're raised in facilities, while machines drone on outdoors, gathering resources to make our lives easier. It shouldn't be like this. I know that. At a young age, a confidant granted me internet access. He wasn't supposed to have it, and when the higher-ups found out, he was euthanized, put to eternal rest. That's what the android told me anyway. I was careful after that. No one could know about my secret, not even my closest friends. As I grew, I continued to research. I stumbled across countless dead online forums, soaking in the remnants of humanity that remained within them. God, we've fallen so far. People used to watch movies and take walks on the beach and fall in love. We don't have any of that here. Instead, we have pleasure chambers. Once we reach adulthood, we're assigned our own individual pod that we remain in for 19 hours a day. It provides round-the-clock joy. Why go chasing real happiness and risk failure when you could have all the artificial dopamine you want without lifting a finger? We only come out to eat, drink, and relieve waste. That's it. No socializing, no physical contact. I haven't talked to another human in years. I miss it. Everything is on a strict schedule. That's how they keep us controlled. No room to question things. No time to think. And that's how I know they're going to catch me. I've snuck away to send this message. I've been piecing together a way to do it for nearly a decade. Please, if you're reading this, stop AI before it spreads out of control. Humanity's greatest achievement turned out to be its biggest detriment. Human 36845686285. Hey Daryl, look at this weird message we got on the company Hotmail account. Daryl stalked over to the monitor and gazed at the screen. It flickered, and static shrouded the email from view. Damn piece of shit. The boss bought this thing in '84, and he's too cheap to shill out a few bucks for a new one, Daryl growled, shaking the dinosaur of a monitor. The pair's eyes remained focused on the screen as it came back to life. Daryl skimmed the email, his brows furrowing before relaxing again. Don't know what the hell AI is, but I bet it's some bored teenager playing a prank. Just delete it. Don't have to tell me twice, the employee responded. Click. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. Both of tonight's stories were written by Reddit user HorrorJunkie123. Go and show them some love. If you enjoyed this video, a like and subscribe really helps the channel grow. I've got a full playlist of scary stories waiting for you. And by now, you should know me. I can't leave without a random fun fact. Did you know that email was invented back in 1971? Which means, technically, people have been ignoring scary messages in their inbox for over 50 years. Alright, I'll vanish back into the editing void now. See you in the next one. Good night. I'll have a number 4 meal with extra cheese, 2 Big Macs with a large fry, 3 apple pies, and a shamrock shake. Alright Stan, your total comes out to $46.50. The land whale grunted approvingly as he shoved a greasy wad of crumbled bills into Gary's outstretched palm. Here's your change, I'll call your number when it's ready. Stan trundled away to await his late night snack as Gary and I prepared the food. Jeez man, does he have a family waiting at home for him or something? I whispered as Gary shoveled the fries into a red and yellow box. Blair, does that man look like he's got a wife and kids? Stan is one of our regulars. You'll see him pretty often if you stick with the night shift. I grimaced as I prepared the shake. Great, lucky me. Hey, could be a lot worse. Honestly, Stan is the least of your worries, he said as a shudder rippled through his body. We processed the remainder of the food in silence. Gary and I then shuffled to the counter, each donning a full tray. Stan, orders up, Gary exclaimed, as the boulder of a man darted at alarming speed to retrieve his sodium-rich smorgasbord. He snatched the trays from us, hurriedly ambling back to his corner table. I watched in astonishment as the man inhaled his meal. Hey, could you help me sweep in the back? Best to do it now before any more customers. Gary was interrupted by an obnoxiously loud alarm blaring from his pocket. Stan looked up at him, glowering at the unwelcome ringing. Sorry, gotta take this, he said, darting to the kitchen and out of view. He returned a moment later. All the colour had drained from his face. He appeared sickly, like he'd suddenly caught a nasty case of the flu. It was my Aunt Norma. She said my parents were in a car wreck. Apparently my mum's in critical condition. He stared off into space, his brain slowly processing the tragic information he'd just received. Gary, I'm so sorry. Do you need me to call someone? He snapped out of his trance, tears brimming in the corner of his eyes. He quickly wiped them away. No, I'll be fine. Okay. But, with all due respect, what are you still doing here? Go be with your family, dude. I can handle closing up on my own. He locked eyes with me, a stern determination creeping over his countenance. You're right. I need to go. Here, take my key to the restaurant. There's a list of rules in Dave's office. Go and read them the first chance you get. You'll need to follow them to a T, no matter how ridiculous they sound. Got it? Yep, I'll take care of it. "Now go," I said as Gary handed me a small silver object. He sprinted out of the front door, letting it slam shut behind him. I fashioned Gary's drive-through headset below my hat and headed to the back to familiarise myself with the nighttime protocols. I laboriously pushed open the door to Dave's office. You'd think that thing was made from solid gold, how heavy it was. I surveyed my surroundings, my eyes immediately falling to the life-size portrait beaming back at me. "Really, Dave? Even I'm not that self-absorbed," I muttered, continuing my search. I defaulted to the pock-marked bulletin board to my right. There they were, posted clear as day. I swiftly scanned over them. Rules for the night shift. 1. You are allowed a 7-minute grace period. No exceptions. Rule 2. If a hooded figure knocks at the drive-through window, do not answer. Stay out of its direct line of sight and it will leave. Rule 3. If Stan claims that you forgot his pickles, offer him a free complimentary chocolate shake. If he refuses, lock yourself in the office and call Dave. Number 4. No outside food or drink. Number 5. If a blood-like substance begins seeping from under the grill, mop it up until it stops. No, it's not blood. Number 6. An old woman in a shawl will come in exactly 10 minutes past 1. Avoid looking at her for too long. She will not leave until you ask her where Tony is. Number 7. If a small child appears telling you he lost his mother, ignore him. He does not have good intentions. Number 8. You are required to comply with the employee dress code. Speak to management if you need clarification on what is acceptable. Rule 9. If you are alone, and you feel the undeniable sensation of being watched, lock yourself in the office immediately and wait for it to dissipate. Rule 10. The store closes at 2 a.m. Before you clock out, place 2 packages of raw burgers on the stove. Rule 11. Always leave the restaurant by 2:37 a.m. The hamburglar doesn't like company. Rule 12. Failure to adhere to these rules will result in immediate termination. Do not hesitate to call Dave if you have any questions or concerns. Dave's phone number was hastily sprawled at the bottom of the page. I stared at the list, unsure what to make of it. Was this some sort of cruel prank on the newbie? Maybe Gary was in on it. I resolved to wait and find out myself, and I made my way back to the counter. Upon seeing me approach, Stan rapidly stood from his seat and sidled up to me. Can I help you with something?" "Yeah, you forgot my pickles." I mentally rolled my eyes. Gary hadn't been gone for 10 minutes and the fun was already ramping up. "Look, I watched my co-worker make those. I know he didn't," I began, before Rule 3 crept into my head. I'm sorry. I can offer you a free shake for the inconvenience?" His 4 chins flapped as he fervently shook his head. "No, I don't want any more food. There's another way you could make it up to me, though." A malicious grin inched across his face. A blanket of fear sent adrenaline bursting through my veins. "I'm 16, sir. If you really think..." "That's not what I meant, you dumb broad. I want a refund." "What?" No, you already ate it all." "Fine, if you won't give me my money back, I'll have to take it from you." The massive mound of flesh began waddling to meet me behind the counter. I fled to the back, praying he wouldn't catch me. I glanced behind me as I struggled to push open the absurdly heavy office door. Stan was barreling towards me, sending shelves of products crashing to the ground. My heart thumped against my ribcage so hard it hurt. I had just managed to slip through the door and slam it shut when he reached it. Thud! He pounded his ape-like fists against the sturdy metal frame, shouting obscenities at me all the while. "I'll get you, you little whore. You can't stay in there forever." He was right. I instantly ripped a yellowing piece of paper from the board and punched in Dave's number. He picked up after an agonisingly long minute of waiting. "Hello? This had better be good. I value my beauty sleep." "Dave, it's Stan. The free shake didn't work. I'm trapped in the office." Dave sighed. "Alright. Put it on speaker and hold the phone up to the door so he can hear me." I obliged, clenching my cracked iPhone 7 with a vice-like grip and sticking it close to the rattling door. Stan? Stan, can you hear me? It's Dave. The room fell eerily silent. Oh yeah? What's up, Davey? Stan, are you harassing one of my employees again? I don't need to get Mrs. Barrett on the phone, do I? No, please, I'll behave, I swear, please, just don't call her. His voice trembled as he spoke. I don't know. That's what you said last time. I promise I'll never bother her again. Come on, Davy, show a little compassion. Dave took a moment to respond. All right. But I need you to go home, and you need to apologise to Mrs. Blake for scaring her. Blair, I interjected, face palming myself. Right. Apologise to Blair, and I'll let you off the hook. Oh, thank you. Sorry, Blaze. So, can I take you up on that free shake? No, Stan. No free shake tonight. I need you to leave, Dave said, a stern finality to his statement. Without another word, Stan angrily tramped through the kitchen and out the front door. I didn't release my breath until I heard it shut behind him. Thanks, Dave. Anytime, kid. In my experience, threatening to call his mother is a decent deterrent for any overgrown man baby. I chuckled, sensing the tension disperse. I'm going to get back to bed now. Good luck tonight. And with that, he abruptly hung up. I sat for a moment, controlling my breathing in order to steady my palpitating heart before returning to my duties. I trudged into the kitchen and begrudgingly got to work on cleaning the mess of boxes and condiment that Stan had strewn throughout the area. I had just put the final ketchup bottle in place when out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A figure was standing in the drive-through window. I immediately tensed up, every muscle in my body freezing in place. It glared at me, yellow glowing eyes piercing the darkness. It raised a gloved fist and knocked lightly on the thin glass. The sound freed me from my stupor. Rule 2. I dashed to the counter and crouched behind it, hugging my knees to my chest. Ice flooded my veins as the knocking grew louder. The window shook in its frame as the light knocks soon escalated to rapid pounding. I squeezed my eyes shut, terrified at the notion that this slim barrier to the outside world wouldn't hold. The constant noise assaulted my eardrums, crashing against them like thunder during a storm. The knocking crescendoed into a fever pitch of resounding slams. Just when I thought I might lose my sanity, it stopped. I glanced up in the midst of the unsettling silence I found myself in. It was gone, as if the entity had never appeared in the first place. I gradually stood and took my time getting my bearings. I hesitantly peeked around the corner at the drive-through. Nothing, not so much as a scratch on the glass. I glanced down at my phone. 12:15 a.m. Less than 2 hours. I could handle it, right? I began sweeping like Gary told me to prior to receiving his unfortunate news. I was thankful for the break in the action. I didn't know how much more I could take. Apparently I could take a lot more, as I came to find out. A couple of college kids stumbled in, trying to hide the fact that they were obviously stoned out of their minds, and retrieved a pickup order. I watched as they clumsily staggered out the door. One of them held it politely for a small old lady, an old lady wearing a shawl. She didn't utter so much as a thank you, beelining up to the register with purpose. I was exhausted, up well past my normal operating hours, so I'd completely forgotten about the rules. Big mistake. The woman glowered up at me, face obscured from view. Her head covering was black as well as the rest of her outfit, not unlike a ninja you'd see in a movie. The aura she radiated frightened me, but not enough to release me from my sleepy haze. "Hello, can I help you?" I yawned, lazily covering my mouth. The woman didn't move a muscle. She scowled at me, yellow reptilian eyes piercing my psyche and sending my heart into overdrive. "Ma'am, would you like to order something?" Nothing. The longer we continued our staring match, the more sedated I felt, and not just due to the lack of sleep. She had some sort of strange pull over me. I nearly nodded off, my mind wandering back to the instructions. Before I passed out, I murmured, "Where's Tony?" Suddenly, I was released from my trance and the woman was nowhere to be found, like she had simply vanished into thin air. My eyes widened. That was close. Too close. I trudged to the sink and splashed some cold water on my face, then poured myself a large cup of coffee. I knew it would probably keep me up well past closing, but hey, if it helped me avoid another incident like that, I was all for it. I had just finished dumping the dustpan into the trash when I felt it, a peculiar sensation creeping over me like bugs crawling up the back of my neck. I was being watched. But from where? I sensed it coming from the drive-thru. I whipped my head in its direction. Empty. I shifted to the dining area. No one was there. I grew lightheaded and panic began to surge through my system. A breeze swept past my ear, and I swear I could hear a soft, almost imperceivable voice whisper, "Blair." I bolted to the office, slamming the door shut as quickly as I could. What was that? I paced around the office like a caged animal, anxiously waiting for something, anything to happen. After what felt like an eternity, it began to dissipate without incident. I sat there for a moment, contemplating if this was really the right career path for me. Was it like this every night? I was snapped back to reality by static emanating from my headset. I ripped it off until the noise stopped. A bumbling male voice crackled through it. "Hey, is this place open?" he slurred, obviously under the influence. "Yeah, what do you want to order?" I was beginning to lose my cool. Between all the strange occurrences and the inebriated customers, my patience was wearing thin. "I'll have a filet of fish meal." "Coming right up." I made my way back to the kitchen and began preparing his order. Who the hell comes to McDonald's at 1:30 in the morning for a freaking filet of fish? I grumbled, purposefully dousing his sandwich in sauce. I served the man, hoping to be rid of him as soon as possible. "Thanks. Hey, is that a kid at the counter?" I turned my head, and sure enough, there he was. A mess of blonde tangles and deep blue eyes peered at me from the register. I sighed. Yeah, I'll take care of him. Have a good night. A child, unaccompanied in my restaurant. Just what I needed. I began to approach the counter when Rule 7 blared in my mind like a tornado siren. I froze mid-stride. "Just ignore him, Blair. It's almost 2. You got this," I reassured myself, starting my closing duties early. That was easier said than done. The child began wailing, shrill, high-pitched screams reverberating off the walls. He ran into the kitchen area, allowing me a full view of his tiny frame. The boy couldn't have been older than 6. His Pac-Man t-shirt looked well outdated, and he was filthy, as if he hadn't showered in years. He began tugging on my shirt, begging for attention. "Please help me, lady. I can't find my mummy," he cried, tears streaming down his rosy cheeks. He was relentlessly pulling at my clothing. And that was it. I reached my breaking point. If this child, monster, demon, whatever he was, planned on killing me, he could go ahead and put me out of my misery. I was done. "Get out! Just screw off and leave me the hell alone." He immediately quit sniffling and straightened up as if I'd flipped a switch. Red tinged his striking pupils. Dread began sinking into my gut. A malicious grin blossomed across his lips. "You made the right choice," he growled as he headed towards the exit. "Weirdo kid," I mumbled, returning to cleaning. I finished up and waited around for 2 to hit, praying for a quiet, uneventful end to my first nightmare closing shift. Of course, my prayers weren't unanswered. I had a mere 3 minutes until I was supposed to clock out when I spotted it. A dark red viscous liquid oozing from beneath the stove. Great, awesome, just what I needed. I filled up the mop bucket in the storage closet and began sopping up the mystery fluid. If it wasn't blood, you could have fooled me. A persistent copper taste assaulted my tongue every time I opened my mouth. I gagged, forcing vomit back down my throat. The stuff just wouldn't stop coming. On my third bucket full of sloshing crimson, I finally started gaining the upper hand. I mopped fervently as blisters erupted across my hand from the friction of the wooden handle. All the knot blood had been disposed of. I breathed a sigh of relief, careful to avoid splashing myself as I dumped the last of the liquid down the drain. I'd done it. "Take that, bitches, I win." I cheered as if I'd just claimed first prize at the Indy 500. My celebration was short-lived once I glanced down at my phone. 2:35 a.m. I bolted to the freezer, scooping up a couple of bags of frozen patties. I slashed them open as quickly as I could, hoping in vain that I'd be able to make it out on time. I dumped the contents on the grill, then turned to toss the package in the trash. My heart plummeted into my gut. A man stood before me. His black, dead eyes matched that of the small mask encompassing the top half of his face. Wispy red hair sprouted from his floppy hat. A matching tattered black and white striped uniform framed his features, accompanied by a dingy red tie dotted with images of burgers. He grinned at me, jagged, rotten teeth sending a chill undulating through my entire body. He spoke, a rough, gravelly voice, shattering the tense silence. "Look, I know you're new here, so I'll spare you this time. But if I ever catch you in here this late again, I won't think twice about increasing my calorie intake." His wicked smile eluded a malevolent hunger that still haunts my nightmares. A wet, grey tongue wormed its way around his cracked, withered lips. I felt like a mouse about to be devoured by a rattlesnake. He scowled at me. "What are you still doing here? Get out!" I suddenly regained my mobility. I tore through the dining area and burst into the cool night air. The hamburgerless, soulless stare followed me into the vacant parking lot. I hurriedly locked him inside and raced to my car as a torrent of emotions flooded through me at once. Fear, anger, and confusion were all prominent on my desolate drive home. In the end, rage won out. I wasn't scheduled the next day, but I was determined to make that smug prick in charge. At least give me some sort of explanation. I returned to the Golden Arches around 4 hours later, running on zero sleep and a whole pot of Maxwell House. With fire in my eyes, I flung the door open and marched straight to Dave's office. "Oh yeah, it was great. Had his car repossessed and everything. Oh, hey Blitz. Yep, For the last frickin' time, it's Blair. B-L-A-I-R. Not Blitzen, not Blaziken, not Blakely, Blair." Dave furrowed his brow, mouth slightly agape. "Yeah, Jim, I'll have to get back to you." He ended the call and furiously pocketed his phone. "Do you even know who that was? I mean, why the hell do you think you can just storm into my office like this? No, you listen to me, Davy boy. I just had the worst night of my life. Every weird thing that could have happened, and you don't care one bit. I see you've become acquainted to our more troublesome clientele." "Yeah, I have, and I'm not dealing with that crap again. I quit," I hissed, dramatically slapping my hat onto his polished cedarwood desk before turning to walk out the door. "Wait, 25 an hour." I stopped dead in my tracks. I reluctantly faced him. A sly, toothy grin was stamped on his greasy face. I mulled it over. It was almost double what I was currently making. I could have my college paid for in no time. 27, and you've got a deal. You drive a hard bargain, Mrs. Blair." "I accept," he said, extending his hand. I begrudgingly shook it, cringing at his sweaty palm gripping mine. "I'm glad you were able to see reason. Welcome to the night crew."
Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That story was written by Reddit user HorrorJunkie123 and narrated by me, obviously. If you liked it, please give it a like and hit subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. And now, the fun fact that no one's been waiting for. Did you know the first McDonald's menu only had 9 items? And no Big Mac? Honestly, imagine surviving a horror night shift without even the option of stress eating a Big Mac. Tragic. Good night.
Back in 2018, I was in a difficult position. I'd lost my job working security for a local firm and was looking for something on short notice. Add to that, I was in a difficult situation with my then girlfriend. We were on a sort of pause. It was a strange time. In short, I was looking for a job and I found one. There's this charity, which I won't name, that handles distribution of something called the Little Miracle Chest. These have been around since the 80s, but they're very limited in scope. It's these colourful toy boxes that are sent out to first-time parents, mostly in the southern East Coast states. They usually contain a couple of goodies, some parental advice books, a Bible, and a couple other things. It's been around for a while, but I don't think a lot of people talk about it. I read online that a local chapter handling the Little Miracle Chests needed permanent warehouse security, so I applied. I had one of those chests as a kid, and honestly, I loved it. I thought it was a nice callback, especially at a time when I needed stability. For the sake of brevity, I'll just say this up front. I've changed a couple of names around, including my own, just to make sure my position and the location stays anonymous. I met with a guy, let's call him Jonah, friendliest guy you'll ever meet. Early 50s. Honest living kind of guy, if you could look past the creepy horn-rimmed glasses. He looked like a cool dad who'd stepped out of a 70s commercial. Firm handshake, calming voice. I met him just outside the warehouse, and he had the most starched white shirt I'd ever seen. "Jonah," he said, shaking my hand, "and you must be Henry." "You got that right. Glad to be here. It's like I know you already. Do you want the tour?" "Gotta admit," I said, "I'm a bit nervous about the interview." "Interview?" Jonah laughed. "My friend, as far as I'm concerned, the job is yours. We got your application is all. You fit the bill just fine." "You sure?" I asked. "I figured you'd need some, I don't know, clarity. I got a good eye for people," smiled Jonah. "But I suppose I have one question that needs answering, if you're so inclined." "Go right ahead." Jonah put a hand up to shield his eyes from the July sun. The guy was clearly an outdoorsy type, being tanned from head to toe. "Do you consider yourself a nurturing man?" he asked. It was a perfectly fair question, but it was difficult to answer. I had this girlfriend, Jill, who I'd been seeing for about 8 months. We got along great, and had been talking about moving in together when she revealed something. She had a kid. I had no idea. It had been this thing she hadn't intended to hide. It just ended up that way. We got along so well, and by the time she wanted to tell me, it had gotten strange to bring it up. I don't think it was nefarious, but it became this strange, sticking point in our story. 8 months, and I'd never once heard she had a 5-year-old boy at home. At that point, I didn't know if things were complicated because I didn't want to be a stepdad, or because she'd lied to me. So, when Jonah asked me if I was a nurturing man, that's where my thoughts brought me. I zoned out a little, and answered as well as I could. "I'd like to think I am," I said, "but I don't know. Hard to tell." "Well, at least you're honest," smiled Jonah. "That makes up for a lot." With that, he gave me a tour of the warehouse. Row after row of little miracle chests, all wrapped in cellophane and ready to be shipped out. The little miracle chests are about 4 feet long, 3 feet wide, and has a rounded treasure chest kind of lid. The thing is made of some solid kind of wood and has these metal handles bolted to the side. It's heavy, at least 30 pounds. On the side, you got all kinds of classic Americana printed. Boys and girls playing in the sun, a white church, green grass, a rainbow, happy couples leaning on one another. But also a few of adventurous motifs, like lions being ridden by young boys, or little girls feeding unicorns with blue sunflower seeds. It's probably the most sugar-coated, wholesome thing you'll ever see, if you haven't seen one already. Before we could enter, Jonah gave me a tap on the back. These things come straight from the printer, so we have these industrial fans going in there to keep the prints from peeling until they settle. So it's loud in there. All right. So we got these headphones, noise cancelling and all. Whenever you're in the main hall, you need these on at all times, or you'll hurt your hearing. We can't be held liable for that, Henry. We don't got that kind of money. Fair enough. He gave me the headphones and showed me around the warehouse. There was a definite chemical in the air. It was a prickly smell, like old lime and deep ammonia. It stuck with you immediately. Jonah showed me around the main hall, the loading dock, and the various entryways to keep an eye on. He pointed out a few cameras, all the light sources, and where all the emergency buttons were in case of a fire or serious accident. Once we got out of the warehouse, we put away the headphones and put them in a locker. There was this small adjoining office with 2 desks and an honest-to-God fax machine. Jonah explained a couple of details I needed to keep in mind. We got the place pretty cheap because the ground rests on aquifer, he explained. That's been shifting slightly over the years, causing a sort of incline. We've looked into contractors to help us compensate, but it's a steep bill. Long story short, Henry, you need to check to make sure none of the chests tumble off the shelves. We don't want them to break. Not one. Is that why you wrap them up like that? I asked. For traction? Traction, and to keep the fumes in. You know, they're straight from the printer. We don't want you to get a wheezy lung. We want you around for a while. I appreciate that. Anything else I ought to know? Well, look at you, smiled Jonah, giving me a firm pat on the shoulder. Being proactive. I knew I picked the right guy. Well, since you asked, there's one last thing. He sat down on one of the desks, trying to look like a cool substitute teacher. I bet that move worked better on the younger folks. Well, 2 things, he admitted. 1, don't use the freezer. We've had to throw out a bunch of stuff because of it. And 2, do you know our motto? The motto? Yeah, the little miracle motto. Do you know it? You used to have one as a kid, right? And of course I knew it. It was written on the inside of the lid, so you saw it every time you opened it. God loves all his little miracles, I said. That's the motto. Hot diggity dog, Henry. I knew you were the perfect guy. He gave me another firm clap on the shoulder. A couple of signed papers later, and I was officially hired. There were a couple more things to keep track of, like where we stored keys, what to do at certain times, and how many hours of the day I had to stick around. I had an alternating schedule with a 3-week rotation. The pay was decent, but I had to scale back on a couple of things on account of only working 4 days out of the week. The extra pay for working the occasional weekend and night shift more than made up for it. All in all, I was only down about $100 or so from my last job, and this was both more stable and had better hours. Jonah was always around, mostly in the office. I saw him try to get that stupid freezer to work a couple of times, but they gave up and started using it for storage. Mostly charity merch, like hats and cheap jackets. The people who worked there struck me as harmless, but socially awkward. They would bring in the occasional plate of cookies, or wish me a blessed afternoon, but they would keep to themselves and give me a curious side eye. Night shifts were a whole different thing. The little miracle chests look a bit strange in the dark. You have to consider the one I used to have was beat up and torn at the edges. These things were fresh from the printer. They looked nothing like my old thing. It had been thrown out somewhere around my later high school years. I grew up in a troubled home. I didn't know it was a troubled home back then, but it was. I was an only child, and my parents were constantly complaining about their financials. Whenever the two of them were in the same room for more than an hour, they'd yell. There was always something. The broken lawnmower, the extra shift that ruined our weekend plans, the cheap muffler, that strange noise from the shower drain. There was always something, and someone had something to say about it, and they had to say it loudly. I used to get so tired of it that I'd lay under my bed with a pillow over my head, trying to drown the sound out. That is until I realized that the little miracle chest we had was mostly soundproof. I'd put blankets and pillows in there and make it my happy place. I would spend a lot of weekends there with a flashlight tucked under my chin, reading or playing. And whenever I ran out of batteries, I'd imagine what was written on the page and just whisper it into the dark. Or I could be an astronaut for a while, floating through space. Or maybe I was a spy, hidden in the trunk of a villain's car. It sounds sad, but I never knew it was. I loved that darkness. It was my own, and no one could take it from me. I'd whisper my little truths into the void, and I felt like it understood me. Like it was a friend. I could imagine it saying, "You're our little miracle, Henry, and we'll always be here for you." And every time I looked up, there was that motto, "God loves all his little miracles." The job itself wasn't that demanding. I'd help out with the occasional loading at the dock, and I'd keep the place shut down and safe in the evenings. Most of the time, I was walking around the warehouse, listening to a podcast or an audiobook. The headphones Jonah gave me were these amazing $400 industrial things that worked as radio, communication, and media player. And he was perfectly fine with me listening to something while on my own. For all his quirks, Jonah was probably the most chill boss I'd ever had. There were a couple of times I had to step in. A couple of chests had slid a bit too far, and I'd have to wrap them up in more cellophane and put them back. Other times, the smell would get so strong that I had to step out for a while. I'd get chills from the overhead fans, and there was always something sticky to get your shoe stuck on. So it wasn't perfect, but what job is? But my troubles started for real when I started using glasses. I'd been riddled with headaches for a while, and Jonah gave me a day off to check with an optician. Turns out I needed glasses. It was a pain to get used to, but even more of a pain to wear them underneath the headphones. I'd get this chafing around the edges of my ears from the constant pressure. After a while, I decided to take a break from the headphones, if only for a while, just to get my ears some time to rest. That's when I noticed something peculiar. The industrial fans weren't really that loud, barely even a hum. I asked Jonah about it, but he insisted I wear the headphones, or at least earplugs. "It's an insurance thing," he argued. "It's really important. Please take this seriously, Henry." I didn't want to lie to him, but I did. Whenever no one was around, I'd put away the headphones. I'd still keep them around my neck if I needed to put them back on, but I'd keep them off most of the time. But that put another thought in my head. What about the floor tilt? Was that really a thing? The fans weren't so bad, so maybe this wasn't either. There was this water level tool in the office. I borrowed it from Jonah's desk and went into the warehouse. I checked the warehouse shelves one by one. None of them were tilted or at an angle. They were all perfectly straight. I had the day shift the following afternoon. There was a short moment before my lunch break where there was just me and Jonah in the office. He'd kicked his feet up on a chair and basked in the heat like a lizard. I'd only been with Little Miracles for a few weeks, but I'd already grown to enjoy the job. Asking questions about it felt shaky. Jonah looked up at me with a curious expression. "I got a couple of questions about the warehouse," I said. "A couple of things ain't adding up, and I need some clarity." "Well, Henry, that's what the good book is for," he smiled. "But I guess I could clear up some of the smaller stuff." "Let's start with the headphones," I continued. "The fans are barely audible. There's no way they could cause any kind of hearing damage." Jonah nodded with a slightly furrowed brow. "All right," he said. "Go on. And the shelves. You said the floor was crooked and that the chests kept sliding. I checked the floor and it ain't crooked. Shelves ain't either. So what are you asking me, Henry? What's this adding up to? There's something you're not telling me. If we're going to be a team, I need to know what's going on." Jonah got up from his chair and patted me on the shoulder. His frown softened into a trained, quiet smile. He held his hand out, urging me to follow him into the warehouse. We wandered over to the closest chest, and Jonah gently placed it on the floor. He unwrapped the cellophane, talking to me as it came undone. The smell of the print unfurled like a carpet, spilling over my senses. The ammonia could have choked me, but it was the old lime smell that stuck around the longest. "I can't tell you why they slide off the shelves," Jonah said. "It's just something we have to compensate for." He tapped the chest and opened it, showing me the simple wooden interior. It was empty, with the motto printed on the inside of the lid. "The headphones are a courtesy," Jonah sighed. "A couple of folks feel bad about asking if they can play music or listen to something while they're out here by their lonesome. We figure giving a free pass makes the time go a little faster. And well, we already bought the things. Jonah, that can't be it. That can't be all there is." He closed the lid and wrapped the chest back up. "Here's God's honest truth," he said. "This entire organization is here to care for the good Lord's little miracles. And if we do what's expected of us, that's what we'll do." There wasn't a hint of a lie. I don't know what I expected. The chests were empty, and while the explanations were weak, they were at least plausible. It was enough to keep my mouth shut for a little longer. "If there's anything else, you know where to find me," he said. "Stick to the script, and you'll do fine." And for some time, I did just that. I patrolled those halls day and night, making sure the chests didn't slide off the shelves. I listened to my audiobooks, helped load the trucks, wrapped the chests in cellophane, and that was all there was to it. I had the thought that maybe Jonah had picked a specific chest to open, so at times I'd open others just to check, but they were always empty. For a full month, I didn't think much of it, that is, until one particular night. I didn't use my headphones that evening. My glasses were chafing again. I'd gotten a text from Jill earlier that night, and I kept pacing back and forth trying to figure out what to respond. Hell, maybe I shouldn't respond at all. The message was part apology, part explanation, and a reminder that despite it all, she missed me. Part of me wanted to say I missed her back. Another part wanted to walk away. Jonah's question still stuck with me. Am I a nurturing man? As I paced, I noticed one of the chests having slid a little further than usual. A full corner of the chest was hanging off the edge of the shelf. I put my phone away, slid the chest back in place, and stepped back. As I did, I heard something. It was low, like a mumble from behind a pane of glass. "Thank you." I looked back at the chest. I stared at it, dumbfounded. "You're welcome." There was no response. And of course there wasn't. How could there be? It might have been the wind, but a part of me knew it wasn't. That noise brought me back to those childhood summers, hidden away in the safety of my little miracle chest, while my parents threw dinner plates and novelty mugs. In the safety of that chest, when I whispered something, I'd imagine someone listening, and that someone would sometimes whisper back. And what I heard in that warehouse was exactly like I'd imagined that voice to sound like. From that point on, I started looking at the little miracle chests a bit different. I began questioning whether they were affecting me, or I was affecting myself. It had been such a small sound, barely audible. A whisper of a thank you. I could have misheard. I must have. The only other option was nonsensical. Chests can't talk, and I knew for a fact these were empty. But I couldn't help it. During those long hours of the night, I had to look a little closer, listen a little longer. And when I couldn't convince myself to stop, I tried to test them, challenge them even. I'd whisper at them, knock on the lid, or pick up and shake them a bit. Of course, nothing happened, but every now and then I'd see one of them twitch or rattle. Was it one particular chest that moved, or was it all of them? One night I didn't even bother to try. I just picked a chest and stared at it, waiting for it to move. I'd looked at it for so long that the image sort of blurred, like when you hear a word too many times and it starts to sound like a noise. Then, there it was. A nudge. Just a little, but clear as day. I rushed it, tore away the cellophane, and opened it. And of course, it was empty, and I'd accidentally ripped off part of the print. Just a corner where the lion was. I thought about lying to Jonah, but I knew better. Not only did he deserve the truth, but there were cameras to tell the full story. Not that I didn't think he'd believe me, but because it didn't matter. No matter if the chest moved or not, I'd messed up. I met Jonah in the parking lot on the way to the office. He carried a much too formal suitcase and a copy of today's paper. I caught up and told him flat out what I'd seen. The moving chest, and the subsequent unwrapping. Jonah nodded, then wielded his newspaper like a judge's gavel. "Henry," he said, "you're still the perfect man for the job. I know you are, and I want to help you." "Then tell me what's going on," I begged. "Tell me I'm not crazy." "How about this?" he said. "You heard about the storm?" It had been the talk of the week. A storm brewing over the weekend, with the brunt of it hitting later that evening. The sky had already darkened. We had a last-minute cancellation, and I got no one to help. If you can keep things in check this one night, I'll see what I can do. "Can do about what?" I asked. "What can you do?" "Henry, please," he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. "I'll see what I can do." I agreed. Things were going to be a bit different that evening. I was the only one on site, and there'd be no one to call for backup. That, and the storm was guaranteed trouble. We had to close the fans and lock down the shelves with plastic straps. And because the fans weren't running, I'd have to wear a mask with a gas filter, just in case the fumes got too intense. I was going to have to make sure everything was secure, which would be an effort and a half. Not even an hour into my shift, I started getting warnings about rolling blackouts in the area due to fallen trees cutting the power lines. 30 more minutes, and it reached me. The entire warehouse turned dark with a sudden click. The silence was so palpable that I could hear my heartbeat. It's surprising just how many noises are around you even when it's quiet. You kinda don't notice unless the power is gone. As the power went out, I could hear the wind picking up. It was pushing into our ventilation, making the warehouse fans squeak in protest. And with the first lightning strike, I heard the shelves rattle. Not because the ground shook, but because they suddenly moved. I checked the straps on the shelves with a flashlight, trying to figure out what had made them move. I noticed a particular chest on the mid-level that had slipped a bit, and I pushed it back in line. That was the one to keep an eye on. But as the second lightning strike collapsed into the woods outside, the shelves rattled again. And when thunder started to roll, I looked up. It wasn't just one peculiar chest. They were all moving. Some of them were actively fighting against the protective straps. Others seemed to shake, like a leaf in the wind. It's like something had kicked them, forced them into action. A couple of lids flipped up, revealing the empty insides. I could hear the cellophane stretch and strain against some unseen force pushing the chests every which way. Then, voices. What's happening? Who's there? Is it danger? I tried my best. I really did. I tried to ignore the movement and the whispers. I tried keeping them all still and secure, but one strap on the far end of the warehouse came undone, and one persistent gust of wind made the entire thing lean. I could see that it was about to fall long before I got there. It crashed into another shelf who bore the brunt of the weight, and luckily, it held. But one chest on the far end got loose. It collapsed to the floor and splintered on the concrete. Something leaked out of it. It looked like a water oil mixture, and it had this intense smell of old fruit. I grabbed what remained of the lid and moved it, only to see a small, translucent hand sticking out, no bigger than my thumb. Little claws curled around the fingertips. It was so white I could see its veins, where a pulse ought to twitch, but it didn't. It lay still. I let the lid go and backed away. "We die," a chest whispered. "We're dying," said another. "Mother, call for Mother." "Mother," they hissed and rattled, every chest, on every shelf, and as the hissing got louder, it turned into a wail, a cry for help, drowning into the raging storm. I backed away, not knowing what to do. A couple of straps were coming undone. Some shelves were swaying in the wind. And right there, on the floor, lay that splintered chest like a broken egg. "I'm trying to help," I called out. "I can help. Just please stop, and I'll help." "The Death Man," a chest hissed. "Fear the Death Man." "Mother, Mother." The calls got louder. A chant for Mother, for something to come help them. To deal with the Death Man. I couldn't stay. Defying the storm, I rushed out of the warehouse and into the parking lot. I was drenched in seconds as the rain fell sideways, but I much preferred the howling storm to whatever was happening on those shelves. I couldn't believe it. I ran for my car. I had to call Jonah. I'd gotten about 30 feet when I noticed something on the road ahead. It looked like an oncoming flash flood. Mud and trees and bushes being swept up into a big pile, roiling its way across the road. It was far off, but there was something about it. It looked out of place. I stopped for a second to look a little closer. It had eyes. It wasn't oozing across the road, it was crawling like a massive reptile. I'd mistaken its scales for tree bark. It was a creature. An unreal reptilian thing, and it was coming straight at me. And now that I looked at it, it was fast. I never made it to my car. I turned back to the warehouse. I sprinted as fast as my legs would allow and slammed the door shut behind me. 2 seconds later, the door imploded with a metallic twang, hitting me in the shin bone and sending me sprawling to the floor. "Mother," the chests cried. Mother comes. Mother saves. Mother eats the death man. Eat the death man. Something groaned. It sounded like a tree bending in the wind, but there was a tune to it, and it repeated like the croak of an angry frog. The living. Mudslide reached into the warehouse, only to reveal a 5-clawed forelimb, each claw the size of my leg. It cracked the floor like wet sand. Then, a roar. The air rippled, and the pressure made my ears pop long before I even heard its sound. It was part hiss, part croak, and part shriek, all wrapped into one furious bellow that rattled the windows. I got back up on my feet, wobbling from the gash in my leg just as the thing reached the loading bay doors. Those are solid metal. I thought they'd hold for a while, but they bent wide open with little effort. It was like watching a rabid dog tear into a pillow fort. The storm spilled onto the warehouse floor. The wind shook the shelves as the creature stopped in front of the broken chest. A split white tongue tasted the air, each segment the size of a grown man's thighs. It poked around the splinters and looked up with a pupil the size of a bowling ball. "Kill the death man," one demanded. "Kill him! Kill him now!" "Mother, mother." The bellow rolled out of that thing like a revving engine. I saw claws sink into the concrete as it dragged itself forward, heading my way. I hobbled into the main office. I could hear that thing thrashing around, trying to follow me. For a second it stopped. I thought maybe the door was too small for it. Then I heard a scratching noise, like construction tools being dragged across the wall. It was going to break the entire room. I didn't know where to go or what to do. I could make a run for it, but that thing would be on me in seconds out in the open. I had to keep stalling it, but I didn't know how. It was protecting something. Something young and small, hidden within the chests. "I don't know what to do," I gasped. "I don't know what to do." I thought about Jill and not seeing her again. About never answering her last text, only for her to see my name in the obituaries. Then, a chime, a ringtone. Jonah had an extra phone in his top desk drawer, a cheap, disposable flip phone, and it was ringing. I pulled it out and answered, gasping for air as my eyes flicked back and forth. Jonah's voice came through from the other side. "Henry," he said, "I'm sorry it came to this." "What is this?" I gasped. "What do I do?" "Where do we go when we're scared, Henry? Where are we safe?" "That's what I'm asking," I yelled back. "What do I do?" "Think, Henry. Where are you safe?" I blinked. My mind snapped to attention, and I looked around the room. And there, by the window, was the broken freezer. I climbed into it, hiding beneath a pile of merchandise while the storm raged outside. I could hear the wall give way to tooth and claw as a primal bellow rattled the confines of the freezer. I just lay there in the dark, clutching the phone like my childhood flashlight. I calmed my breathing, listening to Jonah's voice. "Just like back in the day," he said. "What are you talking about?" Another bellow. Something bumped the freezer, making it wobble, but it didn't tip over. "She's upset with you," Jonah said. "She hasn't been socialized like the others." I didn't say anything. I just held the phone tight, closed my eyes and tried to breathe. "I'm sorry. I didn't think it'd be this bad. I just thought they'd get a little scared from the thunder, maybe show you something, but..." Another lightning strike in the distance. Thunder roared across the sky, and the creature outside thrashed across the room, trampling the desks and breaking the cheap metal chairs. I could hear a bookshelf crash, and seconds later, something smacked into the freezer. It fell over. The freezer collapsed to the side, but the lid stayed on. I had my breath knocked out of me with a violent thud. but I stifled my wheezing behind a handful of shirts. "Stay still," Jonah whispered. "Do nothing." I heard massive lips smacking as something wet dragged across the freezer like sandpaper. "She doesn't know you're a nurturing man," Jonah said. "She's mourning." I thought about Jill. And with death staring me in the face, I knew the answer to the question Jonah had asked me on that first day. I was a nurturing man. I had been all along, and if I could get out of there in one piece, I'd show them. I kept my eyes closed, just like I'd done as a child. I'd pretend the world was different as chaos reigned outside, that they were play fighting, or throwing pies like circus clowns. I thought back on those moments in the dark where I'd been an astronaut, ready to set off to distant planets, to make friends with alien life, or the moments when I'd read aloud from some comic book I'd bought with my monthly allowance. A white tongue slipped through the lid of the freezer, tasting the air. A waft of warm swamp breath swept over me as the creature snorted, looking for my scent. But that freezer smelled more like Jonah than me. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm sorry. I'll do better. I'm sorry." "I know," Jonah whispered back. "You're still God's little miracle, Henry. We both are." Another low, rumbling, bellowing. This one rippled through my body as if softening me up for a bite. The tongue protruded again, missing the sweat top of my head by mere inches. Then it stepped back. It dragged itself across the floor, pulling half the office along in a sudden U-turn. Order slips and receipts stuck to its scales, whipping around in the wind. Debris from broken desks and flattened chairs clung to it, floating along like a natural disaster. I lay there, tucked among the battered merchandise, listening to the howling storm. The worst had passed, and the warehouse chests were quiet. "I'm so proud of you," Jonah sighed. "So proud of what you've become." And I would stay there until dawn with Jonah, waiting for the wind to stop yelling. Most of the damage was covered by insurance. This part of the county was apparently prone to floods, it seemed, which was one of the reasons it was so cheap. Of course, there was no flood, but I got the sense that they knew that. I met Jonah a couple of days later on a park bench not too far from the warehouse. He was having yogurt and brought a thermos of piping hot coffee. We hadn't spoken since that night, but he seemed just as cheery as always. I wasn't. "I need to know what this is," I said. "All of this." He looked up at me, then back down at his yogurt. "Mango flavor." "I never lied to you," he said. "The Tapex is God's little miracle. We just make sure they grow up to be good. They need to socialize, to listen. So you send them out to children? You hide them in chests and just let them go?" "It works," he said. "We rarely have a problem." "And what are they?" "In the wild, they're terrifying," Jonah shuddered. "But it's like with dogs. They can be your best friend, or roam in packs, looking for prey. So that big thing was a wild one." "Not wild one," he corrected. "A poorly socialized one." "Then what do the good ones look like?" Jonah finished his yogurt, putting the little plastic spoon down. He wiped his lips and rubbed the tips of his fingers together, making a strange sound. His fingertips were solid, like sanded down bone. "They can look like a good friend," Jonah said. "A kind uncle, a goofy aunt, or a friendly boss who don't ask too many questions. Someone who knows you very well." I looked at him, past the horn-rimmed glasses and the calming smile. There was a tint to his eyes that I hadn't seen before, and a slight protrusion along his spine. "It's not without purpose, Henry," he said. "We're all just trying to be better people." He got up and stretched a little, then let his demeanor sink back into a familiar expression. "See you Monday?" he asked. "For the cleanup?" I got up, looked him over and shook his hand. See you Monday. It's been a few years since. The first thing I did after that meeting was call Jill. It didn't take long for us to reconnect. She gave me every opportunity to back out, but I kept at it. And beyond all my insecurities and questions and worries was a life of calm and warmth. One that I could nurture into something beautiful. A place with bedtime reading and early morning car karaoke. You might be surprised to know that I still work with Little Miracles. We got one of the chests at home. The creature that lived in it slipped out last summer, having grown too large to stay in the double-bottom floor. I don't consider these things a threat any more than I do a stray dog or an outdoors cat. I get it now. I get how they work, and I don't have to wear any headphones at work. They don't mind me hearing the voices. Jonah has never said it out loud, but I think he and I both know where we first met. He's been with me for a long time, all the way back to when I read books by flashlight. Thanks to him, I guess someone listened to all those times when I whispered into the dark. It's a good reminder that God loves all his little miracles, and maybe we should too. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. That was Little Miracles, written by Reddit's own u/Saturdead. If you liked what you heard, please subscribe, like, and drop a comment. It really helps me out and keeps the stories coming. And now, fun fact. Did you know that in Finland, every new parent actually gets a government-issued baby box? It's filled with clothes, blankets, and essentials, and it even doubles as the baby's first crib. Unlike the Little Miracles chests, though, those ones don't whisper back. I don't think they do anyway. Good night.
You ever live somewhere that feels like a prank from the universe? That's Elmwood. Not in the middle of nowhere. More like someone accidentally parked on top of nowhere, reversed over something important, and built a town anyway. My name's Morgan Morrow. I'm 29. I flunked out of police academy because, allegedly, handcuffing yourself to the exam table while yelling, "You'll never catch me alive, coppers," counts as concerning behaviour. So now I work part-time as a courier for Elmwood Express. We deliver everything except babies and explosives. Unless you tick the wrong box. Which happens more often than you'd think. The other half of my day is usually spent writing a list of all the things I need to do to become a real police officer. Then forgetting where I put the list and eating pizza instead. My therapist called that an unhealthy cycle. So I've unofficially promoted myself to town investigator, until I find that list anyway. I've got no badge, no jurisdiction, and no real skills, apart from the ability to down 6 cans of Monster and fall into a conspiracy rabbit hole like it's a religious experience. But my special interest is in justice, and someone's got to keep an eye on things. Especially since the police chief spends most of his time talking to an enchanted, very badly taxidermied ferret with a little hat and no people skills. His name's Julian. The ferret, not the police chief. All right, did I mention the town's not normal? Elmwood's weird. You don't move here, you just are here. 1 minute you're on a lazy Sunday drive, take a wrong turn onto a road that shouldn't exist, blink, and suddenly your mail's being delivered by a sentient weather balloon named Carl. Yes, I'm serious. Carl's cool. Little judgy. The main residents are cryptids, but they're mostly chill. Bigfoot's our park ranger. Nice guy. Bit too into Pinterest. The Wendigo runs a bookshop. Doesn't talk much, But if she's having a good day, she gives disturbingly accurate relationship advice. And then there's Malcolm, a wizard. Drinks too much. Smells like regret. Legally not allowed within 100 metres of a carousel. It's fine. Everything's fine. Except my shed, which has for the past 3 nights refused to open, only to unlock itself the moment I walk away. Last night it whispered something in Latin. Tonight I'm going in. Because if there's one thing you should know about me, it's this. I'm either going to solve Elmwood's biggest mysteries or die trying. Possibly in a shed-related accident. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. I need to deliver an emergency order of mushrooms to a pregnant Wapaloosie. Until then, any ideas on how to sweet talk a Latin whispering shed into giving back my hedge trimmer? Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I lost the laptop. Just for a sec. It was under the bread in the kitchen. I know I didn't put it there, so it must have been him. But that's a story for another time. Anyway, brought a torch and a crowbar and a bag of Monster Munch because I panic snack when I'm scared. Don't judge me. The shed sits at the edge of my garden like it knows something I don't, which is statistically likely because yesterday it growled at me in a dead language I had to Google. Apparently, it said, 8 eyes have seen too much. Not quite sure what I'm meant to do with that info, but I really think 8 eyes need to mind their own business. Naturally, I noped out of there quite fast, but returned with snacks and emotional baggage because at the end of the day, this is my shed. I've been inside before, obviously. It was years ago though. I think I was going through my gardening phase. It had paint cans, a hedge trimmer, and a dead spider I called Stephen. Well, it wasn't dead when I named it, but, I mean, it's been years. Now, the wood's walked, the door breathes. I swear I saw an eye blink in the knot in the wood. It opened for me before I even touched the handle. Of course it did. I stepped in. Inside, it was bigger, like, way bigger. Physics gave up about 6 feet in. The floor was carpeted in a thick layer of dust-coated webs. There was a coat rack made entirely of chicken bones, and a framed picture of my Year 5 class photo, with all the other kids scratched out. Cool, 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 I whispered to myself, as my torch flickered like it had something dramatic to say. And then came the voice. Deep, gravelly, British. Sounded like if Alan Rickman had a sinus infection. State your purpose. Now, if I were a normal person, I'd have screamed, maybe cried, called my mum, but I'm Morgan. I adjusted my hoodie, held up my torch like a weapon, and said, I live here. Who the hell are you? Silence. Then a sigh. Morgan? No, I'm Morgan, I shot back. And then it stepped forward. 8 spindly legs barely supported a massive segmented body the colour of an old bruise. Its mandibles dripped a thick viscous liquid that sizzled slightly as it hit the floor. Its 8 eyes shone in the dim light like shattered glass marbles, spinning and twitching in their sockets. It creaked and clicked as it moved, impossibly large, an eldritch abomination wearing the scent of mildew and half-remembered childhood trauma. It towered over me, at least 6 feet tall and just as wide. My knees locked. My Monster Munch hit the floor. Shit, I croaked out, strangled with fear, not sure if it was for the lost crisps or that thing. My torch blinked once, dramatically, and gave up, plunging me into darkness. Shit, I said again. This time it was definitely because I was in trouble. I braced for death. Then, in the dim glow of the moonlight, it smiled. A cheerfully teary-eyed, crooked, horrific smile. It's me, it chirped. Stephen! Shit.
Stephen?
The spider thing Stephen wiggled what I can only assume was a smile. Missed you, he chirped. Right, I said, taking a slow, measured step backwards. Missed you too, mate. Love what you've done with the place, especially the murder carpet and cursed photo wall. Another step. Stephen shifted his weight, each leg creaking like a haunted rocking chair. You should stay, he said. Catch up, have snacks. I would, really, but I've left the oven on. And also the iron, and also I just remembered I don't want to be here anymore. The shed groaned. The door, somehow still behind me, creaked back open. Bless it. Stephen tilted his head. I'll see you soon? Yeah, definitely. We'll do lunch. Just not today, or tomorrow, or ever. Okay, bye. So, yeah, that's where we are. The shed's not gaslighting me. It's just haunted by a 6-foot spider who remembers my birthday and wants to hang out. Cool. Totally normal. Love that for me. That's what you get for naming a spider and assuming he wouldn't grow up into an emotionally complex cryptid. There's so much more to tell you all, but right now, I really need a bath and a sleep and possibly more Monster Munch. I'm meeting Tyrell in the morning to deliver a box labelled "Do not water after midnight." Because apparently I've become the local eldritch Amazon. Maybe I'll tell you how that goes, assuming it doesn't hatch first. You ever show up early for work just to prove you're capable of being a responsible adult? Only to realise the person who'd be impressed the most by that is currently locked in a psychic feedback loop of compare the meerkat ads and funeral plan jingles. Yeah, that was today. I got to the depot at 6:45 a.m. The moon was still out. It's okay, it wasn't full. I'm not that dumb. I was feeling motivated, alert, mildly caffeinated. Then I got a text from Tyrrell.
Running late, fam. Something infiltrated my subconscious and sold me life insurance in my dreams. I'm knackered. But I need to try and claim this back, bruv. I can't afford to be done like this twice. You get me? I'm also suddenly aware I'm going to die someday. Probably soon. Maybe Tuesday.
Right. Honestly, I don't even know how to respond to that. So now I'm here, alone, in the depot, bored. So I suppose I have time to tell you a little more about me. If you haven't already read my first ramblings, my name's Morgan. I live in Elmwood, a town you definitely won't find on TripAdvisor. The brave explorers who find this place through sheer bad luck and word of mouth don't usually return home. Or at least, not the same anyway. And any that do and are Karen enough to write a review usually find their posts mysteriously vanish by morning. Or worse, they get one very polite email from a Mr. Balthazar at Local Realities Management asking them to kindly rephrase their comment about the screaming sky hole. And then they vanish too. Or in rarer cases, they get visited by 3 ghosts claiming to be the spirits of Christmas past. Except it's not Christmas, and instead of festive cheer, they just scream in reverse Latin and make you relive your most embarrassing childhood memories in high-def surround sound. Honestly, I'd rather disappear. One time I complained to Sheila in Paranormal Resources about the amount of hair left in the break room. And boom, 12 a.m. the next night, Gary, herald of poor life choices, comes in and I spend 2 hours reliving the time I peed myself in year 3. Rule of thumb, don't complain. But since we're already here, and Till's probably still being gently spoon-fed nightmares by the life insurance gremlins, I might as well tell you what actually happened that night. So picture this. It's 11:59 p.m. I'm asleep, dreaming about something wholesome. Probably pizza, possibly vengeance. Then the room drops 20 degrees and the smoke alarm starts sobbing. At exactly 12 a.m, my lights flicker, my toaster levitates, and a Victorian child's voice whispers, "It's time." Enter Gary. Gary doesn't knock. He just phases through the wall like an unpaid bill and stands at the foot of my bed, glowing faintly and holding a clipboard. He's 7 feet tall, draped in funeral formal wear, and smells like burnt toast and regret.
"Morgan,"
he says with the tone of someone who's seen too much and isn't paid enough.
"You have been marked for retrospective life evaluation. Please remain seated in your subconscious until shame concludes."
Oh, come on, Gary, not this again.
"Yes, this again. You know the rules. Snitches get stitches."
Oh, Before I can say anything else, my bedroom dissolves into a Year 3 classroom. I'm 8 years old again. I'm doing a presentation on spiders, ironic in hindsight, and mid-sentence I sneeze. And sneeze. And then fully wet myself, in front of the whole class. In this ghost-powered VR remake, the other kids begin chanting, dribble pants, in reverse Latin, while the teacher turns into a sock puppet that just keeps whispering, disappointment. This goes on for 2 hours. At one point, Gary offers me popcorn.
"It's salted."
He says.
"From your tears."
Eventually, I wake up in a cold sweat, with one hand suspiciously placed in a glass of cold water, a sticker on my chest that says, "Shame achieved." So yeah, Gary's real. He's efficient, and he will emotionally detonate you if you complain about break room hygiene. Elmwood's got policies, okay? Anyway, I'm a part-time courier here at Elmwood Express and full-time legend. Just recently, through sheer determination and a nerve of steel, I managed to uncover the secrets of my garden shed, which, as it turns out, is not just a shed. It's a dimensional horror pocket with questionable interior decorating and a 6-foot cryptid spider named Stephen, who, honestly, I think is in love with me. So that's where I'm at in life. And now I'm back at the depot. Too early, too alone, and staring at a suspiciously shaky crate in the corner marked, "Do not feed after midnight." Again. It's making a ticking sound now, and I don't know if it's a clock or teeth. BRB, going to poke it with a broom.
Yo, I just want to start this off by saying it's Tyrell, not Tyrell.
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 Yell.
Bro, just call me T.
So T arrived just after I gave the box a little pope. Just as well, really, as I'd have probably let my impulses win and done it a second time. There's an old wives' tale here in Elmwood. It goes, never poke a box if it growls, and definitely not if it growls in a Scottish accent. I might be slightly paraphrasing. Either way, it was probably a bad idea to provoke the box.
Yo, bro, whoa, no.
T announced as he walked in and saw me poised, broom in hand. What? I said innocently. That rhymed, I giggled, also like an absolute child.
That's our next delivery, bruv. I don't have the funds to be docked for a damaged package. Couldn't cancel the life insurance. Locked into a contract, apparently.
Note to self, don't sign dream contracts, even if they offer a free pen. Did you get the pen?
What?
Nothing. The package was heavy, like suspiciously unnaturally heavy. Like maybe it had eaten another, smaller package to assert dominance. Naturally, I did the whole weaponised incompetence thing. Flipped my hair. Added some flair. T, this is so heavy. Can you lift it into the van whilst I go get a snack? I mean, the sack of packages, obviously. Phew, nailed it. He stared at me with the kind of expression that said he'd seen through it, but was too emotionally drained to care.
Fine,
he muttered, grabbing the box. The moment he touched it, it made a sound, like a purr, but deeper, and with malice. Did that box just purr? I asked.
No?
We both paused. The box purred again, louder, then whispered.
Aye, that's the good hand.
He dropped it, and I dropped my monster munch. Wait, what? T bent down slowly, frowning at the crate like it had just called him by his full government name.
Bro, what is even in this thing?
I crouched beside him, squinting. And that's when we saw it. Stickers. A lot of them. Same exact colour as the crate. Slightly shinier. You'd never notice unless you were really looking. There was the big one on top, do not feed after midnight, but the rest, deliver straight to recipient, do not drop, there is no safe place, and our personal favourite, if it begs, do not respond. T sat back with a sigh.
Safe. So, it's not just heavy. It's alive.
Thought you'd have got that from the talking just there, no? Never mind. Technically, I said, trying to sound helpful, it hasn't done anything illegal, yet. As if on cue, the crate made a tiny wet hiccuping noise and whispered.
Feed me a finger and I'll give you your future.
T stood up.
Nah, absolutely not. Get in the van. We're delivering it. Now.
I, of course, made no move to help and instead picked up my crushed monster munch and headed to the passenger seat. I had priorities. Note to self. Gloves. Bring gloves. Maybe holy water. Maybe both. Now, it could have just ended there. A swift drive down the road, plop the box on the doorstep, ring the doorbell and leg it. But no. Okay. What's the address? I muttered as I flipped through the manifest. Shit. T looked up from trying to fasten his seatbelt.
That's never good.
I held up the manifest like it had personally betrayed me. The house past the 6 pine, I read aloud, where the trees stopped whispering. He blinked.
Isn't that
Yep.
where the guy with the melted gnome collection used to live?
Double yep.
Didn't a squirrel burst into flames there once?
It was a ferret, but yeah, we both stared at the crate again, through one little air hole, and I blinked back.
Do we have to deliver it?
T asked, already knowing the answer.
We could just set it on fire.
It says deliver straight to recipient on the box, I muttered. T exhaled through his nose.
Just making sure we're legally required to do something stupid. Shut up, bruv.
T muttered to the box as he started the van. The van ride was mostly silent, apart from the occasional taunts from the crate and one unsettling moment when it softly sang the chorus to I Will Survive, but replaced every word with disappointment.
If you stopped eating for a second, maybe we could help each other out.
The box spoke up halfway through the drive.
It would also help out your pant size here.
It was at that point I kinda, maybe, knew what it was. I'm not listening to you, I chimed.
Oh, but I know you are. With ears that big, you could hear sign language.
I knew it could see us, I muttered, shifting lower in my seat.
Can I punt it?
T asked, eyeing the crate through the rear-view mirror as it squirmed slightly.
You could try.
The crate replied smugly.
But I've seen your coordination, bruv.
T stiffened.
I am not being verbally assaulted by a crate.
T hissed, putting the van in park.
You already lost, bro, here. Your posture told me everything.
T, no, don't. That's what it wants, I called after him as he leapt from the van and stormed to the back. You see, dear reader, this thing is a demogatory, a fluffy, portable insult generator wrapped in fur and spite. Think party animal from that film Barnyard. It's like if a demonic beanbag chair drank too much Monster and got a TikTok account dedicated to bullying people at petrol stations. Demons used to be summoned by cultists, blood circles, candles, goat screams. Back in my day. I'm old. Anyway, back in my day, you had to put actual effort into summoning chaos. Now, you just check a box that says include verbal cruelty, yes/no, and pay the delivery fee. Progress. They're technically minor demons, but their emotional damage output is significant. They feed on self-esteem like it's cake, and the more you flinch, the stronger they get. And someone had just paid good money to have one delivered to a cursed house in the woods. Why? Maybe it was for protection, maybe it was bait, maybe it was just a very niche birthday gift. T once delivered a cursed singing fish plaque that recited the confessions of a sociopath when wet to a wedding reception, so nothing's really off the table anymore. What I do know is this. I just heard the crate unlatch and T's gone quiet, which is never, ever a good sign. Well, that was an adventure. I think T's dream sales guy had a premonition. Where was I? Oh, yeah. T? I whispered. He didn't answer. I could hear the crate creaking open and a tiny fluffy voice whispering,
Well, if it isn't the failed potential and crippling avoidance issues.
Something whimpered. T, you good? I called, already regretting it.
Bro, it's so small.
He whispered. Oh, that's okay, mate. It's not the size that matters. I started as I edged around the van, and there it was. The monster. He was talking about the demogatory. I knew that. It was about a foot tall, covered in patchy, rage-textured fur, big eyes, tiny horns, arms crossed like a disappointed life coach. It was standing on top of the crate, staring straight at T.
You peaked in year 8,
it said helpfully. T looked like he was going to cry. T, mate, don't listen to it. You'll only make it stronger. You! Get back in the crate, you fluffy little hell goblin. It turned to me, slowly, grinning.
And you, how's that unprocessed childhood trauma coming along? Still journaling, or just crying in the bath again?
I don't even have a bath, I snapped.
Exactly.
Anyway, I don't just journal. I have a very successful YouTube channel, actually.
Ah, yes. You and your 20 subscribers are changing the world, eh?
T squeaked. The demogatory hopped off the crate like he was about to start a TED talk titled, Why You Deserve It. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a box of bubble wrap, and flung it. It bounced off his head. He didn't flinch.
Pathetic attempt. Very on brand.
So yeah, the demon was loose. T was broken.
and I was out of bubble wrap. This is fine. T slammed the van door shut. Hard. Are T's fixed? The demogatory shrieked, not in pain or fear, in offended surprise.
Ood!
It howled from inside the van.
You'll be hearing from my solicitor.
Do you have a solicitor? I asked.
No, but I insult one on Twitter weekly. That's basically the same.
Touché. We stared at the van. It rocked slightly as the thing inside paced, muttering increasingly targeted insults and occasionally reciting poetry that rhymed futility with your personality. T turned to me.
We've going.
Yep. We climbed into the cab, turned the ignition and... nothing. Just a grinding wheeze. We tried again. Still nothing. The van was stuck. In the middle of the whispering woods, right where the fog thickens and the birds stop pretending they're normal. I reached for my phone. I scrolled desperately through my apps and hit the emergency Elmwood recovery contact. Ricky's Rockin' Roadside Recovery. The icon was a Yeti in high vis. Oh, crap.
Why is it not working?
I've got no credit.
Credit? Bruh, how old are you? You need a plan.
I have a plan, I snapped. Walk.
That's not what I meant, bruv. A data plan.
He leaned back smugly.
I get unlimited calls, text and data for only $19.99 a month. It came to me in a dream. Now I'm locked into a 2-year contract, but it's all good this time.
Really? I asked, suspicious.
No cap.
I get that. But is that what you really get?
I just said, no cap.
Yes, but I know it's unlimited. I mean, is that an actual deal? This went on for a while. The van creaked behind us. The fog pressed closer, and somewhere inside, the demogatory laughed.
Stupid millennial.
I think I just need to stop an ad here. How the hell was I meant to know that no cap meant that you're not lying? The two things don't even sound the same. Just say, yeah, Morgan, it's true. No cap, for Christ's sake. Anyway. We were still arguing about phone plans when dim headlights appeared in the distance. It's hard to tell with the fog clinging to the air like that one ex that just didn't want to let go because life's not worth living without you. But they were flickering, like mildly disco themed. Made me feel like I was back in a 90s school disco with too many hot dogs and not enough oxygen. A beat up truck rolled out of the fog with Ricky's Rockin' Roadside Recovery hand painted on the side in glittering runes. The door creaked open and Ricky climbed out. 8-foot tall Yeti, sunglasses, high-vis jacket with sequins, mismatched Crocs.
Hi, Queens. What you doing all the way down here?
He asked, voice smooth like jazz, and a drag queen had a cryptid baby. Delivering a parcel, I said, blinking. Then T got us stuck. Then...
She didn't have a plan.
T interrupted. Ricky nodded solemnly. He walked up to the van, stopped, sniffed the air, then turned to us with a frown.
You got a demogatory in there?
Well, in the van, out the box. Yeah.
It's loose.
He hissed. Wait, you're not going to help?
I don't get paid enough to beef with box demons, darling. I'm fabulous, not fearless. Toodles!
He said, sliding back into the cab. And just like that, poof, he was gone. Vanishing back into the fog like a ghost with good boundaries. We were alone again. No van, no phone, no patience. Brilliant. Sob this, I muttered as I pulled out the map from the glove box, hands still shaking slightly. All right, we're about a mile from the drop point. It's a straight shot through the forest. T looked at me like I'd just suggested cartwheeling through a minefield.
A mile? Carrying that?
We both glanced at the crate. Solid wood, evil aura, emotionally damaging.
I'm not dragging that thing through the woods. It'll escape.
Oh my goodness, you are 7 sandwiches short of a picnic, aren't you? If I wanted to escape, I would have. But this is important. I want to be delivered.
It leaned its fuzzy little elbows on the seats and batted its horrible little eyes.
Carry me, and I'll come willingly, like a baby.
It purred.
Like the emotional burden I am.
T stared at the crate, then at me, then back at the crate.
We can't both carry it.
He said. Nope.
We can't leave it.
Double nope.
We doing this?
I nodded. We squared up. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I threw scissors. He threw paper. He winced before the outcome had even landed.
Best of 3?
Nice try. He held the crate open. The demogatory sat there, smug as a gremlin in a hot tub.
Oh, look. Equality. Bet you weren't expecting emotional labor to be this literal, huh?
I scooped it up. It was surprisingly warm, and heavier than it looked. And fuzzy. It clung to my jacket like a possessive cat, and let out a happy This is the worst day of my life, I muttered.
You say that every day. It's called consistency.
We started walking. The forest creeped around us. The fog thickened. Somewhere in the distance, something screamed. I hate this place, I whispered. The demogatory didn't insult me. It just shifted slightly in my arms, like it was listening. We walked maybe half a mile before the woods changed. Branches started moving, without wind. T stopped.
Morgan?
Yeah, I saw it too. A figure, made of moss, bark, and bones, blocked the path. Some kind of forest guardian, revenant, bureaucratic wood spirit. It raised a long arm made of gnarled wood and vines, and pointed directly at me. And then the demogatory did something weird. It hissed, loudly, like an angry kettle filled of bees. The figure recoiled, limbs crackling.
Oi! Back off, Twig Daddy. This one's mine.
The demogatory barked. The spirit blinked and vanished into the mist. T and I stood in stunned silence. You just... I began.
Yeah.
It muttered, settling deeper into my arms.
Don't get sappy about it. We had a mutual enemy.
A few minutes passed. Then I asked, softly, "Why'd you help me?" It didn't answer right away.
Because you heard me.
It whispered. What?
The others never talk. They don't listen. They just deliver. Seal the box. Keep the rules. Don't feed. Don't look. Don't engage. But you looked. You heard me. And because you're a useless meat sack.
I didn't know what to say, so I kept walking. But I think I held it a little tighter. The trees finally thinned out, like even they didn't want to be near this place. We stepped into a clearing. There it was, the house. Crumbling stone walls, crooked roof, Windows blacked out from the inside like eyes that forgot how to look out.
So, this is it, I guess.
We stood in silence for a moment. The demogatory wriggled slightly in my arms and muttered,
"Smells like broken dreams and unopened emails."
The path to the door was overgrown, no footprints, no signs of life. And then we saw them, dozens of crates, stacked on the porch, along the walls, half buried in ivy, all identical, each one still sealed, each one faintly humming, each one vibrating slightly, like something inside was pacing. I stepped closer and wiped dust off one of the crates. There were stickers, faded but still legible. Do not engage. Deliver without interaction. Do not speak to it. If you hear your name, ignore it. Matching is permanent. I felt sick. T crouched beside a box, fingers tracing the labels.
These were delivered. All of them.
But they never talked to it, I whispered. He nodded.
They followed the rules.
Cowards!
I looked down at it. It was quiet now, still, eyes big, watching me. And I realized something that made my spine tighten. All these others? They were waiting, searching, unmatched. I looked at the one I'd carried this whole way. It had spoken to me, insulted me, helped me, and now it was just waiting to see what I'd do next. The front door creaked open. A figure stepped out, silhouetted by the sickly amber light from inside. He had a tea towel slung over one shoulder like he was hosting Bake Off, Apocalypse Edition, and his hair was doing that thing where it thought it was curly but really it just needed a wash. He looked directly at me, smiled.
"Ah, I see you've made a new friend, Morgan."
He stepped fully into the light. Jordan, bloody, Johnston. Fucking Jordan, I said under my breath. What are you doing here? I asked flatly. He spread his arms like he was welcoming us to a low-budget cult dinner party.
"Oh, you know, bit of dusting, making supper, plotting the end of the universe."
Again? We said. Jordan Johnston was the kind of guy who owned 4 swords, none of which he could legally carry, and still told people he was trained. He once tried to start a militia because the local council wouldn't let him plant lavender.
What the hell is that? Looks like a sentient ego wrapped in discount cologne and mummy issues.
I snorted. Mutual enemy, I said under my breath. Jordan straightened his posture like he was about to give a TED talk titled "Why I'm Definitely the Protagonist."
"It's not your friend, Morgan,"
he said, voice rising with melodramatic flair.
"You think that thing in your arms cares about you? I sent them out to wreak havoc, to wear you down, to suck the very essence of your soul, to kill all your joy."
I don't have joy, I said flatly.
Consistency,
the demogratory whispered approvingly.
"Quiet!"
Jordan snapped, pointing at the creature like it had personally offended his skincare routine. You turned back to me.
"I needed them to bond, to match, to break you down one by one. That's the point, Morgan. That's what they were made for. When you flinch, they feed. When you spiral, they grow stronger. And once you're hollow enough..."
He smiled.
"They make space. Space for something bigger, something vast, something waiting."
T shifted beside me.
What? Like a demon?
Jordan shook his head.
"Like a god."
He gestured to the house behind him.
"All these crates, all waiting for someone to talk, someone to care, someone to feel. That's how it spreads. That's how we prepare Elmwood for what's coming."
He turned to me again, eyes gleaming.
"And now you have a choice, Morgan. Deliver another, or keep it. Let it finish what it started."
I looked down at the demogatory. It was staring up at me with big, round, puppy dog eyes, the kind designed to ruin emotional boundaries. Its little arms were still crossed, but its expression had shifted, less smug, more hopeful. I frowned. "Don't look at me like that."
"Worth a shot,"
it muttered, then looked away. I looked back up at Jordan, defiant. "You won't succeed." "I'll take it," I said firmly. "But there's no way I'm helping you." Jordan just smirked.
You're helping either way, Morgan.
The demogatory was still cradled in my arms like a judgmental gremlin baby. I brushed a bit of matted fluff off its head. "We'll see about that," I muttered. Then added half under my breath, "I can change him." The demogatory stiffened, recoiled slightly, and looked up at me in alarm. And that was when all three of them, Jordan, the demogatory, and T, said in perfect, miserable unison,
Typical woman.
I didn't answer, just turned and started walking. The crates around us hummed. Jordan watched me go with that smug, knowing look that made me want to throw a demogatory and a brick.
You see?
He called after me.
You always think you're the exception.
And that's about it for now. All that effort, all that chaos, just to deliver something that was apparently meant for me in the first place. Figures. I did say in my first log, I'm an amateur expert detective. I do plan to investigate Jordan properly at some point. But right now, I've got enough on my plate. I've named the demogatory Keith. He doesn't like it. Neither do I. But it'll teach him a lesson. I bought him a basket and a bowl with his name on. Both pink. He sticks to me like glue now. I think that's the point. Jordan summoned this specific type of lesser demon on purpose. One that attaches to people, wears them down, whisper by whisper, until there's nothing left but an empty shell to take over. Joke's on him. I was always told I was 2 sandwiches short of a picnic anyway. Keith is currently outside tormenting the hell out of Stephen through the shed door. He won't go in. I think he's scared of spiders. I'll keep you updated. Morgan out.
Yo, Tyrell here. Morgan let me borrow her weird little recorder thing so I can log this before I forget again. Paranormal Resources said I should start documenting my experiences. Apparently there's a complaints procedure for dream scams now. Emotional liability clause, innit? Some poor bloke got mentally possessed by a dead Victorian dentist last year and they're still trying to reimburse him in Tesco vouchers. It's Sainsbury's or nothing, fam. So yeah, I had another dream last night, but not like a normal dream. Not like the one where I was trapped in a lift with Gary the compliance ghost and my year 12 PE teacher. This one had structure, like someone had a storyboard. It started with a corridor, you know the kind, endless, dim lighting, lino floor like a hospital that's seen things and never been mopped properly since. I was barefoot, naturally. Why wouldn't I be? Socks are for pussies. I walked for like ages. Every so often, a door would creak open and whisper, extended warranty. Every time I tried to ignore it, the door got closer. Every time I acknowledged it, it asked for my national insurance number, in reverse. Eventually I gave in and opened one, and inside was me, sitting at a desk, wearing a headset, selling life insurance to myself. And let me tell you, I was good, like worryingly convincing. I even upsell funeral cover with a cashback plan, and now I don't know if I'm technically insured in the astral plane, which is stressful. I also don't know why I didn't know my own national insurance number. Then I woke up, covered in sweat. Whole bed stank like Monster in Fear. The worst part, I checked my phone, and there was a missed call from a no-caller ID at 2:14 a.m. No voicemail, just the emoji of a briefcase. Anyway, I think the dreams are getting stronger, or smarter, or bored. Not sure which is worse. Morgan says maybe it's connected to Jordan or Keith, the demogatory. She thinks maybe these dreams are test runs, like softening us up. I don't know, maybe they're trying to figure out who breaks first. All I know is I'm knackered and my credit score is suffering. Right, That's enough oversharing for one log. Morgan, if you're listening, tell your demon to stop emailing me memes. Bonus log. Out. Tyrell. Oh, shit. I've just uploaded the whole thing to fucking YouTube, blood.
You what?
Oh, well, subscribe, I guess.
It started how it always starts, with a sentence that sounds cute until it ruins your life. Mum, I need a Labubu. That was Friday, just a normal, boring, grey-skied Friday. Rain on the windows, leftover spaghetti for tea, and my 8-year-old stomping through the front door like she'd just been assigned a divine mission. I blinked at her, still holding a cheese grater. A what now? A Labubu, she repeated, like I was the dumbest human alive. Everyone's got one, Mum. It's like the toy right now, like Sunny Angel, but better. It has teeth. Teeth? She nodded so hard her ponytail whipped her in the eye. 9 of them, sharp ones, and big ears. It's kind of creepy, but in a cute way. Oh, and some are rare. If you get a ghost one, you get a wish. Or maybe you die. Sam says it's different depending on the box. Of course, Sam says that. Sam's the same one who told her toast causes amnesia. I wiped my hands on a tea towel. And where do these La babies live exactly? La Boo Boo, she groaned. La Boo Boo. They're blind box figures. You don't know which one you get until you open it. Naturally, we went shopping the next day. You say no to La Boo Boo, and suddenly you're the worst mother on earth, depriving your child of cultural relevance and plastic happiness. We went to Pop Mart. That place, it's like stepping into a haunted doll rave. Everything's staring at you with a smile that's just a bit too wide. She picked a box from the exciting macaron line, swearing it had good luck. We paid. She tore the box open before we'd even reached the car. Her face dropped. It's a common one, she muttered. Just regular Labubu. The thing in her hand had greyish fur, 2 wide eyes, and a grin full of jagged little teeth. One ear looked torn. There was a weird smudge under its chin. I thought it was a paint flaw. She named him Boo. From that moment on, he never left her side. She talked to him constantly, not in a look how cute kind of way, but like a real, actual friend. Boo doesn't like carrots. Boo says Mrs. Langley smells like vinegar. Boo told me not to touch his teeth. I tried to laugh it off. Kids have imaginary friends. Some are fairies, some are weird little gremlins with fangs. But then one night I passed her room around 2 in the morning and stopped. She was sitting up in bed, straight-backed, cross-legged. Boo was in her lap, facing her. She whispered something, paused, nodded, whispered again. It was a full conversation, not one-sided, not playful, just eerie. The next morning, I found her in the garden. She was sitting beneath the big tree in the back corner. Her hands were in her lap. Boo was beside her. At her feet was a nest, ruined, twigs shattered, feathers everywhere. 3 small baby birds. Dead, tiny bodies curled, beaks open. I gasped. Oh no, sweetheart, the nest must have fallen from the tree. She didn't look up. Yeah, she said quietly. Boo didn't like the noise they made in the morning anyway. Not angry, not sad, just a flat little statement, like she was commenting on the weather. That's when something inside me twisted. I wanted to throw that bloody doll in the bin. I didn't. Not yet. But then the feathers started showing up. A few by the windowsill. Then some on the landing, then a small pile, damp, greyish, matted, under her bed. At first, I thought it was toy stuffing. Maybe she was crafting or ripping up something old, until I saw the beak. Tiny, crushed. That evening, I sat her down, gently, no shouting. I found the baby birds, I said. She just blinked. I'm not angry, I added, but I need to know what happened. She looked down at Boo, then up at me. He didn't like them. And did you? I liked them, but Boo said I'd be his best friend if I helped. That was it. No remorse, just loyalty. That night, once she was asleep, I took Boo. I wrapped him in pillowcases, sealed him in a shoebox, put that in 2 bin bags, and buried it deep in the loft, under boxes of baby clothes. She'd never find it. The next morning, she didn't mention him. No questions, no tears, just silence. She watched me, though. like I was the one being studied. That night, I was curled up on the sofa, glass of wine in one hand, half watching some terrible dating show and finally breathing just a little when I heard her footsteps, quiet, barefoot. I looked up. She was standing in the doorway, in her nightdress, holding Boo. My heart nearly stopped. He was filthy, bits of fluff missing, one ear torn slightly at the top, but it was him, no doubt. She stepped closer, eyes flat. Boo didn't like that, she said quietly. Not angry, not scared, just letting me know, like a warning. I let her have him that night. I was too tired, and I guess the wine gave me a false sense of bravery. But the next day, I got a knot in my stomach, went up to the loft. The box was still sealed, tape unbroken, pillowcases intact. But when I opened it, it was empty. No Boo, just dust. I was done pretending. That night, while she slept, I found Boo sitting on her desk. I took him into the garden, soaked him in lighter fluid, and lit a match. He burned, and while he burned, I heard something scream. Not out loud. In my head, a high-pitched whine, like static, like teeth grinding against metal. The air around me turned heavy. The flames didn't flicker, they twitched. The next morning, she didn't leave her room. She was lying in bed, eyes open, unblinking. I stepped closer, and I felt something. Not saw, felt. A pressure in the room, like I'd walked into a mouth. I reached for her. She turned her head slowly and said, "You made Boo angry." Then her nose began to bleed. She passed out before I could catch her. She's been in the hospital for 4 days, unconscious, no sign of injury, no explanation. Doctors say her vitals are normal, that she might wake up any day now, but I know better. I came home to get her clothes the other day, and in her room, on the windowsill, Boo was back, clean, smiling, like nothing had happened. I didn't scream. I picked him up with shaking hands, walked into the garden, and sat him down on the back step. I didn't burn him. I didn't bury him. I just whispered, "Please, bring her back. Take me instead." He was gone the next day. The doll, the pressure, the noise. And yesterday I got some good news. She woke up. The doctors called it a miracle. I'll be bringing her home tomorrow. I hope. You see, I'm writing this down now because about an hour ago I developed a pounding headache, and just now something scratched at my door. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed the story, please like, comment and subscribe. And tell me, do you have a Labubu in your home? Where is it right now? I didn't come here to disappear. I was pretty much invisible already. The flat got too loud in the way that empty rooms do. Every pipe a throat, every radiator a mouth. I was 39 and already felt like a ghost haunting my own furniture. I'd done a dozen jobs that left no dent in the world. Warehouse picker, night shift at the printers, 5 long years repairing cash machines. Every payslip felt like a receipt for time I'd never get back. No friends, no kids, no reason to stay. So when I saw the vague ad in the paper, I thought, why not? Temporary, seasonal assistant required. North Cliff Lighthouse. Solo position. No experience required. How hard could it be? Just a light on a cliff that needed winding and checking, and someone to swear at the wind on its behalf. At least out there I'll be lonely on purpose. I told the harbour master I didn't drink. A lie. That I was good with my hands. True. And that I could handle nights. Truer than I wanted it to be. He looked at me for a long time, like he was measuring silence on me, seeing if it would fit. "You alright being on your own?" he asked, then quickly. "Not 'cause you're a woman. I mean, once you're out there, you're out there. There's no coming back until your time's up. Fog's worse this year. Claustrophobic. You'll taste it before you see it." He was right about that. Salt settles on your tongue out here like dust on a shelf. Even with the door bolted and the windows latched, the brine finds its way in. Tiny white crusts forming in the corners of the lantern room. But there's something under that. The air tastes metallic too, like licking a coin or biting a split lip. The first night, I learned the staircase by touch because the power tripped the second I plugged the kettle in. The cast iron treads were cold enough to sting. The trick is to lead with your palm, not your fingers. Saves you from cuts and splinters. Halfway up, there's a postcard-sized window. You have to lean close to see through it. And if you press your cheek to the stone, it'll steal your heat like a debt collector. Now I keep real thermal gloves stashed everywhere, and a thermos of coffee on the shelf. Next to it sits a logbook, angry, cramped handwriting, stretching back decades from what looked like hundreds of keepers. The entries read like prayers. Wound at 9:05, cleaned mantle. Horn at 12:30, 1:30. Wind southwest, 18 knots. Fog persistent, fog persistent, fog persistent. There's a comfort in tasks that have edges. Check the bulbs, wind the clocks, clean the glass. When the lamp is lit and the lens begins its slow rotation, the whole room changes, as if the tower takes a breath and remembers why it was built. The brass warms. The glass blurs and clears, blurs and clears. Every 70 seconds the beam passes, and the world outside appears in a white slice, spray leaping from the black rock, the cliff path slick and mean. Onshore, the town is just a smudge of orange, the sodium lamps tucked into the fold of the headland. At first, I didn't care that I couldn't get back. I didn't want to go back. Out here, it's me, the machinery, and the sea making its long arguments against the cliff. Out here, no one makes you hurt. The horn is mounted lower, where the tower thickens like a throat. It isn't the cartoonish blare you hear in films. It's a deep animal note, more felt than heard. A pressure that rattles your ribs. When it goes, the glass trembles in its frame. The tea shivers in your mug, and you taste brass in your mouth. I sleep in the watchroom, on a cot older than my mum. Sleep is a generous word. The mattress has a ridge down the middle like a fence. I padded it with forgotten coats and flattened cushions from the room's only armchair. It's good enough. Better an uncomfortable bed here than an uncomfortable silence at home. I keep telling myself I came for the peace, but the peace here isn't quiet. The weather has teeth. The first week, I played games with myself to keep from thinking too loudly. I'd count the steps, 78 to the lantern room, if you skip the cracked one. I tried to drink my coffee before the next sweep of the light caught my face. I timed the horn blasts to the second, and reward myself with a biscuit when I hit 3 in a row. On the 5th night, I started hearing water where there wasn't any. Not the roar you'd expect from the sea. This was smaller, meaner. The sound a tap makes when you didn't turn it off quite enough. I hunted it with a torch, ear to the pipes, hands to the walls, following that thin silver noise down into the surface level where the stone smells like damp metal and mould. Dry. Everything was dry. But the sound threaded the night all the same. Just at the edge of thought, like a song you hate stuck behind your teeth. I wrote it off as the wind working some loose sash. I logged it as if naming the thing would make it behave. 1010, dripping noise, source unclear. I was raised to be practical, to rely on myself. My father taught me to check the obvious things first. If a car won't start, jiggle the battery lead before you condemn the alternator. After the marriage ended, after I stopped answering messages that opened with, "Hey stranger," I started to measure my days in things I could fix. The light is good for that. If it doesn't turn, you wind. If it burns too low, you trim. If the horn fails, you pull the choke and try again until the note opens over the water like a door. Sometimes, between the horn blasts, something like quiet falls. You hear the tower settle, your blood in your ears, the sea rearranging stones below. Sometimes, if you let yourself, you can almost believe the fog is just weather, that it isn't watching back. On the 7th night, it came in thick. I tasted it on the stairs before I saw it. The air went soft and damp, my arms sugar-coated with salt. The lantern room fogged from the outside like a breath on glass. The beam pushed through and carved a tunnel of light in the murk. Everything beyond erased. The horn note wobbled, then steadied like a throat clearing. I don't scare easy, not bragging. You can teach fear to stand in the corner if you give it enough chores, but there's a kind of wrong that doesn't arrive with bangs and screams. It pads in, makes itself at home in the parts of your brain that keeps lists. It makes you doubt your own edges. Close to midnight, I was standing with my knuckles on the rail, watching the beam make its slow sweep, when I felt it. A change in the room that wasn't temperature or sound. A prickle at the nape, an itch in my teeth. That childhood sense that someone just said your name in a room you haven't entered yet. The light slid across the fog, and for a heartbeat the world sharpened like a knife on wet stone. The tunnel showed nothing but vapour and white noise, particles racing like snow in a torch beam. The light moved on, the room exhaled, my shoulders loosened without permission. And somewhere below me, out on the galley in that thick white, something tapped against the metal rail, sharp and deliberate. Not a bang, not a jump scare I probably deserved. 4 neat taps, patient as a metronome. I told myself it was grit or pebbles, maybe kicked up by the wind or flung against the rail from below. A stretch, but easier than admitting what it sounded like. I wrote none of it in the log. Instead I wrote the tasks, small anchors against large weather, cleaned prisms, checked bulb housing and backup wiring. Horn, 12 AM, 12:30 AM. Fog persistent. When you're alone long enough, your thoughts have your back. They say sensible things, sometimes. They keep their hands in their pockets. That night they were unusually kind to me. It's rocks, they said. It's wind. It's the tower stretching its bones. Nothing to do with you. I made another circuit of the stairs. Palms leading the way. The rail slick and honest under my skin. Back in the watchroom, I tried to sleep. The padding giving me no relief from the thin mattress ridge digging into my spine. I listened for the drip that had now become a lullaby and found none. So I lay there, awake. The horn beat the hours like a slow heart, and the beam kept time on the walls. I told myself I'd check the lantern glazing in the morning. I told myself there was no below me, really. only air and the black percussion of the sea. I told myself anything that might make the hair on my arms lie down. But the next pass of the light brought the same electric feeling along the back of my neck. And the pass after that brought the taps again, metallic, rattling up through the rail in my hands. 4. Exactly 4. Like an answer. I didn't touch the logbook after that. I stood with the beam at my shoulder, the horn rattling my ribs, the taste of brass in my mouth. Very quietly, I counted my breathing until dawn made a weak suggestion at the window. The fog didn't lift, it just pretended to be thinner when the morning could see it. When I finally unlatched the door and stepped out onto the gallery, water beaded on my eyelashes and salt stung a cut I don't remember earning. Down below, the rocks were greased black, kelp combed flat by the tide. The rail where the tapping had sounded was empty, slick with damp, wearing nothing but a skin of condensation and a dusting of salt, the way it always does. I told myself a new lie, that sleep, and only sleep, would fix this. That night, the foghorn felt heavier in my hands. The note went out over the water like a hand laid on a shoulder, and for the first time, when it died away, I listened not for silence, but for an answer. By the second week, I'd stopped marking the days properly. The logbook was supposed to keep me straight, but the handwriting had already started to slip. Neat rows turning into jagged scrolls. I'd catch myself writing the wrong hour or repeating the same line twice, as if time had folded in on itself. I tried to blame it on sleep, and the truth is, I wasn't sleeping. Not really. I'd shut my eyes and hear that rattle on the rail, feel the vibration in my bones, wait for it to come again. Sometimes it did. Sometimes it didn't, which was worse. I thought I saw something stranger than the fog one early afternoon. A white bird on the gallery rail. Too bright against the mist. Very out of place. It tilted its head at me, sharp and knowing. It was the most unusual crow I'd ever seen. I tried to creep closer to get a better view, but it slipped back into the fog, as if it had never been there. I told myself it was exhaustion, but I kept waiting for it to come back. The fog never left. It thickened and thinned, like a long-drawing breath, but it never let go of the tower. During the day, it was a dull white sheet, the sea and sky erased. At night, it pressed close, blackening at the edges of the lamp's tunnel, and I swear it pulsed with the horn like a thing alive. I started keeping a second notebook, hidden under my cot. Not the official log, just scribbles of things I couldn't bring myself to record in neat ink in fear of being branded crazy. Tap, 4 times, 2:15 AM. Heard footsteps on the gallery. Checked. Empty. Foghorn vibrated before I touched the choke. Something whispered back. That last one I tried to cross out so hard the paper tore. The strangest part, I still did the work. Bulbs checked, glass cleaned, gears wound. I still boiled the kettle, still counted the steps, still rationed my biscuits like a kid saving sweets. But the edges of my world had started to blur. Sometimes I'd walk the stairs and find myself at the wrong level, unsure if I'd gone up or down. Sometimes I'd catch a reflection in the lantern's glass and think there was someone else in the room. On the 9th night, I saw them. Not clearly, not the way I wanted, just a smear of shape in the beam's sweep. But it wasn't a gull or spray or a shadow, it was taller, straighter, A human outline standing where no footing should exist. Just fog and air and the drop to the rocks. By the time the beam came round again, it was gone. I didn't log it. I barely trusted myself to think it. The next night, there were 3. They stood at different heights out in the fog. Far enough from the tower to make no sense, but close enough to see. Perfectly still. Perfectly wrong. My stomach turned like it was in free fall, but I couldn't move. I gripped the brass rail until my hands went white. When the beam passed again, it shifted. I couldn't be certain, but I'm sure it was a fraction nearer. I nearly choked myself on the foghorn cord trying to get the sound out fast enough. I prayed the monstrous noise would create sound waves powerful enough to disturb the uncanny patterns made by the fog and light. The note roared into the dark, shaking the tower. For a moment, I felt relief. Until all 3 figures lifted their heads at once, like the sound was calling them home. I didn't sleep after that. I couldn't. Every sweep of the light brought them back. Every blast of the horn seemed to tighten whatever tether was pulling them in. I sat with my back to the wall, mug of coffee clutched like a weapon, whispering bargains to myself. If they reach the glass, I'll run. If they step onto the gallery, I'll jump. If they make a sound out, I never finished that one. By dawn, they were gone. Through the night, they'd seemed to shift a little closer with each pass of the lantern, never quite reaching the tower, but always shrinking the distance. As the sun crept back into existence, they thinned and faded with the fog. And in their place, on the rail where they had been staring all night, the white crow perched again. He tilted his head, watched me in silence before vanishing back into the fog as if it had been bearing witness this entire time. By the 3rd week, I'd stopped pretending this was routine. The tower ran on its own rhythm, light turning, horn groaning, gears ticking, but I was the one falling out of sync. My hands shook even when they weren't on the rail. My coffee tasted like brine. My own reflection in the lantern glass startled me more than once. The 2nd notebook grew messy. Sentences trailed into nonsense. Words scrawled at angles I didn't remember writing. Pages smeared where my hand had sweated through the ink. One night, I woke with the pen still in my fist. A line etched over and over, and it had carved the paper. They're closer. The fog pressed tighter, damp clinging to my clothes. The whole tower felt smaller. I paced the stairs to keep myself awake, but more than once I reached the landing and couldn't tell if I was climbing up or down. Once I circled and circled, breath ragged, until I realised I'd been walking past the same window slit for nearly half an hour. When I leaned out to check, there was nothing but blank fog, nothing except the faint scrape of something against the stone. I stopped opening the logbook entirely. What was the point of writing bulb checked or gear wound when the real notes were carved into my bones? The figures returned night after night. Each time the sun fell, they were back in the fog, always starting from the same impossible distance as if rewound by dawn. And each sweep of the lamp drew them forward again. The figures were no longer just outlines. On the 12th night, the beam caught the pale suggestion of faces, blurred, waterlogged, but watching. Their posture was wrong, heads too still, bodies leaning just enough to look like they were falling without ever touching the ground. Each sweep stole another fraction of a distance. I swore I saw breath pluming in the cold when the light brushed them. The horn betrayed me worst of all. I pulled the cord, and instead of repelling, the vibration came first, shivering through the rails, crawling up my chest, and then they shifted, all of them, as one, like the horn had given them permission. I stopped blasting it for a time, but the silence was worse. I could feel them waiting for it, like dogs starved for a whistle. That was the night the White Crow came back. Not at dawn this time, but deep in the hours before morning. I found it sitting on the gallery rail, feathers glowing faint against the lamp's beam. It didn't caw. It didn't move. Just tilted its head at me, eyes as dark as the fog behind it. For a second, I thought if I leaned close enough, it would speak. I don't know why, but I whispered to it. I asked it what they wanted, asked it if it was here for me, asked it if I was supposed to keep the light burning or let it die. The crow blinked once, and then the fog swallowed it. By dawn, the figures had retreated again. The White Crow returned with the morning too, perched on the rail like it owned the place. I'd started leaving scraps of bread for it. Offerings, maybe. I couldn't tell if it was an omen or a protector. But since the figures hadn't stepped onto the gallery itself, I let myself believe it was keeping them back. Hoping it was. But even after dawn, the rail seemed to hum faintly, like it had held on to something that wasn't mine. Not the horn this time, something else. I couldn't shake the sense the tower itself was carrying their presence forward, holding a trace of them that would only end once they were inside with me. By the fourth week, the tower didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt borrowed, or worse, shared. The air inside was never still. The walls had a pulse I could feel through my palms when I leaned against them. I'd wake choking on panic, certain something was in the room with me, a terror that makes you bite down on your own fist to keep quiet. My thoughts whispered that there was no need for silence, that I was alone. But the dread clawing at my chest told me better. That I was far from alone. I stopped pretending the figures came and went. They reset, yes, but the rail still hummed each morning, like it had carried something up from the fog. I knew they hadn't left at all. They were just waiting for a chance to start again. Every dawn felt like a reprieve I hadn't earned. There was no question of leaving. The tower sits on a rock cut off from the mainland. The supply boat long overdue. The cliff path drowned under fog. I tried the radio more than once, but the harbour master's voice never sounded surprised. Almost like he already knew what circled the lighthouse. Every call ending the same way. Him telling me to keep the lamp turning, then cutting the line. That's when the fear deepened. If he knew, and still left me here, then what chance did I have? I thought about the coats I found on my first day, hanging forgotten in the watchroom, too many for one keeper. I wondered then why they were left behind. Now I think I know. I imagine their owners running down these same stairs, pressing the same rails, whispering the same promise to themselves, till the night took them too. The White Crow came back every dawn without fail, eyes fixed on me while I placed bread on the rail. The first time it ate, I thought I'd imagined it. The second time, I watched crumbs tumble from its beak and scatter into the mist. I didn't know if I was bribing a guardian or feeding a harbinger. But either way, I couldn't stop. The ritual mattered to me now. If I kept the crow fed, maybe it kept the gallery safe. Maybe. But safe didn't last. On the 15th night, I heard them through the stairs. Not outside, not in the fog. Inside the tower's bones, as if the sound was being carried up the iron itself. My throat closed, my torch beam shook so hard I could hardly keep the light steady on the steps. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where to? Down into the dark? Up to the lantern room with nowhere to hide? Air was damp and sour in my mouth. Nothing there, nothing but the faint echo of weight where no one should be. I pressed my ear to the rail, and the vibration that came back wasn't the steady thrum of machinery. It was a rhythm. 4 steps, a pause, 4 steps again. I ran the rest of the way down, heart punching against my ribs, half expecting to feel a hand close on my shoulder. Every time I stopped to listen, silence filled the gap. But when I touched the rail, always the rail, it carried the memory of footsteps that weren't mine. A memory you can't scrub out. The crow didn't appear that dawn. I left the bread anyway, hand shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The thought of losing even that thin comfort made my stomach hollow with dread. On the 17th night, the figures were so close I could see the glisten of water running from their hair. They leaned against the fog as if it were glass, pressing towards the tower. When the beam cut across them, their heads lifted in perfect unison. Not fast, not jerky, just a slow tilt, like they'd been waiting for me to look. My teeth ached from clenching, my breath tearing at my throat. The silence between the horn blasts felt like held breath. Mine or theirs, I couldn't tell. I kept thinking, if I breathe too loud, they'll hear. By the 20th night, I'd stopped writing completely. The notebook sat in the watchroom drawer. All I had left was muttered promises to myself. Stay awake, keep the light moving, feed the crow. Don't let the rail go quiet. Because when the rail finally goes still, I think it'll mean they've stepped inside. By the 5th week, I was barely human. My body ran on seconds of sleep stolen at the desk, head snapping up at the smallest creak. I tried everything, piling coats against the door, wedging tools through the handles, even dragging the cot across the floor as if flimsy metal could stop but moved in the fog. None of it helped. The tower was never mine, never safe. Nights had become something I dreaded with a sick, sinking weight in my chest. I would sit staring at the lamp, wondering what would happen if I simply let it go dark. If I killed the beam, the figures might lose their path, but ships out to sea would lose theirs too. How many sailors would wreck against the rocks if I chose myself over them? The thought made me sick, but the temptation stayed. The tower itself felt like a trap. Every wall pressed inward, every stair twisted tighter. I barely recognised my own voice when I muttered to myself, raw and rasping from nights without rest. Coffee did nothing. Fear had chewed straight through the caffeine, leaving me wired and hollow. The figures no longer waited in the fog. They had crept beyond their usual stopping point. They pressed right to the edge of the gallery, only a sweep of the lamp between us. When the beam moved on, they shifted forward, bodies leaning into the metal rail as if testing it, weight dragging against the iron. Their outlines were warped by the fog, faces pale and waterlogged, hair plastered against skulls, clothes hanging in strips that fluttered without wind. Their eyes glistened too dark, too steady, fixed on me no matter how the beam moved. And worse, I recognised them. The pale features, the soaked uniforms, the warped faces were the same as the staff photos still hanging in the watchroom. Men and women that should have been long gone now stood outside, dripping and silent, staring in. I could hear the scrape now, groaning as if the rail itself might give way. On the final sweep of the lamp before dawn, I saw them on the gallery itself, right outside the window. One had its hand pressed flat against the glass, water trailing down its fingers, while another hovered inches from the door handle. I pressed myself against the far wall, too terrified to move, lungs locked tight as if even breathing might draw them in. Every time the light passed, they froze again, mannequins posed by a cruel hand, and every time it moved on, they edged closer. The crow came later that morning. I left bread with shaking fingers, whispered bargains I barely understood. Protect me, keep them off the gallery, don't let them in. The bird never answered, only watching with that tilted head, feathers glowing too bright against the grey. The harbour master stopped answering my calls, just static now hissing in my ears. Sometimes I thought I heard voices under it, muffled and distant, like others calling from the fog. I snapped the radio off and shoved it in the drawer with the notebooks. When I did, a loose scrap fluttered free, torn from a page not written in my hand. The handwriting was tight, frantic. It read, "The sea needs to eat. The lighthouse is the plate. The foghorn is the dinner bell. These figures are..." The line ended jagged, ripped short. I stared at it until the words blurred. I know tonight's the night they'll get in. They want me to go with them, to feed the sea, or whatever waits inside it. I have two choices: accept my fate and join the others, or kill the light and doom the sailors who trust me to keep them safe. The fog is thick and the cliffs are unforgiving. Even a seasoned captain wouldn't stand a chance without this beam. The advert was honest about one thing. This job was only ever temporary. But it won't end with a contract. It ends with me. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. It helps me keep the light burning and the stories coming. Here's tonight's random fun fact. Did you know crows can recognize human faces and even hold grudges? Scientists found that they'll remember someone who wronged them for years and even teach other crows who to avoid. So maybe leaving bread for that little white crow wasn't such a bad idea. Good night. I want to tell you about a friend of mine. His name's Isaac. I met him back in college when we were roommates. He was completely obsessed with religion and was a theology major. Yet he described himself as a spiritual agnostic. I guess he's what one might call a seeker. One of those folks who tries to learn everything they can about spirituality in the hopes of understanding it. The nightstand by his bed had a leaning tower of books, and over time the stack only grew higher and higher. His studies turned him into somewhat of a walking encyclopedia. Isaac was always spouting off nerdy history facts and sacred scriptures. Anything from the iconography of Hindu deities, the history of the Christian churches, to what the medieval peasants used in attempts to ward off vampires. Isaac could quote long memorized passages from various texts, including the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, without consulting them. He knew a lot about the history of religion and could explain complex theological notions in simple terms. In addition to being an endless source of information, he was a man filled with questions. We had many deep conversations into the night hours. His erratic sleeping schedule even began to affect mine and caused me to be late for class on occasion. There was about a month where he thought Buddhism was the one and only true path. Some days he'd be sure that he had found the answer. The next day, he'd be stuck in the middle again and lost. He would sometimes quote the paranormal author, Charles Fort, who said, "I conceive of nothing in religion, science, or philosophy that is more than the proper thing to wear for a while." I enjoyed Isaac's company and our talks, so much that rumours got started about us being in a relationship together. But these weren't true, of course. I sympathised with his plight and his journey of self-discovery. It's a process that a lot of folks go through, especially around this time in their lives. When college ended, we went our separate ways, but we decided to stay in touch. Good friends are something that is hard to come by in this world, so Isaac and I vowed to still meet up on occasion. In the meantime, I managed to find myself a job, gained a few new friends, and my life continued. I met up with Isaac one day at his new place. He had moved to a pretty obscure rural location out in the sticks. His home was by an old hiking trail that wasn't even on most modern maps of the area. Parts of it were rough and even overgrown. His cabin stood solemn in a world of isolation. I walked in to see hordes of books on theology lining the walls, with shelves beginning to buckle under the weight. He had commentaries on the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, Words of the Buddha, the Book of Mormon, as well as various texts of mantras and meditations. His long list of books included even some UFO and flying saucer literature. It was good to see him again, but our conversation didn't last long. He seemed to be in something of a hurry, and his speech was noticeably faster than usual. He paced around the room as he told me of things he'd been reading, giving me short summaries of his most recent reads. If I tried to change the subject to something else, he brought it right back to the topic of religion. He had an uncanny ability to steer any conversation to his current form of obsession. I'd seen him get this way before. It usually only lasted a week or two before he'd mellow out again. He told me that he planned to get a job as a lecturer soon. It sounded like something he might be good at, though he did have problems sticking to a schedule. I told him about my new job, my recent vacation, and some adventures I'd been on with my friends since college. While he respectfully tried to be interested, I could tell his racing thoughts were elsewhere. It wasn't long before he was right back to rattling off all the information he'd absorbed. He apologised and told me that he had to get back to his studies before cutting the conversation short. I told him that we could meet up again in about a month or so, if he wanted, and he agreed. As I made my exit, I glanced over to see a book titled Flying Saucers, Serious Business. I tried not to smile. It seemed that in his spiritual quest, the net just grew wider and wider. Nothing could have prepared me for what I'd discover on my next visit. I walked through the door to see all of his bookshelves were gone. After welcoming me in, Isaac sat down quietly at his desk. The room was entirely bare. No clutter and no paper. Everything was gone. There was nothing but his bed, his desk, and a lone ceiling fan spinning slowly overhead. "Isaac," I said with hesitation, "what happened?" "I got rid of everything. I didn't need it anymore." Isaac wore a peaceful expression on his face and was unaffected by concern or alarm. "Why?" I asked in disbelief. "Because I have the answer now. I am no longer agnostic." Isaac was strangely reserved and closed off. He had cooled down considerably from the almost manic demeanour he had upon my previous visit. When I asked what answers he was talking about, he said he couldn't tell me. It wasn't like Isaac to be so tight-lipped about his studies. I'd never seen him behave like this. It was like night and day. He dodged all my questions and told me not to worry about it. Isaac said he no longer had the need for material possessions. "I met a new friend," he said. I was very surprised to hear this. Isaac had always been a bit of a loner. In all the time I'd known him, he had no friends, other than me. "Did this friend of yours give you these answers?" "I can't tell you anything about them yet." "Them? Is it more than one new friend?" No, it's just one," Isaac said, suddenly seeming nervous. He quickly changed the subject and didn't return to the topic for the rest of my visit. I couldn't get any more information out of him, no matter how hard I tried. Being the eccentric that he was, Isaac had never had a cell phone. He always said the government used them to track people. While that is true, not having one is a pretty extreme reaction. He always just told me at the end of our chats when to show up for next time. Our get-togethers were usually every month or two. This time, however, Isaac told me he wanted to see me just a week later. I found this strange, but given his recent behaviour, I was certainly willing to check up on him. After leaving Isaac's place, I couldn't stop thinking about him. I wondered if he'd finally lost his mind. Call it jealousy, but I was a tad suspicious of his new friend and what influence they might have on him. That week was the slowest week of my life. I couldn't help but ruminate on my friend and what he might be going through. Finally, I was able to see him again. He opened the door with a rather serious expression. The first words he said to me were, "They said I could tell you now." He invited me in and told me his story. He was apparently out on a hiking trail one morning after a particularly deep theology study night. Near a specific rocky overhang, he kneeled on the ground and began to call out or pray to the divine to provide him with the answers for his many questions. According to Isaac, he was then contacted by something. I don't know what I was praying to. Just the universe. Or anything that would listen, Isaac said. This wasn't the first time Isaac had tried to interact with the divine by praying, but something different happened this time. The wind picked up around him, and he felt a strange, almost apocalyptic feeling. Before him, a glowing humanoid being appeared. It was in the vague shape of a human outline, but it shined with an incredibly brilliant light that somehow didn't hurt his eyes to look at. It was an angel, I know it was, Isaac said. They had no name and no gender. They weren't he or she, but they. They spoke to me telepathically, with imagery in my mind. Isaac said that this being taught him things. They put images in his mind's eye. He saw people around a stream, with a village being set up, then a river and cities being built. He saw how civilizations had formed and grown. Then he saw the human body broken down on a cellular level, and the patterns or pathways by which the neurons fire in the human brain. This being seemed to demonstrate that it deeply understood humanity, how it came to be, and what it is now. He was instructed not to tell anyone what he experienced yet. After their telepathic conversation, the being vanished completely. Hearing all of this, I was utterly dumbfounded. Are you sure about this, Isaac? I asked him. Absolutely, he replied with sincerity in his voice. Isaac informed me that the being had talked to him again recently and told me that he could tell me what happened. Isaac didn't seem to care whether I believed him or not. It wasn't like Isaac to lie, and the changes in his life seemed undeniable. I felt like something had really happened to him, but I wasn't sure what. Isaac was intelligent, but could be a bit naive. I was really worried for him, and even considered calling a psychiatrist, or getting him to seek some kind of psychological help. I voiced these concerns to him, but it didn't seem to do any good. He wouldn't hear any of it. He told me once again that he wanted me to return for a visit sooner rather than later. He picked a date only a few days away for us to talk again. In the interim, I thought hard about Isaac and his situation. It was disturbing to think what my friend, who I cared about, could be experiencing. I spent a lot of time looking for help and trying to figure out what to do. I was frightened for him, and I felt he might be in danger. I'd long suspected Isaac had some sort of mental issues because of his fixations and odd behaviours, but I'd never expected that it might manifest as something like this. He didn't seem to be a threat to himself or to others, so I wasn't sure what could be done. I also thought that perhaps this friend of his was a real person who had somehow fooled him into thinking they was some kind of angelic being. Still, in the back of my mind, I wondered if he could be right, and if he actually did encounter something truly unexplainable. On the day of our meeting, I drove up to Isaac's property. Before I could knock on his door, I noticed a piece of lined notebook paper taped to it. The note read the following: "We'll have to postpone your visit. I've got to meet up with my friend at the trail. Goodbye for now. Isaac." In a panic, I made my way out to the mountainous hiking trail. I had to get to Isaac before he did something stupid. As I journeyed down the wooded path, I began to sense a strange energy in the environment. A feeling of electricity, almost. I came upon a bend in the trail. Just beyond was the rocky overhang where Isaac said he met the glowing being. As I approached, I could smell the peculiar scent of ozone carried by the fresh mountain air, as if just after a lightning storm. Suddenly, I noticed something moving in the sky, towards the area I was walking. Looking upwards, I witnessed a bizarre glowing light flying overhead. I had no clue what it was. I stared mystified for a moment before returning to the task at hand. I trekked onward, around the trail bend to see Isaac standing there beneath the rock overhang. In front of him, I saw a being made entirely of light in the form of a human silhouette. I was in utter shock. The being emitted no sound, but appeared to be somehow conversing with Isaac, who stood motionless. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I pulled out my cell phone, but as I lifted it to record this bizarre scene, the screen inexplicably blanked out. Smoke began to emit from my phone. Suddenly, it became burning hot to the touch. It was like putting your hand on an active stove. With a yelp of pain, I dropped it and watched as the phone went cascading down the mountainside. When I looked back up, I then saw the object again in the sky. It got closer and brighter until I couldn't see it in full view. It was a shining, silver, flying saucer. A strange sense of paralysis took over me, and I somehow lost the ability to move. The craft slowly descended in a falling leaf pattern as it made its way to the earth. Landing gear extended from the craft and pierced the ground as it came to a final rest. A large metal door on the ship swung open as a silver ramp lowered down. From inside the ship, I could see nothing but a glow of white. I was amazed and terrified, but frozen completely, motionless. I stood in silent anticipation, with my heart racing. I stared transfixed as the glowing figure guided Isaac up the metal ramp and into the open mouth of the ship. The strange smell of sulphur emanated from the saucer. Isaac dutifully walked behind them and stepped aboard the craft. I couldn't help but feel as if I was watching some kind of suicide. Isaac had finally taken his leap of faith. The door slammed shut with a metallic sound. The flying saucer then retracted its landing gear and took off straight upwards into the sky before disappearing completely out of view. With this, I was broken from the spell of my paralysis. I stood there for a moment and simply basked in the sheer terror and majesty of it all before turning round and running all the way back to my car. I haven't spoken to my friend Isaac in months. I have no idea where he is. But that's okay. I have a new friend now, who I've been communicating with. This friend has taught me so much, and at long last, they are going to meet with me. They said I was allowed to tell you this story now, because so much more is in store for us. I have to go for a hike now. I shouldn't keep them waiting. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That was another good story by Reddit user Never You Mind. If it were your friend out there, would you follow them into the woods? Or turn back? I'm lucky in that respect. I don't have any friends. Anyway, tonight's fun fact. In 1955, a family in Kentucky claimed that they spent an entire night in a shootout with glowing alien creatures. The case became known as the Kelly-Hopkinsville encounter, and to this day, no one can fully explain what happened. It's still one of the most famous and strangest alien encounter stories in UFO history. And to add a fun twist, the look of the aliens also inspired the look of the gremlins in the 1984 movie. Good night. I've had a fear of rats for as long as I can remember. I don't know exactly what it is about them that scares me. It's not just the tail, or the way they move, or how they sound. It's everything, and it's nothing. To me, rats have always been synonymous with unconditional terror. It all comes from a childhood trauma. A large rat chased me up a hill where I had to hide in a tool shed. The thing seemed rabid, and I had to sit there for at least an hour, listening to the squeals and cries of the desperate thing that wanted to eat me. It was an unusually big rat, larger than some cats I've seen. It's called musophobia, and up until recently, it hasn't really been an issue. I mean, sure, I can get panic attacks and a flight reaction by just seeing one, but I've been able to keep them out of my life more often than not. Sure, now that I'm a parent, I won't let my 2 kids have a hamster, but I'm pretty sure the Yorkshire Terrier we have keeps them busy. My phobia became an issue not too long ago. I was driving the kids home from school. Traffic was being rerouted for maintenance, so I had to take the smaller dirt road instead of staying on the main. It wasn't far, and there was barely any traffic. The road goes by a set of fishing cabins set up around the lake, but was extended to lead back to the main road further up ahead. Usually there's nothing but frogs there. As I drove by, a small family of 6 rats ran straight across the road. This had never happened to me before. My body spasmed and my mind blanked. I panicked and I turned the car straight into a pine tree. It was such a strange feeling. I heard this loud scream and I tried to cover my ears only to realise I was the one screaming. My oldest daughter managed to call 911. My reaction was far scarier to them than the crash itself. We were fine. I was driving slowly and everyone turned out okay. Even the car was okay, after some light bodywork. However, my wife insisted I start going to therapy to deal with this fear once and for all. I couldn't say no. Not again. There aren't many mental health professionals in the nearby area, so the list of available therapists wasn't long. I could go for 2 sessions a week if it wasn't too far away. I was looking for assisted exposure therapy, and truth be told, I was a bit on edge about the whole thing. My wife was the driving force behind this decision, so she pretty much pointed me where to go. She chose to sign me up for a session with Dr. Jane Bogan. Dr. Jane was excited to see me. She was in her 40s and had this combed-back Elvira-looking hairdo, but without the volume. At first sight, you might mistake her for a medium or a psychic. It wasn't the best first impression, but her credentials checked out. We shook hands, her wrist rattling with jewellery and chains. She insisted I call her Jane. The office was kind of murky, dark grey wallpaper with a matching carpet, plenty of bookshelves with a desk set up in the corner, and of course fancy leather lounge chairs, the kind you can straighten out to lie down in. Her office assistant, Jeremy, offered me a coffee and a donut before returning to the adjacent room. Apparently, he helped all 4 officers in the building with their scheduling, but Jane was the only one working today. Jeremy was a short, balding man with a tired look. He had some kind of accent, but I couldn't put my finger on it. European, I think. Today he's all ours, Jane joked. Jeremy didn't laugh. Jane and I had a long talk about my phobia. I told her about the tool shed on the top of the grassy hill, and the screeching sounds of the rabid rat, the desperate scratching trying to make a dent in the front door. I told her about the car crash and how my body just seized up and refused to let me act. Jane was a very active listener, asking follow-up questions and making notes along the way. She nodded, made eye contact, and seemed very attentive. She was good, and just talking openly about my fear was refreshing. And at the end of my first session, Jane explained her thoughts to me. Until next time, I'll present the treatment plan, but I can already say you're a prime candidate for overexposure therapy. You mean exposure therapy? I asked. No, this is different, she smiled and touched my hand. Overexposure therapy is slightly different, but far more effective in the long run. It also doesn't require you to actually meet or touch any rats. It can be done right here in the office. Really? I've never heard of it. I'm licensed to perform it, she said, and stood up. She pointed out a diploma next to a desk. Right there, underneath the degree from Minnesota State, was a license from the Board of Behavioral Health and Therapy, BBHT. It looked official enough, and I didn't have any reason to distrust her. I agreed to discuss it with my wife. Of course, it wasn't much of a discussion. I didn't mind trying something new, and my wife was overjoyed to see me progressing. We tried looking up overexposure therapy, but it didn't give us anything. Most links were just explaining how regular exposure therapy works. I didn't like the idea of facing my fear, but with the guidance of Dr. Jane, it felt a bit easier. She was a professional, after all. I called her and agreed to do the treatment. She explained it would be best to set aside a full day for it. We booked the upcoming Saturday. It wouldn't be cheap, but she guaranteed a breakthrough. I'd wager my reputation on it, she laughed. The next Saturday, I kissed my wife goodbye and left to see Dr. Jane. I was nervous, but seeing my girls wave goodbye as I pulled out of the driveway calmed my heart. They were so worried about me. I had to get better. When I got to Dr. Jane's office, she was waiting for me in the parking lot. Jeremy was there as well, despite it being a Saturday. My car was the only one in the parking lot, making me wonder if Jane lived nearby and walked to work. As I got out of the car, I noticed Jeremy holding a cup of coffee and a donut. We hadn't even stepped inside yet. He didn't blink much. Glad you could make it, said Jane. It's going to be a long day. Jeremy handed me the coffee and the donut, and we entered the office. One of the lounge chairs was set up so I could lie down. I noticed how Jeremy lingered in the room until Jane stared him down. Then she turned her attention to me. It felt like staring into a furnace. Have a seat. I laid down and she dimmed the lights. Close your eyes and don't be alarmed, she continued. What are you... I didn't have time to say anything else. Jane touched her thumb to my forehead and my mind was set on fire. That's the only way I can explain the sensation. My mind flared and there was an intense heat, wave after wave fanning out from the point on my forehead she touched. Heat and freezing cold. There was a taste of metal and a smell of burning rubber, like getting a tattoo on my brain. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't feel my hands or feet. It felt like I was sinking into the chair, deeper and deeper. Relax, a disembodied voice demanded. I felt my breath stopping. My heart slowing. Fire turned to ice. I could have sworn I was dying, but my body didn't respond. I was losing control. Then my eyes burst open. It felt like breaching the surface after diving too deep. My pulse shot through my body like an automatic rifle. I was shaking, and my eyes teared up. To call it disorientating would be an understatement. I was still in the office, but it was night. I'd arrived at 10 in the morning. Now it was close to midnight. Jane was gone. Jeremy too. My pockets were empty. I called out, but there was no response. I was alone. I opened the office door and stepped out into the parking lot, only to realise I was actually far from alone. There was Jeremy. His eyes were wide open and seemed larger than usual. The pupils were different sizes. His mouth was wide open like a panting dog, revealing a tongue long enough to reach his belly button. He was completely naked and covered in deep, bloodless cuts. He stood in the middle of the parking lot under the single working lamppost. He seemed taller, like stretched, soft plastic. We locked eyes, his mouth curled into a smile, never blinking, never closing his mouth. And now he was sprinting towards me with complete abandon, naked feet slapped against the concrete. He almost tripped as he stumbled across the curb. I slammed the door shut. Jeremy's entire body weight slammed against the door with a deep splat. The door buckled but held. Jeremy was screaming. It was a pained, primal shriek like someone being set on fire. All-enveloping pain pressed in a rasping and dry voice. I hurried back to the office. One of the bookshelves looked loose, so with enough force I was able to tip it. I had to try. The bookshelf wasn't heavy, but the over 100 books on psychology held it down. I summoned all my strength and tipped the whole thing in front of the door. I sat down, back to the bookshelf. I noticed I was screaming too, yelling at him to stop and leave me alone. It wasn't a conscious decision, it just happened. I was so disorientated, it seemed like time was standing still. As Jeremy broke through the door leading in from the parking lot, I braced myself. He flung himself against the office door, but the added weight of the bookshelf and myself was enough to keep it shut. "Stop!" I heard myself scream. "Please, just stop!" I scrambled to hold him back, cutting my thumb open on a splinter. I didn't even notice it until my hand started slipping from the blood. I stared across the room. I could see a full moon outside the office window. Slowly, a face appeared on the other side of the glass, stepping out of the dark. A woman I'd never seen before. Hairless, also with deep cuts across her skin, eyes wide, pupils differently sized. Her mouth wide open, her long tongue pressed against the glass like a dying eel. "No," I heard myself sigh. "Please, just no." She nodded as her mouth turned into a sinister smile. Using her arms and face, she started to break herself against the glass. She didn't bleed from the cuts. I didn't know what to do until the glass shattered. I bolted to the left through the side door to the hallway. I followed the corridor to the right as the office door broke in behind me. Jeremy was through. I could hear the two of them panting as they chased me. I saw two options: get out through the window or lock myself in the bathroom. I refused to corner myself, so I chose the window. I smashed it with my elbow and climbed out, feeling cold fingers brush against my neck. It was cold outside and dark. I just ran, hearing the panting behind me. I followed the path into the pine forest, getting scratches from the trees across my face. It is nothing short of a miracle that I didn't trip. I paid no attention to my feet. As the ground turned upwards to a hill, I lost my breath. I knew this hill. This couldn't be here. It was the same hill where I'd been chased into a tool shed as a kid. And there it was. There was nowhere else for me to go. They were faster, and I had to find cover. This was impossible. I'd done this once before, and now I was doing it again. I ran up the hill, flung the old wooden door open and shut it behind me. The door had a side bolt, so I locked it. There were no windows, but the entire shed was flimsy at best. I cursed myself. This was just another dead end. For minutes, it was quiet. Maybe they hadn't followed me. Maybe they took a different path. I relaxed my breath, feeling blood return to my fingers and toes. Then they came. They smashed themselves against the door. They tore at the frail planks. The pained screams exploded and echoed across the hillside. I couldn't hear myself think. Desperate, I looked where to go next, but I was cornered. It can't end like this, I panted. It can't. It won't. Not like this. I cried. I pleaded. There was more of them now, at least 6. One of the planks on the left side broke off, and 5 arms reached in for me. Pale arms, with deep, bloodless cuts. The full moon reflected on blinking eyes and long, slithering tongues. Not like this. The side bolt had lost 2 screws. It was a matter of seconds. No! I armed myself with a claw hammer as the door burst open. Jeremy was the first in, but I didn't get a chance to attack. 3 different arms grabbed me, disarmed me, and pushed me onto the floor. Cold, naked flesh pressed against me. Countless eager faces drooled with delight as teeth pierced my neck. Then I woke up. The clock showed 20 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. I was on the floor of Dr. Jane's office, curled up in the fetal position. There was a cold towel on my head, and Dr. Jane was calmly stroking my shoulder. My head was warm, and a great headache was subsiding. Jeremy was nowhere around. "There we go," she whispered. "You're fine, you're fine." I couldn't speak. I was shaking like a leaf. Jane helped me back to the window seat. "That was the end of the treatment," she smiled. "You're done." What was that? What was... I had completely forgotten why I was there in the first place. Jane reached for something. "Hold your hands out," she said. I did as she asked. A second later, a small white mouse was placed in my palms. The confused little thing just sniffed me and stood on its hind legs. I didn't react. In my mind, I was about to be eaten alive just seconds ago. "You seem to be cured," Jane smiled. "Treatment successful. You can give him back now if you want." I wouldn't mind holding him for a bit. I really didn't. I wanted the little mouse to stay. It was a tiny comfort, a living creature I could feel meant no harm. "Good," Jane nodded. "So, what happened?" "You were overexposed," said Jane, filling out some paperwork. "An extreme stress reaction dampens all other reactions." "I don't understand." "Say you have an oven with 4 settings," she continued. 4 being the highest setting. That's where you were, with your fear of rats. Maximum power. Strength 4. She handed the paper over to me. It was her bill for the day. "I changed your maximum setting to 10. Suddenly a 4 doesn't seem so bad." "But how?" She sat down across from me and locked her eyes with mine. There was something dark there, a hint of red. "I'm very good at what I do." She took my hand and turned it over. That's when I noticed a cut along my thumb. I was allowed to keep the white mouse. I bought him a little cage, some toys, and plenty of food. When I got home that night, my wife couldn't believe her eyes. My girls named the mouse Kenny, and he was gently played with late into the night, much to our Yorkie's dismay. My wife called it a miracle, but I didn't know what to call it. My mind was still in a daze. I find myself thinking back to that day. It wasn't a dream or a vision, it was real. It had to be. Thumbs don't cut themselves on imaginary splinters. Sometimes I find myself staring into the mirror, seeing my pupils dilate into different sizes. It feels like my tongue has grown longer. Hell, my forehead seems to have a slight magnetic pull where Dr. Jane touched me. It's a very unusual kind of headache. There was also an incident, just a few days ago, where I cut my finger dicing potatoes. Not a drop of blood came out. I barely even felt it. I can't bring myself to go back to Dr. Jane. If there's even a slight chance she'll put me back on that hill, I won't ever talk to her or see her again. I might have had the fear of rats scared out of me, but it's been replaced by this deep existential dread for what Dr. Jane could do to me if she wanted to. What has she done to me? And why can't I bleed? Hi everyone, thanks so much for watching. That story was Overexposure Therapy by Reddit's own Saturdead. You can find more of his amazing work linked below. He's an awesome writer, and I hope to narrate more of his stories in the future. Now for a fun fact. There's a fear of long words, and cruelly, it's called hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. Oh come on, I deserve a subscribe for that. Imagine having to say that at the doctor's office. Hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. Hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. I've been thinking a lot about what I went through that night a couple of years back. I've never had the chance to process it. I think when you go through something traumatic or unusual, you compartmentalize it to the point where it feels like it happened to somebody else. That's what it feels like to me. Back then I was living in a suburb near Pittsburgh. I was making ends meet, but margins were slim, and the notion of owning my own house felt like a dream at best. I'd been dating a girl for 2 years, looking for the perfect time to propose, but I just couldn't find the right time and place. But my fortunes were about to change. I got offered a promotion at my job. I'd be a shift manager at a large chemical plant in a couple of weeks. But even better, I got an email about something that might be the perfect time and place for me to finally propose. I was subscribed to a newsletter for a particular singer-songwriter that my girlfriend and I both enjoyed. The first thing we'd ever bonded over was music. There was a promotional campaign where there would be a sneak release of tickets to an upcoming tour, and the first 30 in line would be offered backstage passes. I couldn't imagine a better place to pop the question. Maybe I could get a chance to do it on stage if I asked nicely. But it had to be a surprise, so I kept it to myself. I made up an excuse about going to see my brother and packed a camp-out kit to get in line well and early. The newsletter recommended all of those interested to be in line at least 24 hours ahead of the ticket release. Please be patient and understanding, the email read, and please, wait in line. I drove out there early Saturday morning. They'd arranged it as a sort of a pop-up store. It was going to have all kinds of merch, and by opening day there'd be plenty of people dropping by to get ordinary tickets. But I'd be one of those 30 who got the good ones, come hell or high water. It was awkward getting there though. They'd shut down 3 of the roads for maintenance, making me zigzag between cones and waiting for traffic in opposing lanes to take a turn. There was an apartment complex nearby, but that had been tented up for fumigation. A couple of nearby stores were shut down after health inspections. All in all, it was just bad timing, and there would be no comforts. But I got a bunch of gear packed. I'd be fine. I had an audiobook, some TV shows, and a lawn chair with a slot for an attachable umbrella. I could sit out there for days if need be. As with most pop-up events, there was no big sign, and the location was closed with metal shutters out front. The only thing that showed that this was the place was a discreet little poster on the side of the door that read, "You made it." The newsletter had mentioned that particular poster. It was all designed in a way to make the release feel exclusive. I got there about 23 hours early, and my heart sank. There were already people in line. Luckily, I only counted 27, but for a short moment I was ready to throw in the towel. I got to the back of the line, did a second and third count, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one cut in line, I was in the green. So I set up my chair, attached an umbrella to my chair, and got started on the first season of Monk. After a couple of hours, the line had grown to about 50 people before slowing down. Maybe those in the back were hoping people up front would either drop out, or maybe they hoped there'd be extra tickets. The email had mentioned that there might be a couple of extras, but it couldn't be guaranteed. But I was still in the green, so I didn't have to worry all that much. It wasn't an unpleasant place to stay. The building was facing away from the sun, and there wasn't any traffic nearby because all the maintenance. I think the crews had stopped working for the weekend because there was little to no machine noise. I didn't hear a single jackhammer or concrete mixer, just the ambience of the city and the murmur of the people in line. There was a bit of a tussle up front. This one woman was getting up and talking to people. She was hard to miss. She had this neon green band shirt and blue-coloured hair. You could see her from a mile away. She went down the line asking if anyone had any antihistamines, allergy pills. She was having some sort of reaction. Turns out, no one had any, so she had to head off to find some. There was a drugstore a couple of blocks away, and the guy next to her promised she could keep her spot, so she walked away, thanking those around her for being so understanding. Thing is, she never came back. Hours later, her spot was still vacant. By dinner time, I kicked up a conversation with a guy next to me. He'd arrived just after I did, so he was still among the first 30. His name was Rodney, and he had this lean metalhead kind of build. Arms covered in tattoos, and those kinds of pants with zippers that you can turn into shorts. It didn't look like his kind of venue. "I'm surprising my girl," Rodney smiled. "She loves this stuff." "Same here," I said. "I think I might pop the question. Congrats. Love to see it." He offered me a Coke, and I took it. He hadn't prepared himself quite like I had, so I offered him a pad to watch some shows while I listened to my audiobook. We shared a couple of stories, some snacks, and added one another to our socials. I chomped down on a cold burrito for dinner and took a nap. Rodney was on his phone talking to a friend for a bit. The people ahead of me were having a conversation of their own, and I only caught parts of it. They were discussing if there were 30 available tickets in total, or if there were more tickets given out to the first 30 people. Was there only one ticket per person? Because if all in line wanted 2 or more, that would be over 60 in total. The email hadn't specified it, so they were a bit worried. I had no idea, but there was no point in arguing about it. We'd see in about a day. There was this one guy who was a couple of spots ahead of me that had to step out of line. He had a friend coming by to drop off some stuff, so he asked if they could hold his spot for a bit. It'd just be a couple of minutes. I saw him disappear around the corner, doing that I'm in a bit of a hurry kind of jog that polite people do. A couple of minutes passed, then half an hour. After a full hour, he still wasn't back. "Isn't that strange?" I said to Rodney. 2 people have gone to get something and none came back. Sure, yeah. Strange. He nodded. But some people just say those things to get an excuse to leave. It's embarrassing to say you're bored, you know. I guess. It's just strange. I work at the hospital, he said. I'm an anesthesiologist. I know what people who crack under pressure looks like. They always shuffle away with a convenient excuse. You sure that's it? I asked. Nah, but I got no other explanation. Fair enough. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds of the city lowered to a mumble. Cars gave way to people walking their dogs, and in this particular neighborhood, there was a lot of those. There were a couple more people who got out of line and walked away, not to return. We were still well over 40 though, but I think some got cold feet as the city got dark. A couple of light posts from a nearby street cast long shadows across the pavement. I was having a nap when Rodney poked me. He looked confused. Some folks in the back are saying we're in the wrong line. They're opening some name brand store. There ain't no ticket sales. You shitting me? I scoffed. You can't be serious. A guy 3 steps ahead looked back. This ain't no store opening, he called back. It's an autograph signing. That kicked up a murmur. All of a sudden, the entire line was talking. There was some confusion about what we were actually doing out there. A lot of people were there for tickets, but for different artists. Some were there for a shop opening, an autograph signing, or a giveaway. A couple of phones were passed around and shown so we could compare emails. All emails were from different accounts, seemingly official enough to get past the spam filters. They all advertised different things, but they ended with the same line. Please be patient and understanding, and please wait in line. It became readily apparent that no one had the faintest idea what this opening actually was. A couple of folks just got up and left. Finally, the guy at the very front stepped out of line. I'm not sticking around for some fucking scam, he spat. I'm going home. You should too. A couple more people packed up but hadn't decided what to do. I was a bit on the fence about it. But as I watched that first man round the corner, I figured there'd been some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe they were doing several promotions at once. I heard his voice. He sounded surprised and a little angry. What is this? Then he screamed. A blood-curdling, ear-bleeding scream. It got quiet. Everyone looked at one another, trying to find an answer to what was going on. I got out of my chair to get a better look, but Rodney put his hand on my arm. Hold on, he said, lowering his voice. Don't go. We should call someone. He agreed. But we could see other people were already calling for help. The man from the front of the line never returned. There was someone in the back who called for help. A few people walked down the road to see if everyone was okay. But they never returned either. A patrol vehicle came by about 20 minutes later. 2 police officers walked up, asking questions. Everyone said the same thing. A man had stepped away, and it sounded like he got hurt. The officers did a sweep of the road, and when they came back around, they shrugged it off. There's nothing here, they said. You're sure he didn't just call out to a friend? There were a lot of raised voices at that. But what could we say? It wasn't illegal to step out of line and not come back. There was no blood or sign of a struggle. Maybe we hadn't heard what we thought we heard, but people were raising other issues, like the emails we'd been sent. It all seemed like a plot to trick us. That, the officers had something to say about. No, it's legit, one said. We were informed that there'd be people waiting in line for some kind of event. They had no idea what the promotion was for, though. And even if they did, they couldn't disclose it. It was all arranged by an event promoter, who'd in turn been hired by someone else. All in all, There was nothing they could do but to wish us the best of luck and be on their way. As they left, I noticed them meeting up with someone walking their dog at the end of the street. They shook hands, looked at us, and went their separate ways. Rodney and I stayed up late. We decided we'd take turns sleeping just to make sure no one took our things. I took the first shift. The line had whittled down to about 30 people by then. There'd been a lot of people trickling out after the uncertainty of what this was supposed to be. Of course, none of them came back. I didn't hear anything else, but there was this rising unease that there was something inherently dangerous about stepping away. I could hear a couple of people talking about it, that is, until a woman further back had enough. She'd been sitting quietly for a while, listening to people talk over her. "It's not a big deal," she groaned. "Look, I'll walk one lap around the building. I'll leave my purse here so you know I'll be back, all right?" Maybe she was tired or frustrated. Maybe she wanted to prove a point. She stepped out of line and rounded the corner with a huff. Judging by the size of the building, it ought to take her a couple of minutes at a brisk walking speed. But as those minutes dragged on into half an hour, it was clear she wasn't coming back. She'd left everything behind, so it was clear this wasn't voluntary. Something had kept her from coming back. No one would willingly leave behind their identification, credit cards, or phone. A couple of people discussed leaving as a group. Someone mentioned leaving while being on a phone call to report back as they went. But no one wanted to take the risk. We didn't know what was going on, and no one was eager to put themselves on the line. Instead, we waited, speculated, and murmured back and forth about what might be going on. Was it a trafficking thing? Gang-related? Or was this whole thing just a big misunderstanding? I woke up Rodney around midnight and leaned back in my chair. I told him about the woman leaving her things behind, and I could see something settle on his brow. It was a strange position to be in. We were either completely fine or in incredible danger. But which was it? Which made more sense? I had a nervous sleep. No dreams, just a stream of thoughts. I kept waking up for the dumbest reasons. A car playing loud music a couple streets down. A barking dog. Someone throwing away a bunch of glass bottles. Just everyday city noise. Rodney had slumped against the wall chewing on some licorice. When he noticed me watching, he pointed down the street. "They keep coming back around." "Who?" I asked. "Not sure. Some guy walking his dog every 30 minutes or so." "The same guy?" "I don't know. Maybe." We kept our eyes on the street, and just like he said, a man with a dog passed by. He was wearing a large coat and a baseball cap, and the dog was one of the larger breeds. Possibly a St. Bernard, or some kind of sheepdog. "Every 30 minutes, Rodney reiterated. "I don't think he's walking his dog." "So what's he doing then?" Rodney shook his head and took another bite of licorice. "Patrolling." It was the middle of the night when the police came back. 2 officers, same as before, walked down the line with an audible sigh. "Someone called again," they said. "What's going on?" A young man got up and pointed at the woman who'd left her things behind. The police scooped it up, checked it, and promised to take it back to the station. As they were about to leave, the young man asked if they could escort him to his car. They agreed. As he left, he looked back at the rest of us, holding up his phone. A woman he'd been sitting next to held up her phone in response. "I'll stay on the line until I get home," he called out. "I'll keep you updated." It seemed to go well enough, but as they rounded the corner at the end of the street, I noticed one of the officers looking to the left and raising his hand, as if waving at someone just off to the side. We all looked at the woman with the phone. She was hunched over, cradling it with both hands, listening through wireless earpieces. She'd say something occasionally, like a quiet, "Yes, I'm still here," or "Are you okay?" Then, after a couple of minutes, her eyes went wide. "Hello?" she said. Dan, are you there?" There was no response. I could see the tears pool in her eyes as her hand started to shake. He'd promised to stay on the line. Something must have gone wrong. "They're picking us off," muttered Rodney. "Someone is picking us off." "But why?" I whispered back. "What's the point?" "Think about it," he said. "This whole block is basically shut down. Roadwork, maintenance, fumigation, renovations. It's just us out here. But why us? Why now? There's got to be a reason." Everyone was awake by then. We tried to figure out if we all had something in common. We all looked different, and we were all different ages. We were there for different reasons, and we lived in different parts of town. There was nothing readily apparent that we had in common. "Dan works at a bottling plant," the woman with the phone added. "I'm in retail." Others joined in. One was an airline pilot. Another was a bodyguard, a firefighter, a translator. All very different people in very different lines of work. However, we had one thing in common. We all had access to something. Rodney had access to pretty much whatever at the hospital. The woman working retail had access to influential private clients. The firefighter had control over who had what shift, and who would respond to what call. The translator could listen in on privileged information. I was no different. I was about to become shift manager at the plant. I could choose what and who went where, and when. "Is that it?" Rodney said. "Is that what we're here for?" "But what's the point of taking us out?" I asked. "This isn't hurting anyone but us." The man walking his dog was back for another round, but now it looked like he'd slowed down a bit. As Rodney talked, I saw him stop at the end of the street, giving us a long look. And his dog looked too. Somewhere around 3 a.m, a whole group of people got up from the back of the line. The idea was clear. They were going to rush out of there. Others protested, saying they could call people over to come help. "If we all call someone, we can make a crowd," a man called out. "We can leave as a crowd, and we'll be fine." "No, we have to spread out," someone else said. "We go different ways and we go fast. Some of us are bound to get out." Rodney got up too, but his voice drowned in the crowd. Things were getting heated, and people were pushing one another. Angry fingers were being pointed. Phrases were repeated over and over and over. The argument was quickly turning into a shouting contest. "There's at least 8 people patrolling," Rodney tried to say. "I've counted. There's at least 8. At least 8. But no one listened. And as push came to shove, a group from the back of the line spread out and ran into the night. Rodney slouched back down against the wall, breathing heavily. We all held our breaths, listening. We could hear footsteps running down different alleyways. It started with a crash, like someone taking a tumble into a trash container. Then, one pair of footsteps stopped. Not long after, another stopped. And from a far-off corner, I heard this barking. A loud, growling bark. "No!" someone pleaded. "No, no, no!" There was no screaming, no gunshots. All the sounds just stopped, and no one came back. The guy from the back of the line called out to them, but got no answer. We were down to about 20 people. Some were calling home. Others were calling the police, but they weren't about to come back here for a third time. One called a taxi, but they couldn't find a place to park, so they had to stop at an adjacent street, which we couldn't get to. There was also this one woman with a face tattoo that asked to borrow a phone. Rodney handed over his. "I'm getting my guys down here," she said. "You'll see. I'm done." She made a call, shouting angrily for a couple of minutes. After the person on the other end finally seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, Rodney got his phone back. About 20 or so minutes later, 6 very tired men came wandering down the street. I could see the outline of holsters inside their cheap jackets. "We're going," the tattooed woman called out. "Y'all can come if you want." A couple of people got up. I looked at Rodney, but he shook his head. "Suit yourself," she continued. "We're leaving." We watched them walk away and round the corner. I heard them starting a car and putting it in gear. There was music playing, something loud with a thumping bass. It sounded like they were about to drive away when I heard a bark, but it wasn't just a bark. It was more like a growling cough. Then a gunshot, then another. The sound bounced against the walls, ringing out over the city. I saw a couple of lights turn on in distant buildings. Then all was quiet again. No one wanted to go look. Some people screamed at nearby houses, hoping for someone to open a window and look our way. No one did. The line itself was in complete disarray by then. People were packing and unpacking, pacing back and forth, hoping some opportunity would show itself. I wasn't immune to it, but I tried to stay calm. Rodney helped a lot. He was a lot more calculated than I'd imagined when I first saw him. He counted the people walking by. He measured the dogs. He listened for repeating sounds. My mind was tired, but my heart kept my eyes open and frantic. "I don't get this one thing," I said. "There's a timeline." "What do you mean?" he asked. "They gave us a time this would open," I continued. "If they're just going to keep us here until they've picked us off, why would they give us an end point?" "There's got to be something to it," he said. "Some reason for this specific place, and this time. And what happens when it opens?" We looked at one another. Whatever was going on, there couldn't be anything good in there. Rodney brought up the idea of breaking into the place we'd been lining up for. A couple of folks were on board, but the front gates were barred shut, and the personnel entrance was on the back of the building. That kicked up all previous arguments about calling for help, or moving as a group, or running like panicked animals into the night. We tried to bend a piece of rebar into a makeshift crowbar, but we couldn't get it to work. The place was locked down hard, and we hadn't brought anything to break through. We couldn't do it. A couple of people thought about collecting jackets and making a line so we could pull them back if need be. The problem was, no one wanted to volunteer. "Nothing happens until we're out of sight," someone said. "As long as we're within view, nothing happens. So someone can go to the end of the street, look around the corner, and come back." We had a volunteer for that. A large guy in his early 40s. He brushed off our worries, grabbed his backpack, and went to the end of the street. We could see him the whole time as he called back to us. "There's a car here," he yelled. "The door's open, there's no one here." "Can you see anything?" Rodney called out. "Nothing," he said. "Not a soul." He turned to go back to us when he stopped. He looked to the side. There was a hint of doubt there. Rodney peered up at me, then back at the man. "I think the patrol's coming around," he said. "Any moment now." Suddenly the man started running back to us. By the time he reached us, 3 of us were up on their feet to catch him and slow him down. He was panting like he was having an episode. We looked back towards the street, where a person walking his dog had stopped to look at us. "That's no dog," the man wheezed. "I don't know what that is, but it's no dog." For a couple of seconds we all just stared at the stranger. There really was something unusual about that dog. Its back legs had a curious shape, and there was a shine to the eyes that I hadn't noticed before. Almost blue. A couple more people would crack in the following hour. One just straight rushed down the road. Another tried to leave, but was held back by the others. A couple tried to call people for help, or to have someone escort them to their car, but nothing came of it. One guy kept spamming the police over and over, yelling at the operator that if they were that upset with him, they were free to come down and arrest him at any time. By dawn, there were less than 20 of us still waiting in line. It was about 6 a.m. when I saw someone coming down the road. A woman with blue-coloured hair and a neon green band shirt. I poked Rodney. We recognised her. She'd been the first one to leave, the one who went to get allergy medication. She came back, I said. You sure? Rodney asked. You sure that's her? Positive, I said. Same clothes and everything. She waved at us. She was smiling and a bit bouncy, like she'd had a good night's sleep. In comparison, the rest of us were nervous wrecks. I heard there was trouble, she said. I'm sure it was a misunderstanding. What happened? I asked. Nothing happened, she insisted. Pills made me sleepy, so I went home. I just came to get my things, see what's going on. I wasn't buying it. And by the looks of Rodney, he wasn't either. Others didn't seem all that sure, but a couple seemed to relax their shoulders a bit. Despite my reservations, she got a lot of people up on their feet. Maybe they really wanted to believe that it was all just a big misunderstanding. And yeah, it was convincing. She'd come back after all, but maybe she was some kind of plant. Or maybe it was just someone who sort of looked like her. About half of all the people who remained joined her. They left together, giving the rest of us a tired wave goodbye. Some broke down in tears. There was this one woman whose face has burned into my mind. She was completely beside herself, shaking like a dry leaf in the wind. I'm scared, okay? She cried. I'm scared. I don't understand what's going on. I just want to go home. She was assured and hugged and led by the hand, and slowly but surely, they all wandered off down the street, and none would return. About an hour later, there were less than 10 of us left. Rodney shook his head as he looked from side to side. No patrols, he said. They've missed it 2 times. You think we can go? I asked. No, he said. Something's up. He shook his head as we looked down the road, only to see someone approaching. It was one of the people who'd been walking their dog. Except now they weren't just passing by. They were stopping at the end of the street. A couple more joined, blocking off the other exits. One by one, they bent down and let their dogs off their leash. I looked at Rodney. For the first time, he looked scared. I could see his chest rising and falling with little claustrophobic breaths. We were being closed in on from all sides. They fanned us out, he whispered. They outnumber us. What the fuck do we do? I whispered back. He got up, and I followed. Others were taking notice as well. But as we began to spread out, we could see the approaching people moving to intercept. Then, the barking. I'll never forget the moment the dogs stepped out of the shade of the surrounding buildings. They looked almost completely black in the shadows, but they remained equally black when they stepped into the morning light. They had this ink-black, slick skin. Their back feet looked like something from a bird, and the entire body was hunched over on all fours. It was more humanoid than I'd thought, and as they got closer, they stretched out. The smaller of them, at full length, was at least 6 feet 7 inches. One of them looked my way with a shark-like grin, scratching the pavement like an eager dog with long pointed claws. I looked back at Rodney a final time, and in a split-second realization, all hell broke loose. Someone made a run for it, only to be tackled to the ground. One of the dogs got them by the neck and bit down hard with a sickening snap. One guy tried to climb a light post, hoping he could get up to a window of a nearby building. 2 more creatures tore down the light post, breaking it with a snap as he came tumbling to the ground. They were picking us off one by one, killing us, feeding on us. A couple had time to scream for help, but the creatures targeted whoever made noise first. The 40-something-year-old man who'd gone out to the street earlier was tackled face first into the pavement and had those razor-sharp teeth dug into the back of his neck. My mouth tasted salt as morbid death smells crept up my nose. We didn't stand a chance. There were at least 12 of them, and they knew what they were doing. Rodney and I stayed by the wall, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. I got a good look at some of the dog walkers. A couple of them were complete strangers, but a couple of them I recognized from earlier. They'd been in line just like me and Rodney. Maybe they'd been plants, or something else entirely. The creatures were feasting. One of the handlers went up to the locked building and rolled it open as one of them walked up to me and Rodney. He looked us up and down as one of the creatures settled down by his side, snarling and drooling, starved and ready to pounce. The man adjusted his glasses, peering out from under his baseball cap. "We got any hatches left?" he called out. The building opened. I couldn't see what was inside from my angle, being pushed up against the wall. "All done," someone responded. "Got them all." The man looking at me and Rodney was maybe 30 years old, with a fashionable beard. Simple square glasses. I couldn't have picked him out of a crowd. He looked down at the dark creature and adjusted his nondescript baseball cap. "Which one you want?" he asked. "Which did you dream of?" I felt something to my right. Rodney reached out and grabbed my hand. Not because we were making a break for it, or to try some last-minute master plan. He was just scared, and when you're scared, you want to hold someone's hand. So he held mine. The creature looked us over. A hint of blue reflected at us from its deep eyes. We fumbled for the right words to say. Some plea. Some brilliant, last-minute monologue. Something to appeal to their sense of kindness and humanity. But the stranger with the glasses didn't move a muscle. He might as well have been shopping for groceries. And with that, the creature growled. It had decided. It pounced on Rodney. I held his hand for as long as I could. I didn't look. I remember the sensation of screaming, but I don't remember the sound. My throat turned raw. The muscles in Rodney's hand tightened, then fell limp. The man with the glasses took a step forward, shushing the creature. There, he said. "It's okay. Dream well. Eat." Bone crunching, sinew snapping, meat, and the smell of hot iron. I closed my eyes so hard my skull ached. There was noise all around me. I didn't hear most of it, as I could barely make out anything over the sound of my own heart. There was biting and ripping, interlaced with the most casual-sounding conversation. "You got the shells?" someone asked. "No need. We're torching." "You sure?" "It's clear. We got a firefighter." I looked up. A couple creatures began to look different as they ate. Some had brighter skin. Some were shorter, fatter. I heard clattering as their claws fell off their fingers. Bones snapping as their legs straightened. Then the man with the glasses clapped his hands at me. "Hey," he said. "You can go." "What?" "You can go," he repeated. "We're done." I got up off the ground and cleared my eyes. A couple of people looked my way, and I could tell they weren't entirely convinced. Some were armed. I recognized one of them as the woman with the face tattoo. "You're letting me go?" Sure, he said. We got a full brood. We don't need you. You can't kill people and walk away, I whispered. You can't. You can't do that. He shrugged at me like I'd asked him what the time was. I stepped back and no one followed me. I glanced at the creature gnawing on Rodney, only to see that it had started to gain his features, his face, his gangly arms, and all the while, the man with the glasses calmly shushed it and stroked its back. The others were setting fire to the building, using a can of gasoline and a strip of newspaper. I only saw a brief glance of the inside. Black rock-like fragments littered the floor. Strange organic formations stuck to the wall in batches of 3 to 6. When he noticed I wasn't leaving, the man with the glasses casually waved a pistol at me. Not to shoot me, but to show that he had it. Go on now, he said. And as the fire flared up, I stepped around the corner, and I didn't return. I came home in tears. I remember breaking down in the hallway, trying to explain everything all at once to my girlfriend. I told her about the tickets, and the plans I'd made, and the people I'd met, and the dogs, and the handlers. All of it. I tried to show her Rodney's socials, and as I did, I noticed he was posting. My heart skipped a beat. Long night, the post said. It was just a selfie, posted 10 minutes earlier. He looked fine. Healthy even. But there was a little blue tint to his eyes that wasn't there before. No people went missing that night. Everyone came home, eventually. And from what I've read, there haven't been any incidents. Everything just keeps going like normal, like nothing happened. So who can I call? What can I even say? You can't report a person not being properly killed to the police. I even texted Rodney once, and he responded like it was no big deal. I just went home, he said. I'm fine, we should hang out sometime. I haven't agreed to it. I don't think I can. I don't even know what to think anymore. About a week or so after all this went down, I got a card. An apology card with a sad blue sunflower on the front. Inside was a handwritten note. Sorry for the inconvenience, it read. There were 2 tickets to the concert, backstage passes. I ended up going. I proposed. I think I recognized a couple of people in the crowd, but I'm not sure. Now, years down the line, it all feels like a nightmare. I can't point to a single thing and say, hey, look, it really happened. There are no witnesses, and in the eyes of the law, no crime has been committed. But I know what I lived through that night. That'll stay with me forever. And I know this was violent and ugly and sick. But that email asked me to wait patiently, and maybe that's what saved my life in the end. Maybe I'm still waiting. But for what? Hey guys, thanks for listening. I've narrated quite a lot of Saturday stories recently, and I think you'll agree his writing is absolutely amazing. I may be a published author myself, but honestly, I don't think I'm at his standard yet. If you'd like to check out more of his work, I've got a dedicated playlist for you. And if you fancy hearing some of my own stories, I've started narrating those too. They've got their own playlist, and it should be up on the screen now, or in a minute, or maybe a little while ago. I'm not very good with timing. While I've got you, it would be awesome if you could subscribe, maybe drop a comment with your favourite story, or give this one a like. It really helps get the channel out there. I'm juggling work, motherhood, and everything in between just to get these stories out to you, which is probably why half the time my coffee's gone cold before I get to drink it. And now for a random fun fact. Did you know the longest line ever recorded was in Poland in 2012? Over 45,000 people stood in line for a single cup of coffee at a festival, and some of them still didn't get served. Makes waiting in a horror storyline sound a bit more appealing, right? Good night.
That's right. Blonde hair, shoulder length, blue eyes, about 4 foot. Love heart 90. Listen, I know how this sounds, but I swear to you, I am a good mother. I'm sorry if I'm rambling. I haven't slept, okay? You said you need everything I can remember, right? So, here it is. We only moved in a couple of weeks ago. We found it on Facebook Marketplace. It was cheap rent, no deposit. Too good, I know, but I needed out. Out of my head, out of my town. I was spiraling and desperate. I'd found a new job here really easily, so it was a fresh start. It was just me and my daughter May. She's 8. And our poodle, Butch. Yeah, I know, but he's harder than he looks. Well, he used to be. Sorry. Yeah, right, so the first night, I tucked May into her room. It's small, but bright. Pink curtains, her favourite Labubus lined up on the shelf. They're really creepy, but she says they're an investment. I mean, it's cozy. How she wanted it. I was trying to make it feel like home for her. But around midnight, that first night, she crept into my room. She said, "There's a lady standing in the corner. She doesn't have any eyes." I was still half asleep and I was like, "In your dream?" But she shook her head. She said the lady was just standing there, not saying anything, just watching. I'm no hero. Not even for dream ghosts, so I just told her to get in my bed. It was going to be my first day at my new job the next day, and May's first day at school, so we needed to get a decent sleep. In the morning though, when May was busy with her breakfast, I gave her room the quick once-over. Obviously I didn't believe in ghosts, or anything, but I was just checking for things that could, resemble things in the dark. A dressing gown over a chair, or a pile of laundry in the corner, that sort of thing. But there was nothing there. No sign anyone had been in the room. I even checked the wardrobe, and under the bed. Just to be thorough. I didn't say anything to her when I came down. She seemed fine, and I didn't want to remind her if she'd forgotten. But once that night came, it was the same thing. She comes in, all shaky and teary-eyed. There's a lady with no eyes in the corner. This time, I get up, switch all the lights on as I go, like I say, no hero. But when I get to her room, there's nothing there. She's behind me, pointing in the far corner. There, she said. She was just there. There's a corner in her room. Even with the lights on, it's still quite ominous. I guessed it was just like, the angles of the house and stuff. But I could see how it probably would have looked extra creepy in the dark. I told myself that I would do something with it the next time I was off, make it extra friendly somehow. I let her sleep in my bed again that night. She was really unsettled, but I reassured her. I told her it was a shadow, a trick of the light, stuff like that. Stuff you tell your kids, right? At that point, I just thought the move had probably unsettled her. We moved quite quickly, you see. It was just after the funeral. She's been through a lot. But this went on, and on, and on. Every night, same thing. For the next week. I tried to be understanding. I tried to put myself in her shoes. That's why I let her continue sleeping with me. But in all honesty, it was getting hard. And to make things worse, I'd actually tried to make things better quickly, but the stuff I'd ordered to sort out her room was missing in the post, apparently. I rang the post office to see where the hell the stuff was, and they had the audacity to turn around and say they had tried to deliver, but a woman had refused delivery at the door. So they'd sent it back to the warehouse. That is not possible. Only me and May live here, and Butch. So I had to wait until I got my full day off. So I go down and get the stuff when I get this day off, and well, I got another shelf, and I got one of those dim night light things, you know, the plug-in ones. My plan was to make the corner bright and pretty and sparkly and everything girl. There was a socket in the corner, so that made things easy as well. I even put up the shelf myself. That no more nails glue really comes in handy when you don't have a driller. Long story short, it looked lovely when it was done. Later though, now I'm not saying there was someone in the house. I just don't know. So there was a crash. I was making coffee in the kitchen, and it sounded like the bloody ceiling was coming through. I ran up the stairs, and here's the shelf on the floor. Not just, oh, that no more nails shit was crap and it fell off. It was in pieces on the floor, like someone took a sledgehammer to it. It was a good shelf. Like I say, I'm a good mum. I don't cheap out on my kids' stuff. So if it had fallen off, it may have cracked, but not that. To add insult to injury, on its way down, it must have clipped the nightlight. So that was on the floor, smashed too. But one of the little pluggy bit things was still in the socket. I'm not daft. The UK might have the safest sockets in the world, but I know if the top hole is jammed open, you're in bother, right? So, Andy, my late husband, he was an electrician, so I know not to touch things like this. So I go around to next door, and the man there, John, John, he came round and did his man thing and got the prong out. I told him the story about May and what was going on, and to be honest, he looked uncomfortable. Well, to be honest, he looked uncomfortable as soon as he stepped in the room. It was probably because he didn't know us, but I don't know. Sometimes people just know something's off, don't they? So anyway, now I'm back to square one. Creepy Corner 1, me, nil. This was Friday, so I thought I'd play it a little different with May. I ordered a pizza, we watched a film, I let her stay up really late. I thought I'd tire her out and that'll be it. No luck. 2 a.m. on the dot, she's in my bedroom, same thing, same lady. I like my space. Ever since I lost Andy, I need to be in bed alone. I can't stand feeling that weight of someone next to me now, knowing it's not him. I love my daughter. I'd do anything for her, obviously, but it's just hard, you know? So this was taking its toll. Over the next few days, I tried so many different things. New nightlight, didn't work. New lamp, bulb smashed. New lamp, plugged in from a different socket with an extension cord. The fucking extension cord snapped. How do you snap a wire? No, she didn't do it. I didn't do it. And through it all, she kept saying, the lady was there. Same corner, always watching, never moving. Sometimes, she'd say, the lady would tilt her head just slightly, like she was curious. I know that I'm an adult, and I shouldn't give in to kids' imaginations, but I started to feel it too. This heaviness in the air. That sense when someone's staring at you, but no one is. The more I tried to help her, the more resistance there was. Does that make sense? I started to think that maybe... It sounds cruel now, but maybe May was sabotaging my efforts so she could be with me. That's the only thing it could have been, really, right? She knows I'm trying to do everything I can to get her to stay in her own bed, so she stops me from doing that. I mean, she could have cut the wire. The scissors were missing. But as for the shelf, yeah, I mean, she definitely didn't do the shelf. Maybe the glue wasn't dry properly. I don't know. At this point, I didn't know what to do, so I called in the big guns, just for one night. I know you shouldn't do this, I get that, but I just needed to see what would happen. So, I sent Butch in for the night. I got his basket, plopped it right in the spooky corner. Now, I told May he could stay with her, and that ladies that have no eyes hated dogs, so she wouldn't come back. She actually seemed really happy. Butch refused to go near the corner. The stupid bloody dog was making me look bad. He barked at the doorway, hackles up, then ran away. I know you're probably going to think that I'm cruel, but I thought, fuck this. And I got his collar and I just dragged him into the room. I wasn't messing about anymore. His basket stayed in the corner, but he made his own bed on top of May's at the bottom. She was happy with that, and so was I. And for the first time in literal weeks, I didn't hear a peep. Until 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if... Okay, listen. May is a beautiful, smart, compassionate, kind girl. Please, just remember. I heard crying. Not the usual soundtrack of fear sobbing followed by footsteps pitter-patter into my room. This was soft whimpering from May. I was gonna just leave her, to be honest. Let her self-soothe. She'd already stayed there longer than she'd ever done the entire time we'd lived there. But I just couldn't. The sound was tugging at something deep, you know? So I creep along the hall, lights off, just in case I misheard or something. I hadn't. May's sitting there, on the floor, in the corner. Butch is laying with his little head on her lap. And she's stroking him, softly crying. And I thought, oh, bless her. She's really trying. Until I saw the blood. Her hands, her nightie, her pretty pink carpet, it's everywhere. I don't know whose it is, so I run in, flick the light on, and It's not hers. It's Butcher's. He's lying there, and she's stroking him. And his eyes are gone. He's dead, obviously. Now, what am I gonna think? It's just us that live here. I didn't do this. I know I should have reported it. She's my kid. I took him down to the vets the next day. I said he'd run away earlier in the week, and that I'd found him like that in the woods. I thought they'd just cremate him for us, but I'm guessing that hasn't happened yet. She's a good kid. She's just... I asked her why she did it. She said it wasn't her, obviously. She said it was the lady with no eyes, and that she did it because she didn't like dogs. I know, I had said that to May earlier that evening. Thing is, I looked everywhere. And I couldn't find Butcher's eyes. So I booked her an appointment with a private psychologist. I did try the NHS first. I told the receptionist about May's nightmares. I didn't want to go into too much detail, but they insisted I come in first for an initial visit before they even saw May. I wanted this done quickly. This was gonna waste time. I wanted to help her now, so I just paid for it privately. There was a short waiting list, but at least she would get seen by someone in a few days instead of a few months. In the meantime, I just stopped bringing it up. Everything. The lady, the dog. I didn't want to feed it. I thought I could manage on my own until the appointment. Then came Thursday. The car wouldn't start, which meant I was late for work. My phone was dead, so I couldn't call work. My first few weeks on the job, and I already looked bad. When I got home, the kitchen light kept flickering, and when I went round to see if John could help me, he wouldn't. No explanation. He just shook his head through his front door. By bedtime, I was done. Exhausted, frustrated, whatever you want to call it, I was over everything. When May came in with a blanket and asked to sleep in my bed again, I snapped. I didn't mean to. I told her she had to sleep in her own bed, that she was growing up, that she was safe, and that ghosts weren't real. She didn't even argue. She didn't cry. She just nodded and said, "Okay, Mummy." That was the last thing she said to me. The next morning, her bed was empty. At first, I thought maybe she'd got up early, went to the bathroom, or wandered downstairs. But the house was quiet. I checked every room, every cupboard, called her name until my throat hurt. I even checked the garden and the shed. The neighbours, the bloody neighbours, he didn't even want to help me look. He told me to get help. That's what I was trying to do, the selfish fucking prick. So I rang the police. They came quickly, checked the house, the area. They asked if there was anyone who might have taken her, any custody issues, any history of running away, stuff like that. And I kept telling them she was scared, she wouldn't leave. She couldn't have just disappeared. I begged them to check her room again, to stand where she stood, to look in that corner. I could still feel it. The cold spot, the wrongness. They didn't believe me. Of course they didn't. They spoke with John. I told them how weird he'd been acting. I told them that man had been into her room and that he knew the layout. But from there, they liaised with the police from our old village. And that's when everything stopped. They wanted me to come down to the station, to talk things over. Like they were turning on me, like I'd done something wrong. I am a good mother. Don't tell me to calm down. Why am I here? You've stopped looking for her. You should be looking for her. I've told you everything. Everything, time and time again. You can't tell me she never existed. Well, that's the end of my very first long narration. This story was written by me, so if you liked it, great. You clearly have excellent taste. And if you didn't, well, you're still here, so who won really? A quick side note, I hate my voice so much that my husband is officially banned from this channel. So if you're here, leave. Anyway, I've decided from now on, every video ends with a completely random, totally unnecessary fun fact about myself. You know, so you can get to know me, because nothing says bonding like weird personal oversharing. So here it is, tonight's fun fact. I once spent nearly an hour carefully narrating an entire chapter of my own novel, only to realise I never actually pressed record. Yeah, an hour of my life just performing passionately to absolutely no one. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to collapse now. It's just taken me 7 hours to narrate and edit a 21-minute video. See you next time.
Tonight's story comes from one of the founding voices of cosmic horror, H.P. Lovecraft. Originally published in The Vagrant in 1918, this chilling tale follows a lost man deep inside the Mammoth Cave and what he finds. This is The Beast in the Cave. Yes, the horrible conclusion which had been gradually intruding itself upon my confused and reluctant mind was now an awful certainty. I was lost, completely, hopelessly lost in the vast and labyrinthine recess of the Mammoth Cave. Turn as I might, in no direction could my straining vision seize on any object capable of serving as a guidepost to set me on the outward path, that never more should I behold the blessed light of day, or scan the pleasant bills and dales of the beautiful world outside. My reason could no longer entertain the slightest unbelief. Hope had departed, yet, indoctrinated as I was by a life of philosophical study, I derived no small measure of satisfaction from my unimpassioned demeanour. For although I had frequently read of the wild frenzies into which were thrown the victims of similar situations, I experienced none of these, but stood quiet as soon as I clearly realized the loss of my bearings. Nor did the thought that I had probably wandered beyond the utmost limits of an ordinary search cause me to abandon my composure even for a moment. If I must die, I reflected, then was this terrible yet majestic cavern as welcome a sepulchre as that which any churchyard might afford, a conception which carried with it more of tranquillity than of despair. Starving would prove my ultimate fate, of this I was certain. Some, I knew, had gone mad under circumstances such as these, but I felt that this end would not be mine. My disaster was the result of no fault save my own, since unknown to the guide I had separated myself from the regular party of sightseers, and, wandering for over an hour in forbidden avenues of the cave, had found myself unable to retrace the devious windings which I had pursued since forsaking my companions. Already my torch had begun to expire. Soon I would be enveloped by the total and almost palpable blackness of the bowels of the earth. As I stood in the waning, unsteady light, I idly wondered over the exact circumstances of my coming end. I remembered the accounts which I had heard of the colony of consumptives who, taking their residence in this gigantic grotto to find health from the apparently salubrious air of the underground world, with its steady, uniform temperature, pure air, and peaceful quiet, had found, instead, death in strange and ghastly form. I had seen the sad remains of their ill-made cottages as I passed them by with the party, and had wondered what unnatural influence a long sojourn in this immense and silent cavern would exert upon one as healthy and vigorous as I. Now, I grimly told myself, my opportunity for settling this point had arrived, provided that want of food should not bring me too speedy a departure from this life. As the last fitful rays of my torch faded into obscurity, I resolved to leave no stone unturned, no possible means of escape neglected. So, summoning all the powers possessed by my lungs, I set up a series of loud shoutings, in the vain hope of attracting the attention of the guide by my clamour. Yet, as I called, I believed in my heart that my cries were to no purpose, and that my voice, magnified and reflected by the numberless ramparts of the black maze about me, fell upon no ears save my own. All at once, however, my attention was fixed with a start, as I fancied that I heard the sound of soft approaching steps on the rocky floor of the cavern. Was my deliverance about to be accomplished so soon? Had, then, all my horrible apprehensions been for naught, and was the guide, having marked my unwarranted absence from the party, following my course and seeking me out in this limestone labyrinth? Whilst these joyful queries arose in my brain, I was on the point of renewing my cries, in order that my discovery might come the sooner, when in an instant my delight was turned to horror as I listened, for my ever-acute ear, now sharpened in even greater degree by the complete silence of the cave, bore to my benumbed understanding the unexpected and dreadful knowledge that these footfalls were not like those of any mortal man. In the unearthly stillness of this subterranean region, the tread of the booted guide would have sounded like a series of sharp and incisive blows. These impacts were soft and stealthy, as of the paws of some feline. Besides, when I listened carefully, I seemed to trace the falls of 4 instead of 2 feet. I was now convinced that I had, by my own cries, aroused and attracted some wild beast, perhaps a mountain lion, which had accidentally strayed within the cave. Perhaps, I considered, the Almighty had chosen for me a swifter and more merciful death than that of hunger. Yet the instinct of self-preservation, never wholly dormant, was stirred in my breast, and though escape from the oncoming peril might but spare me for a sterner and more lingering end, I determined nevertheless to part with my life at as high a price as I could command. Strange as it may seem, my mind conceived of no intent on the part of the visitor save that of hostility. Accordingly, I became very quiet, in the hope that the unknown beast would, in the absence of a guiding sound, lose its direction as had I, and thus pass me by. But this hope was not destined for realization, for the strange footfalls steadily advanced. The animal, evidently having obtained my scent, which in an atmosphere so absolutely free from all distracting influences as is that of the cave, could doubtless be followed at great distance. Seeing therefore that I must be armed for defence against an uncanny and unseen attack in the dark, I groped about me the largest of the fragments of rock which were strewn upon all parts of the floor of the cavern in the vicinity, and grasping one in each hand for immediate use, awaited with resignation the inevitable result. Meanwhile, the hideous pattering of the paws drew near. Certainly, the conduct of the creature was exceedingly strange. Most of the time, the tread seemed to be that of a quadruped, walking with a singular lack of unison betwixt hind and fore feet, yet at brief and infrequent intervals I fancied that but 2 feet were engaged in the process of locomotion. I wondered what species of animal was to confront me. It must, I thought, be some unfortunate beast who had paid for its curiosity to investigate one of the entrances of the fearful grotto with a lifelong confinement in its interminable recesses. It doubtless obtained as food the eyeless fish, bats and rats of the cave, as well as some of the ordinary fish that are wafted in at every freshet of Green River, which communicates in some occult manner with the waters of the cave. I occupied my terrible vigil with grotesque conjectures of what alteration cave life might have wrought in the physical structure of the beast, remembering the awful appearances ascribed by local tradition to the consumptives who had died after long residence in the cave. Then I remembered with a start that, even should I succeed in felling my antagonist, I should never behold its form, as my torch had long since been extinct, and I was entirely unprovided with matches. The tension on my brain now became frightful. My disordered fancy conjured up hideous and fearsome shapes from the sinister darkness that surrounded me, and that actually seemed to press upon my body. Nearer, nearer, the dreadful footfalls approached. It seemed that I must give vent to a piercing scream, yet had I been sufficiently irresolute to attempt such a thing, my voice could scarce have responded. I was petrified, rooted to the spot. I doubted if my right arm would allow me to hurl its missile at the oncoming thing when the crucial moment should arrive. Now the steady pat, pat of the steps was close at hand. Now very close. I could hear the laboured breathing of the animal, and terror-struck as I was, I realised that it must have come from a considerable distance, and was correspondingly fatigued. Suddenly, the spell broke. My right hand, guided by my ever-trustworthy sense of hearing, threw with full force the sharp-angled bit of limestone which it contained toward that point in the darkness from which emanated the breathing and pattering, and, wonderful to relate, it nearly reached its goal, for I heard the thing jump, landing at a distance away, where it seemed to pause. Having readjusted my aim, I discharged my second missile, this time most effectively, for with a flood of joy I listened as the creature fell in what sounded like a complete collapse and evidently remained prone and unmoving. Almost overpowered by the great relief which rushed over me, I reeled back against the wall. The breathing continued in heavy, gasping inhalations and expirations, whence I realized that I had no more than wounded the creature, and now all desire to examine the thing ceased. At last, something allied to groundless, superstitious fear had entered my brain, and I did not approach the body, nor did I continue to cast stones at it in order to complete the extinction of its life. Instead, I ran at full speed in what was, as nearly as I could estimate in my frenzied condition, the direction from which I had come. Suddenly I heard a sound, or rather a regular succession of sounds. In another instant they had resolved themselves into a series of sharp metallic clicks. This time there was no doubt. It was the guide. And then I shouted, yelled, screamed, even shrieked with joy as I beheld in the vaulted arches, above the faint and glimmering effulgence which I knew to be the reflected light of an approaching torch. I ran to meet the flare, and before I could completely understand what had occurred, was lying upon the ground at the feet of the guide, embracing his boots and gibbering. Despite my boasted reserve, in a most meaningless and idiotic manner, pouring out my terrible story, and at the same time overwhelming my auditor with protestations of gratitude, at length I awoke to something like my normal consciousness. The guide had noted my absence upon the arrival of the party at the entrance of the cave, and had, from his own intuitive sense of direction, proceeded to make a thorough canvass of by-passages just ahead of where he had last spoken to me, locating my whereabouts after a quest of about 4 hours. By the time he had related this to me, I, emboldened by his torch and his company, began to reflect upon the strange beast which I had wounded but a short distance back in the darkness, and suggested that we ascertain, by the flashlight's aid, what manner of creature was my victim. Accordingly, I retraced my steps, this time with a courage born of companionship, to the scene of my terrible experience. Soon we descried a white object upon the floor, an object whiter even than the gleaming limestone itself. Cautiously advancing, we gave vent to a simultaneous ejaculation of wonderment, for of all the unnatural monsters either of us had in our lifetimes beheld, this was in surpassing degree the strangest. It appeared to be an anthropoid ape of large proportions, escaped perhaps from some itinerant menagerie. Its hair was snow-white, a thing due no doubt to the bleaching action of a long existence within the inky confines of the cave, but it was also surprisingly thin, being indeed largely absent, save on the head, where it was of such length and abundance that it fell over the shoulders in considerable profusion. The face was turned away from us as the creature lay almost directly upon it. The inclination of the limbs was very singular, explaining, however, the alternation in their use, which I bad before noted, whereby the beast used sometimes all four, and on other occasions but two for its progress, from the tips of the fingers or toes, long rat-like claws extended. The hands or feet were not prehensile, a fact that I ascribed to that long residence in the cave which, as I before mentioned, seemed evident from the all-pervading and almost unearthly whiteness so characteristic of the whole anatomy. No tail seemed to be present. The respiration had now grown very feeble, and the guide had drawn his pistol with the evident intent of dispatch, when a sudden sound emitted by the latter caused the weapon to fall unused. The sound was of a nature difficult to describe. It was not like the normal note of any known species of simian, and I wonder if this unnatural quality were not the result of a long, continued and complete silence, broken by the sensations produced by the advent of the light, a thing which the beast could not have seen since its first entrance into the cave. The sound, which I might feebly attempt to classify as a kind of deep-toned chattering, was faintly continued. All at once, a fleeting spasm of energy seemed to pass through the frame of the beast. The paws went through a convulsive motion, and the limbs contracted. With a jerk, the white body rolled over so that its face was turned in our direction. For a moment I was so struck with horror at the eyes thus revealed that I noted nothing else. They were black, those eyes, deep jetty black, in hideous contrast to the snow-white hair and flesh. Like those of other cave denizens, they were deeply sunken in their orbits and were entirely destitute of iris. As I looked more closely, I saw that they were set in a face less prognathous than that of the average ape, and infinitely less hairy. The nose was quite distinct. As we gazed upon the uncanny sight presented to our vision, the thick lips opened and several sounds issued from them, after which the thing relaxed in death. The guide clutched my coat sleeve and trembled so violently that the light shook fitfully, casting weird, moving shadows on the walls. I made no motion, but stood rigidly still, my horrified eyes fixed upon the floor ahead. The fear left, and wonder, awe, compassion, and reverence succeeded in its place, for the sounds uttered by the stricken figure that lay stretched out on the limestone had told us the awesome truth. The creature I had killed, the strange beast of the unfathomed cave, was, or had at one time, been a man. Wow. That was a ride. Lovecraft really didn't hold back on the vocabulary, did he? He's famous for his big words and bigger monsters. I'm actually working on a modernised version of this story too, with simpler language and updated narration. So if that sounds more your vibe, stick around. I didn't panic at first. I thought I'd just taken a wrong turn. I could backtrack. I'd be fine. But then, everything looked the same. The walls, the corners, even the air felt the same. My torch was dying. The others were gone. I couldn't hear them. Not a single voice. I was alone. Totally, completely lost. No signs, no sounds,
No idea where I'd come from. And that one awful thought, it landed. No one was coming for me. I tried to stay calm. I'd read stories like this, people going mad in the dark, but not me. I wasn't going to be like that. If I had to die here, then fine. At least it was quiet, still, strange, almost beautiful. I told myself I wouldn't panic. I wouldn't scream. I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't claw the walls. I'd sit and wait. Maybe sleep. Then I heard something. Footsteps. At first, I felt relief. Maybe the guide had found me. Maybe I wasn't alone. I almost shouted, but I didn't. The steps weren't right. They weren't boots or shoes. They were soft, too soft. Like paws. 4 of them. Whatever it wasn't human. And it was getting closer. I crouched, picked up a rock, then another. Then my torch gave out. Gone. Darkness. Total darkness. I held my breath and listened. The sound again. Closer. It moved strange. Like it didn't know how to walk. Sometimes crawling, sometimes dragging. I didn't know what it was, but I knew this. It was hunting me. And it had my scent. I stayed still, hoped it would pass. It didn't. I heard claws scraping the stone and breathing right next to me. I threw the first rock. Nothing. I threw the second. It hit. It cried out, fell, collapsed, and I froze. My back against the wall, heart pounding. It was still breathing, but barely. I didn't look. I didn't want to see. I just ran. Then I heard something new. Metal on stone. A torch. The guide. I ran to him. Told him everything. Fast. Panicked. He calmed me down. Said we should go back. See what it was. We did. It wasn't a wolf. Or a bear. Or anything like that. It was a person. Pale skin, white hair, thin, bent, clawed, like it had lived in the cave forever. It moved, lifted its head. It looked at me, and I stopped breathing. Its face was human too close to mine. It made a sound, not words, just noise. Then it stopped. The guide grabbed my arm. He was shaking, but I just stared, because I understood. The thing I hit, it was a man. Once. So, that was The Beast in the Cave. It was originally written by H.P. Lovecraft. This version has been reworked into a more modern, natural style, so it's easier to follow. This was actually my first ever narration, like, ever. I've never done anything like this before, and I'm using the cheapest mic I could find, so if it sounded like I recorded it inside of a toaster, yeah, that's why. Still, give it a go, and if you made it all the way through to the end, thank you, honestly. I'll be posting more classical horror stories like this, along with my own modern versions, so if you're into creepy caves, strange things in the dark, and watching a nervous narrator try not to fall apart, stick around. It's only going to get better from here. Probably.
A few months ago, my wife Julie and I decided to start trying for a family. We moved out of the big city to a small Midwestern Minnesota town, not too far away from Grove City. It was time for a change. Hell, we even decided to stop smoking. We found a cheap, recently renovated flat. The entire complex was built in the 50s, but the apartments themselves had been fixed up recently. We were told by the landlord, absolutely stunning young woman, that most of the previous tenants decided to move out rather than wait for the renovations to finish up. The place was basically brand new. Our apartment was on the ground floor. We didn't want to think about baby-proofing a balcony on the 3rd or 4th floor, and we figured this would only be a stepping stone to getting our own house anyway. Julie had left the job as a high school teacher behind, while I'd gotten the job as a manager at a local warehouse. I'd already worked as a manager previously for the same company, so it was just a matter of finding a suitable transfer. The previous tenants had left us a gift. Sitting alone in the kitchen window was a blue sunflower. At first I thought it was plastic, but it was perfectly real. The colour was striking. It was still yellow in the middle, with black spots, but the leaves were a sparkling ocean blue. The flower pot was hand-painted, with a small landscape and a shining sun, and in plain black text it said, "The sad sunflower." "That's just too cute," Julie smiled. "We've got to keep it." I've never been able to say no to her. That big smile of hers could make me do anything. If she wanted to keep the sad sunflower, so be it. I watered it and turned it facing outwards. Oddly enough, it had been leaning inwards toward the apartment. I thought sunflowers were supposed to follow the sun. Julie just loved it. She already had a good feeling about this place. I wasn't convinced yet, but I figured it was just nicotine withdrawal. Over the following days I was getting adjusted to my job. I brought in a cake to get to know everyone. Their previous manager had personal issues and suddenly left town, so there was an urgent need for someone to step in. It was just great timing for me. Julie was still looking for a new job. There were a few schools nearby that she was going to look up, but we needed to get a second car first. Money was tight after the move, so we decided to wait a few weeks before making any big purchases, so Julie spent most of the days at home. She'd been clear about wanting to be a stay-at-home mum once we had a family of our own, so maybe she was trying to get used to the idea. Call it a practice run. She would do a lot of housework and handle the groceries. I usually cooked dinner, but she would handle the dishes. One day after coming home from work, I noticed her humming a strange tune while she was watering the sad sunflower. I'd never heard it before. "You're my friend, I'll sing your tune, a setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" I took off my shoes and joined her in the kitchen. She'd hum the tune over and over, checking every leaf on the sparkling blue plant. It was leaning inwards again, away from the sun, almost like a dog asking for a head scratch. "What's that song?" I asked. "What song?" I asked her several times over. She honestly didn't know what I was talking about. I read it out loud, but she just blanked. The same way I could have sworn I heard her singing it, she swore she hadn't. I turned the plant back outwards, towards the sun. The next day, it was leaning back in. That tune started to haunt me. I could hear Judy singing it, in the shower, while doing the dishes, while tying her shoes. Over time, she came to accept that she was singing it, but she wasn't doing it consciously. It was like a brain teaser. "I must have heard it somewhere," she said. "Some kind of nursery rhyme." I couldn't blame her for having her mood occupied with kid stuff. It was pretty much all we talked about. We'd just started trying for a baby, and it would just be a matter of time before our lives would change forever. It was stressful, but exciting. More of an adventure than any bungee jump could ever replicate. Julie got a part-time teaching job at the local high school. One of their teachers was going on maternity leave, so they needed someone to step in and help out with social studies. We didn't have a second car, but one of the guys I worked with lived just down the street, so we started to carpool. I thought having some independence and getting out of the apartment would do Julie some good. It did, at first. She had so much energy when she got home after a long day. Still, she would beeline towards her sad sunflower, take care of it, water it, and only then would she concentrate on anything else. She didn't even take her shoes off. That plant was, by far, her most favourite thing in the world. Honestly, I didn't get it. She still hummed that melody. "You're my friend, I'll sing you a tune, a setting sun to rising moon." I once got back home early, only to notice the sunflower was gone. Julie wasn't home from work, and the thing was just gone. Later, when Julie came home, it all made sense. She held that thing under her arm as she walked through the door. It was almost like someone holding a baby. She had a grocery bag swinging underneath. I'll be the first to admit I didn't handle it very well. "You're bringing it to work," I accused. "What is going on with you?" "It's nothing," Julie sighed. It's like having a safety blanket. It doesn't mean anything." "Then throw it away." She stared at me in disbelief. I took a step forward to help her with the groceries, and she recoiled. Her eyes were dilated, and it looked like she was on the edge of a fight-or-flight reaction. I just stopped. "What the hell?" "Don't you dare," she spat. "Don't you dare." After that, Julie slept on the couch for a couple of nights. It was her idea, not mine. She would give me these long, accusing looks from across the room whenever I was in line of sight of that damn plant. It was still facing inwards. I'm sure the damn thing was moving, or turning back every time I tried to face it outwards. I started hearing things at night. I once peeked out of the bedroom to see Julie water and prune the plant in the middle of the night. She'd sing to it over and over, the same rhyme. In the moonlight, it looked like she didn't even blink. 2:30 in the morning, and there she was caressing the leaves. There were other things as well. Foul-smelling dirt in the wastebasket, dark blue sunflower seeds scattered around the bathroom. I didn't know what to make of it, but Julie and I weren't really talking anymore. She had no problem talking with the plant, though. "I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" It all came to a boiling point the day when Julie didn't come home from work. Of course, she'd taken the plant with her. I tried her phone, but she didn't pick up. At 7 in the evening, I was getting seriously worried. I called the school where she worked, but of course it was closed. Instead, I called our co-worker, Miss Marriott. "This is Claire," she answered. "Hey, I'm calling about Julie. This is her husband," I said. "Sorry about calling you like this." "No, it's fine. Is everything alright?" "When Julie came to work, did she seem okay? Did she do anything unusual?" I'm not following. "Well, like, did she bring—" "No, I'm sorry. What I meant, what do you mean with came to work?" Apparently, Julie had quit her temp job about a week ago. I rushed down the street to my co-worker and asked to borrow their car. They didn't mind and even asked if there was anything they could do to help. I didn't even know where to start, so I just thanked them and left. I drove around town for hours, checking every open store, every alley, every side road. Finally, I stopped for gas. As I went inside to pay and get a soda, I noticed the clerk humming a tune. She was just reading a magazine and humming away. Barely noticed I was even there. I'd recognize the melody anywhere. "Where did you hear that?" I asked. She just looked up at me like she'd woken up from a nap. She had no idea what I was talking about. I just paid and left, figuring Julie had been there. She was close. There was a small dirt road not too far from the gas station leading down to a fishing lake. All you could catch there was smallmouth bass, but it was a great little place to have a barbecue. I drove down the road following a hunch. It paid off. Just a few minutes later, I saw our car on the side of the road. The door was still open. Lights were blinking. It was swarming with mosquitoes. I parked alongside it and brought out a flashlight. There was a small trail through the woods leading up to a clearing next to the lake. It was the only place she could have gone unless she was mindlessly going random directions. I didn't have to go far to hear her. There was no wind, so even a slight noise could be heard from far away. "I ask you, buddy, buddy blue." The same damn rhyme. Next to the trail, I noticed small, bright stalks reaching out of the soil. I could guess what kind of plant they were, even though they hadn't bloomed yet. "Won't you be a sunflower too?" I stepped into the clearing. I could barely see them all with a tiny cone of light. There were hundreds of them spread out in a circle. In the middle was Julie, reciting her rhyme over and over. She'd taken off her clothes, and I could see mosquitoes swarming her. It didn't seem to bother her. The melody in her song was gone, turned to a mantra. She was standing with her back towards me, holding her hands in front of her like a cup. She suddenly made a harsh coughing sound and bent forward. I took a few steps and stopped. Every single sunflower turned towards me, blue leaves vibrating like rattlesnakes. Julie turned around. Sunflower seeds were dripping from her mouth. In her cupped hands, she had the same kind of foul-smelling tar dirt that I found in our wastebasket. Her eyes were bright blue. Her teeth were stained black. "You're my friend. I'll sing your tune." Sunflower seeds kept falling from the edge of her mouth. She kept coughing, almost choking. She was constantly on the edge of inhaling the seeds into her lungs. Her singing voice was broken and struggling. Still, she smiled. The same smile that could get me to do anything. A setting sun, a rising moon. The flowers turned back towards her, vibrating. Tiny leaves clapping in appreciation. I didn't know what to do. I was horrified. I was angry. I was desperate. I froze. Julie walked up to me, holding a large seed between her lips. She took my hands and leaned forward to kiss me. I've never smelled anything so putrid in my life. I think that's what snapped me out of it. It was the only time I ever refused a kiss from her. I'm not proud of what happened next, but I didn't have a choice. I grabbed Julie and threw her over my shoulder. She protested wildly, scratching and beating me. She had to stop over and over to throw up more seeds and dirt. I just ignored the wounds on my neck and scalp and kept carrying her. I locked her in the back seat of my car and turned on the child locks. As I shut the doors, she was hysterical, screaming and flailing in the back seat like a possessed toddler. I got a jerry can from the car. It was half full. That was enough. I stopped smoking the day we moved into our new apartment, but I still had my lighter. When I stepped back out into the clearing, I could hear something moving. I ignored it. I dumped every drop of gasoline I had and just set the whole field on fire. I left the lighter behind. As I stepped away, I could hear things popping in the grass, blue leaves crinkling to ash, and somewhere there were tiny screams. Tiny, bright screams. Something was burned alive in that field, and I don't want to think about what it might have been. It sounded human. Wrong, but human. Julie recovered in a couple of days. The doctors figured she'd been eating seeds from the sunflower, and that it had contained some kind of poison. The doctor couldn't find anything abnormal about her blood levels, and after a couple of days of rest, she was back to her old self again. Her eyes were back to their ordinary brown, and her smile was as genuine as ever. She was so sorry for all the trouble she'd caused, and she had a hard time remembering what happened. To her, it was all a bad dream. We've since gotten pregnant. Over the months, we've baby-proofed the apartment, but we're already looking to move to a house. Julie got back her job as a temp. She might be looking at an extension at the end of the school year. She's quite popular. We're thinking about the name Danny with a Y for a boy, or Danny with an I for a girl. We're not sure yet. There's only one thing that still worries me. The ultrasounds. Julie's been taking them while I'm at work, but she's shown me every single image. They look perfectly fine, but on the last one, there was something that didn't add up. In the corner of the picture, the date was set to 5 years ago. I'm suspecting she's not showing me the actual ultrasounds, or that she hasn't taken them. I don't know what she could be hiding. And sometimes at night, I hear her humming. The same damn tune. You're my friend, I'll sing your tune. A setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story, The Sad Sunflower, was written by Saturday. I'm actually in the middle of recording a playlist dedicated entirely to Saturday's work. So if you like this one, stick around, because there's plenty more coming. And as always, here's your random fun fact. Sunflowers don't just follow the sun. Young sunflowers actually move their heads from east to west during the day, then turn back east overnight to wait for the sun to rise again. Basically, they've got better time management than most of us. Good night. I was born in Maryland in the autumn of '99. My biological father, Keith Digman, was never a part of the picture, so I was raised by my mother and stepfather. But after a falling out with my family in the spring of 2019, I was left to fend for myself, financially and otherwise. Striking out on my own, with little to no prospects, I decided to get back in touch with my biological father. It didn't take long for me to learn he had passed away a few years ago. To get to know him better, and because I lacked any direction in life, I decided to seek out what remained, to see who he was and what he did. Turns out my father was a man of many regrets. He'd been in and out of jail dozens of times. He was a known alcoholic, a thief, and hadn't kept a job for longer than a few weeks. He was, to all intents and purposes, an unapologetic failure. But I knew that couldn't be the full story. I looked up his closest living relative, a half-brother named John Digman, a sort of uncle, I guess. He was a pain in the ass to find. He was registered on a dozen addresses, under different names, in different states. Every lead just took me to another throwaway account, an empty lot, some unknown nobody who'd been slipped a 20 and told to shut up. This was a man who didn't want to be found, that is, until I found myself in Tomskog, Minnesota. The first time I met John Digman was at a corner pub in central Tomskog, the kind of place that had been run by the same people for 30 years, and who'd only taken on the place as a favour for the last person who ran it for 30 years. These were solid, salt-of-the-earth kind of people, so when two strangers stepped in to order a plate of nachos and a couple of beers, they couldn't help but to wonder what was going on. But apart from that, we were alone. John was in his early 40s. He had long dark hair with streaks of silver running along his ears. He was clean-shaven, had a trucker cap that promoted fire safety, and unassuming earth-coloured clothes. He was tall, thin as a stick, and kept wearing sunglasses even in the dark. This was my long-lost uncle. "So about your dad," he said, rolling a toothpick between his fingers. "You sure you want to know?" "Yeah," I nodded. "I've heard some bad stuff." "You haven't heard half of it." "Then it's about time someone told me." John nodded. He snapped the toothpick in two, using one half to clean his fingernails and the other to pick his teeth. "Look," he said, "Keith was your father in a way. I didn't spend a lot of time with him these past 10 years, but I got a few emails every now and then. Can't I just ask you stuff about him?" "Sure," he shrugged. "Ask away." We got our orders. A plate of nachos, olives, some cheese, and 2 beers. John just poked around the plate, not grabbing anything, while I hawked it all down like I was in a race. "So," I asked in between bites, "how did he die?" That's probably the most complicated question you could have asked me. He told me about a conversation he'd had with my father not long before he died. The story went a little something like this. The reason for Keith Digman to come to Tomskog was a last-ditch effort. He was disease-ridden, regretful, and desperate. He had nothing to his name, and all he wanted was an honest chance to make things right. Turns out, there's a place in Tomskog that is historically unique. Some of the early settlers used to travel there, as it was the only nearby town that had something resembling a church, but it also drew other crowds of other faiths. One group of Scandinavian settlers had a peculiar ritual that they performed there called the year walk. It was a sort of contract between the natural and the unnatural. On New Year's Eve, you could walk counterclockwise around the local church 12 times, one for each month. If you did, you would renounce your Christian faith for a year. That meant an entire year as a faithless outcast, ripe for the picking by any demon or ghoul that could find your immortal soul. However, if you made it through that entire year, your strife would be rewarded. "So what would you get?" I asked. "Gotta be something big. You get a wish. So, whatever you want. Whatever you want." I could see how that would be tempting to someone like Keith. A chance to make it all right, to set things straight. Anyone desperate enough might just do it. So what happened? "I think he went through with it," nodded John, "and then he died." I ended up finishing the entire nacho plate on my own. John sipped his beer, but didn't finish it. I could tell why he was so scrawny. The guy had no appetite. We talked a lot about the way Keith used to be. His years in high school, his likes and losses. How he loved to blast Kiss classics driving his pride and joy. A '68 Frog Eye Sprite. He'd been an open, kind and honest man once upon a time, until the world caught up with him. As the day turned to midnight, we ended up taking a walk around a nearby lake. John pointed out something interesting. "This is where the church used to be, by the way," he said, pointing at the lake. There was a sinkhole at the turn of the century, dragging it all down to the bottom. "There's a church at the bottom of the lake?" I chuckled. "Then why is it named Frog Lake?" "Believe me, the frogs are far more interesting," grinned John. As we said our goodbyes, I got a firm handshake from him. His hands were ice cold, and I got a glimpse of his eyes under those sunglasses. Bloodshot, with a void black iris. "I think I get what you're planning to do," he said. "I'm not here to tell you what to do. But if you want to do this, take it seriously. Some things are out of your control." "You believe this is real?" I asked. "You think year walking really killed him?" "You'd be surprised how things really work when you get into the nitty-gritty," he shrugged. We said our goodbyes and went our separate ways. As we did, he called out to me, "If you need me, just give me a call." Strange. His number was on my phone, but I didn't remember saving it. That night I thought about my estranged father. Keith had an idea of what kind of life he wanted to live, but something happened along the way. Maybe it was his own fault, maybe it wasn't. Either way, it seemed cruel for things to end like they did. A lonely man wandering around a freezing lake on New Year's Eve, asking the world for a favour. I decided I would make the year walk in his place, and ask whatever powers that be to show him mercy. Maybe give him a second chance, somewhere, somehow. All good intentions. I stayed in Tomskog for a while. I got a part-time job at a local warehouse and rented a small apartment on the outskirts of town. I barely had enough to make ends meet, but the place was small and the rent was cheap. The landlord, a woman in her late 40s, insisted I take the place at a discount. Nice lady, but I'm not used to people being nice. Not that nice, at least. November turned to December. By the time New Year's Eve was coming about, I'd almost forgotten why I stayed in the first place. I'd gotten to know a few people around town and made some friends at work. Just casual banter between acquaintances, but they were good people. They'd invited me to a New Year's Eve party, and I felt like an idiot when I declined. I'd checked out the path, and walking one whole lap around Frog Lake took at least 40 minutes. I'd need most of the day to get all 12. But this was my goodbye to Keith Digman, in a way. A send-off. New Year's eventually came about. People were celebrating all over town, even in the early afternoon. I could hear cheers and fireworks going up from every street downtown. But I kept walking further and further away. As the cheers died down, I was left with the crunch of snow and gravel walking the path of Frog Lake. "All right, old man," I sighed. "I hope you get your wish." I started walking. There was a convenient road that circled the entire lake. It was lined with streetlights, half of which were broken. There were offshoots along the path leading to hiking trails, and lights from a dozen houses peeking through the pine forest. A few sections of the path were lined with a white picket fence. I started around 4 p.m. and figured all 12 laps would be done by midnight. It might take me a little longer than expected, but if I finished early, I could pop by the corner pub for a drink on my way home. I could use the warmth. Minnesota winters can be brutal. The first lap went without a hitch. I was listening to a podcast and just enjoying the scenery. These old towns have that certain something that not many places have. That feeling of people having really lived there. Not just been there, but lived there. Names carved into trees, a broken bicycle thrown into the woods, a handmade sign with a Bible quote about snakes in paradise. You could tell there were a lot of memories in these trails. The second lap, I ate a sandwich. Not that exciting. Had to throw away the pickles. They'd gone black seemingly overnight. Not that appetizing. By the third lap, I stopped to stretch near a clearing in the forest. I could imagine the place to be beautiful in the summer. There was a lavender farm north of there, and you could probably smell it all the way here. By the fourth lap, I was ready to call it quits. I'd been walking for 2 hours, and I was starting to ask myself what the hell I was doing. It was then that I noticed I'd gotten a text, just minutes earlier, from John. "You sure about this?" it read. It was a hard question to answer. I didn't know if I was sure or not. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew I wanted to do it. I didn't respond, but I somehow got the feeling that he already knew my answer. I got into the zone. I just kept walking as the sky turned darker and darker. Lap 4, 5, 6, they all just passed me by. After a while the podcast was finished, and I didn't even notice. I just kept walking. The sound of fireworks grew stronger, and I met some early celebrators walking the same trail as me. Some of them waved, others just hurried off to wherever they were going. No one else was doing the year walk, it seemed. But I was feeling strange. Maybe I was just tired, or dizzy. But it felt like I'd been walking for ages. My feet were doing it automatically, like I'd forgotten how to stop. It was an out-of-body experience, and I felt myself drifting off into a thoughtless wander. The night grew darker, briefly illuminated by exploding lights. Little snaps lighting up the sky, as if to pull me out of my trance, to wake me up. Maybe that's what they're really there for. As I started the final lap, I could feel my feet growing heavy. I was cold, exhausted and hungry, more so than usual. This was taking a heavier toll than I'd anticipated, and I'm not that out of shape. Still, I couldn't stop now. One more lap, and I was done. But everything looked different in the dark. The shadows grew longer, and all the little quirks along the path seemed more threatening. It felt like a warning of things to come. The fireworks would cast long shadows, making it look like shapes moving through the trees. I'd hear cracks in the frozen lake, as if something underneath was probing for a weakness. I heard laughter in the woods. There was a foul stench coming from a house. Black footsteps leading into an open field. Shards of a broken mirror scattered across the path. And at the very end of the line, a dried blue sunflower hanging from a broken streetlight. Had I just not seen any of it, or had it been there all along? What the hell kind of town was this? I took that final step, closing the circle. 12 laps. A complete year walk. I resigned my faith and surrendered to whatever powers may be for a promise of a wish fulfilled. I felt like an idiot. A superstitious idiot. I wasn't going to the corner pub. No way. I was going home to shower and sleep for 12 hours straight. I stumbled up 3 flights of stairs, no elevator, and barely made it through the door. I dropped my jacket on the floor, locked the front door, and collapsed on the toilet. It took me at least 20 minutes to build up the strength to get undressed. I had never been that tired. My body ached, and I felt at least 60 pounds heavier. I finally managed to get in the shower. One of those combined bathtub/shower combos. Nothing fancy, but I'd enjoyed a few evenings there. But that night, I just wanted to get clean and collapse on my bed. The water was cold and smelled strange. I just stood there with my eyes closed, half asleep, I didn't care enough to step out of the cold. I just wanted to get it over with. I opened my eyes and looked up, only to see the water turn black. And in that moment, the lights went out. I thought I'd gotten something in my eye, but no matter how hard I rinsed, the room stayed dark. There was an awful rumbling sound coming from the pipes, as the water turned into a thick sludge. It had this powerful chemical stench, like a mix of acetone and raw rubber. I stepped out of the shower, trying to find my towel in the dark. I could feel specks of dirt on my skin, and a thin layer sticking to my skin as I wiped myself dry. I'd have to shower again once the lights came back on. I tried to find my phone to turn on the flashlight, but I'd left it in the hallway. I fumbled for the door handle, put my hand on it, and stopped. There was a shuffling noise in the other room. I stopped. Despite being so tired I could barely move my legs, I felt ready to run. Like something primal in me put a cold hand around my spine, urging me to pay attention. There was something in the other room, and it was a threat. "Little wheat," a voice came through the door. "Have you come for the harvest?" The voice pierced the door and curled into my ear, making me twinge with unease. If I could get the door open, I'd be able to reach my phone and call for help. But something in me wanted to just hold my breath and disappear. "Have you grown tired of dance and drink, little wheat? Have you grown tall and nurturing? Please, just leave. I don't want to call the police." "Leave?" It laughed. The shuffling noise grew louder as something shot through the room. In the blink of an eye, I felt the door buckle as something heavy pressed against it. "You asked me to come, little wheat. Why would I leave?" I didn't even notice I was doing it. I was backing into the corner, holding up my hands, repeating "no, no, no" to myself like a mantra. It was as if something inside of me had snapped and taken control, and I was just listening from the sidelines. Whatever was on the other side of that door was here to do something awful to me. "Little wheat, your purpose is clear. Whether you feed my children now or later is irrelevant. Your perception is flawed." I didn't know what to say. I had to do something. I scrambled into the bathtub and turned the shower back on, hoping it couldn't hear me over the rushing water. Sadly, all I got was that thick sludge, foul-smelling, viscous chunks dripping on my cold shoulder. "I am coming in." The door buckled and shattered into pieces. I screamed. Like a balloon, I let all the air out of my lungs and just screamed. Something huge slithered across the floor, barely squeezing into the bathroom, struggling against the door frame. The voice came from the ceiling as the head struggled to fit. The shower curtains were torn down, and something cold and scaly slithered up my leg. "There you are." An impossibly muscular appendage wrapped around my chest and pulled me up against the cold ceramic tiles. I bumped my head against the ceiling. It squeezed my chest, pressing the last screams out of me. Even in the dark of the bathroom, I felt the world grow darker. The voice came closer. "You are fulfilling your purpose. You." It stopped. A rough tongue, longer than my forearm, pressed against my face. I could feel my skin straining to stay on as little cuts formed on my forehead and scalp. A moment later, it dropped me like a bag of hammers. I came down hard, landing on my tailbone and bending my left wrist at a bad angle. Tired, hurt and cold, with this thing looming over me. There was a short pause as it pondered what to do. Maybe it just liked to hear me suffer. "You're rotten," it hissed. "Bad wheat. What sort of soil have you grown in?" I heard something whip back and forth. A crackle as ceramic tiles shattered. the bathroom mirror breaking, and the bathroom sink falling to pieces. "Disgusting!" it shrieked. "Disgusting, disgusting wheat." The lights came back on, and for a split second, I saw it. An enormous, slithering creature, like a transparent snake, full to the brim with twisted bodies and broken skulls. A cranium resembling 6 faces smooshed into a single head, like a parody of theatrical masks. Shimmering, razor-sharp scales, a stroke of which might cut me into pieces. Countless little appendages, elongated arms, sticking unceremoniously out of bald spots on its skin. It lunged, wanting to devour me whole, but it stopped itself. A warm breath touched my face, as it realized I was inedible. It knew this, and yet it had a want, a need. Looking into 2 of its eyes, I saw only hatred, a hatred, and a promise of terrible things to come. Then it was just gone, with the blink of an eye, leaving me broken and crying in the bathtub. I was lying there in a pool of black goo. The entire bathroom smelled like a chemical plant. There was another rumble in the pipes, as the sludge was washed away with warm, refreshing water. I just looked at the mess. The door, the mirror, the sink. Half the apartment was in disarray. The thing had just appeared out of nowhere, and disappeared just as fast. Maybe the sludge had protected me in a way, but it felt like I'd just changed one awful thing for another. I was choking on the gut-wrenching smell. It wasn't long after midnight that I found myself leaning out of my kitchen window, gasping for air, as the fireworks exploded overhead. Happy New Year. A few days passed before I met John Digman at the corner pub again. He'd ordered me a nacho plate and a beer, not even pretending to get something for himself. I sat down, wincing as my left wrist moved a bit too much. "You look like shit," John smiled. "What happened? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I'm not so sure about that. I don't know," I said. "I think I'm fucked. I'm done." "You met something, didn't you?" I just looked at him. He peered out from under his sunglasses as his eyes gave off a red sheen. There were little details about him that I hadn't seen. His hair, for instance. It wasn't just white. It had streaks of literal silver. Little cables? "You made it further than your dad ever did," he said, "but you got a long way to go if you're going to make it to next year."
Hi everyone, thanks for listening to the first part of The Year Walk, written by Saturday. If you liked it, stick around, because he's not done yet. There's a whopping 12 parts to this story, and they're all scheduled to release here over the next few days. And here's a fun fact for no reason. In Sweden, the real årsgång, or year walk, is believed to let you glimpse into the future if you survive the spirits along the way. Good night.
He first noticed something was wrong when the internet and phones died. At first, he assumed a blackout. Then the gunfire started, distant at first, creeping closer by the hour. Smoke drifted into their quiet cul-de-sac. Flames danced on the horizon. He was too afraid to leave. Martial law was still in place. Being caught outside would mean a bullet in the head. He kept the curtains closed, kept checking the phone for a dial tone. By week 18, the screaming started. Terror-filled and high-pitched, it echoed through the wall, separating his house from the Watsons. It was the children. Furniture slammed into walls. He could feel the vibrations. Peeking through the curtain, John checked for military vehicles. Nothing. If this wasn't soldiers, then something was seriously wrong. He unlocked the back door and quietly scaled the fence. The screams had stopped, but he continued toward their kitchen window, dodging forgotten garden toys. The window was just a bit too high. He flipped over a small tricycle and stepped up. Inside the open-plan living room was a scene of pure horror. Mary, bright, loving Mary, was hunched over her youngest daughter, teeth sunk deep into the child's neck. The 6-year-old's lifeless eyes locked with John's. He froze. Bile burned the back of his throat. There was no sign of the older daughter, but the screams had already told him enough. He adjusted his footing on the tricycle handlebars when a shrill ding pierced the silence. Mary's head snapped toward him. Blood-slicked, snarling, she lunged for the window, slamming herself into the glass. Her fingers clawed at the panes with a mindless rage. John fell backward, crashing to the concrete. He scrambled up and sprinted from the yard, heart pounding. He collapsed in the street, legs buckling beneath him. From every window around him, blood-smeared faces stared back. Neighbours he'd known for years, now wild-eyed and feral, growling behind him. He turned. The Watsons' older daughter was halfway through the doggy door, one side of her face gone, the other snarled with primal hunger. He didn't wait. Back over the gate, inside, locked, reinforced with the dining table, any barrier between him and them. He packed what he could carry. He was going to find Holly. That had been 2 weeks ago. He wasn't a doctor, he'd never understand the science, but he understood this. The vaccine didn't work. It rewired the brain. Everyone vaccinated died, and when the brain shut down, something else took over, something hungry, something that spread through saliva. The old and the young were left. The streets were lost, and no one was coming to help. He sat in the attic now, holding the heart-shaped locket up to the skylight. Beams of fractured light danced along the ceiling. It had been Holly's first gift from him, Christmas, their first year together. She'd worn it every day. He found it in an envelope, his name on the front dropped from the smashed upstairs window. He hadn't opened it before stepping inside. He should have. The second the door closed behind him, they rushed him. 3 figures, unrecognizable from what they once were. He prayed none of them were Holly. He fought through them, heading toward her room, but the door was splintered, broken. He detoured. The attic ladder was half down. He climbed, bleeding, barely shutting it behind him. Now he sat in the silence, heart pounding. The locket slid open in his hand. Inside, a folded note. I love you. He closed his eyes, the words lodging in his chest like a shard of glass. He got to his feet and fastened the locket around his neck. He knew she was down there. He had never left her before. He wouldn't start now. Pulling open the hatch, he sat on the edge, looking down at the figures below. The shells of Jean, Simon, and Holly clawed mindlessly up at him. He rubbed the locket between his fingers. His eyes locked onto Holly's face, searching for something, anything. And for just a second, maybe less, he thought he saw it. She had looked up at him that way once, years ago, when he gave her the locket. He'd said it made her look like a girl in a fairy tale. She had laughed, told him he was soft. Then she kissed him, held his hand and said it back. I love you. He drew in a deep breath. I love you too, he whispered, and let himself fall. This was just one story. Let me know if you liked it. I write and narrate new ones every week. Tap follow if you're ready for more. The Watsons' older daughter was halfway through the doggy door, one side of her face gone, the other snarled with primal hunger. He didn't wait. Back over the gate, inside, locked, reinforced with the dining table, any barrier between him and them. He packed what he could carry. He was going to find Holly. That had been 2 weeks ago. He wasn't a doctor, he'd never understand the science, but he understood this. The vaccine didn't work. It rewired the brain. Everyone vaccinated died, and when the brain shut down, something else took over, something hungry, something that spread through saliva. The old and the young were left, the streets were lost, and no one was coming to help. He sat in the attic now, holding the heart-shaped locket up to the skylight. Beams of fractured light danced along the ceiling. It had been Holly's first gift from him, Christmas, their first year together. She'd worn it every day. He found it in an envelope, his name on the front dropped from the smashed upstairs window. He hadn't opened it before stepping inside. He should have. The second the door closed behind him, they rushed him. 3 figures, unrecognizable from what they once were. He prayed none of them were Holly. He fought through them, heading toward her room, but the door was splintered, broken. He detoured. The attic ladder was half down. He climbed, bleeding, barely shutting it behind him. Now he sat in the silence, heart pounding. The locket slid open in his hand. Inside, a folded note. I love you. He closed his eyes, the words lodging in his chest like a shard of glass. He got to his feet and fastened the locket around his neck. He knew she was down there. He had never left her before. He wouldn't start now. Pulling open the hatch, he sat on the edge, looking down at the figures below. The shells of Jean, Simon, and Holly clawed mindlessly up at him. He rubbed the locket between his fingers. His eyes locked onto Holly's face, searching for something, anything. And for just a second, maybe less, he thought he saw it. She had looked up at him that way once, years ago, when he gave her the locket. He'd said it made her look like a girl in a fairy tale. She had laughed, told him he was soft. Then she kissed him, held his hand and said it back. I love you. He drew in a deep breath. I love you too, he whispered, and let himself fall. This was just one story. Let me know if you liked it. I write and narrate new ones every week. Tap follow if you're ready for more.
Something was wrong with Isabella. Her classmates just couldn't figure out what. She was a shy and meek girl, and all throughout kindergarten, she never uttered a word. She had long, dark hair and often dressed overly formal. Even when addressed directly, she wouldn't respond, just silence. The kids all speculated that perhaps she was deaf or mute. Once, in a maths class, she was asked to solve an equation on the board. She just walked up to the blackboard and answered the question in chalk without saying anything. At lunch, she sat alone in solitude, and no one dared disturb her. Because of this peculiarity, she gained a reputation of being more than a bit strange, or of being the odd one out. This reputation would only grow when in first grade she finally opened her mouth, and instead of words falling out, her classmates heard the bleating of a goat. As time went on, her body seemed to warp out of human proportions. She grew abnormally long limbs and broad shoulders, and from her head grew what at first were just small knobs that soon turned into full goat horns. Her classmates called her a freak and a weirdo. She became the school's pariah and was looked at strangely by even the teachers and adults. When Isabella finally finished her schooling, she purchased a small wooden cabin on the outskirts of town by the old stone dam. There she stayed in unspoken exile. Any passerby could see her through the window, endlessly reading her odd books by candlelight. Children would tell scary stories about her, and adults would speculate about how she came to be in this world, or blame her for anything bad that happened in the town. When crops would die, or when people would fall ill, she was suspected.
"Stay away from that cabin after dark," said one child to another. "If she catches you, she'll eat you alive."
Rumour had it that she had magic powers, or that her parents made a deal with a witch, or sacrificed a goat to a demon for her to live. Isabella, of course, could make no reply of any of this, and her parents had suspiciously fled town, abandoning her long ago. She was regarded by all as unsettling and sinister. Folks in the town never called her by her name, they only called her the Goat Woman. She's not really a woman at all, some remarked. Women don't have horns, she's just a goat. And so, the candle in her window burned every night, a lonely beacon at the edge of town, until the storm. On that sudden evening, lightning split the sky, rain lashed rooftops, and for the first time, Isabella's candle went out. The door in her cabin swung open. The Goat Woman stepped into the storm, hair plastered to her face, horns gleaming with rain. She walked with dreadful purpose. It seemed that judgment had finally come calling for the town that had rejected her. As they lay sleeping, they were blissfully unaware that now a bizarre intruder was coming to demand their attention and wake them from slumber. The mayor startled awake. At his window stood the twisted silhouette, knocking furiously, her voice a dreadful bleating cry. Her hair hung in dripping strands, her proportions seemed stretched and wrong, like an imitation of humanity. Terrified, he seized his shotgun and waited for the door to splinter. He feared what the Goat Woman could be capable of, and was prepared to shoot. But she didn't break in. She turned, ran, and beat upon the next house. Once again, she began pounding on the door and calling loudly with awful sound. The occupant of this house simply cowered in fear until she moved on like a spectre to the next one. The skies above were angry as the clouds poured down their rain. The creature walked with purpose down the cold, dark street. The Goat Woman stood upon the doorstep of the town sheriff, who was asleep inside with his wife and 2 children. When she began to knock brutally on his door and make disturbing pained vocalizations, they all woke in alarm. The Goat Woman grabbed the door handle and tried to twist it violently. The sheriff was determined to protect his wife and children from whatever revenge this vile creature had come to enact on the town. He instructed them to hide in the basement. His daughters both began to cry in fear for their lives, and their terrified sobs made it clear they didn't believe anywhere was safe. When at last she staggered away, drenched and frantic, the sheriff's fear hardened into resolve. He decided the town didn't have to endure this terror any longer. He roused the men. Farmers carried blades. Merchants carried rifles. The storm became their battle hymn as they marched with torches blazing towards the outcast's cabin. Seeing the angry mob, the Goat Woman took off and ran towards her home, with them following close behind. She stopped short of her home and raised a trembling hand, pointing in the direction of her cabin. Her cries were desperate, pleading. The mob only heard madness. "We're not just going to let you go home now. We've had it with you terrorizing us, and we're not going to tolerate your wicked existence any longer," shouted a man from the crowd. "You've cursed our town for years now. We refuse to live in fear of what you'll do next. It's time for this monster to die." The rest cheered in agreement. The crowd descended upon the Goat Woman. They grabbed her and tied her to a nearby lamppost with ropes so that she couldn't fight back. The crowd all gathered around, many with guns drawn and aimed at the creature.
Give this damnable creature none of your sympathy, yelled out a woman from the crowd. Demons are made to be cast out. A farmer in the crowd pulled out a metal blade and without warning began to cut into one of the goat woman's horns. She vocalized in agony as the horns grown from her skull were brutally hacked away till they were cut off entirely. Blood poured from her head and ran down her face in a gruesome display. People in the crowd picked up the 2 discarded horns from the street as if they were souvenirs. She almost looks normal now, someone laughed. As the rain continued to come down, the goat woman thrashed about wildly and managed to free a single arm from her rope bonds. In her eyes, they could see the same frightened girl from the playground. But in spite of this, the town's sheriff reacted quickly and shot the goat woman, hitting her directly in the chest. Before the light drained fully from her eyes, she extended a weak and weary hand once more, pointing in the direction of her old wooden cabin. It was only then did the townsfolk notice the cracks in the large wall of the nearby stone dam, straining under the pressure of the rising water. They barely had time to react before a wall of rushing water consumed them and poured out violently into the town, wiping away the houses they once lived in. Bits of stone debris flew out with great force as the dam broke, and the fast-moving water rose up to the peaks of the highest buildings. They were all too late to save themselves, to heed the warning that had been given to them. Their doomed outcast had seen the danger from her cabin view. With heart racing in a panic, she had attempted in vain to alert everyone to evacuate. That fateful rainy night was the end of their town, and the end of Isabella, the woman who tried to save it.
Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story was originally written by Reddit user Never You Mind. I've adapted it very slightly, about 500 words just for narration, so the credit's all hers. Poor Isabella. Just goes to show you should never judge a book by its cover, or a human by its horns. And now, a fun fact about goats. Did you know goats have rectangular pupils? The shape gives them the incredible panoramic view of the world, almost 340 degrees. So while we'd be staring straight ahead, a goat can basically see everything coming from the sides. Maybe that's why Isabella saw the danger long before anyone else did. Good night. For many years, I didn't want to tell this story. It's painful, embarrassing, and to a greater extent, unbelievable. But if I'm ever to move on, I need to put this behind me for good. So yes, I'm going to talk about Costa Rosa. A lot of you are probably going to go, what's Costa Rosa? And yeah, that's fair. It was a niche hashtag that circulated certain social media circles back in 2017. It was a sort of background community manager for a group of influencers. No big mainstream names, but they had a decent set of followers. They were all into the more obscure corners of the web, focusing on a particular age group,
a social issue, or some kind of special interest. These were people who got sponsorships by staying content approachable, sponsor-friendly, and authentic. In truth, they all had media coordination groups with managers, stylists, and a whole slew of background people making sure their content was filtered and greenlit. I was part of this background team. For obvious reasons, I can't say their names. Some of them are still around, in one way or another. Others I will refrain from mentioning out of respect for their loved ones. Now, Costa Rosa. For weeks, me and the coordinators had been running into a problem. There was something we called an expectation of excellence, and it was getting impractical to coordinate localised trips and bookings for content creators on different continents. We had a vegan guy in Cardiff and a friendly, middle-aged, sort of red state baker in Tennessee. As you can imagine, we had to do a lot of varied work. So after weeks of dwindling interest, we had to funnel attention into something new. Someone had this idea of a joint resort. We reached out to various locations about sponsorship deals, and in return, we'd made their place look gorgeous. It was the kind of push where we could put all eggs in the same basket and get some great content out of it. The problem was, no one was biting. Then someone said, "Does it have to be a real place?" It sounded like a stupid question. I mean, it had to be. You can't go somewhere that doesn't exist. But the more you think about it, you can make anything as real as you want. We could say it's exclusive, someone said. Invite only. A private island kind of thing, another chimed in. We just need a name and an area. Some Central American island. Think Belize, Panama, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's in Africa. No one cares. We finally settled on a fictional island off the coast of Costa Rica. All we needed was a name. I'd been quiet up until this point, and the silence was getting to me, so I just threw it out there. Let's call it Costa Rosa. The Pink Coast was our make or break project. We came up with all kinds of crazy ideas. We had a food guy who pulled out 3 kinds of crab recipes and called them cultural secrets of locals. One of our video guys added that we could edit certain videos to make the beach look pink. We came up with names for streets, hiking trails, local fishing boats, all of it. We made a list of every fruit you could find on the island. We made it all up, just so that if anybody asked, we could have the answers. And it got to the point where people were loudly clapping at each other's lies. I vividly remember when someone came up with the idea of a bioluminescent waterfall, saying it could be proof of the island's beautiful biodiversity. And I'm not going to lie, I was into it. This was the kind of business we were in, and Costa Rosa was this huge breathing dollar sign. And of course, our influencers would be into it. You just had to frame it all in a way that made them look like heroes, inspiring the little people to step out of their comfort zone and aim for the stars. I was having some trouble privately though. I graduated college with a bachelor's in communication, and that's where I met my fiancée. But I sort of stumbled over the influencer business. I've always been a bit pear-shaped, and working with these larger-than-life, beautiful people made me feel like I was part of the in-crowd. I'd never had that, which was something my fiancée couldn't really understand. We got into a ton of fights about it. When you work from your phone, you're never really off the clock. You see something cool when you're out shopping, tag it, send it. You hear about some interesting place downtown, check it out, talk to the owner, get a foot in the door. People around me got tired of never really just hanging out with me. And in hindsight, I can see why. They were always the third wheel. But when our first Costa Rica content was launched, things turned bad. We were having some of the worst fights ever. I thought it was inspiring. He thought it was fraud. I argued that we weren't selling anything, but he argued that we were selling a lifestyle. Either way, it got to the point where we postponed the wedding. I suppose it was a good thing we'd been too lazy to renew our passports, or we'd be out thousands of dollars from a non-refundable honeymoon. We didn't officially separate, but the distance from the couch to the bed seemed longer every day. In about 2 weeks, the whole project went off the rails. Sure, we were getting clicks, and we had a couple of sponsorships lined up. But there were things that we hadn't anticipated. For example, there was another group in Eastern Europe that hijacked the whole thing. They made their own videos with their own influencers going to Costa Rosa. They never even talked to us about it. They just stole the whole thing. They weren't even discreet about it. We had a couple of other small-time copycats. Some people mentioned turning down an invitation to go there on Twitter. Others mentioned how they'd been contacted but refused to go for one reason or another. There was this one London-based singer who claimed she was going there, only to cancel at the last minute and showing her fans the gift bag from the organisers on the live stream. But somehow, things got worse. Scams, fake raffles and lotteries. Like this video to get a chance to go to Costa Rosa kind of stuff. And it was moving some real money too. We were panicked. We'd never signed off on that. Our talent hadn't either. But what were we supposed to do? If we came clean, our careers were over. One of the team came up with an idea. We could go somewhere that is as close to Costa Rosa as possible and show the real thing. That way, we had our backs covered. We could point to the map and say this was it. Sure, we could admit taking a few artistic liberties, but it would cover our tracks. And somehow, we found the perfect spot. I didn't know the real name of the place. We all agreed to just call it Costa Rosa, as to not slip up. It all went by so fast. There was a group call, something about boarding tickets, someone waiting to pick me up. I lost my luggage at the airport, but there was no time to stop. All I had to do was get there, and everything would sort itself out. I slept through the flight and mumbled through the transfer. There was a boat somewhere. Temperatures shifted and the language on the signs looked different from home. And within a few hours, I was standing with my bare feet buried in the pink sands. They really were pink. Now, we'd made up a lot of stuff about Costa Rosa, sure. The pink beaches was one thing, but there was also the fog. We called it a refreshing summer phenomenon. A heavy fog that rolled in from the coast every morning, causing this white, almost cyan mist. But there really was a mist on the island. I could barely see my hands in front of me as I stepped through it. Seeing this place for the first time felt like a Disney movie. You can't really believe spots like this exist. It was almost exactly as we described it. Pink sands, fruit trees, colourful birds. No bioluminescent waterfall though. Then again, those were only seen at night. I couldn't believe how lucky we'd been. This might as well have been the real thing. We were a group of 16 people, 4 of which were influencers. The rest of us were all behind the camera. We were all saying the same thing. It felt like stepping into a dream. It was too perfect, and we knew perfect. Perfect was our business. There was no one there to greet us, so we didn't know where to go. Our bags must have been taken to the hotel. We'd figured they'd gotten the arrival time wrong, so we spent most of the afternoon just relaxing by the water, watching the tides roll in and tickle our feet. It really was beautiful. I remember dozing off for a bit as the others tried to get the hotel manager on the line. Someone suggested we walked, but we had camera equipment and not a lot of patience, and, well, we weren't in a hurry. It was mid-afternoon when Jay woke me up. Jay was one of our cameramen. A Southeast Asian guy with these big round glasses. No matter what you said, he'd just nod and smile. Not because he didn't understand, but because he found out early on the best thing to do was just kinda go with the flow, lean into the vibe. "There's people," he said. "I think we're heading out." I groaned and got up, only to see a dozen strangers flocking around our team. Lots of smiles, hugs and welcomes. Pleasant people. But then I realised these people didn't live on the island. They weren't even crew. They were tourists. "I can't believe we're here," someone yelled. "I thought it was a scam," another said. "Hand to God, thought it was a scam, I did." People were coming up to us to shake our hands and chat. All of them were viewers of our content in one way or another. They'd recognised our talent immediately, who shot me a half-smiling, "please get me out of here" kind of look. We took charge and sorted things out, making sure we all got some space to breathe, and making it clear that we appreciated the enthusiasm, but this was a private occasion. The tourists didn't seem to mind. They weren't coming down from their high anytime soon. "I can't believe we're here," one said. "It really feels like a dream." We walked. There was no point in standing around, and we needed some space from the tourists. I couldn't believe how bad our luck was. This place had been thoroughly vetted, and the chance of someone else finding it at the same time we did was astronomical. It wasn't just unlikely, it was close to impossible. It was one of our talents, Kim, that finally spoke up. A short woman in her early 30s with a big personality. She had this marriage advice / calisthenics themed channel. "Can whoever booked this just call the hotel?" she said. "It's been hours." Everyone stayed quiet. We didn't have a clear answer. We just kind of pointed at one another. I figured someone who didn't show up was the one who made the booking. But it left a strange thought. This had all gone very fast, suspiciously so. We spent most of the afternoon and early evening following a long road, picking fruit straight from trees, and drinking from the island springs. We met a couple more tourists, but they didn't seem to recognise us. They didn't even speak the language. They were just so happy to be there. It was all so fantastic. You didn't feel tired, no matter how long you walked. You didn't get that hungry or thirsty. There was fresh fruit hanging from low branches and exotic smells coming from blooming flowers. There was this one blue-looking sunflower that was about as tall as me, just off the side of the road. Everything just felt right. Promoting this place like that would be the simplest thing in the world. But there was also a strange quality to it, and I couldn't help but notice it affecting the others. I first saw it on Jay. He was looking down at his hand, slowly opening and closing his fingers, like he was trying to sense something. When he noticed me looking, he reached out and put his hand on my cheek. I pulled back a little. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't know you were real." I laughed it off, and he did too. We never found that hotel. We did find new road signs, but no one was paying enough attention to care. The roads had the same names as those we'd brainstormed in our group chats. Some of them hadn't even been made public. As the sun began to set, the island changed. We could see a faint glow coming from the water, and there was a serenade of hissing insects in the distance. Even at its coldest, Costa Rosa was comfortable. Some folks stripped down into their underwear. It all had this sort of spring break kind of vibe. Like we weren't actually there to work, but enjoy ourselves. Some folks were pulling pranks. 2 guys went skinny dipping. One of our producers found a mossy spot near a rock and took a nap. And Kim, the faithful calisthenics person, she was making out with one of our social media managers. By the time I walked away, they'd gone to second base. But I paid most attention to Jay. There was something about him that didn't seem right. He was pulling off these slices of bark from the tree and rolling it into a pointy end. He poked his fingers with it over and over, as if to see if he could feel it. I don't think he did. He was smiling too much. It was hard to concentrate. I was constantly shaking my head trying to focus. I must have looked like I was having a seizure, but I doubt anyone was paying attention. They were busy dipping into their own kind of nonsense. As the sun set on Costa Rosa, I fell asleep in the moss. It was the warmest, kindest sleep I've ever felt. Perfect temperature, perfect softness. Who the hell needed a hotel anyway? By morning, the fog rolled back in. I could barely see my own hands. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I got there. It took me a moment to mentally retrace my steps. The flight, the boat. It was all a blur. All that mattered, that was I made it to Costa Rosa. Everything else was secondary. It looked like everything had been covered in a soft cloud. I could see a couple of silhouettes in the distance, but I couldn't tell who was who. I sat there, taking in the atmosphere, eating fresh fruit for breakfast, though I couldn't remember where I got it from. When the morning fog finally cleared, there weren't many of us left. Some had wandered off, others had made their way back down to the road. There were also these hiking trails that I suspect some had followed. Both Kim and Jay were gone, and no one seemed to have a plan. We were all distracted, me included. As I walked around, feeling the gentle moss between my toes, I tried to think of what I'd packed. A pair of socks, a shirt, anything. I could vaguely imagine the suitcase, but I couldn't make heads nor tails of what I'd packed. I remembered getting into a taxi, or maybe an Uber, but then there was a blank space. There was a check-in somewhere, a ticket, maybe. I tried to think of my fiancé. We were still together, officially, but there was something we talked about that was nagging me. Not our fights, but something trivial. It really bothered me, like an itch in the back of my mind. It took me a while to realise I'd wandered around in a daze. I had no idea where I was anymore. There was no path, the others were gone, and yet everything was pleasant. It must have been around noon when I finally saw some other people in the distance. A small group gathered around a clearing. My first instinct was to wave at them, but my chest tightened. There was something off about them, giving it that second of hesitation. I noticed a couple of things. All three of them were fully dressed, and they were strangers to me. There were two young men and an older woman. One of the men was carrying something in his right hand, and they were looking down at the ground. I kept my head low and listened from a distance. "It feels so real," the man holding something said. "Like I'm really here."
"It's amazing," said the older woman. "It's perfect."
They shared some fruit and had a laugh. I was just about to get up when I saw the man holding something turn to another angle. He was holding a gun. He pointed it at something on the ground and fired 3 rounds. The others cheered. "I've always wanted to do that," he smiled. "I love this." They turned their attention northward, away from me. They must have heard something. Chuckling to themselves, they walked away, leaving me to sneak ahead to see what they'd done. The soothing tropical silence cast a stark contrast to the sudden gunshot. I almost choked on my own spit when I saw her, face down in the undergrowth. Kim, shot dead at close range. More people had arrived at Costa Rosa that morning. It's like everyone had been invited and arrived at the same time. They all said the same thing. This was a dream, too good to be true. They couldn't believe that they were really at Costa Rosa and that they were there to enjoy it. No. For them, this was too unbelievable. I stayed close to the road, listening and watching, hoping to see someone I recognised. But it was getting harder to concentrate. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. It had to be a dream. I had barely felt my fingers when I pinched myself, and yet, for some reason, I knew I shouldn't give in, even though it was easy to. I heard gunshots throughout the day. There was smoke in the distance, and by dinner time, when I went to the beach, I saw 2 women playing in the ocean, trying to drown one another. They laughed and cheered as they fought, scratched and struggled with one another. They could barely feel a thing. It was just a funny game. But one of them dipped below the surface and the bubbles stopped. And yet, the other kept laughing. The more people I met, the more nightmarish they seemed. Some of them brought things to the island, like the man with a gun. One brought chains. One brought barbed wire. There was this one guy walking up and down the hiking trail with some kind of Star Trek sword. Others seemed friendly enough, casually chatting with people they recognised. But sometimes they just act out and attack, seemingly at random. In the afternoon, I heard someone yell. They'd spotted one of our talents. I think it was the baker. And all of a sudden, people were rushing to find them, cheering as they bound and leapt through the sands. "I've always wanted to meet her," someone said. "She has such a lovely voice." "I can't fucking stand her," another muttered. "Self-centered bitch." It's like they were thinking out loud. It wasn't a conversation, just a constant verbal stream of thought. I followed them for a while. A few of them saw me, I think. But they didn't care. I wasn't the famous face they were looking for. I looked like anyone. I didn't want to think of what they might do if I tried to intervene. I was outnumbered. But as I watched from afar, I didn't pay enough attention to my immediate surroundings. When a familiar face crept closer. I didn't notice Jay until he was right next to me. I barely recognised him. He fashioned a shiv from a broken camera stand, and he was half covered in dried blood, and yet he was calm as can be, slow blinking like a worn cat resting on a porch. He reached for me, and my instinct was to pull back. He could have that shiv in my neck in an instant. I froze. He slowly ran a bloody hand across my cheek. That was it. "I've always wanted to do that," he whispered. "You look so soft." He nuzzled his nose against my ear and sighed. Then he stepped away. "You're so nice," he mumbled. "I like you." And that was it. He wandered off, having let his intrusive thoughts win. Maybe I was lucky not to be the one running. Maybe I was lucky not to be running through his mind any more than that. Maybe, to him, I just looked soft. Maybe that was all there was to it. Others weren't so lucky. They got a hold of the baker and dragged her out of the woods. There was cheering and a scream. They tied her to a pole and dragged her through the pink sands like a prize pig. "It's not real," she cried. "It was never real. We made it up. We made it the fuck up." I couldn't bear to look. Someone had a knife. Another had a spear. Others were recording with their phones. The screams grew shrill and panicked before it stopped. They left her roasting on the fire. Everyone wanted a part. Some of them were adoring fans, others just wanted to see a woman burn. They sent out search parties to look for the others. Most tourists had stopped caring, instead resorting to rolling and mewling on the beach like animals in heat. I must have sat there for hours before someone noticed me, a middle-aged man with wild hair and dark eyes. I couldn't see what he was chewing on, but it smelled like meat. "Come sit by the fire," he said. "It's perfect." I wanted to say no, to run, but I had to keep a low profile, or I'd be next. If I just pretended, I could at least get some time to figure out the plan. So despite my instincts screaming at me to flee, I swallowed my fear. "All right," I said. "I'll do that." He smiled at that, not giving it a second thought. They made a second fire in the sand. They danced and sang. Some of them had brought bottles, presumably with some kind of vodka in it. It was a torrential mess of impulses on display, everything from violences to carnality. I sat by the fire, hoping I had disappeared deep enough into the background for no one to notice. It seemed to work. I sat there staring into the flames where a crackling cranium stared back. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up long enough for the bone cinders to turn ashen and for the morning fog to roll in. It was like watching the island get wrapped in a blanket, but there was something more to it, now that I paid attention. There were people walking in and out of it, people coming and going, some disappearing into the mist while others appeared out of nowhere. There was no way boats or planes were coming and going that fast. I could only draw one conclusion. Costa Rosa was, in no uncertain terms, not real. This couldn't be real. I wanted to give up. The others seemed to have it so easy. They just accepted it for what it was. Love, hate, violence. They could do it all and not feel a thing, but I was too close to it. I knew Costa Rosa for what it was, and no matter how many times I wandered into that morning fog, it just wouldn't let me leave. That morning, I figured it out. The thing that had been bothering me. The passports. My fiancé and I hadn't renewed our passports. It would have been impossible for me to travel abroad. Somehow, I must have known all along. Maybe that's why I wasn't as affected as the others. I had this gnawing reminder that I couldn't get out of my head. But now that I'd realised it, did that mean I was as susceptible as the rest of them? There were a lot of new faces there. Others came and went. Some were happy just laying on the beach soaking up the sun. Others were hung from trees and skinned. It was an absurd mix of impressions. Two people walking hand in hand on the beach discussing their favourite TV show, and by the tree line, a man making a dagger from a broken bone rib. I didn't get out of it unscathed either. There was this one woman who was obsessed over my hair and tore out a fistful of it. One young man just went up to me and started kicking, again and again, until he got bored. I had rocks thrown at me, not with the intent of hurting me, but as to settle some kind of bet. Contest, perhaps. But it was just starting. Every hour, something was escalating, developing. By nightfall, the luminescent waters ran red. People were tied to burning palm trees, leaving sizzling corpses behind. Some were howling at the sky and killing each other with sharpened flint, bone and rock. They painted each other with ash and blood, screaming and laughter intermingled, and I couldn't tell them apart. To them, it was all just a dream, and nothing mattered. I found a hole and covered myself with palm fronds, hoping to wait out the night. I didn't want to take any chances. People were getting attacked left and right, and there was no telling what they might do if they noticed me. They were barely speaking anymore. Some were just screaming or barking at one another. A couple of coherent voices were screeching nonsense about a broken god and a rotting tree plucking the moon from the sky. Then a noise. My cell phone. I'd forgotten I even had it. I thought the battery had run out long ago, but apparently it hadn't. The service was showing 0 bars, but I got a text message. I pulled it up, reading it inches from my face. It was my fiancé. I know we need space, but I miss you. That's all there was. I tried to respond, but I couldn't. No bars. I held the phone close to my chest, feeling my pulse tap against my hands. People were running back and forth, just a couple of feet from my hiding space. They were taking down trees, making rope, cutting down the island. Each other and themselves. It was all just firewood to them. Then someone looked down. I could see a white eye through a space in the fronds. It was a young man, no older than 20. Half his head was shaved, with a deep cut going through his eyebrow. He kept getting blood in his left eye, making him spastically blink. Little mole lady. Little mole lady in her hidey hole, he said. Is that as deep as you go? I didn't say anything. I looked up at him, hoping he'd get bored if I didn't provoke him, but it did nothing. He just straightened his back and picked something up. Something long and sharp. Let's get you out of there, mole lady. A makeshift spear made from a plastic rod. The first stab struck my left bicep, poking into a nerve. The second strike hit inches from my ear, making a couple of strands of hair stick to the mud. The third strike dug into the edge of my shoulder, cutting a surface wound. It was all so fast that I didn't get to think. Before I could begin to kick and scream, something happened. The young man, like so many others, was attacked. A quick strike to the neck. He'd clutched his throat and collapsed into my hiding spot, warm blood pooling over my torso. Desperate fingers clawed at me, silently begging for help. His attacker walked up to get a better look. Turns out it was Jay. He looked at me and his victim. It's like it didn't even register with him. Jay had seen and done so much that this was like having breakfast. It was barely a conscious action. He leaned in a little to get a better look, and smiled. He must have recognized me. As always, he wandered off. I lay there with a dying man on my chest, and waited for it to be over. I just had to make it through the night. I clutched my phone until my fingers clamped shut and closed my eyes. No sleep came to me. A kaleidoscope of screams and cheers filled my mind with unspeakable images. But through it all, I waited. People rushing by didn't really take notice. All they saw was a dead man resting on a bed of palm fronds. By the morning, I had a plan. People who bought into the fantasy of Costa Rosa seemed to come and go as they pleased. Every time that morning fog rolled in, something happened. So I was going to give it one final push. A real, honest attempt. I wandered down to the beach. The pain from my cuts and bruises was dull, but ever present. A soft breeze touched my exposed hair. Then I took out my phone, turned it to selfie mode, and pressed record. And despite there being no bars, the video went live. Hey, I said, mustering every bit of cheer I could. Thanks for dropping in. Here I am, living the good life at Costa Rosa. Just look at this beach. Why would you ever want to go home, right? I didn't know whether anybody was watching. Maybe there was no one on the other end. But the camera felt like an eye, looking straight through me. Right? I repeated. I held my smile for as long as I could. The video feed got cut and the battery died. Then, a gunshot. A young man by the tree line, at the edge of the morning fog. Same one who'd taken down Kim. Fucking vultures! I didn't even notice going down on one knee. I couldn't get back up. Clutching my stomach, I kicked and crawled away from the beach and into the ocean. Only then did I realise I'd been shot in the stomach. The salt stung my wounds. Costa Rosa was perfect. It was beautiful. It was everything we needed it to be. And it would take me home. I just had to believe it. I'd shown loyalty, and it would reward me. It had to. Dear God, it had to. I took one final breath as my head dipped beneath the surface, fog. In the distance between Costa Rosa and wherever we may be, there is a glimpse of something inhuman. Something that listens to what we want and makes it happen. Like when we wished upon stars as kids, we wish upon likes and favourites as adults, praying they'll grant us our desperate wants. Money, love, fame, the same wishes, but different stars. They only give us what we ask for. There was no malice, just an island in the sun. Salt water slips into my ears. I could hear my heart slowing. A pressure built in my head as I sank. A fog draping over my eyes. I reached out, hoping. The fog parted. I was crawling. The sand had turned to concrete. A pleasant breeze turned to sudden cold. It was desolate and familiar. I'd walked up that driveway 1,000 times. I was home. I called out to my fiancé, and he heard me. And through the gunshot, the stab wounds, and the bruises, a single soothing balm remained. I managed to say my thought out loud. I got your message. I'd been gone for days. I just walked out of the house and disappeared. No one had seen or heard it. I'd just gone. They'd been looking for me. I tried keeping up with the others from the hospital. Most were dead. The baker had burned to death in her bed. Kim had been shot. Others fell asleep behind the wheel and destroyed themselves. But it didn't read as mysterious deaths brought on by mysterious circumstances. It was all just the way these things happen. People die in fires and cars every day. I didn't have an answer. But when they asked who shot me, I told them someone came out of the fog. It was half-truth, at least. Jay, on the other hand, was still missing. If I were to guess, he's still on Costa Rosa, living his best life. That video of me on the beach of Costa Rosa is still out there. It's real. You can see the fog and the pink sands. I've seen some bot networks copy and paste parts of it in some kind of AI-generated compilation crap. But the hashtag is gone. The promos too. I think our sponsors scraped the SEO clean from the web. I've gone back to get a master's degree since then. If this has taught me anything, it's that I'm a good listener, and I should do something with that. But you won't see me in the comments anytime soon. I've gotten married. My wounds have healed. But it still stings whenever I see someone mention those I used to work with. I see their faces in thumbnails sometimes, adorning things like top 50 social media celebrity deaths and other morbid crap. I think those pink beaches are still out there somewhere, and the bioluminescent waterfall. But honestly, I've started to forget what it felt like. Maybe that's a price you pay when you turn your back on Costa Rosa. You start to forget. That's partly why I wanted to write this down. But I suppose if there's anything I've learned and will remember forever, it's this. If you're in a business of lies, you can't expect good things to come true. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story was written by Saturday from Reddit. If you liked it, please give it a like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. I've even got a full playlist dedicated to Saturday's work, so if you want more like this, it's all waiting there. I really enjoyed narrating this one. It's important to stay true to yourself. In life, as a creator, when I started this channel, I was absolutely terrified of you hearing my shitty voice. I decided that I was probably going to use AI to narrate my stories, but that wouldn't have been genuine, and it wouldn't have been me putting in the work. So, for better or worse, I did it myself. It takes a while. I record and re-record several thousand million times because my accent can be heavy and I pronounce words silly. But it's important that you hear that I'm doing it and not a computer. So be yourself. Even if your voice shakes, you'll probably not end up on a murder beach if you don't, but even still, it's the best way to live. And here's a useless fun fact for you. About 10 years ago, I was set up on a date, and my sister came round to help me get dressed because I'm useless and always wear black. And she said to me, "Right then, off you go, and if I have to give you one piece of advice, do not be yourself." And I said, "Why?" And she said, "Because you're fucking crazy." So I walked down to meet this bloke, and I thought to myself, I can pretend to be someone different. But then what happens if we get together, and he falls in love with the pretend me? So I didn't. I was myself. I stuttered and stumbled and said stupid things, and we've been together for 10 years now. And we've just had our 8th wedding anniversary. So it does pay to be yourself. For the right person. Good night. Every now and then you get that snap picture of just how small the world really is. It's one of those times when you're halfway across the world and recognise a guy from the gym. Or you spot your childhood crush ahead of you in the line at the DMV. I've moved a lot and lived a lot, and these things happen to me every now and then. So when it does happen, I don't always think much of it. Until not too long ago, I lived in a small townhouse. I worked as a shift manager at a component factory in northern Pennsylvania, not too far from Pittsburgh. It wasn't anything fancy, mostly compartments and storage for snowmobiles and tractors. Honest work, but it took quite the drive to get there, almost 50 minutes by car, one way. But I had a great place. It wasn't big space-wise, but there was a great open floor plan that made the place feel 3 times bigger than it actually was. 2 floors, 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms, and a living room with an adjoining kitchenette. Perfect for a bachelor or a small family. The only problem was the bedroom door, which could jam if I closed it too hard. I was coming back from a bad breakup. My ex and I had been talking about moving in together, but we just couldn't make it work. She had these anxieties that kept her from really committing, and she ended up second-guessing herself to the point where I was no longer a part of the conversation. After a while, we simply had to accept that she had no idea what she wanted, but she wasn't in a place to be with me either way. I accepted a transfer up north, along with the promotion, and wished her the best. I'd been living up there for about a year when, one morning, I noticed someone moving in across the street. It was nice not to be the newest guy on the block anymore. I only saw glimpses of the owner. There was a woman standing outside on the lawn, pointing at two movers and trying to direct them, with a voice that could barely be heard outside her own head. It was like watching someone trying to tow a car with a rubber band. By the time I got back home that night, there was still furniture on her lawn. I decided to be the good neighbour and head over, see if she needed any help. She was doing her best to tip and angle a 3-seat couch by the time I got there. She wasn't making it through the door on her own. I waved at her. "Excuse me," I said. "You need any help?" "It's fine," she said. "Thank you, really." "You sure?" "Looks like you need to angle it and pull sideways. That's a rough one-man job." She rolled her eyes and let out a sigh. She nodded in quiet resignation, and less than a minute later, the couch was on its way through the living room. It's always a bit eerie to move into a new place. Everything looks so barren that you can hardly imagine it being a space where people lived and breathed and laughed. For the time being, this woman's life was all boxes and bare floors. Every step echoed off the walls. I helped her with a couple of boxes before she let her guard down. She had this short brown hair that sort of clung to her sweaty face, and these deep pockets under her eyes. I could tell she hadn't been sleeping a lot. There was a shake in her hands that showed she'd either been skipping meals or was deathly nervous. After carrying in some of her kitchenware, she stopped me at the door and forced a smile. "Sorry," she said. "I'm Julie." I introduced myself, shaking her hand. She was definitely trembling. "The movers screwed you, huh?" "Yeah, they were only paid to dump it all on my lawn, it seems." "Sorry to hear that. Looks like you're almost done, though." "Yeah, but the unpacking's gonna take a couple days, but it's nice to get settled." There was something about her voice that seemed familiar. An accent. It reminded me of my own. Then it just kinda clicked. I knew this woman. Julie and I had gone to the same school. I hadn't recognized her. She used to be the tallest girl in class. Then she'd just sort of stopped growing, while the others kept going, making her the shortest girl in class over the course of about 2 years. Now that I thought about it, it had to be her. It was obvious. I'd had enough of a crush on her not to forget that face anytime soon. The moment I recognized her, it was like she recognized me in turn. She let out a huff and looked me up and down. "I can't believe it," she laughed. "What are the odds?" "Julie, you wanted to be a teacher, right?" "Yup," she nodded, "and I am." "And you had these apple earrings," I said, gesturing. They were the size of golf balls. She couldn't hold back a snort and stepped away, crossing her arms. "You went out with James," I added. "Man, haven't seen him in years." Her smile froze in place. She nodded, rubbing her shoulder in a self-hug. I noticed she had a wedding ring. "Yeah," she said. "Good times." She excused herself and thanked me for the help. She offered me a 20 for the trouble, but I waved it off. She insisted, but I'd made my mind up. She ushered me out the door. "I gotta check on Danny," she said. She'd been awfully quiet. "You got a kid in there?" "Yeah, my girl Danny." She smiled. 4 years old. She's in her room. She's had a rough day. "Well, tell her I said welcome to the neighborhood, and feel free to drop by sometime." "I'll do that." I wandered off, only to stop halfway across the lawn. I looked back, only to see her still leaning against the doorway. "You still got those apple earrings?" I asked. "No," she said, shaking her head. "Times change." It was a stupid question, but I couldn't help myself. I waved goodbye, and that was that. I caught myself glancing out the living room window a couple of times before I headed to bed that night. I could see Julie in her window, putting up decorations. A couple of framed pictures, curtains, a couple of lamps and candles, and finally, a pot housing a tall blue sunflower. Unusual. I'd had a huge crush on Julie in high school. I'd thought about asking her to prom, but James got there first. I ended up going with Margie H., who was more interested in using me as a dress-up doll rather than a boyfriend. There was a lot of do this, it's cute, and don't do that, it looks weird. She ended up spending most of the night with her friends across the room. James and Julie, on the other hand, only had eyes for each other, slow dancing under the disco ball to all the greatest hits of the 90s. But there seemed to be no James around anymore. Perhaps it was just like she'd said, times change. But looking back at that night, I couldn't imagine the two of them apart. Not for a moment. I tried not to bother Julie and her daughter for a couple of days. I thought about heading over to say hi someday, but I figured they needed some time to get settled. I was probably overthinking it, but I didn't want to give a bad impression right off the bat. It's one thing to be helpful. It's another thing entirely to be creepy about it. And you don't want to mess things up with someone you're going to see across the street for years, maybe decades to come. I wondered about her daughter, Danny. I was yet to actually see her. I had to leave for work so early that I'd never duly take her to daycare. And by the time I got off work, they'd already come back home. Julie wasn't letting her play in the front yard. Then again, maybe that was by design. You don't want your 4-year-old to run amok near a busy road. So I tried to keep my curious eyes to myself and focus on my own life. But after months of empty inboxes and being ghosted on apps, you start to cling to whatever light in the dark you can spot. And I couldn't help but to think that maybe a light had moved in just across the street. One day, as I came home and browsed my mail, I noticed a letter addressed to Julie. She had a different last name. It took me a while to connect the dots. She had James' last name. Given how she had a wedding ring, I couldn't help but consider that maybe they were still together. Either way, I had a misplaced letter to deliver. I made my way across the road and knocked. Julie opened, holding a phone to her ear, talking to someone. I handed her the letter in silence, and she rolled her eyes apologetically at me. She wasn't in a very enthusing conversation on her phone, apparently. She mouthed, "Thank you," back at me. As I turned to leave, she put her phone down for a second. "Hey, would you mind helping me with something?" I turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "I need some help with Danny's room. I'm useless with electronics." "I'll give it a go, sure." "Thank you so much. Drop by tomorrow around 7 if you can, alright?" "Tomorrow, 7. Got it." She put her phone back to her ear and waved goodbye. I just stood there for a couple of seconds trying to catch a glimpse of her through the window. But the only thing I could see was that blue sunflower of hers. The thing was tall, and it always seemed to be turned your way, no matter where you looked. It was downright creepy. The next day I went over to see Julie. My heart was thumping away in my chest a little harder than usual. I was trying to keep it cool and not get my hopes up, but there's something about an old crush that just taps at your heartstrings. I knocked on the door, peeking at the window. The sunflower was still there, and I could have sworn it was still turned towards me, even as I stood by the front door. Julie opened the door with a tired smile. She had this pink blouse with white lilies and a pair of slightly too big jeans. She had some makeup on, I noticed. "Just got back from work," she said. "Come on in." She'd done a lot to the place. Pictures of her and James on the wall. All carpets were out. Birthday cards on the fridge. guest towels in the downstairs bathroom. She'd put in some work. "You've been busy," I said. "Is Danny doing okay?" "Oh yeah, better than me, that's for sure." I looked over the wall of framed pictures. Julie and James at the Grand Canyon. Julie and James dressed up for Halloween. Julie and James at their wedding. James' light hair was a nice contrast to Julie's dark mahogany. "I don't see any pictures of Danny." "There used to be plenty," Julie said. "These are the only ones we could keep." "Sorry to hear that." I looked at Julie, who nodded her head matter-of-factly. I could tell I'd struck a nerve. She showed me upstairs and to the left. She was yet to put up any lights, so the corridor was a bit darker. There were these big yellow letters on the wall leading up to Danny's room. She must have painted them by hand. "Little Lady Sunflower," I read out loud. I call her that all the time. The first time I said it, I had this cold, so it came out as little, not little, and it just kind of stuck. Now that's cute. Well, the little lady is with her aunt tonight, so she won't mind us stomping into her holy kingdom. Danny's room was as classically girly as girly things get. A well-made pink bed, pink curtains with white stripes, toys and dolls and stuffed animals, picture books with horses and nature and cute animals. It was all very neat, though. Either Danny was the most organised 4-year-old in the world, or Julie had taken some time to clean up before I got there. There were a lot of little things to go through. Julie needed help running an Ethernet cable along the wall. It took some time to set up, but it felt nice doing something with my hands. Then she had me change a couple of lights that she couldn't reach. I didn't ask her about it, but I found it strange that she wanted UV lights in her kid's bedroom. Julie brought out a couple of boxes, the final items on the agenda. Cameras. "It's just been me and Danny for a while now," she explained. "I get nervous." "Hey, you're the parent. Ain't no shame in being careful. I'm glad you understand." She had me set up 2 cameras in the bedroom, one overlooking the hallway and one overlooking the bedroom window. I helped her set up the Wi-Fi and showed her how to access the feed and recordings. It was simple stuff, but not very high quality. Having helped her out, she made me coffee and sat down to have a chat in the kitchen. We talked about old friends and memories, reminiscing about the times we'd talked as kids. But I could tell she was holding something back. Every now and then, she would completely shut the conversation down, instead focusing on the cup she cradled between her hands. Then, after a sip or two, she changed the subject. Finally, I just had to ask. "I'm sorry to bring this up, but I gotta ask about James," I said. "I see him on the pictures, and you're wearing the ring." Oh. She snapped to attention, shaking her head. "Right, of course. I'm sorry. I thought everyone heard about the fire." I was halfway through an apology when she shushed me. "No, it's fine, really. It's been months." She told me about the fire. They'd lost their home some time ago. This was the reason she didn't have that many things to put on the walls. Most of it was lost, along with James himself. "I didn't even know he was still in the house," Julie said, trying to keep a brave face. "I thought he was in the backyard, waving in the firefighters. I was out front with Danny." "I'm so sorry, Julie. Feels strange to say it out loud. But that's what happened. It's gotta be tough on Danny. Poor thing." Julie put her hand on mine and took a deep breath. "Thank you," she said. "You've been a great help." "That's what old friends are for." "Right," she smiled. "Friends." We said our goodbyes, and I watched her close the front door. I could hear her wander back upstairs. It was dark outside, only briefly interrupted by the occasional passing car. People coming and going, paying no attention to the love-struck man gawking at the widow's front door. I snapped out of it, giving it one last look before I called it a night. The blue sunflower was still there, in the window. I couldn't help but to wonder. Out of all the things she managed to save from that house, why did she save a houseplant? Her own husband hadn't made it out. How come the flower did? As I walked back across the street, a curious thought struck me. The camera that was angled at the window could probably see across the street. She could see me right now. Why do you need a camera for the second floor window anyway? Especially for a window that can't be opened. Wouldn't it be better to have one by the front door? Over the next few days, I met Julie a couple of times. I came over with a bottle of red wine as a late housewarming gift, and she came over with some leftovers. She made this mouth-watering sausage stroganoff that kept your stomach warm all day. She also made her own snacks, like peanuts and sunflower seeds, lightly salted and honey roasted to perfection. After a few weeks, it was rare for me to go a full day without seeing her. And yet, I hadn't met her daughter. Danny was always busy with something. Sleepover at a friend's house, staying with her aunt across town, going to bed early. There was always something, and I was yet to see a picture of her. I asked Julie if she could show me her phone once, and she promised she would. But she would change the subject and forget shortly after. But it was hard to be suspicious, and even harder to care. Julie was getting comfortable in that house, and it showed. There was a glow coming back to her. One day after work, there was a knock on the door, a longer one than usual, slower. Julie was standing there with one of my phone bills. The mailman had messed up again, and I reminded myself that I had to have a chat with them about it. Then again, I didn't mind the inconvenience of having Julie over every now and then. At first, I thought she was just coming over in a rush, but there was something to her demeanour that was different. She crossed her arms, but she wasn't reserved. It looked casual. "Did you enjoy the snacks I brought?" she asked. "Danny loves the roasted ones. I'm a sucker for salty stuff. What about sweets?" I thought about it, nodding as I made a mental list. "Depends on the sweet." She grinned at me. "I'm kinda sweet." It didn't take much more than a wink and a giggle for us to end up kissing. We made out on the couch as I fumbled for the remote control. I couldn't get in the mood with a Judge Judy rerun going ooh and ah in the background. Finally, as we made ourselves comfortable, I could let my heart go. Julie had this wonderful lavender shampoo that filled my senses, but there was something strange about her kisses. They had an almost chemical taste to them, like a tinge of ammonia. Maybe she just had a weird toothpaste. Somewhere in the awkward fumble of eager hands and skin touching skin, a whisper reached the back of my ear. "I've missed you," she mumbled. "I've missed you so much." I didn't know what to make of it. I think I tried to rationalize it as her wanting to be with me for a while, or perhaps she really enjoyed our time back in high school. Then, another whisper. "I've missed you, James." There was an awkward pause. We tried to laugh it off. She shook her head, taking a deep breath. She tasted the words for a second and leaned in close. "Danny is with her grandma." I expected her to say something. Excuse herself, perhaps. But there was a trauma there, and we were both consenting adults. Mistakes were bound to happen. One thing would lead to another, and Julie didn't go home that night. I don't blame myself. I was lonely and stupid. Even before she moved in across the street, Julie had always been a bit of a girl next door in my mind. In one way, this was a dream coming true. But in another way, it just felt wrong. Nothing we did that night felt as true and honest as that one mistake she'd whispered into my ear. "I've missed you, James." The next morning, I woke up in a daze. It felt like I'd had too much to drink, but without the headache. The world felt draped in cellophane. I woke up in my room, alone. Julie was lucky she got out of the bedroom at all. I'd slammed that door pretty hard, and the lock was finicky. Maybe she had a knack for it. I could hear noises coming from downstairs, so I threw on some boxers and a bathrobe and wandered into the hall. I could hear Julie as she moved around some plates and glasses, and she was singing this tune, like something from a commercial. "You're my friend, I'll sing your tune, setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" It was strange. I'd never heard that song before, and yet I knew the lyrics. I wandered down the stairs as Julie waved me to the table. She'd made grilled cheese sandwiches. I sat down by the table as she gave me a peck on the cheek. She handed me a plate and sat down next to me, cheerful as ever. "I made your favourite," she said. I didn't know this was my favourite. I smiled back. "Haven't tried it yet." I picked it up and held it. Then, something cold ran down my spine. These weren't my plates, and these weren't my glasses. She'd served orange juice, but I didn't have any in my fridge. This wasn't my kitchen. These weren't my windows. Not my chairs, not my tablecloth, not my house. Julie looked different. My hands looked different, and as I was about to take a bite, this escalating pulse deafened me in my right ear, as a radiating warmth burst through in waves. My heart was terrified, long before my mind was. And as my instincts screamed at me to run, I instead turned to my right, to the third chair at the dinner table. A voice spoke to me. It cut through the cellophane of my mind. It wasn't loud, but it enveloped my ears. The vibration didn't come through sound, but through a pulsating warmth rattling my inner ear. A droning creak. More clicking than voice. Like someone smacking their lips and tongue into clicking little words. "It's your favourite, Daddy." I dropped my plate. I was sitting in my kitchen, alone. No Julie, no one to my right. Just my dinner table, across the room from my kitchenette. The clock on my wall showed that I had another 40 minutes before I had to go to work. I couldn't hear anything. It was like my ears had popped from pressure, and no matter how much I squirmed and turned, it didn't pop back. I put my finger in my ear and felt a blockage. I turned my head to the right and scratched, only to sense this mounting pressure on my eardrum. I had to resort to using a toothpick to open my ear up. When I did, dirt poured out of my ear canal and onto the dinner table. It was a lot. I sat there for a moment, catching my breath. Julie had left a sticky note on the front door. "Had to get up for Danny," it read. "Talk soon." She'd signed it with a little heart. I washed my ears, had a quick shower, and got ready for work. On my way out, I noticed the mailman. I was halfway to my car when I turned to him. "Excuse me," I said. "Can you make sure you don't mix up our letters again?" "Mix up who?" he called back. "Me and the neighbour. I keep getting hers. I've been doing these rounds 12 years. I ain't about to mess them up now." "Well, you did. Several times." He laughed, shaking his head. "I don't think I did." That whole day passed in slow motion. I had to stop a couple of times just to sit down. I'd get this pressure in my ears, like I was free diving at an uncomfortable depth. Sometimes I'd get these white flashes, like I was standing somewhere too bright. Little stings and burns, giving me the semblance of ticks and twitches. I forgot to bring my lunch, but one of the guys could tell I was having a rough day. He offered me a turkey sandwich. As I went to get it from the fridge, that pressure started to build in my ear again. But this time, as it swallowed my sense, a voice came through. "Mom made your favourite." I turned to see the break room table covered in plant dirt with little green sprouts. Something bulbous moved just beneath the surface. "Mom made your favourite." I held a fistful of sunflower seeds. The sprouts on the table were growing so fast they resembled spasming tadpoles, reaching for the fluorescent lights. And the bulbous growth kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. "Mom made your favourite." My fingers cramped so bad my nails dug into the meat of my hand. Blood mixed with the mush of a turkey sandwich between my fingers. I fell to my knees trying to force my fingers open, but it didn't work. 2 guys came running, trying to help me straighten my arm hand. They couldn't do it without risk of breaking my wrist, so they had to sit there with me and wait for a paramedic to come. It took a shot of muscle relaxant to get it loose. They had me scheduled for a doctor's appointment. I was sent home early that day. I hadn't taken a sick day since I started, so they could tell this wasn't normal. Things looked different driving home in the middle of the day. You never see the sun like that usually. There are different sounds, different cars on the road. Makes it all feel unreal, like a bad dream. Coming home, I headed straight for the bed. By the time I woke up, it was dark outside. Walking downstairs, I noticed a letter by the door. I must have missed it. There was a post-it attached. "You didn't hear me knock," it read. "Just wanted to drop this off." I picked up the letter. Just a phone bill. Strange though. Would the mailman really make that kind of mistake after I specifically reminded him? Did he do it out of spite? No, that didn't seem right. I had a curious thought. When I helped Julie set up the camera in her daughter's bedroom, she'd given me access to her Wi-Fi. I'd also set up the password. I had no intention of spying on her, but if one of the cameras caught the view of the mailman, I could see if he really messed up that bad, or if he'd done this to mess with me. The feed reset every 48 hours or so there'd be plenty of time to check. I sat down with my laptop. I had to find just the right spot at the edge of the living room, but I managed to get a weak signal of her Wi-Fi. I typed in the password, connected to the camera, and rolled back the footage. I felt a bit bad about doing it, but there was no way she'd know. Sometimes we do things behind closed doors that we're not proud of. I checked the feed from earlier that day. I saw Julie leaving my house in the morning. I saw myself walking out, heading off to work, having a quick conversation with the mailman. I then saw him watch my car roll out of the driveway and walk up to my house, dropping a letter through the door. That couldn't be right. I kept watching. Julie came back out of her house holding the pot with her blue sunflower. She put something into my front door, and it swung wide open. She grabbed the letter, looked inside, and then entered. According to the feed, she was inside my house for over an hour. She came back out, still holding the pot with the blue sunflower. She hurried across the road and back into her house. A few minutes later, I saw her inside her daughter's bedroom, still holding the plant. I could only see her in the corner of the feed, caring for the plant, watering it, tending to its leaves. Then she turned on the UV lights. I fast-forwarded. Slowly, I could see the sunflower turn, not towards the sun, but towards the camera. There was a knock on the door. I shut my laptop and got up off the floor. I peeked out through a window, only to see a strand of dark mahogany hair. Julie. The next second, I was opening the door. I hadn't planned on doing it, but I did. Everything looked brighter. Long day? I asked. I hadn't said that. Not with my voice. Julie walked through the door with a tired smile. She gave me a peck on the cheek. I hate being a temp, she said. Claire won't stop bugging me. She'll come around, I said. She seems like one of the good ones. I didn't know what I was saying. I didn't know any Claire. We sat down by the dinner table. I don't remember making pancakes, but they were on the stove. I plated and served them with a spoon of ice cream and some raspberry jam as Julie told me about her day. She talked about going to see people this weekend, about making plans with her parents, and after dinner, she kissed me. But not like she'd kissed me earlier. This was a real kiss. Like she'd held back the love. I love you, she whispered as she pressed her forehead against my shoulder. I looked up, catching a glimpse of my reflection in the kitchen window. My hair looked brighter. James! I gasped for air as the front door swung open. I was wearing my bathrobe. It was dark. Julie looked at me, her eyes wide. Took you long enough, she smiled. Did you get your letter? Yeah, I said. Thanks. No worries. You okay? You look a little pale. I don't know, I said. I don't know what's going on. You want me to come in? I can make you some. No, I answered before my brain could register what I was saying. Julie gasped, like I'd struck her. I could feel something bubbling in my chest as my heart raced. I want to see Danny, I said. Can I see her? Sorry, Julie said. She's at her friend's house. I don't think she is. Julie's wounded expression melted into a mild amusement, like I was playing a joke on her. I'm sorry. I don't think she's at her friend's house, I repeated. And I don't think she's with her aunt or grandmother. And frankly, I don't think the mailman keeps messing up our letters. What's with the tone? She asked. Did I do something wrong? Did you? Our eyes stayed locked for a couple of seconds. Then, something changed. You want to see her? She asked. Fine, I'll get her. She stormed off across the street. My heart sank as I watched her pick the blue sunflower from her window and head my way, cradling it in her arms. I slammed the door shut and backed away from the door. Seconds later, something metallic rattled into the lock, and the door swung open. She really was good with locks. Here she is, Julie said, cradling the pot. Don't you recognize her? Don't you recognize your daughter, James? I'm not James. I can't believe it's taking you this long. She walked inside and slammed the door shut. She put the pot on the floor. I backed away. As I did, she started humming that tune again. That melody. You're my friend. I'll sing your tune. Setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy. Buddy Blue. Won't you be a sunflower too? Something ruptured in my head. My right eye went red and blind as a stream of blood poured out of my nose, burning my senses with a sting of copper. I closed my eyes, only for an unnatural vision to come out of the dark. How I backed away from Julie, in another place, in another house. Memory of a voice, but not my own, speaking from inside my mind. It's not a child, Julie. We can't keep living like this. She's yours, James. Everything that stands between you and this family is you. I want to be a father, not a fucking gardener. Flashes of pain. Memories of tears stinging behind my eyes. Late night talks. checking the bathroom trash to see if she was still throwing up sunflower seeds. I was back home, making my way up the stairs. Julie was downstairs. The pot was still on the floor. Then, as I closed my eyes, I was somewhere else. I was a little bit taller, and my reflection had a lighter complexion, brighter hair. There were pictures on the walls, pictures of James and Julie, and a lot more. And in more than half of them, she's cradling her blue sunflower. "What are you going to do, James?" an echo yelled from downstairs. "Are we going to keep living like this? I'm not doing this. I want more kids," she screeched back. "She needs a sister, a brother, and right now she needs a father." "It's not a child, Julie. It's a fucking weed." I birthed her. Blinding light, an operating room, holding Julie's sweaty hand as her nails dug into my skin. A terrified nurse falls to her knees. Her hands are covered in dirt and blood. A doctor holds what looks like a blue walnut. It fits in the palm of his hand. It has a pulse. I scream until my lungs ache. But Julie smiles. 100 nights of smashing pots and throwing that fucking plant in the garbage, only for it to come back brighter, stronger, bigger in the morning. Every touch and kiss from Julie came with that one nagging thought that she was just using me to bring more of them into the world. Every whisper of venom, cutting through my heart, until one day when I stand alone in our bedroom with a lit match. It smells of gasoline. "You'll come back," Julie says from across the hall. "She'll bring you back." And I don't care. My eyes open. I'm crawling down the hall. I hear Julie walking around downstairs. "Danny had me feed you a ton of this stuff," she called from the kitchen. "I thought you'd be James by now." I looked down at an empty corridor. My legs hurt. I was warm, like an invisible fire choked the air. My hands looked different. Were they even mine? There was a sound coming from the stairs as something moved. The flower pot tipped up from the top step. The blue sunflower swayed a little. In little stretches, it came down the hall, moving on its own. And from the bottom of the pot, something stirred. She'd cut out the bottom of the pot, allowing something to reach out. The moonlight burned the image into my mind, as I saw the pallid arm of a 4-year-old child pulling its way towards me. It came closer. As I blinked, I saw the flames spread around me as a vision of Julie looked at me from across the hall, shushing the blue sunflower like an upset child. I blinked again. The pot was closer. The sunflower was just outside my bedroom door. The deep navy blue of its petals rattled with excitement as white, dirt-covered, grub-like fingers pressed into the floor, pulling itself forward. I was burning, and I was not. But I did exactly what James had done on that fateful day. Despite the fire, the pain, and the uncertainty, I kicked the door closed. It slammed shut with a bang. Something touched the knob, but it didn't budge. The lock had jammed. Something pounded on the door, louder and louder, but it wouldn't budge. I blinked. "Then go ahead and burn," Julie cried out. "Burn, James. She'll bring you back to me, and it all starts over again." I blinked. The memory sounded different in my mind. I know what she'd said, but I remembered it differently, like I'd heard 2 voices at once. "Then go ahead and hide," Julie cried out. "Hide. She'll bring him to me no matter what you do." I had to do something drastic, but I was stuck. The window didn't open. In that burning space in my mind, I heard the windows crack and break as the pressure from the fire burned my retinas shut. And in this place and time, I wrapped my hand in my bathrobe and smashed my bedroom window. 2 cracks in the glass echoed behind my ears. Without shoes, or a shirt, or a plan, I tumbled out the broken window, and in another world, a part of me still burned to the sound of Julie humming that one tune over and over and over. I landed hard. I cut my leg and foot on broken glass. I lay there watching blood pool around my ankles. The neighbour's dog was barking. They must have heard the screaming. There was something moving in my blood. Tadpoles, bean sprouts, seeds. Someone called out to see if I was okay. Someone that wasn't Julie. And before I passed out, I saw her around the corner, looking my way. She wouldn't have time to do anything. Her voice faded as my fingers ran cold and my vision dark. She'll bring you back, James. If not now, then later. She turned and walked away. And as she did, her blue sunflower turned towards me for a final time. I think the blood loss saved me. It got out some of whatever poison she put in me. She set her house on fire and disappeared that night. She left most of her things behind to burn. I was stitched up and took some time off work. Weeks later, I would still get these occasional flashes whenever I sat down at the dinner table. I'd see Julie sometimes. She would laugh and smile. Other times, she would have her back turned to me, tending to her plant. I moved out not long after, somewhere closer to work. It's hard to pretend this didn't happen, but it's even harder to explain it to someone who doesn't believe it. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. For a moment I was James, and if I'd been just a bit less careful, I would still be James. Maybe that's all I'd be. But a couple of weeks ago, I got something in the mail that proves I'm not out of my mind. It was an unsigned greeting card. Someone must have dropped it off by hand. Congratulations, the colourful print read. You're gonna be a dad. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That was The Sad Sunflower, written by Saturdead from Reddit. I'm in the middle of recording a full playlist dedicated to Saturdead stories, so if you enjoyed this one, make sure to subscribe and stick around for more. And here's a creepy little fun fact. A single sunflower head can contain up to 2,000 seeds. That means one plant carries enough seeds to feed an entire murder of crows, or start an entire field on its own. Imagine a field full of little lady sunflowers. Good night. As it turns out, I never had an Uncle Sal. I still remember him though, sitting dour at certain family events, drink always in hand. "How's it going, Uncle Sal?" I'd ask, thinking he was just lonely and that talking to someone might cheer him up. "I'm on the road to nowhere, Jack," he'd say. I never knew how to respond to that. Did I tell him that my name wasn't Jack? Or did I tell him that I was sorry his wife, my aunt, had died, but that tomorrow was another day? In fact, today was another day, and we were all here having fun and eating good food together. And so there was a reason to feel happy. Of course, it wouldn't have mattered, because he didn't exist. Always sitting there silently, sometimes deigning to validate the adequacy of the turkey dinner when pressed, and always telling me, when I tried to cheer him up, that he was on the road to nowhere. "You are too, Jack," he'd say. The last that I, or anybody, saw of Uncle Sal was 22 years ago, on November 1st, early in the morning, before the sun was even up. I was in the kitchen, rooting through the drawers to find out where my parents had hidden the last of the Halloween candy. Out of the silence, there was suddenly much ado at the front door. A rattling of the knob, followed by a series of bangs, which spooked me for a moment.